question.
Be?
Thinker
So
has
I
a
asked Mr.
question.
Michaels if he could make that
Wonder what
into
it'll be. So I asked
Jingle.
Mr. Michaels if he could make that
to
into
use during the live
a
when I have
jingle
like
A
a
for
light bulb
jingle.
moment.
yeah,
Yeah.
to use during the live when I have like a light
I'm
bulb moment.
surprised you don't have a. Well, I don't know if you might have one.
I'm
Uh,
surprised you don't
a
have a
well, I don't know if you might have
interface.
one. Uh,
Mm-mm.
a
I don't want to deal with all that.
Interface.
Oh,
Mm-mm.
Like
okay,
a
okay.
voice
I
changer
don't want
and
to
all
deal with
that.
all that.
Like a
Well,
sound effect and
Oh,
like a
okay.
voice
voice
yeah.
changer
changer
into
and all
TikTok
that.
Studio, and I
Like
just
a
gotta
Well,
upload the
sound
sounds
effect
into
that
TikTok
like it's
Studio.
built into
yeah.
I just
TikTok
haven't
Studio,
made
and
any.
I just gotta
But
upload the
Mr.
sounds
Michaels
into TikTok
messaged
Studio.
me
I just haven't
a
made
couple
any.
days ago
But Mr.
and asked if
Michaels
he could
messaged me
make me a tap
a couple
song
days ago and
Mhm.
asked if he
to
could
use to
make me a tap
to
song
get people to tap during the live.
Mhm.
to use to
And he's
to get
using
people to tap during the
some
live.
new software. So I told him,
And
yeah,
he's
like
using
that would be cool.
some new software. So I told
But I
him, yeah,
also
like
I was
that would be
thinking
cool.
today. I also want that.
But I also like I was
Thinker
thinking
has a
today.
question. Like
I also
when we
want
have like
that.
light bulb moments during the live, because
Thinker
I'd be like,
has a
oh my god,
question.
like
Like when we
this
have
is what I
like
just thought
light
about
bulb
y'all.
moments during the live, because I'd be like, oh my god, this is what I just
What's
thought
up to
about
the
y'all.
YouTube fam? Like, welcome into the conversation tonight.
What's up to the YouTube
Those of
fam?
you that are over in
Welcome
YouTube
into
land,
the
make sure that you
conversation
say what's
tonight.
up in the chat.
Those
Go
of you that
ahead
are over in
and
YouTube
smash the
land, make
like
sure that you
button.
say what's up in the
Invite
chat.
your family and
Go
friends
ahead
to join the
and
live.
smash the
We had
like
up to
button.
200 viewers last
Invite your
night over
family
there,
and
so
friends to
the
join the
audience is
live.
growing.
We got up to
YouTube sent
200
me
viewers last
a
night over
test.
there, so
I got to
the
take a
audience is
test
growing.
today
YouTube sent me a
to
test.
see how
I got
many
to take a
people have
test
joined the
today
nerds on
um,
YouTube, and I
to see
failed.
how many people have joined the
So
nerds
YouTube is letting me know that I'm
on
not
YouTube,
paying
and I
attention.
failed.
Oh wow.
I'm not paying enough
So
attention to the
YouTube is letting me
nerds
know that I'm not paying attention.
Oh
in
wow.
YouTube
I'm not
land.
paying
So
enough
I
attention
got to
to the
do
nerds
better. We got
in YouTube land, so
nerds,
I got
more
to do
nerds over there
better.
than I thought.
We got
But welcome in,
nerds,
What's
more
up,
nerds over
Tone
there than
G?
I
What's
thought.
up,
But
Kevin
welcome
Michaels,
in, welcome
Suki?
in. What's up, Tone G? What's up,
What is
Kevin
that supposed to
Michael,
do,
Suki?
Suki? But welcome in anyway, I guess.
What is that supposed to do, Suki? But
Suki.
welcome in
Yeah,
anyway,
like,
I guess.
he come busting in the chat with his
Friday
digital megaphone
Suki.
energy,
screaming,
yeah,
Jesus
like
is king.
he come busting in the chat with his
Oh,
digital
that's Suki.
megaphone
Okay,
screaming,
that's a
"Jesus
guy.
is King."
What Suki
Suki.
did you think I was talking about?
Oh, that's Suki. Okay, that's a guy. Well, I
What
mean,
Suki did you
I
think I was
know
talking
someone
about?
named Suki. They're from Africa. When you said
I know
Suki, that's
someone
the
named
only person I
Suki. They're from Africa. I
think of. When you said Suki, that's
yeah.
her
Her
name
person
is
I could
Suki. Think of.
Oh, I thought he thought I was talking about
Yeah, her name
Sukiyana
is
too. I'm like, I
Suki.
know you don't think I'm talking to no
Oh,
Sukiyana.
I thought he thought I was talking
But
about Sukiyana too. I'm like, I know you don't think
but
I'm talking to
the
no
way he said
Sukiyana.
Suki,
No.
but
The
what's
way
up,
he said
Lala?
Yeah, I
Suki.
just
No.
heard
Hey
it. That's it.
y'all.
Yeah.
Hey
What's
everybody.
up,
Hey now,
Lala?
Yeah,
Lala.
I just heard it.
Hey
That's it.
y'all.
Yeah.
Hey
Hey, Nelly
everybody in the
Hey
Nell.
now,
chat.
Lala.
Bingo. Hey
Yeah,
How
Nelly
was y'all day?
Nell.
it was good.
Bingo.
This guy was
How was
telling
y'all
them
day?
that one of the
It was
nerds used
good.
one of Bria's songs in
This
their
guy was
wedding,
telling them
and
that one of the nerds
Bria
used one
thinks
of Bria's
that she
songs in
has
their
a
wedding,
ride, and Bria
Oh,
thinks that she
oh,
has a ride. Yeah, so she's
oh,
excited.
oh.
yeah,
One of her songs. I
Yeah,
haven't
she's excited.
she has like one of her
Music
songs.
out?
I
Yeah,
haven't
on Apple Music.
she has like
Oh, I didn't know.
music out.
on
Yeah,
Apple
I
Music.
posted it in the
Oh,
Discord a couple
I
of months ago.
Yeah, I
The
posted it
the
in
song
the
that here, this is one.
Discord
This
a
is a
couple of
song that
months
she
ago.
did at
The
the.
song that here this
Let
is
me see if I can
this
play
is a song that
just
she
a
did
snippet
at
of the
the.
song she
Okay.
did this
Let me see if
weekend.
I can play
Let me
just a
see.
Okay.
snippet
Hold
of the
on.
song she did this
Okay.
weekend. Let me see
We
if I
just
Okay.
can.
got a
Hold
letter.
on.
We just got a letter. That shit is
We
gonna be
just
in my
got a
head all
letter.
night.
We
Please,
just got a
please.
letter. That shit is gonna
I
be in
asked
my
Mr.
head all
Michaels
night.
to make it
Please,
into
Thinker
please.
has
yep.
a question. I asked Mr. Michaels to
Thinker has a
make it into
question.
Thinker has a
Thinker has a
question.
question.
Thinker has
Wonder
a
what it'll
question.
be.
Thinker has a
I love
question.
me some blues
Wonder
clues.
what it'll
Mm,
be.
let's
I
see.
love me some blues
Where is the
clues.
Mm,
file?
let's
Uh-huh.
see. Where
I'm
is the
available to.
file? Uh-huh.
Y'all tap the screen. Let's
I'm
get the
available
likes to
to.
20K, please.
Think
Y'all
I had to
tap the
get
screen.
full
Let's get
of
the
the
likes to
iHeart.
20K, please.
Don't forget to
Think I had to
subscribe
get
and
full
continue to
of the
share the live.
iHeart. Don't forget to
Send up
subscribe and
those
continue to
popular
share the live.
arrows and smash the hearts here
Send up
on
those popular
TikTok as well as
arrows
YouTube.
and smash the hearts here
I
on
shall not
TikTok as well
repent.
as YouTube.
Oh, here it is. Mm-hmm.
I
Here it
shall
is. It's
not
called In a Rush.
repent.
This is a rough. This is a
Alexis.
rough draft of her. Here it is. It's called In a Rush. This is a rough. This is a rough draft of her. But let's see. The actual when she was in the studio. But let's see. This is a rough draft of her. Here it is. It's called In a Rush. This is a rough. This is a rough draft of her. Not trying to cause a fuss, but my movements as big as a bug. I'm moving around. It's just a lot that I have to get done within a minute. My soul is within it, a million. That means I have energy. And bring to the beat. Do you know? Do you go is it hard for you to? They say I move too fast, but to me it's not fast enough. And I got a lot of love, cause I got a lot of stuff. Heavy is the head that wears the crown, and I stack a lot of bricks. You gotta put it up just to put it down. You really have to work hard just to play around. So what do you do when you are confused? Find your flaws. Don't think I'm too much. Instead of stopping, she pursues. She's not trying to cause a fuss, but her movement's as big as a buzz. It's just a lot of stuff. It's just a lot of stuff. It's just a lot of stuff. That's a rough that's a rough version of unmastered, unmixed and mastered. You said y'all had
It's a beautiful
version of that
voice.
song. YouTube, you said y'all had
It's a beautiful
hearing it
voice.
twice. Thank you. You said y'all was hearing it twice over in YouTube. Yeah, there's sound distortion over there. There's sound distortion over there. Super bad multi-second delay. Is it still like that? Y'all still hearing it twice? Y'all still hearing me twice? Is it still like that? Y'all still hearing it twice? Y'all still hearing me twice? Double echo? Are y'all TikTok? Do y'all have an echo? Is there an echo right now? What the? Is there an echo right now? Okay, hold on. What the? Don't know what on YouTube. Okay, hold on. The volume is down over here. Don't know what. I know the volume is down over here. I don't know why y'all would have an echo right now. Well, obviously you showed up to watch the worst debater of all time. Obviously you showed up to watch the worst debater of all time, Orthodox Bro. To talk to me. And then to be honest, you haven't come to talk to me. It's doubling? It's doubling? Fuck, make it double right now. What the fuck? I make it double right now.
Like you guys are even on mute. Like you guys are even on mute. Is this better? Is it fixed? Is this better? Is it fixed? If the black community still needs Jesus, then Jesus ain't worth it. If the black community still needs Jesus, then Jesus ain't worth it. Y'all, I don't know. I might have to end the YouTube stream and start it back. So give me just a second, okay? YouTube. YouTube was good. They said that they had a double echo. YouTube was good. They said that they had a double echo. Were they lying? Were they lying to me? Were those Christians fucking with me? Were they lying to me? Were those Christians fucking with me? Anyway, there wasn't a nerd anyway. I probably shouldn't have been paying attention to anyway. There wasn't a nerd. So they were lying. I don't know. So they were lying. It was only echoing when you were playing this song. They were saying it was still echoing. It was only echoing when you were playing this song. They were saying it was still echoing. Are y'all good? It's still echoing. I don't. Wokestoke. No. I trust Wokestoke. Wokestoke said it's still echoing. Hold on. Let's see. I don't know where the echo is coming from with YouTube. I don't know where the echo is coming from with YouTube. I have no idea why it's doing that, y'all. It's repeating? I don't know what to do about it. I have no idea why it's doing that, y'all. I've closed it down. I don't know what to do about it. I've closed it down. I've started back. I don't know. Well, tell Jesus to fix the. Listen, Ellie Nay. Well, tell Jesus to fix this fucking echo. Ellie Nay. If Jesus can fix this fucking echo, then I might think that he's necessary. Tell Jesus to fix the echo. Can he fix the echo, Ellie Mae? Because if he can't fix the echo, telling me that I need your Jesus is a waste of my fucking time. Because if he can't fix the echo, telling me that I need your Jesus is a waste of my fucking time right now. Yeah, I restarted the stream. I don't know. Maybe it'll do what TikTok does. Maybe it'll go away. Maybe it'll do what TikTok does. Maybe it'll go away. And the mic and in the background second. I don't have another. It's echoing in the mic and in the background second. I don't have another window up. I probably should not have played her song. I probably should not have played her song. I have open. Let me see. What other mics do I have open? It's just a lot of stuff. No, I don't know. Y'all, I don't know. Let me see. Oh, I know what's happening. This is TikTok. I know what's happening. Yeah, this is TikTok. This is the same thing that was happening with Christina's live earlier. This is TikTok. Okay. This is the same thing that was happening with Christina's live earlier. And I screen recorded it and I put it in Discord to show y'all what was happening. I put it into Christina's Discord to show y'all what was happening. Scroll out of TikTok, and the only way it fixed it for me was for me to scroll out of TikTok and come back in it. That was happening with Christina. Yeah, but it was a TikTok glitch that was happening with Christina. But the fact that y'all don't hear it on TikTok, but they are hearing it on YouTube is strange. But I wonder if it's because of this backup account. This backup account. So we're gonna take that down. We're gonna take that down. We're gonna scroll out. And we're going to scroll back in. And then can y'all tell me if that fixed it? Did that fix it? fixed. That was the problem. Okay. See, I'm a smart motherfucker, and Jesus didn't do it, Ellie Mae. I need Jesus for that, Ellie Mae. That was me using my brain. That was me remembering what happened in Christina's life. And then I screen recorded what happened in Christina's life earlier. That's called the process of thinking, Ellie Mae, and I need Jesus for that. Yes. Now we can get started. We can get the show started. So all of you who are either a believer in the God of the Bible, you just saw that wonder working power of the brain. Oh, there is power, wonder working power of the brain. Yes, it is. Oh, there is power, wonder working power in the precious blood in the brain. Okay, y'all. I'm gonna stop playing around. Okay, if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing, if you are an atheist, the guest box is open. Please make sure that you are 25 and up and you are able to have a decent conversation. Don't come up here trying to change the rules of the live. You will not be able to talk over any of the hosts on stage. When you come on stage, we are going to qualify you for the conversation. And that's just that on that. Let's go ahead and get started. Make sure you smash the heart me's if you're a part of the team. Upvote the live. I'm finna set a new live goal. Give me a second to do that. And then continue to share it out. Thank y'all. I see nothing but nerds in the guest box. I don't know if y'all are in there on purpose. So if you are in the guest box on purpose and you are a nerd, please comment on purpose. Other than that, I'm not going to add you to the live. Exactly, wisdom. That's the worst thing. They say, oh, you need Jesus. But you don't want to think for yourself. Like a lot of problems could be fixed. A lot of problems could be fixed because you have what's in you to fix it. It's just me. Hi, how are you?
Hello, ma'am. How are you?
I'm doing good. Can I get your age, please? And let me know if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you're deconstructing, or if you are an atheist.
I am 27 years of age, and I do believe in the God of the Bible.
All right. This is the topic that I would like to discuss tonight. First off, let me ask: do you, in your belief system, subscribe to the original sin, the fall of man, and the spiritual death doctrine?
Excuse me.
Could you elaborate on that a little bit?
Yeah, like do you, in your belief system, do you believe that sin started with Adam and Eve disobeying the God of the Bible in the garden? That's when sin came on the earth. The serpent was Satan. The God kicked him out, and they had a spiritual death.
No. I do believe that sin started with Adam and Eve, yes. But those other points, I do not believe in those, no.
You don't believe that the serpent was Satan?
No.
Okay. But you believe that like the serpent possessed Satan or something?
I believe the serpent wasn't an actual snake. I believe the serpent was a man.
But was it Satan and was it possessed by Satan? Is that when Satan came on the earth in your belief system?
I know. I wouldn't say
so we'll skip past that then. We'll go to Jesus being the worst thing that ever happened to humanity. That conversation, you don't fit that specific conversation that I want to have. So we'll just revert back to the prompt of Jesus Christ being the worst thing that ever happened to humanity. What are your thoughts on that? And do you agree, disagree, and why?
Well, I would have to disagree about Jesus Christ being the worst thing to ever happen. I would agree that Christianity is the worst thing to ever happen to the Black community. Because
I didn't say that Christianity was the worst thing, so you can't agree with me on that. You can say that you think that Christianity, because I didn't say that Christianity was.
Right. That's why I said I would agree. Like if
That's why I'm
that was the
saying.
point, right?
Right.
So
That's why I'm saying you can't saying that you would agree that Christianity is like saying that you agree with me that Christian that I'm saying Christianity is. I'm not saying a religion is. I'm saying the God is. You see what I'm saying? Like I want to
gosh,
make
so
sure.
so
Yeah,
yeah,
and I'm
so
not just
you're
talking about
like,
Jesus. I'm talking about. Yeah, I just want to make sure you understand what I mean by Jesus Christ. Like I'm not saying a religion is. I'm saying the God of the Bible. Like whether it's Yahweh, Jesus, Yeshua, like the God in the Bible, in the Old Testament and the New Testament, to me, is the worst thing to ever happen to humanity, not a specific religion. Does that make sense? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. I'm following now. Yes.
Okay. Go ahead.
So sorry. Had to deal with my child real quick.
Okay. Don't ever apologize for having to deal with your children. I understand.
No, thank you. I appreciate that. No, I do not believe that Jesus Christ is the worst thing to ever happen to the Black community. I believe He created us. I think we as a people, of course, after Adam and Eve and all of those, those stories, us as a people are very much. I don't know how to, the word for it is like we don't like to settle with things, where it's always the grass is greener on the other side. From my point of view, because when we were on top, people in our community still was, well, they get to do that over there. Why don't we get to do that? And then that's how they started going off and, well, they get to, and they look like they're having so much fun over there. So I'm going to go worship their God. And then now we're getting punished, right? Though, because he says he punishes nations. He doesn't punish individual people. So once a few people started going off, now everybody is getting punished and putting curses on all the nation, right? That being said, it's our people and the fact that our people are never, again, it's on the tip of my tongue. I'm so sorry. But like our people are never satisfied. He even says in the Bible, like if I were to have chosen one of the heathen nations to have been my chosen children, they would worship me better than you. And that reading that, I'm like, dang, that kind of it's like when your parents say, oh, I'm so disappointed, and like dang, I'm sorry,
So, are you under the impression that this book is about West Africans? Like
no.
when the God said when you, I guess I'm a little confused because you're talking as if the God in this Bible is talking to West Africa or Black
What?
people in general, Africans in
Yeah,
general.
I would say the American Black person, not Africans, because Africans come from a different bloodline.
Where do the American Black people come from?
I believe that the American Black people are the Israelites and
But where do
the
they come from?
Israel.
There was no Israel back then. So where? Like, what was their nationality, their ethnicity back then?
Israelites.
There
Because
was no
he
Israel.
created he
Where did they
created
originally
Israel.
come from? Where did they come from before Israel? Like Israel never reached statehood. There was no state of Israel back then. So where did these people come from? Is my question. And now they're in America. Like where did they come from over there?
Right. So they were in Israel. They
No,
had to
before
flee.
Israel, where did they come from?
They
Before
were in
they were
the Garden of Eden.
they were in the Garden of Eden,
Yes, ma'am.
which was where?
Are you asking me like specifically on a map where they were?
Yeah, geographically, where did they
Okay,
come
okay,
from?
okay, okay. Because I'm like that's in the Bible. They said it was in the Garden of Eden. Then they went to Israel. So that's
And
why I had gotten confused for a second.
So geographically,
So geographically, I cannot speak on that. I would have to ask my husband because he dives into all of those deep things. Um, I just know, the basics,
is your
right?
husband there so you can ask him?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you ask him? Because I'm curious. Like, because this
Yes,
book
ma'am.
does say where they came from. Like, I think like I'm a little curious. Yeah, can you ask him like geographically where he's saying the black people in America originated from before
Yes, ma'am.
Israel? And then like Israel never reached statehood, right? So there was never a state of Israel. There was a northern kingdom with a capital of Samaria, but Israel was conquered right before it reached statehood. So like even before the northern kingdom and before the southern kingdom in Judah,
Mm-hmm.
where did the Israelites come from? Before they were in Egypt, before all that, like where is it that he's proposing they came from? Like when they got kicked out the garden, remember they had to go somewhere. Where did they go? What was that? Where did they build up at? Like
Give me about like 5 seconds. I'll be right
okay,
back.
all right, thank you. Yeah, so I was gonna say earlier before I started the show and we started. I played my daughter's song. So on Christina's live, while she's asking her husband that question, on Christina's live earlier, there was a black pastor who came up who said that he didn't believe that um, our ancestors was transported over here on wooden ships, like on ships. And he said that he had to ask himself questions about the logistics of it. Like, how did that happen? How did they get over here and all of this? So I asked him, like, you seriously question that, but you don't question, the belief in this book. Like, you don't question, um, a man being a god putting himself in the body of a desert dwelling 14-year-old who was a virgin, um, being birthed through that virgin, dying for your sins, and then raising again. Like you don't question that, but you question the validity of the slave trade and say that that's unrealistic. That to me, that doesn't make sense.
Not at all. He was going through the logistics. Yeah, okay.
And then like they ask those types of questions and never ever ask themselves, well, if the slave trade never happened, if colonization never happened, how the fuck did this book come from all the way over there? These scrolls come from all the way over there and end up in North America in your motherfucking bedroom.
Mm,
You know what I'm saying? Like they
right.
didn't have TikTok back then. They didn't have internet back then. How
I,
exactly do you think these
I guess they
scrolls
put it in a
crossed the
bottle
ocean?
or something.
Exactly. Like she left.
I guess so. Ooh,
This is
he
why
probably overheard us talking.
that exactly. I think so too. And this is why I need Mr. Michaels to make that sound because I think I need to start warning people when we have these type of questions. So we can be like, "Hey, thinker has a question," so you know that something's gonna happen. Like you know that something's gonna
Did she
happen.
drop?
Yeah.
Yes, she did.
I kind of had a feeling she was gonna drop because that was too deep for her right there.
Yeah. To the nerds that's in the guest box, Chatty Catty and that girl OB, I need to know if y'all are in there on purpose or on accident. I hate when TikTok do that because I oh she's back. She said she had a call. Can you request back up? It's just me. If you're in the box on purpose and you are a nerd, I do need to see a comment from you because I feel like I'm ignoring y'all when y'all in there. Oh, you okay? Thank you, Chatty Catty. Um, it's just me. Can you request back up if you're coming back up? Let me know. You can't hear anything? Okay. Hold on, she's gonna try to go out and come back in. TikTok has had some horrible glitching today. When Bash was talking to that guy about slavery, and Bash hollered out "doulos," like I swear, I was screen recording, and all you hear is "doulos, doulos, 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 doulos." I'm like, damn, it sounds like a beat.
I saw
Damn.
some of that. Oh my, I had like when people they won't allow their minds to expand and they just bask in their ignorance. I have to scroll out. I can't deal with it. So I left after a while.
Yeah, you talking about the conversation with Bash and that guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a lot. That was a lot. The Christina is working on a panel with some Eastern Orthodox. Like when I agreed to do it, I didn't know they were Eastern Orthodox. Like that's going to frustrate the fuck out of me because, like, where can you go in a conversation with people who aren't allowed to think for themselves and all they can do is regurgitate what somebody else has told them they're allowed to think? Um, I just don't. I don't know. I don't
I'll
know
come
what
and
how.
support, but I'm only promising 5 minutes.
Yeah,
I
like
don't
I
know if
didn't
I
know they
could
were
do
Eastern
it.
Orthodox. Like I didn't know because like I don't know. It's just me. How are you? I mean, not how are you. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Can everybody hear me?
Yeah. Mhm.
Okay, I was just wondering because for some reason the box isn't. You know how the box, whatever.
Okay.
So
Did you ask him where they originated?
yes, ma'am.
Okay. What did he say?
So they originated in the Garden of Eden, right? There, like back then, there was no geographical map, right? They had to make one after the Garden of Eden, which is when they became they named the land Judah, and after Judah, they renamed it Israel,
Wait, are
right?
you saying that when they got kicked out the garden, they went outside of the garden and they renamed Eden Judah?
No, I'm not saying they renamed Eden Judah. Eden is no longer accessible to anybody,
No. Okay. So
right?
they lived in Eden after they got kicked out the garden. They lived in Eden, right? And then Cain gets kicked out of Eden, right? And he has to go out into the wilderness, and then he builds. Where do the Israelites originate from? Like, remember, Adam and Eve, the earth was destroyed after Adam and Eve, and like a world created, and then your God destroyed the world and started it back over with Noah.
Well, in the Bible, the world isn't like the earth. You know, like the earth and the world are two separate things in the Bible. Like the nationality of
Well,
the
you know what
Israelites
I
are a
mean when
world
I
in
say
itself.
world. Yeah, I don't want to get into that, okay? You know what I mean when I say world. When your God flooded the earth, he destroyed it and he started it back over with Noah. So where did they originate after that?
Israel.
No, they didn't. There was no Israel after Noah.
Yes, there was because they
No,
had
there
to
wasn't.
rename their land that the Most High God allotted them.
They had not conquered any land at the time with Noah and his sons. Remember? They didn't conquer the land until after Moses died, until after they had been in Egypt for 400 years. Joshua had to lead the conquest for them to go into the land to conquer it. Where did they come from? Where did they originate before they conquered the land?
That's what I'm saying. Israel. It's the same thing like
No, they
asking
didn't. No,
asking where
it's
did the
not.
Africans originate?
No, it's not. It's not the same thing. And there was no Israel at that time. They were literally in Egypt. How are you saying Israel when your book says that they were in Egypt and that they were slaves in Egypt?
Yes, but they were only slaves in Egypt after the fact that they had to leave Israel because they got conquered in Israel.
Show me that in your book. Show me that in your book. Where did they get conquered in Israel and then go be slaves in Egypt before Moses, before the Exodus.
I got you, sis.
Okay.
Huh?
I'm gonna be quiet.
What did I say? I'm trying to figure it out. What did I say?
I'm just gonna be quiet. I ain't gonna say nothing else.
I'm trying to figure it out because what?
Oh Lord.
But you know what? I don't know. I don't know. It's not making sense to me.
It's not making sense till we're 350 of us.
Do you think she knows that that's not in the book?
I don't know. But I don't know. Maybe her husband will tell her. Um,
I wonder if her husband a Hebrew Israelite.
that's what I was getting ready to ask. Like maybe he's a
Probably.
Hebrew Israelite.
Yeah, it sounds like it because I believe Hebrew Israelites believe that.
Believe what?
Well,
That they
believe
that
that
is that they were in Israel before they went to Egypt.
if I've heard that before, and I'm trying to remember. That's why I was so quiet because I'm trying to remember where did I hear that before, and I want to say I did hear that from Hebrew Israelites.
Where are they getting that from though? Because
I have no
there's
idea.
nowhere there's nowhere in this book that says that Israel existed before they were in Egypt.
There's a
Well,
lot of stuff that they
I'm
be saying that isn't in that book.
I'm still trying to figure out how they figure they Hebrew Israelites. Figure
Yeah,
that
that's what
part.
I'm waiting on. That's why I'm asking. Like I don't want to skip ahead, but that's why I'm asking like where did they originate from? I'm trying to follow the train of thought, like geographically, right? And historically. That's why I'm trying to figure out the like what matters to me uh is like the train of thought, like the thought process. Like what is your train of thought in getting to this point? You know what I'm saying? Like that's what I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah, it sounds like the way she explains it, it just sounds like she was told that, never shown that.
Right, that she already said that, right? Like, and that's
Yeah,
why I asked her to ask her husband. But I don't want to talk about her like she's not here. Like she's on stage, she's on stage with us. So I don't want to have a whole conversation about her. Um, like she's not here.
right.
Are you still looking for it? It's just me.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry. Just I wanted to clarify. When you talk about Israel, are you talking about Israel as far as where Israel's located today?
No, I'm asking for you to say that the Black Americans are the Israelites, right? I'm I know that my ancestors came from West Africa. Like I've traced my DNA back. My right, like I know my people are from Nigeria, Igbo, right? You're saying that Black Americans are the true Israelites, and I'm the reason why I asked you if you're saying that this book is talking to West Africans because my ancestors are West African, and I'm asking where are you saying the people in this book originated from?
Right. I would have to say Israel. Like I said, like where you're
There was
asking me
no
for
Israel.
a specific
There was, but
precept to say such. There's
but hold
no
on.
precept saying that.
Where
Go
I
ahead.
said
Go ahead.
originated from, there was no Israel until after they went and conquered the land. So prior to that, right?
Mm-hmm.
This book says that they were in a place. The book literally says where they're from and what nationality and ethnicity they are.
Mm-hmm.
The book says it. I'm wondering where your husband is getting his information from because it can't clearly be from this book.
All right. So Like, you're asking where the original Israelites come from is like asking me where the original Africans come from. Where do they come from? We all came from,
from different parts of Africa. You
but
have some
Africa didn't
Africans.
exist.
Hold on. You have some Africans who came from Egypt or Kemet. You have some who came from West Africa, the west side of the continent. Some who came from South Africa. Some who came from East Africa. Right? You have East, North, and West of that continent.
Right, but there was no
What
Africa.
part of the continent? What part of the continent, East, North, or West, are you saying the black people in America come from?
No. So if we're talking that, then Israelites are not African. Africans are Hamites. Israelites are Asiatic people. They're coming from where the
Are you
continent Asia
Asiatic?
is right now. That's where they came from.
Okay, are you Asiatic?
Yes, because I'm an Israelite.
Do you know what Asiatic means?
Go ahead. Give me the definition, sis.
You, do you hear it in the word?
Yes, ma'am. Asiatic, stemming from the continent of Asia, right?
Right. So
But it's
you are
not.
claiming to be from the continent of Asia?
Yes, ma'am. That's where Israel was.
What part of Asia were you from?
What part
Israel
of
isn't in
Asia?
Asia. Yeah, Israel is
Not
not in
tell you
Asia. So what
specifically,
part
because
of
I don't know
Asia were you from?
geographically.
Well,
Like I
this is
said.
why I'm asking, right? For origination. Like
Mm-hmm.
if you are Asiatic, right? Then you should be able to tell me what part of Asia you're from. I know I'm African. I know that my ancestors come from West Africa, from Nigeria, from the Igbo tribe.
Right, but
I'm
where were
not.
they before that?
They
Sorry,
were
go ahead.
in
Go ahead.
West Africa. They were in West Africa. I'm not Asiatic. I'm not. My ancestors did not come from Asia.
Because your
So I'm
ancestors are
asking.
African, right?
Right.
Like you said.
They didn't come from Asia though. You're
And
claiming
Africans are
you're
Hamites.
I'm sorry. Whatever that racist ideology that you subscribe to yourself, don't put on me. Okay? I don't subscribe to this book. But what I'm asking you is what you're claiming to be Asiatic. I'm asking what part of Asia does your ancestors come from?
Right. And I'm telling you that geographically, I cannot tell you that because I don't know geographically whether it's west, north, south, east, right? But the continent of Asia wasn't called Asia back in the day. Like where did
What
Africans
was it
originate
called? What
from?
was
Because
it called?
Africans,
What was the continent of Asia called back then?
what was the continent of Africa called?
Does that matter?
Yes, ma'am, because
I
you're
can
saying
tell
that
you, what, but does it matter? You're claiming
it
to be
does.
Asiatic, and you don't have any information on your lineage other than outside of this book.
Yes.
Like this book says where the Israelites came from on the continent of Asia. What I don't understand is why you don't know that. It's in the book. And you're claiming to be Asiatic, and I'm asking you what part of you, right, is Asian?
I'm not Asian, right?
Do you know what Asiatic means?
Yes, coming from the continent of Asia.
Originating from Asia. What part
Thank
of you is Asian?
Again, I am not Asian because those Asians are gooks. Okay? Just like the
Did
Africans,
you just say
men.
okay? Did you just say okay? Like you're just like putting down like
That was a
intelligence in
slur.
here? Like what the fuck?
That was a slur.
I am not Asian.
You are literally claiming to be that. You're literally
The
claiming.
continent of
You do realize that the Israelites in this book are Mesopotamian, that they are Aramaean, they are Iraqis.
they are not.
It literally says it in your book. The same book that you are claiming is your history says that the people from this line originated in Mesopotamia, Padam Aram. It says it in the book. It says that Jacob, who you claim to be your ancestor, was a wandering Aramaean, which is Asiatic.
So where did you get Iraqi from?
Are you serious?
I'm dead serious. Because the names that we use now today are not the names that they used before. Just like Africa.
That's
Africa
why
wasn't
I
called
asked
Africa.
about origination. And honestly, this is why I say that this God is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity. Because if this God didn't tell you to let your husband think for you, you wouldn't be on this stage saying this stupid shit. You would have asked questions when your husband told you this, and you would have researched yourself, and you would not have adopted an identity that you can't even articulate, you have no connection to, and be on this stage spewing your husband's words because they are wrong. And then all you have to do is look at Deuteronomy chapter 26, and it tells you exactly where these people are from.
No. So actually, because why I don't remember and I don't know these things is because I haven't had to have this conversation with people for years. I'm talking about. So without disrespecting each other, right? You're asking me, and I already
Do you
said that
remember
I
already
don't
telling
know.
me that your husband told you this and you needed to ask your husband? Do you remember telling me that
Of
already?
course, I needed to ask my
Right. So
husband
like,
because again, I haven't dealt with this
so
for
don't start
years.
gaslighting, saying that the reason why you don't know is because you haven't had to have this conversation in years. You already told me that the reason you didn't know is because your husband told you this. Your husband is the one who looks into this, and you don't. You
Yeah,
already told
no,
me
I
that.
told you that my husband looks into these things geographically. He's better at those things because he would remember,
That's not what you
right?
said.
I didn't say he would remember.
You
I
know
said
that I
he's
can play
greater
this
at
back.
these things. Ma'am,
It's just
I
me.
said he's
I can
greater
play it
at
back. I can play it
geographical
back. There's
things,
no point in you
right?
trying to gaslight me. I can
Oh,
play it
Lord.
back.
I
So
said,
don't embarrass yourself by
oh,
lying. Just be honest.
ma'am.
Listen. As soon as you said it, it made me think
Mm-hmm,
of the scripture, the New Testament that said, "If a
mm-hmm,
wife has a question, let her ask her husband at home." As
mm-hmm,
soon as you said it, that scripture popped in my head. So there's no point in you
mm-hmm,
lying. I don't want to embarrass you. That is not my goal or my agenda. Just
mm-hmm.
don't start with the gaslighting. You did say it. And
Ma'am,
this is
I'm
one of the reasons that
saying,
I think that this God is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity, because if the women that subscribe to it or
mm-hmm,
allow men, their husbands or their boyfriends, to pull them into it, agree to give their brain to their boyfriends or to their husbands the same way their husbands agree to give their brains to those that are using this religion to oppress them. The fact that you can't articulate this as your belief system without going to your husband is a problem, and you are claiming this as your identity.
again, I said that he is greater at the geographicals, right? No, I did not tell you that I haven't dealt with this in years. No, I just told you that, right? I
That's
said,
not what I
oh,
said. I said that you said you needed to ask your husband because he's the one who told you this and he's the one who studies it.
ma'am, I didn't say that he's the one who told me this. I said he's the one who studies the geographical part of this. He's greater at the geographical, the maps, the all of those things. Did
Okay,
I or did I not?
since you wanna double down, let's just play it back. Hold on.
This is the way we eat our meals.
You have to mute.
Kingdom in Judah. Where did the Israelites come from? Before they were in Egypt, before, like, where is it that he's proposing they came from? Like when they got kicked out the garden, remember? They had to go somewhere. Where did they come? What was that? Where did they build up at? Like,
Give me about, like 5 seconds. I'll be right back.
All right, thank you. King Apple before Israel, and then like Israel never reached statehood, right? So there was never a state of Israel. There was a northern kingdom with a capital of Samaria, but Israel was conquered right before it reached statehood. So like even before the northern kingdom and before the southern kingdom in Judah, where did the Israelites come from? Before they were in Egypt, before like where is it that he's proposing they came from? Kingdom in Samaria. Never, because this book does say where those. So geographically. So geographically, I cannot speak on that. I would have to ask my husband because he dives into all of those deep things. I just know, the basics, right? Is your husband there, so you can ask him? Yes, ma'am. Can you ask him? Because I'm curious. Like, because this book does say where they came from. Like, I think, like, I'm a little curious. Yeah, can you ask him, like, geographically where he's saying the black people in America originated from before Israel? And then, like, Israel never reached statehood. Now, do you remember saying that now?
Yes, I said exactly what I said. I never said.
No, you didn't.
He told me these things.
You literally said you would have to ask your husband because he is the one who dives into all of that. I haven't had this conversation in a long time, so I can't remember.
I said I never said that. What are you talking about? I said I never said that. Oh, I haven't had this in a long time. I said that I never said that.
Well, literally, you saying that now that the reason why you don't know this is because you haven't had the conversation in a long time, right? Is you deflecting from the fact or you changing your story. And I said, don't do that now, because do you remember telling us in the beginning that it was your husband who studied all of this? Right? Yes. And that you had to ask your husband. And I said, as soon as you said that, it made me think of the scripture. If a wife has a question, let her ask her husband at home. And I thought to myself, like, damn, like she has to go to him and ask him for this information. But yet you're the one on stage. That's why I said, well, is he there? Because like if you got to go to him and ask him, right, this information, but yet you're the one on stage talking to us about it, that doesn't make sense. That's why I asked you to go and ask him. Because it doesn't make sense for you to talk about something you don't know. And now you're trying to assert that you just haven't talked about this in years or haven't had to talk about this in years. And that's why you don't know.
I first came into the truth. That's why I'm saying like what you were asking, I had to go to him because I don't know these specifics. All I know is we're Asiatic. We came from Israel, right off the top of my head. I don't have all those scriptures, all those precepts from when I first came in the truth years ago, right? So
but you're claiming this to be your family. You're claiming this to be your identity. You're claiming this as your family, as your identity. Who the hell forgets their family? If
you know how many precepts are in the Bible?
I'm not asking about laws. You know, a precept is a command. It's an ordinance. It's a law. I'm not asking you about laws. We're talking about you claiming a bloodline as your family. And you're saying that you need to go to your husband and get that information. You're saying once you found out the truth of who your family actually was, you forgot it. That doesn't make sense.
I've been in the truth 10 plus years. I haven't had this conversation since the first year I came in this truth.
How old are you?
What are you talking about? I am 30 years old.
So did you forget your mama? You've been with your mama for 30 years. Did you forget who your mama was?
I haven't been with my mother for 30 years. Thank you very much.
You have been your mother's daughter for 30 years. Did you forget who your mama was?
Again, if I hadn't talked to my mother since I was 6 years old, then no, I wouldn't know my mother.
Are you
Do you know her name?
Serious right now?
What? Yes, I know her name again, which is why I said I knew they were Asiatic. I know that we come from
You know
Israel. I
your
know that we
mama
come
was
from Judah,
Asiatic?
but I cannot tell you whether it's east, south, west stuff because my husband is the one who dives deep into those things.
Hold on, wait. Did your husband come from the same mama? Like, are you and your husband both from the same bloodline?
Yes.
Are y'all committing incest?
No, we are both Judites.
Y'all, no, so from what bloodline? From who? Like, who is your ancestor and who's your husband's ancestor? How do y'all know y'all not fucking cousins?
What, because we don't have the same mother, father,
What
family
does that mean? I
history.
said
We
fucking
don't come
cousins.
from the
Cousins
same.
don't have the same mother and father. How do
Oh
y'all
God. I
know that
said
y'all
if you
aren't
would
fucking
listen,
cousins?
ma'am, I said we don't have the same mother, father, family history, people in our family, right? The same.
Y'all are claiming the same family history. Y'all are claiming that Jacob is your ancestor. Y'all
Yes,
are
and you are
claiming to
claiming
have
that you're an African. So are all
y'all
Africans
are you
what?
fucking serious right
Like what are
now?
you talking? Why are
You
you
are
getting
claiming
unruly?
because you don't make sense. You are claiming that Jacob, y'all are both claiming one common ancestor to be
Mm-hmm.
Jacob.
Mm-hmm.
Do you realize that?
Yes, ma'am.
That means y'all got one uncle that y'all share.
Yes, ma'am. The
That means that
whole.
you are fucking cousins.
Oh,
That means that
okay.
you
Yes,
are
ma'am. Yes,
fucking your
ma'am. Yes,
cousin
ma'am.
right
Yes,
now.
ma'am. You're right. You're right. We're cousins. We're all cousins. Actually, the whole 12 tribes of Israel are
Yeah.
cousins.
No, the
Okay.
fuck?
Like what? What are you
I
talking about?
cannot.
You were like asking me as if, oh, do you come from the same mother and father? Of course we
I
don't.
didn't
That's
ask you that
gross.
shit. I didn't
You
ask you that shit.
literally
Don't lie on me.
did.
No,
You
the fuck I
literally
That's
didn't.
not what
did.
she
No, I
asked you.
didn't. You're a liar.
Ma'am, oh
I
good
did not
lord.
ask
That's
you that.
not what she asked
She
you.
definitely did. But all
No, I
right.
didn't.
No
No, I
doubt.
didn't.
No
No, I
doubt. Let's
didn't.
Yeah,
move forward.
you would
No
say
doubt.
that. You're easily
Is
led.
your is your husband a Hebrew Israelite?
Hebrew is just a dialect. Israelite is a nationality, so I would have to say yes, he's
Okay,
an
I
Israelite
mean,
because I'm an
is
Israelite.
no? I'm asking you, is your husband a member of the Hebrew Israelites, the ones who wear the purple suits and wear all the staffs and all that bullshit?
The IUIC, no, he's not a part of that camp. No.
Well, you seem to know a lot about it. That's the reason why I'm asking, because you talk just like a Hebrew Israelite.
Well, again, Hebrew is just a dialect, and Israelites are the nationality that comes out of the Bible,
So
right?
it's the reason that you're making a distinction between Hebrew being the dialect, and Israel being a nationality is because neither of you speak the dialect. Neither of you speak or read it. Is that why you're making that distinction every time he says that?
No, I'm making that distinction because a lot of people who I've run into seem to think that that's the title. Like that whole thing is the nationality. So I just correct people like, no,
I
Hebrew is
mean,
a dialect
it calls them
and
Hebrews in this book.
Israelites are the nationality. Just like
I
there's
mean, it
Hebrew
calls them
Ishmaelites,
Hebrews in this book.
you
So,
know?
like, there's no point in actually like making that distinction. Do either of you speak the dialect? Speak the language
What? What do you want to do?
or read it?
Yes. Are we being relearned it? Yes. Are we diving into it? Yes.
So you do read the Hebrew?
Yes.
Okay.
But, do we speak it as a language, like a second language? No, because we're learning it, right?
Well, I mean,
Um,
I just want you said you read it, so I'm just gonna ask
yeah.
you to read something for me.
I spy with my little eye something that is red, red. I spy
Can you
with
read that?
my little eye.
No.
Guess what it
Do
is?
you
That,
read Hebrew or not?
yes, but that Hebrew is the so-called Jewish people's Hebrew, right? That's
Well,
not
I mean,
Paleo
I know you're
Hebrew.
gonna try to say like the Paleo Hebrew. The letters are
Yeah.
the same. They're the same. Aleph, Bet, Ayin.
They're
They're all
not.
the same. They are. They're the
They're
same.
not.
I can pull up the history of it if you want, and we can put them side by side. Like they're the same.
Yes, please. Let's do that
Okay.
because
All right. Yeah.
what this looks like, that's not what I was taught.
Okay.
And that's not what
What
I've
are the
read
letters?
and
What
what
are
it
the
looks
letters that
like.
you were taught? What are the letters of the Paleo Hebrew? Can you say them?
Well, they're not really letters, but yes, it's wa, ka, la, right?
Keep going.
Kata,
Kata. What is kata?
not kata. Hold on, I have to go back in my notes to actually give you the alphabet, right?
But
And I'm learning it. I don't know it. I'm learning it.
so you can't read Hebrew.
I just said I'm learning it. So yes,
Let me.
I
What's
can.
the
Once I
reason?
have
What?
my
Let me ask
notes
you
right
this.
next to
No,
me,
you
yes, I
said
can.
you could read Hebrew. Like, what's the purpose of
Yes,
reading? Hold
ma'am.
on, hold
If
on,
I
hold on.
could
What
read
is the
it when I
purpose?
have my
Hold on.
notes right
What
next to
would be
me.
the purpose? What would be the purpose
Oh,
of
good
learning
Lord.
Paleo Hebrew? Like, what text do y'all have access to written in Paleo Hebrew that tells you about the Israelites that you need to read?
That I could not tell you the book right off my head. Again, I would have to refer back to my notes.
Which is your notes called husband?
No, ma'am. If I was going to refer back to my husband, I would say my husband.
Well, can you refer back to your notes right quick and get the name of the book that was written in Paleo Hebrew that tells you about the Israelites?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Wow.
She's claiming to have a different access to a different script of Hebrew, which is the Paleo, Dr. Hannah. And I want to know what's the purpose of them learning the Paleo Hebrew or claiming to read Paleo Hebrew and what text they actually have written in Paleo Hebrew that they are reading. Since they claim that the Hebrew that we have access to today is Jewish Hebrew and not true Hebrew, not black Paleo Hebrew, I guess. Right. I know. Booski.
All right.
Booski. Booski said AAVE Hebrew. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. AAVE Hebrew is diabolical.
Can I cool down, please?
Did you find the name of the book?
Yes, ma'am.
What's the name of the book written in Paleo Hebrew?
Hey, stop it.
I need to cool down and then I'll play with that.
It is called A Picture Book of the Paleo Hebrew Alphabet.
No. I asked what is the name of the book that is written in Paleo Hebrew that tells you the history of the Israelites that y'all are reading that mimics this Bible.
Uh,
Since you don't need to read the Hebrew that we have access to, right? That
mhm,
tells the history of the people in this book.
mhm,
What is the purpose of y'all learning this Paleo Hebrew, right?
mhm.
Because what are you going to read that is written in its script? That's what I'm asking.
Got you. I misunderstood. My apologies. I assumed you were asking where I got the Hebrew alphabet from,
No,
right?
no, that is
Oh.
irrelevant to the point of the reason you are learning this script.
Mhm.
Because what is written in it for you to read?
Well, I haven't gotten that far in my studies yet. I'm still on learning the words of the Paleo Hebrew. I just
But did
started
you ask
learning.
yourself why you should learn that? What are
Of,
you going to read in it? What's the purpose of learning it? Like, what are you going? How are you going to use that? Because everything that's written is written in archaic Hebrew. So if you can't read the archaic Hebrew because you are discrediting it and not actually learning how to read it, what are you going to read in this paleo script?
again, I would have to say that I'd have to skip that question for now, as because I just started my studies in this thing. And when I say I just started my studies in this thing, I mean it's only been you know, maybe half a year, right? So
So for a
I'm
half a
learning right
year, you've been
now.
studying a script that you've not even tried to practice reading. Like for 6 months, you've been studying how to read in a script that you've not looked up any books to practice reading in that script.
No, because I'm first practicing how to say it so that I could speak to the Most High God, right? Does that make sense?
So you're only learning the script. You're learning a script, which you do realize script is written. You're learning
Yes,
a
as I
script.
gave you the book that I
So
was
what are you going
reading
to
from.
write the Most High God letters or something?
Ma'am, no. I'm
And then
learning
how do
like
you
I
plan on
told
speaking to
you.
it? How do you
Oh,
plan on
good Lord.
speaking to
Can
it
you
in a
ask a
script?
question and then let me answer the question? God
How do
dang.
you plan on speaking to this God in a script?
What are you? Like I said, I'm researching to understand how to articulate it. Just like I gave you the book that I am reading out of, and it gives you these symbols and then it gives you what it is saying. As far as I told you, I had to refer back to my notes. All I know is off the head is wa, ka, to za, right?
What the fuck is kazaa?
I said
What letter?
ta
What
with a
letter is
T.
kazaa? What
I
letter is
said
kazaa?
ta,
What letter
za.
is tazah? What letter is tazah?
How am I supposed to tell you what letter when it's a symbol?
It's not a symbol. It's a letter, and it's like this is what I'm saying. You're saying that you've spent 6 months learning an alphabet. An alphabet.
Yes.
At best, it should take you 2 or 3 days to memorize an alphabet that has 23 letters or 23 sounds or 23 symbols, however you want to say. Like, at best, 2 or 3 days. It has been 6 months, and the most that you can recall are 3 in 6 months. And then in 6 months, you have not been able to put a word together. In 6 months, you don't even know if there are any books written in this dialect, in this script, for you to be able to read. You haven't even asked yourself, what is the purpose of me learning this, when as it pertains to the belief system that I hold, the story that I believe. How am I going to study that and this script? What text is written in this script that's going to allow me to study further? You haven't asked yourself any of those questions. You just let your husband put you on a dumbfounded ass path. This is why when men be like, y'all need to let me lead.
No,
Lead
I
me
do not.
where? Like, where is your
Like I
husband
said, I've
leading you
been
with
studying
Paleo
it.
Hebrew?
Ma'am, you're just talking. You keep
Yes,
asking
I am
questions but
talking.
not
I'm
letting me
asking you.
answer your
My
questions.
question is, where
You've asked
is
like
your?
six
This is
questions.
my question. Where is your husband leading you on
Oh,
this
good Lord.
Paleo Hebrew path? What's the destination?
To be able to read it eventually, right?
And what book? What book is written in Paleo Hebrew script?
Like I said, ma'am, I cannot tell you that because I've only been researching how to say it, right? And no,
And
I have
this,
not
ladies
been
and gentlemen,
diligently. No, 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 no.
no. And this, ladies, is why you do not let
No,
anybody,
you
you
get to
don't let
sit
just
here.
anybody fucking lead you, because you will be on a
No,
road, or you will be on a destination and not knowing where the fuck you're supposed to end up.
not letting. No,
This is why you don't just let a motherfucker with a dick lead you. Just because they have a dick don't mean they can lead.
Every time I try to answer a question, then you start over
I'm
talking.
talking right now. I was talking. You can't talk while I'm talking. You can't talk while I'm talking.
Thought there was no.
You can't talk while I'm talking.
So you and talk while I'm.
Yes, because this is my stage. I'm sure you're used to people telling you to be quiet while they talk. I'm sure your husband does that. You don't have to keep muting her now.
Oh, it was fun.
Oh. Again, you can't ask for somebody not to talk over you, but you steady keep talking over them.
Girl, you've been talking over me the whole time you've been on this damn stage, and I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to the people in the chat, and you kept trying to talk while I was talking to them.
Ma'am, you literally interrupted me in the midst of my speech, ma'am. And you've been doing it since I've gotten on this panel, ma'am.
Girl, what book are you going to, like, the fact that you don't know what book you can read and the script
Because,
that your
like,
husband got.
go
Look, there
ahead.
you go again. There
No,
you
you
go
are
again.
good. I
There you
said
go
go
again.
ahead.
There
I
you
said
go
go
a
ahead.
fucking again.
I said go
There,
ahead.
this is why you were getting muted.
God damn.
This is why
I
you were
said go
getting muted.
ahead. Go ahead.
No, I don't need you to tell me to go ahead. You need to control yourself.
Oh my,
Learn how to
I
control
said
yourself.
two
Well,
words
if
and
Thinker.
you
then I
like,
said
if
go.
you would learn how to control yourself and stop letting your husband control you, we wouldn't be
I
in
said
this
two words
shit.
and I said go ahead.
We
Go
wouldn't
ahead.
be in this shit right now. Okay? You have a brain. You have a brain. It's in your head. It's not in your husband's head. Your husband can't get into your head and actually control your brain. He has just tricked you into thinking that he can. Use it. The very fact that you
Anywho.
let your husband put you on a path to learning a fucking language that nobody has access to, there's no text written in it, you can't use it, it is irrelevant today. It is a waste of your time. It's a nice thing to know, but you can't use it, especially pertaining to your current belief system. There's no
Thinker.
text for you to read written in that script.
All right. Is it my turn?
Thinker.
Hey, my CTO is messaging me. Can one of y'all take over? What's up, Lala?
Rabbi, Anna wanted to come up.
Yeah, I don't want to do that right now. Rabbi, I see you. I don't want to turn it into, like I just want one person on stage at a time. Can one of y'all take over right quick? I gotta
Yeah,
handle something. Thank you.
no problem. Um, can you? I think the only thing that I'm having a problem with is because I've listened to you,
Mm-hmm.
and I heard that you're learning Paleo Hebrew. I can't pronounce it.
Yes,
Um,
sir.
but my question is, once you learn it, what books are you going to read that's written in Paleo Hebrew?
That I have not gotten that far as
Okay,
because of the fact that I'm not only just studying solely the alphabet and the words and all of that, but I'm also studying scripture, right? So and I'm a mother, right? And I have to work and I have to go to school,
okay.
So
Let let me
it's
help
not
you
like a
out.
consistent thing,
I'm gonna help. I'm gonna help you out. There is no scripture in Paleo Hebrew. None. Zero. Zilch.
Oh, well, no, I think maybe I was misunderstood. I wasn't saying that I'm learning it in order to read the scripture, right? I was saying that I'm studying the scriptures out of the Bible, right? While I'm also trying to dive
Right.
into that area of studies and
Okay.
learning those things as well as doing
Okay.
the modern day things that I have to do.
Okay. Right. So now I'm gonna help you again. There is no books written in Paleo Hebrew. So you learning the language for what? What are you going to read?
Got you. So like I said in the beginning, my my intentions on wanting to learn the Paleo Hebrew is to be able to talk to the Most High in His original language. That's why I said I
That
haven't gotten that
okay?
far as to think of what book I would read
Okay,
it out of. You
that's
know?
a good question. That's a good idea. Now tell me and show me where this God is talking in Paleo Hebrew.
Well, I wouldn't be able to show you that again because, like, when like I have a prayer that's in Paleo Hebrew, right? Putting the alphabetical symbols together and creating words, yeah, you know. But I don't have like a book outside of the alphabetical Paleo Hebrew book that I am studying out of. You understand?
Now you
Like
okay?
when you guys asked me about like the books, this is why I had to clarify and say that I'm only researching and I only started researching this to be able to talk to him because I found that this is the original language that people were speaking, and
Okay,
this is the
okay.
original language
But
Right.
to
Okay.
him.
Let's run with that.
hold on. Hold on for a second. Paleo Hebrew is a script. It's not a dialect that you speak. It's a script. It's a written script. That's why I asked you, what do you plan on saying to the Most High in this script? Like, do you plan on writing him letters? This isn't the dialect that you speak. It's a script. Like, do you realize that?
Just like it's a script, the symbols, right? The script that's written down, the symbols, like I said, it's wa, ka, to za, right? When you put those together,
that's
they
not the
make
same.
words.
They're not the same. A script is the symbol. It's the way that they would write the letters at a specific time in history, but the sounds were the same. And the tazah that you are saying is sadi, and it's always been sadi. The wa that you're saying, that's about the only one that has changed. That went from the wa sound to the v sound. But a dialect is what comes out of your mouth. It's how you say and pronounce things. A script is how it's written. And Paleo Hebrew is a script. This is why I'm at, like, you don't, he has you on a path of learning something that is irrelevant. It's irrelevant. There is no script written in Paleo Hebrew that where you will be able to use today to read anything. And then you still need to learn the correct way to say these these letters, to pronounce these letters. You need to learn how to put them together to even form words for you to even speak it as a dialect. Even if you plan on using it to speak to your Most High. Because if you go to your Most High saying Tazah, that motherfucker gonna be like, what the fuck is you talking about? You trying to do a magic trick? Like, I don't know. Like, he got you on the wrong road. You're following him down the yellow brick road.
Okay, could you please stop going on run-on sentences? That would
Don't
help me.
fucking tell me what to do, motherfucker. You need to go talk to your husband and try to take
What is up
what
with
you
the
need to do. What you need to do, take this attitude
Why
that
are
you
you so
trying to put on me, this attitude that you're trying to put on me, trying to tell me what to do, right? You need to take it to your husband. You need to tell your husband to stop doing shit.
A question.
Take
You
it
could
to
have
your husband and
politely
tell
said,
your husband to stop doing shit. Like, if you need to
could have politely
borrow a little bit of my space, you need to borrow a little bit of my confidence, a little bit of my authority, you can do that. You can mimic me if you want to, right? But don't try to tell me what the fuck to do, because I'm going to keep doing what I do, right? But you need to take that to your husband and tell your husband to stop wasting your fucking time. Because teaching you or telling you to learn Paleo Hebrew, and it shouldn't take your ass 6 fucking months to do that. Like,
again,
either... Like, y'all both on the yellow brick road and y'all motherfuckers walking one toe at a fucking time. That shit don't make no sense. That it's taking him that long to even teach you that shit. 6 months. It don't make no sense that it's taking you that long for you to fucking learn
I never said he was teaching me it, so that's a lie.
I didn't say you said that. I'm just figuring because you got to ask your husband everything. But like, whatever the fuck it is that you're telling me to stop doing, take that fucking attitude to your husband and tell him to stop wasting your fucking time.
I simply asked a question politely. You're the one who's getting
the fuck
disrespectful.
you didn't. No,
ma'am,
the fuck
I
you
literally
didn't.
said, hey,
No,
could
you
please
didn't.
stop
No, you
Making
didn't.
run-on
No, you
sentences,
didn't.
it would help
No, you
me
didn't. No, you
greatly.
didn't.
That's
Like, don't talk
exactly what I
about the way
said,
I make
man.
run. Don't talk about the way that I use run-on sentence,
Oh my
motherfucker. Like,
goodness.
my ass can use run-on sentences in fucking English and Hebrew.
So why would you? That's
Now,
not a conversation. That's not a.
take that.
That's not
It is
having a
the fucking
conversation,
conversation.
ma'am.
Take that
That's not
shit to
having a
your. Take that spicy
conversation,
ass
ma'am.
attitude to
Why
your
are you
husband,
being
and
so
maybe you won't be wasting your
disrespectful?
time.
Why are you being so
Take that spicy
disrespectful?
ass attitude to your husband, and
What
maybe you won't
spicy
wasting your time.
attitude, ma'am? You're the one with the attitude. Look at how you're
Yeah.
talking. What are you talking about?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah. Do
I
it, lady.
simply politely asked you not to make run-on sentences.
I seriously want you to do it, lady. I seriously, like, I'm going to give you a little bit of me. I'm going to give you a little bit of me in Chet style. Do it, lady. Go to your husband, get off the yellow brick road, and tell him to stop wasting your fucking time.
Ma'am, if you can't simply ask a question and then leave it at the question, that's all I'm asking you to do. Instead of you're making your statement and then keep
I don't give a
elaborating
fuck.
and
The
elaborating
answer is
and
no.
elaborating and
You
elaborating.
asked, and I fucking said no.
See, but the
Low.
disrespect is so
Low.
uncalled for.
Low.
It's
Low.
so uncalled for.
Low. Low.
All right, no doubt, ma'am. So, what was your last question?
I don't have a question for you.
It wasn't a question. It was more or less a statement. Basically, you're learning something that's not going to do you any good.
Well, she made assumptions more than, anything.
Well,
She was
that right
saying,
there, ma'am, that's not an assumption. That is a fact.
well, an assumption that she made was that I don't know how to put the letters together. She didn't even ask me
It
if
does,
I knew a word to
okay,
say. She didn't ask me
okay.
that.
Even
She
if you
asked me
could put
about
the
what to
words,
read. Go ahead.
even if you could put the words together, you have nothing to read.
Yes, because like I don't have nothing to read outside of the what I told you that I was reading, right?
Right.
So
So what is the purpose? There's no purpose behind it.
my purpose was, like I said, initially when I started going into these studies, I wanted to be able to talk to the Most High in His language, right?
So that stop right there. I'm asking you, where did you get that information from that this God spoke that language? That language right there, where did you get that information from?
Got you. I got it from the elders who are in the ISUPK, right? Who've been doing this since 1960 something, right?
Okay, so they told you that this God speaks in that language, yet they have no proof or no text or nothing to show you.
No, they have books. What I'm saying, I haven't gotten that far into my studies of those
Okay,
things, right? I've only gotten
okay,
to this first book, which is what I
okay,
said.
okay. I guess I hate to say this, but can you ask your husband to give me a name of a book that's written in Paleo Hebrew?
I mean, but we've already done that. Like, we've already asked her that. And
No, you have not.
speaking in Paleo Hebrew isn't a thing, because Paleo Hebrew is a script. That's like saying that's like saying I'm learning sans what's that script, sans serif? I'm learning to speak sans serif. That's what you're saying to us right now.
Ma'am,
Yeah.
You're learning to speak in bold. That's what that's what you're saying
ma'am,
right now.
ma'am, just like I said, the whatever it's called, right? The wa ka taza, right? That's saying like the Most High's name is Yahweh, right? Yahweh, right? So those are the words that I'm
It took you
digging
6 months to
into,
learn that.
right? Again, I have a life, ma'am. I study other things, ma'am. I go to school, ma'am. I have to homeschool my kids, ma'am. So I'm not
Yeah.
diligently
Why isn't
researching these
Yahweh?
things,
Why isn't
right?
Yahweh giving you the intellect to do that? Like, 'cause
What, baby?
this book says in Hebrew and in English that Yahweh gives you the intellect that you need without you having to study. So don't Yahweh know how busy you are? Can you just like drop that shit into your conscience?
So if
Man,
Yahweh, so if Yahweh is the Most High, who is El Elyon? Who is that?
I don't know. I don't know that name, sir.
Oh, you never, have you ever heard of the Council of El?
The Castle of Ale or the
No,
Castle where?
the Council of El. Have you
Uh,
ever heard of that?
I can't say whether I have or I have not because I don't remember
Okay.
not as far as now. Like I
So,
said, I've been in the truth for like 10 plus years, but I cannot tell you certain things as I don't remember. It would have to be deep in my notes, you know? What, baby?
okay, so who is Yahweh?
Okay. Yahweh would be Yahweh, right? I do know that.
Okay.
And Yahweh Shai would be the son. Excuse me.
You know why
Okay.
they saying Yahweh? The Yod Hey Vav Hey. They're taking the Vav and they're saying that it's the old pronunciation, the Wa, Yahweh.
Put these sandals on. Here you go, help
That's
me.
why they're saying that.
Okay.
Well, the reason why I'm asking, because everything that I'm asking you is in the Bible.
Well, you know,
And
the
that's,
Bible is very, you know, has a ton of scriptures, right? So, here you go, baby. Here you go,
This is
baby.
the thing that I wanted to
The white
focus
one?
on, right? Is
Okay.
women allowing
This one?
where this book says that women need to allow their husbands to do the thinking for them, right? This is what it can turn out to be, especially if you choose a husband that isn't too bright. Because honestly, like she would be a reflection of him. Like everything that she's saying right now, she's a reflection of what he's allowing her to learn or what he's teaching her or where he's leading her.
well, I want to learn how to speak in capital letter.
You're asking why the husband slander. Like please, she is the one who said that she needs to refer to her husband. Her husband is doing this, her husband is learning this. She's a reflection of what he's teaching her.
What? Why would you lie to them and say that? I said that
We
my
already played
husband
it
is the
back.
one who dives deep into the geographical things. Is that not what
Right.
I said?
Mm-hmm. Yep, you did.
Okay.
That's what I said you said.
That is not what you said that I just said. You just
Yes,
said
I
that
did.
he's the one who's studying these things. You didn't
That's
specify like I
that's what you
specified.
said. That's what you said. Girl, you
Ma'am,
everything that you are saying, like there is no fucking way that this is the shit that you learned on your own. There's no fucking
come
way.
on.
Like your husband made you become an Israelite, or you became an
Ma'am,
Israelite
how
so
can
you
you
could
say
get a
that? You don't know
husband.
my life. How can you say
Yeah, I
that?
do.
How do
Because
you know if I
I talk to
wasn't
people like you every day.
before I met my husband, ma'am?
Yep. The thing between your husband's leg made you convert. Made you
Ma'am.
believe that you are an Israelite.
Ma'am, you don't know that. You don't even
Yes, I
know
do.
me. No, you
Yes, I do.
don't.
I can tell.
You
Like
don't.
the voice that you're saying right now. Oh my gosh, she just clocked the fuck out of me. Like, am I exposed? Am I exposed right now?
No, I just want you to please stop disrespecting because I have not once disrespected you.
What the
Not
fuck
once
is
have I
going on with your
disrespected you.
voice? What the fuck is going on with your voice right now?
Yeah, and what is going on with your voice, ma'am?
Like, are you okay?
Why are you being so disrespectful?
I'm having fun.
You're being disrespectful.
Yeah, and it's fun.
Okay, being disrespectful is fun. So if I
Yeah.
start being disrespectful to you, you're just gonna start muting me. That's so
No, that means that we'll both
disrespectful.
have fun. That means we'll both have fun.
Ma'am, yeah, well,
Can,
I'm not going to get out of character like you. So
Right.
can I
sorry.
ask? Can I?
You have already done switched 5 characters on this fucking stage. You
Ma'am,
realize
no, I
that?
haven't.
Like
But
you
anyway.
are already out of character. You don't even
Ma'am,
know
no, I
who the fuck
haven't.
you are.
Ma'am,
You
yes, I do.
become Asiatic,
Ma'am, because they're
American,
from
an
Asiatic.
Israelite,
Ma'am, we live in America.
a Paleo Hebrew script teacher, a
What?
school
I'm not
teacher
a
for your mama,
teacher.
an Israelite
What
wife.
are you talking about?
Like you already done switched
Ma'am.
characters, and then for some odd fucking reason,
Oh, Lord. You
you
fucking
just became a
Hamites
Becky.
are dirty
There you
dirtballs. And
go.
there the
There's
fuck
another
you go,
character.
bitch. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
There
yeah.
it is.
You
There's
dirty
another
Hamite.
character.
You dirty Hamite. That's why I
There's
bought you
another
for
character.
25 cents a day. Yeah.
Bitch, you were
Yeah.
already
Yeah.
bought. Your
Yeah.
husband
Yeah.
bought you for
Yeah.
some dick. Like
No, he
the
didn't. No, he
moment your
didn't. No, he
husband
didn't.
nutted,
You're
you was
mad. You're mad. You're
done.
mad. You're mad. You're
You
mad.
were
You're
done.
mad. You're mad.
You
You're
was
mad. You're
like,
mad. You're
the
mad. You're
most
mad.
high
You're
is my
mad.
daddy. As soon as your husband was done, you was like,
You're
I'm no longer black. I'm
mad.
an
You're
Israelite.
mad.
As
You're
soon
mad.
as your
You're
husband
mad.
was
You're
done,
mad.
bitch, you were
You're
bought for a
mad.
nut.
You're
You was
mad because
bought
you're a
for a nut.
Hamite. You're mad because you're a Hamite.
Bitch, get some motherfucking self-respect.
And I'm an
Get some
Israelite.
self-respect.
The water
Get some fucking
father.
self-respect. The fuck?
Yahweh.
You're not an Israelite, huh?
I am an Israelite. Thank you very much.
You can't be an Israelite. It's impossible for you to be an Israelite.
How is it impossible for me to be an Israelite? It's a nationality.
Okay,
I'm a
okay,
Judite
well,
from the tribe.
okay,
I'm the
Look,
okay.
I'm
Hold
look.
a
on.
Judite from the
Hold on,
tribe
Nelly.
of
Hold on.
Judah,
Hey,
from the
hey.
12
Okay,
tribes of Israel.
okay.
The Israelites had wealth, right? The Israelites had wealth. They had land, power. What the fuck you
Yes,
got?
and the Israelites had to go
What
into
the fuck y'all
slavery
got?
because they disobeyed God, man. What are you talking
Are
about?
y'all still in slavery? Are y'all
We're
still in
still in the
slavery?
curses. Yes,
So you're cursed.
we are.
Is that why y'all ain't got shit?
Yes,
That's
ma'am.
why. So the Israelites are poor, fucked up,
Yes,
powerless.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead, baby.
Do you realize that you are saying that you're on here saying I'm an Israelite, I ain't got shit, I'm poor and I'm powerless, I'm under a curse, I'm under a curse, cause I'm an Israelite and I'm Asiatic, I'm under a curse, I'm under a curse. Like you realize that? That's what the fuck you're
Because we
saying.
are
Like
under
we're
curses. Have you seen my
translating that
people's
shit for you into
communities?
paleo script. We're gonna
Ma'am, have
speak
you
the
seen
Most
my
High's
people's
language for you,
communities?
and we're gonna
Ma'am, have you
translate
seen
that
my
shit.
people's communities?
I
Of
ain't
course we're
got
cursed.
shit. I'm an
Of
Israelite and
course.
I ain't got shit.
Of
I'm an
course.
Israelite and I have no power. I'm an Israelite and I
Of
am
course,
poor.
because
I'm an
my
Israelite
people
and
are
I'm
being oppressed.
cursed.
My
I'm
people
an
are being
Israelite
oppressed.
and I'm
My
a
people are being
slave.
oppressed. My people are being killed every day.
That
What are you
you should be
talking
ashamed of
about?
yourself. You should be ashamed. Like
Ashamed because
you are an
why?
embarrassment. You are an embarrassment to
I'm an
black women.
embarrassment to
You're an
black
embarrassment to
women,
black
right?
women. Like
No doubt.
black
So,
women are some of
so
the most intelligent
No, they're
women
only
on
intelligent to
earth, and
you
you are
because they think
fucking
that they're dirty
embarrassing.
Africans
You
like
are
you.
fucking embarrassing.
What are you
You are
talking about?
embarrassing as fuck.
No, you only think they're
You
intelligent
literally
because,
just
again,
gave
they think that
you
they're
literally
dirty
ignored
Africans like
the
you.
brain in your head for a
What are you
fucking nut.
talking about?
let me ask you this. So basically, if they were to do a DNA test on you, you would come back with the blood of Jacob in you?
Sir, if they were to do a blood, who would to do a blood test? The
If any,
so-called Caucasian?
I don't care who. Your people do a blood test. It's going to come back with you're a descendant of Jacob.
Could we trace it back that far? No, we cannot. We cannot trace nothing back that far until the Most High God sends His Son back to
I know
come
you gonna
rescue
trace
us.
that shit back to Africa.
Jesus
I
gonna do
will
a
not because I'm
DNA
not
test?
African.
Wait, Jesus coming back to do a DNA test on
How
all
much
y'all?
you wanna
Is
bet?
that what
Jesus,
you just said?
so-called Jesus, is coming back to save His people. He's coming back with a
Wait, you said you
sword,
can't trace it
right?
back until he come back. So is he gonna like do a swab on all of y'all?
Ma'am, please, the semantics. He's going to come back. He's going to separate the wheat from the tares, which means he's going to tell us who's a real Israelite and who is not.
He gonna be like, not you, not
And now he's gonna be
you,
like, not
not
you,
you,
because
not
you're a dirty
you,
Hamite.
So,
not you,
I,
not
so
you.
I'm trying to ask you. Then how do you know you're an Israelite if you can't trace it back to an Israelite?
Again, because my father and my father's father and my father's 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 father are Judites, aka Negroes from the Atlantic
Somebody with a dick
slavery.
told
All
her it
right.
was.
Yep. Well, she's
Okay,
fucking
so if
crazy.
you was to do a DNA test, that's what would come back? That you're a Judite?
Her husband have the same great uncle as an ancestor.
Yeah, Jacob, right?
Yeah, it's incest.
She gonna be a rude awakening when she find out Jacob never existed. But okay, it's fine.
Oh, she don't give a damn about that. She could care less. Like she believes that she's learning to speak Paleo Hebrew so she can talk to Yahweh.
Wow.
That's embarrassing as hell.
It
Very
is,
much
and
so.
it's sad. It's more than embarrassing. It's sad. It's really sad to see that right there is a prime example of how our people feel.
Like I can understand learning a different language. I can understand learning like the different scripts from antiquity. But to sit up here and say, first off, that you've taken 6 months to learn the fucking alphabet and you can only recall three of them motherfuckers in 6 months. And then not to even ask yourself, what am I going to read in this script? Like, it just doesn't make sense. It shows a lack of critical thinking, right? A lack of self agency. And it's embarrassing as fuck. And like I said, what I wanted to focus on was the that scripture in the New Testament that says, women, if you have a question, ask your husband at home. Like, this whole women should let men lead thing just because they have a dick. That was a prime example of why that shit don't make sense. It don't make sense to let somebody lead just because of their gender. A dumb motherfucker shouldn't be leading anybody anywhere.
I agree. I agree with that. I totally agree with that.
Lou,
Hey, how you doing?
good. How are you?
Good.
Can I get your age, please, for TikTok purposes, and let me know if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing, or if you are an atheist.
yes, I'm 28, and yes, I believe in Christianity and the God in the Bible. Yes.
All right. So the topic tonight, I need to find out first, do you subscribe to the original sin and the fall of man and the spiritual death doctrine? I don't know him. I've never talked to him.
Said the original sin.
We've talked to him before, Yala. Have you been on the stage before?
No.
Thank you, collard greens. Never. Okay. Yeah. Do you subscribe to the original sin concept, the fall
I,
of
I,
man
I
and
think I
the?
spoke to you in Christina room. I was the dude.
Oh, I don't remember. It's okay. Do you subscribe to the original sin, the fall of man, and the spiritual death concept?
Yes.
Okay. So my topic tonight and my question refers to the moment that they leave the garden, okay? So they're outside of the garden now, about to start their life, right? They are now corrupted in sin. Satan is on earth. He's been cast down. He's on earth. Adam and Eve are having babies, building their life outside of the garden. They have Cain as an infant. Satan still on earth. Sin is still on earth. No further corruption is noted of humanity. Then they have Abel. Cain becomes a toddler. Abel is an infant. Satan is still on earth. We now have four sin corrupted humans, but no further destruction of humanity noted. And then the babies become toddlers, then they become adolescents, they become teenagers, then they become young adults. And the first time we see sin again, or the corruption of humans, is when Cain kills his brother Abel. And that's when the God incites jealousy in Cain, for, showing regard for one offering over the other. But my question is, all that time after they got kicked out of the garden, up until the Cain and Abel incident, what was sin and Satan doing? If it's so bad and so dangerous to humanity, what was it doing to humanity at that time?
Well, so you're asking what was sin and Satan doing
Yeah, if
when?
it was so bad, yeah. If sin is so bad and dangerous in humans, and Satan just like hates humans and wants to destroy them, During that time where Cain and Abel appears to be living peacefully outside of the garden raising their children, what the fuck was the sin in Satan doing?
I thought after the expulsion of Eden, I thought Adam and Eve began life in a world that was like basically cursed and painful and immortal and all that stuff. And then they worked.
So explain to me how, if you could give me an idea, right? Like Cain and Abel, I mean, Adam and Eve are the only two humans on earth at this point, right?
Mhm.
They leave the garden and they go into a world that's cursed, right? What is the explain to me what they seen when they went out there? What did they see of a cursed world and experience?
It was it's a verse. I think it's Genesis 3:17 and 19. Like it talks about the ground will produce thorns and thistles, and childbirth will be painful, and relationships will carry tension, and humanity will basically no longer had direct access to God's presence like they did in the garden.
All right. So what we have, Adam and Eve leaves the garden. They go into Eden and they see thorns and thistles on plants. Eve hadn't had children yet, so I don't know how childbirth was going to increase in pain. She hadn't had it yet,
Not her.
but
I didn't
it's what
say
it
her per
says.
se. Okay.
That's what it says in the text.
Yeah, you're right. You're
Um,
right.
yeah. So okay, so they go into Eden and they see thorns and thistles. And then obviously they just, cut them bitches down and start building, it's not that bad. I mean, they prick a finger, I guess. And then Eve and Adam have sex. She obviously doesn't know that sex is what got her pregnant because she says that the God gave her a man child. So they're having sex, not knowing that the sex is what's causing her to have children. She has pain in childbirth, um, which we still have today. And then you said tension in relationships. So this would be something that I would think sin and Satan could use to destroy mankind, right? This tension in the relationship. Because if Satan wanted to destroy mankind, Satan could have, exacerbated that tension and moved Eve to kill Adam, or moved Adam to kill Eve, then mankind would be done for, right? Like there would be no more mankind. Your God would have to like start all back over. But that didn't happen. It appears that the tension in the relationship, which was a punishment from your God, is all that happened because sin obeyed itself, Satan obeyed itself, and didn't take advantage of your God's punishment. Then you said there was no direct access to the God. So he wasn't teaching them about sex. Like he just sat back and watched them have sex and didn't say, hey, the reason why you're getting knocked up is because he's putting his stick in you and there's sperm going in you, and that's why you're having babies. Like he just sat back and let them figure that out all by themselves. She has this baby and she has to like figure out how to breastfeed, right? Like why the baby's crying, um, like how to cover it up when it's like shitting all over the place. They're like figuring things out because he's not there to teach them, right? Is that what you're saying? That's the cruel, wicked world that they lived in.
Wait, can I can we because when you said that they had sex before the fall, the Bible
I didn't. I
doesn't.
didn't say that. Those words did not come out of my mouth.
You said that she didn't know that they had sex, correct?
Again, we are talking about this wicked world that you said that they
I'll
encountered
just clarify.
once they left Eden. We're talking about outside of the garden. Once they left the garden, they are
Mhm.
now in Eden in this cruel and wicked world. You described this cruel and wicked world that they saw when they left the garden. You said thorns and thistles,
Yes.
pain in childbirth, tension in relationships, and no direct access to the God. So
It also said mortals death had entered the human experience too. That's
okay, great. So right, so they die. Okay, so But what I'm talking
No, no, I
about
said
is
death has entered the
okay,
human
cool.
spirit.
All right. Yeah, so they will die. I just said, okay, great, they will die. So we're the thorns and thistles, right? We talked about that. Cut them bitches down. Prick a finger. Okay. Childbirth. The reason why I brought that up is they're having sex, right, outside this garden. And I said she obviously did not know that Adam, right, every time she let Adam stick her, that was getting her pregnant because she said that the God had just blessed her with a man child. All right. Your God is sitting back because there's no direct access to him anymore. He's sitting back watching them do this, not educating them, not telling them like how to live outside of the garden. There's tension in relationships, as you stated. That was your God's punishment. They're fighting because your God's like, y'all gonna bicker, y'all gonna fight, y'all gonna hate each other. But Satan could have used that punishment to get rid of mankind. Like he could have moved on Adam to kill Eve or Eve to kill Adam. Like he could have convinced them to do that. But we don't see sin exacerbated during this time. And that's my question. Like, why does it seem like Satan and sin behave themselves during this time period?
That's a good question. I can't answer that right now, honestly. Why did Satan and sin do
Yeah,
what?
like if sin is so bad, like if sin is the inherent nature of mankind and mankind is evil from birth, right? And mankind can't help but to sin. We should be seeing all kind of sin from Adam and Eve and their four kids, even while the kids are growing up. But it seems like sin can't happen unless there are multiple humans on Earth, unless it's like a large community of humans on Earth. Like sin can't be that bad when it's just two humans and two babies.
Wasn't they married?
What does that have to do with anything? Married people can't sin?
What did they sin? Wait, what part of you? Because I thought you was referring to them having sex, and you said that smacks my bad.
I know.
Sorry.
I'm asking, what did sin do that during that time? What did sin and Satan do? Like, sin can't be that bad in
I
humans.
understand your point, but I'm trying to figure out what answer do you want from me? That's what I understand your point, but what
Do I need
answer?
to bring somebody else up here then?
No, I was trying to figure out because you went on like a little soliloquy, and I actually agree with what you're saying, but I'm saying, what are you asking me specifically?
I already asked you. The
You said,
question.
what is sin and Satan doing?
And then I said, sin can't be that bad. If it's
Yeah,
inherent
you
in
answered the question.
humans,
Yeah, that's what I'm
it
saying. You
can't
answered the
be
question.
that bad, right? That like for your Jesus to need to come and die, right? Sin can't be that bad. It can't be that humans are just inherently sinful and the world is just bad because of humans being inherently sinful. If it appears that sin and Satan obeyed themselves until your God got involved again.
No, I think sin is bad though. That's what I disagree. Sin is considered bad in the Bible, and bad is in a moral and social sense. It's seen as something deeply destructive, both to your relationship with God and to the world around
So
you.
if it's deeply destructive, that's my question. Why do we not see it being deeply destructive during this time period where Adam and Eve are raising their babies? Why does it appear that this deeply destructive thing is obeying itself during this time?
It's a test. It can still be bad, but it can transpire. Maybe it's a test from God.
A test from God for who? Who's being tested? The sin is?
Yes, the people who
Sin is being
no
tested.
no no the people who commit the sin are being tested.
What? Hold on. So Adam and Eve were being tested to Adam and Eve. What? Hold on.
What you confused
Hold
about?
on. Sin wasn't doing anything. Sin was obeying itself, and that was the test for Adam and Eve for sin to obey itself.
I didn't say that.
What are you saying then? What was the test? My question is, sin is obeying itself during this time. Why? That's my question. You goes, it's a test. What was the test?
It's a good question. Let me ponder. Cause I ain't gonna lie, I'm kind of lost.
You're lost as to how something that's supposed to be so detrimental to
No, cause
mankind
you
wasn't
like
detrimental
because
to mankind
no, I'm saying your
during
points
that
be
time.
valid, but you like so you go on like a long soliloquy and then you ask me like a specific question based off what you're saying. What you're saying is valid, but like the question that you're asking me is like, do you really want me to answer it or like I'm kind of.
If I asked it, how many times did I ask the question?
I mean, you asked the question in like different ways, and then you answered it while you know.
Repeat back to me what you think I'm asking you.
You're talking about sin right now, and,
What did I
and,
ask?
and
Repeat
what?
back to me what it is that I asked. Because it's interesting to me that you guys don't know how to move a conversation forward. Like that's crazy. But repeat back to me what it is that you think I asked.
First you asked me about a sin being bad.
I asked you if sin was bad.
Yes, you was talking about like in the confines, like why would God put Adam and Eve in the situation where they had to sin?
I asked you that. You heard those words come out of my mouth.
You didn't say that verbatim, but
I
I'm
didn't
just.
say that at all. I did not ask you that. That sounds like some shit. Like you are still on somebody else's panel. That sounds like some shit that some other deconstructionist said. Like, why was the tree in the garden? Why would your God test them? Like, if it's such, like, I didn't ask you that. You still on somebody else's panel.
No.
Like you on Thinkers Live.
Cause I
It's
ain't gonna
one
lie.
o'clock in the morning Central. Okay, you on Thinkers Live. I didn't say that to you.
All right, so my thing is, I really came up here for the title, like what you was trying to discuss.
No, this is the topic tonight. This is the
Okay,
topic. Yeah. And
okay.
I want to know, like, if sin is so bad and Satan is so bad, why does it seem like during this time where Adam and Eve are outside of the garden, building their life, raising babies, sin doesn't seem to be as detrimental to mankind
What?
until your God gets involved again?
So why do you say that sin doesn't seem so bad to mankind based off
See,
what
I've
evidence?
already gone through all of that.
I'm hearing you, but I'm not
No, you're
understanding. Like
not,
I'm
because you
not
were still on
following.
somebody else's panel from yesterday. Like I've
What
already gone
yesterday?
through all of that. I literally went
Yesterday.
through all of that. I went through all of that, right? I wrote down your answers that when they left the garden, they saw a world that was cursed, and that was thorns and thistles, childbirth, tension in relationships, no direct access to God, and then you later added death, right? I
Yes.
went through all of that, right? Talked about all of that, and somehow you got lost on somebody else's panel. And you
Why
came back with somebody else's
why you keep
conversation.
talking
I don't
about
know
somebody
how
else's
you
time?
did that, because you said that I
You
asked you
talk
some
for
shit
most of the
I
time.
never asked you.
If
Like
sin
I
was
quoted
that
you word for
bad,
word.
sin was that bad, why didn't anything happen while Adam and Eve were together in the early stages as they were raising their children?
If you got a problem with my tone, fucking scroll the fuck out. Patience.
So I'm sorry, Lala. You said if sin was so bad, why did Adam and Eve do what? I apologize.
Why didn't anything happen? Why didn't the devil or, any of that happen? Anything happen while they were raising their children, while they were together in the early stages? You
Uh, I,
still not get it?
no, I'm hearing what you're saying. So yeah, I think I mean, so you basically, in other words, like, why did life go on? Babies, like family, work. So my answer to that is,
And the devil never interfered. Like he just, I guess, was on vacation for all those years.
Not even just the devil, sin.
because
If sin
God's
is
mercy
so,
was at work. That's why.
if sin is so bad in humans, like you believe that you are born in sin, that your flesh is inherently wicked. Yet it appears that the flesh that was on earth during this time didn't do any wicked shit until your God
But
got
let me tell
involved
you,
in
all
it.
right, I got the answers, right? So my thing is, right, why didn't so God is not holy. He's also patient, gracious, and redemptive. So there's a verse in the Bible, Psalms 103 verse 8
Did you say
says
poems?
Psalm, sorry. I'm sorry, I'm driving. Uh Psalm, sorry. The Lord is compassionate and gracious, slow to anger, bounding in love. So if he had wiped them out, right, humanity would never would have ended.
That's the
There would have
question
been
you hear us saying. That's the question. Like you think we're asking you why your God didn't wipe them out? That's what you
what?
hear?
No, she asked me if sin was so bad, why was Adam and Eve? Why didn't he do anything while they was
What, who is the he that she was talking about?
God?
No.
Who she was talking
I
about?
never said God.
Who was
That's what I'm
he?
saying. Like y'all don't know. Y'all don't
Wait,
listen. Y'all don't know
who
how to
you
have
talking about when you said
conversations.
he?
We literally said sin and Satan 5,000 times.
Wait. Why didn't sin and Satan? She didn't say
Oh my
that.
fucking gosh.
I sure did. I said, well, I said the devil.
She- oh, you said the devil.
Hmm.
But I said sin and Satan from the very beginning of this conversation. From the very beginning of this conversation.
Well,
I don't know how many other ways we can say that if you believe that sin is inherent in human flesh and that the devil wants to kill or destroy humankind during this time where there were 4 humans on earth, why didn't this sinful flesh or this devil do anything? I don't know any other way to say that.
yeah, but there. All right, so I think I don't know. I think in the garden, Satan as a serpent, I think he tempted Eve. So it was a verse. I gotta find it. I don't know if it's Genesis 3, 1 and
You do
6.
realize that we've already given you all that. There's no need to go back to the garden. We're talking about
After.
what after the garden. They're building their life on earth. This is why I
Wait, but didn't Satan already succeed in corrupting human nature? Right. So now sin spreads naturally through people. So Satan already did his job.
so sin spreads naturally. What did sin do? What sins were committed
Satan
while
already
Adam and Eve?
succeeded
What sins
in
were
corrupting
committed?
human nature.
What sins were committed while Adam and Eve were raising their kids? What sins did Adam and Eve commit?
After raising our kids.
While they were raising their kids, they left the garden. They're now building their life outside of the garden, raising their kids. What sins are they committing?
Mm, I'm trying to see. What sins did they commit? Why are you specific to just raising? Like, what happened after they raised their
Because I
kids? Like, why
want
are
to
you?
know if sin is so bad,
Oh, but why are you
what did
specific at
sin
that
do
time frame
during this time period?
though? The Bible says that they had children, right? Which is,
Was that a sin?
and then, huh? No,
Was that
it
a sin?
wasn't a
Okay.
sin.
What were the sins that they were committing during this
But why are
time?
you so specific to just
Because
that
that's what
time
I want
frame?
to
Like, I'm
know.
confused.
That's what I
Why
want to
though? I'm
know.
confused.
It doesn't
Like, I'm
matter why.
confused.
Don't worry about why. I want to know. What were the sins they were committing during this time?
I don't know. I guess Yeah, I'm confused. Honestly, I don't even know why you asking that specific question.
Sure. Let's move forward a little bit.
Yes,
Did
can we
Cain
move
and
forward,
Abel
please?
take offerings to your God?
You said that Cain and Abel do what?
Did Cain and Abel take offerings to your God?
Yes.
Were those offerings sin offerings? Do you believe they were sin offerings? Are you there? Lou?
I think we lost him. He- oh my gosh.
Oh, goodness. Like, how do
That
you
was too
hold the
much
belief?
for him. That was
Man,
too.
how do you hold the belief that Cain and Abel brought sin offerings to your God, but not believe that sin was doing anything during that time? I want to know what sins were they committing that you believe that they had to offer sin offerings, that sin is inherently evil, that you believe that you are born in sin and that there is no way that you cannot sin. That means that these four humans had to be sinning on earth when it was just four humans on earth. What were they doing if sin is inherently evil? Miss Non Sequitur.
Hi,
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. Um, I'm Ms. Non Sequitur. I'm 43, so way beyond 18.
Are you a
And
believer?
my question
Deconstructing?
is,
No, no, no. I don't answer
oh no,
questions.
I am an atheist. I'm an
Oh, okay.
agnostic atheist.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
I
So
don't. I'm sorry. I don't answer. I don't answer questions from the chat. Okay, unless you are a community member. If you come on stage, you have to participate in the. You have to be coming up here to participate in the topics that we're
yeah, no, no,
discussing.
no, no. The topic is I agree. Well, I mean,
Agree with what?
I I think I think that Jesus Christ is not a good thing for sure.
Yeah, that's not the topic tonight. Like we're talking about the Adam and Eve thing.
Oh, well, I think that it is unconscionable to expect Adam and Eve to know that they should not have eaten the
Yeah, that's
fruit.
not what we're discussing.
No, no, no,
No,
no.
no, Miss Non Sequitur. That's not what we are discussing. We're discussing the time period after they left the garden and the time before Cain kills Abel, and whether sin actually had any effect on the four humans that were alive during that time. That's what we are discussing.
Whether sin,
Had an effect on the four humans that were alive during that time.
Eve and Adam and Cain and Abel.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to move you
And,
back down to the comments. Okay, and if you think of something interesting as an atheist
well,
to provide
no,
to this conversation.
I
No,
don't
no, no,
feel
no.
like,
Hey. I'm gonna move you back down to the comments. If you find anything interesting to add to this conversation as an atheist, then you can come back up. Okay, but this isn't that type of panel for you to just come up and share your thoughts on anything. That's not this room. Okay, stick around, get to know how we do things in here. Okay, and then come back up when you have something of value to add to what we're discussing, okay? Are you there?
I sent you an invitation to unmute.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and move you down. If you can add some value to the conversation, come back up. That girl, OB and Christine, are y'all in the box on purpose or on accident? Lou, you said that you dropped and that you were back. Send your request again if you're trying to answer the question that we asked. The fact that you got in the comments and typed that tells me that you weren't listening in the first place. And this isn't the room for you, Miss Non Sequitur. This isn't the space for you. Like you weren't listening. Pedro,
Yes.
hi, how are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing good. Can I get your age, please?
62.
All right. Oh my gosh. Oh, that is so cool. Damn, collard
Oh my
greens.
gosh.
God damn. What the
That was
fuck?
dope.
That was so fucking cool. Thank you. Oh my gosh. I appreciate you. Oh, don't get mad because you don't know how to show people appreciation. Um, like talking about some fucking dramatic. And when people do stuff for me, I let them know that I fucking enjoy it. I love it and I appreciate it.
I
Thank
celebrate
you,
with you.
collard greens. Um, Pedro, are you a
Yes.
believer? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist?
I'm a believer and I celebrate with you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Like, I
Yeah,
haters be getting on my fucking nerves. Like, it takes a lot of fucking energy to hate on a motherfucker.
it
Like,
does.
I wish they would just let that shit go. Cause goddamn it, like they could be happy with me and be happy. Like when you celebrate with somebody else, it like it just it. I don't know. I don't know how to explain the peace and the lightness that you get. Like it's just joyful. But to be
Yes.
hating on a motherfucker,
Wow.
yeah.
It's just two times when you know someone is for you, whether it's family, friends, whoever. When you're down and you need help, if someone is with you, through that, or if somebody can celebrate you genuinely and not smile as if their faces are rock and it's so hard. You know, that fake smile when you know they're not really celebrating you, you know? So when a person is up and something good's happened for you and somebody that can celebrate you, that's someone that's genuinely for you, that can be
Yeah.
happy with you and as
Yeah.
well as was
But
weak with
even
you as well.
yeah, even like a perfect stranger. Like if you see
Yep.
something happen for a perfect stranger, you're like, God damn, that's what's up. Like,
Yes. Yep.
but to be fucking hate on a motherfucker, like you, that's a lot of fucking energy. But so the topic tonight, Pedro, is the time period outside of the garden. Okay.
Hmm.
And before I explain my question to you, I need to know in your belief system, do you subscribe to the original sin, the fall of man, and spiritual death concept?
Yes, as it explained, as it is explained in the Bible.
Okay. So my question is, after they leave the garden, right?
Hmm.
Sin is now corrupted the flesh of man. Man is inherently evil and wicked and sinful. Satan is now on earth, right? And
Yes.
earth is corrupted. Adam and Eve are outside of the garden. They are building their life outside of the garden in Eden, and they start having children.
Hmm.
Their children become toddlers, then they become adolescents, then they become teenagers, and they become young adults. And then we see Cain end up committing murder,
Hmm.
committing another sin. After your God incites jealousy and Cain. But during that time period, we don't hear of, sin corrupting mankind any further. Like Adam and Eve don't like kill each other. They don't like kill their babies, harm their children, or like I can't imagine any other type of sin that they would commit or could commit during this time. So it appears to me that Adam and Eve were living in peace, right? As this sinful nature, raising their children, disconnected from your God spiritually, until your God comes back on the scene and he's like, I like Abel's gift better than yours, Cain, while knowing, right, that he's inciting jealousy and that Cain would get jealous and murder his son, his brother. Your God knows this, and yet he does it anyway. So we don't see sin again until we see your God again. And I just like want to know what was, if sin is so bad, right? And it just corrupted mankind. Why does it appear that these four humans could live with sin and Satan on the earth without further corruption or further harm to mankind?
Well, originally it did what it did. You spelled it out. You said spiritually. All right. It separated man and God spiritually. Okay. In the flesh, that nature, that sin nature is there. So because it wasn't pointed out during that period of time, doesn't mean no sins occurred. You had sin is derivative of three things: the lust of the eye, the lust of the flesh, and the pride of life. They're rooted in those three things. Every sin is one of those three things, and because it's not pointed out, nothing that doesn't mean that they didn't sin in those one of those three areas.
Okay,
But it
so let's
wasn't to
before
the
you go
level of.
forward.
I'm sorry.
Before you go forward,
Okay, go ahead.
okay, you said the sin is rooted in these three things: lust of the eye, lust of the flesh, and lust of the pride.
Pride of
All right,
life.
pride of life. Okay, so we have four humans on Earth, right? We have Adam, we have Eve, and we have two
Cain and
toddlers,
Abel.
right? Let's move them to adolescents. We have two adolescents. Let's say they are 7 and 8 years old. Okay. What are the possible sins that these four humans could have committed during this specific time?
They could have done something that their parents asked them not to do.
Like
Like
what?
kids, take from a cookie jar.
What
They could
cookie
have been.
jar was on Earth at that
No,
time?
I'm just speaking of.
No, no.
You
Listen,
know,
I want you to stick to this time frame. Don't talk about cookie jars because
okay,
that's
okay. Let
modern,
me let me
right?
let me just say, if they could have told them not to go, but so far outside of their space where their living space, they could have told them, hey, you can go this far and not go any further. They could have
Okay.
disobeyed them.
So
And
hold on. So the kids could have disobeyed their parents.
yes.
Okay.
Now
Is that
factoring
is
in
that is
this.
it only the
Okay.
kids that could have sinned during this time?
No. The parents
Okay.
could have too.
What
The
could the
parents
parents?
could
What
have.
sins could the parents have done?
They could have had jealousy over for one another, envying one another about something. It's just not pointed out. It could have in any one of those three areas. They could have sinned and probably did,
Okay.
but
So
it
give me
wasn't.
just a second. Give me just a
Okay,
second.
go ahead.
Where is jealousy a sin? Where like why would jealousy be a sin?
Okay, actually, if um, if one of them offered up something to God, right, made an offering, and God could have accepted,
No, no,
added.
no, 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 no. Why is jealousy a
Oh,
sin?
you say, why is it a sin?
Yeah, where does it like where are you getting that
And
jealousy
I'm,
is a
I mean,
sin?
like, I'm saying envious, like pride. You know what I
No,
mean?
you
Like,
said jealousy.
well, I
Pride and
did say
jealousy are two different
jealousy.
things.
I did say jealousy. Um, but I was speaking of one of the three areas that I said all sin is a derivative of. And the area that I was speaking of was pride, and I expressed it by saying jealousy. But
But
in my,
pride isn't a sin either. But I'm trying to figure out like
you
sin
actually,
is, I'm sorry.
huh? Go ahead. I'm listening.
Sin is disobedience, right? Disobeying your God's commands, your God's law, correct?
Mm-hmm.
All right. how is jealousy a sin? I understand how you would say the kids sin by disobeying their parents. I get that. I got that one.
Okay.
Adam and Eve sinning by being jealous of one another. How is that a sin?
Or I was speaking of pride. I was
How
speaking
is
of
how is
pride.
pride? How Adam and Eve being prideful over another? Is that what you're saying? Like Adam would be prideful over Eve,
Yes, I'm saying.
and how would
Okay,
that be
so
a sin?
I was getting ready to go into it when I was saying that. Okay, say Adam offered to God, and Eve offered to God, right? And Eve's offering was acceptable, I'm sorry, Adam's offering was acceptable. The same scenario with Cain and Abel, but Eve was envious of that. She was envious or pride, mad at God because his was accepted, but she didn't carry out murder though. She didn't
But where is
respond
the
in that way.
sin? But where is the sin?
The sin is in that she was prideful about, like,
I don't hear a sin. Is sin? Is pride a sin?
yes, pride is a sin.
Where, so there is a commandment from your God that says, "Do not be prideful."
Well, as I said, the three areas that sin come from, the three derivatives are the pride of life. Now, it's spelled
No,
out
but
when
what? But
Eve,
sin is disobeying your God. So, in order for them to have sinned, they would have had to disobey. There
right?
is your God does expect children to obey their parents, so I get that one. But why are you saying her, feeling envious of your God accepting
Pride.
Adam's offering instead of hers? Like, where are you getting that would be a sin?
Okay, let me, if I may, and I want to circle back to something else you said, but let me stay on the pride thing here. Okay, again, all sin is one of the three areas that that Eve was tested in, and then later on Christ Himself, when Eve saw that the fruit of the tree was good for food, that's the pride of the flesh. It was pleasant to the eyes, that's lust of the eye. And then it was a tree to be desired to make one wise. That's the pride of life. That's pride. So
I still
those
don't
are,
see the sin. There's no the sin
it's
is
not,
disobeying. Sin is
thinker,
hold on,
thinker. It's not,
Pedro,
it
Pedro,
caused, okay, good, I'm listening. I'm
Pedro.
listening.
Listen,
I'm
listen.
listening.
Sin
I'm
is
listening.
disobeying your God's law. Where does it say, or where does your God say, "Thou shalt not have pride," or "Thou shalt not be prideful"? That's what I'm trying to see. I don't see the sin. I can see how it could be something that would move somebody to commit a
Exactly.
sin.
That's what I,
What?
that's,
But listen, I
go
can
ahead.
see how it could be something that could move someone to commit a sin. But in
Yes.
your scenario, Eve didn't commit a sin. She was just
Right.
envious of something, so she didn't sin.
And you're absolutely correct
I'm
because
asking you for
what
sins.
okay, and what I'm saying is I was using that as an example that could move her to one to have in her heart
But why, if I
something
asked you
against.
to
But
list sins?
all right, I got you. All right. That was not a good example. That was not a good example, thinker. I can accept that. I accept that wasn't a good example. But there's several ways that they could have sinned, but it's just not pointed out in scripture
Yeah, I'm asking
what
you to tell
during
me
that period of
what are
time.
those ways? What sins could they have committed during this time? If sin is disobeying your God's command, your God's law, what sins could they have disobeyed? Like what commands could they have disobeyed during this time? They had already disobeyed the only command he gave them, which was eating from the tree. What sins could they have committed during this
And now,
time?
okay. Or like I gave you an example with the kids. I can't really think of anything else, but that doesn't mean because it wasn't pointed out that it didn't occur. No sins occurred,
No,
but they're
I
in a
hear. I'm
state of
not talking about what's pointed out. I'm asking you. I get that it wasn't pointed out, but if sin is in their nature, right? Sin is in their nature. Satan is on earth, right?
hmm
So I'm asking, like, what sin? could they have possibly committed during this time? Not what's pointed out. What are the possibilities? Because sin is disobeying your God's law. That's what sin is. That's what your book defines sin to be.
Right.
The
That's
only
what it,
law they had was don't eat from the tree.
that's the only one they had, and
Right.
that put them in that disposition that they was in.
Right. And so going
And
forward,
they
what
might
sins
not
could they
have
have committed?
they might not have committed any that I'm aware of. They might not have committed any, but committed any, especially after similitude or to the level of what Adam did and what they did originally. So, but they're already in that position. They're already in that position. And everyone that comes from their lineage, which is all of mankind, is born with that birth defect, so
Okay.
to speak.
So, all right. So they have no law to disobey because he didn't give them any other laws. So they're now sin is in their nature, but they cannot sin actually because there is no law. Am I understanding? So sin at this point is dormant until your God comes back on the scene and he incites jealousy in Cain. And then Cain, your God tells Cain, sin is knocking at the door. You have to control it. And then Cain commits murder. And then your
Good
God,
advice to me.
I'm
Good
sorry.
advice. And he didn't heed
I'm
it,
sorry, Pedro.
obviously. Go ahead.
Pedro.
Go ahead.
All of that is unnecessary, okay?
Okay.
Okay, thank you. So we don't see sin being detrimental to mankind. We don't see Satan being detrimental to mankind during this time because your God had not given any further instructions, any further law. They're spiritually disconnected from your God. So it sounds like while they're spiritually disconnected from your God, while there's no law, they're safe from sin. Then your God comes back on the scene, right? He requires these offerings from Adam and Eve's kids. Then he makes the decision to show one offering more regard than the other. And then sin is activated again and
Or
one of
committed.
their children. I'm sorry.
Committed.
No, activated. Again, it was dormant. It was dormant because there was no law and they were spiritually disconnected from your God. And if you remember me saying, they were safe from sin because there was no law, there was no connection spiritually to your God. So they were living in Eden, raising their kids, no sin. But the
I wouldn't
moment your
say,
God, you just said they could not have sinned.
no, I didn't say they could not have sinned.
What sins could they have done?
Okay.
Let's go back to that. What sins could they have committed?
Okay. Now, their very existence. Okay. Just say if you spelled out and you said that they're separated from their God, right? From the original sin separated them from their God. So they're living in a state of sin.
I already
And
acknowledged that.
okay.
I said, what sins did they commit?
Okay. So what I'm saying to you is when you're saying they're safe, I beg to differ from being safe because if you look at it as a cancer, okay, they currently have the cancer. They have cancer from the sin they originally committed. So I
The
wouldn't say
cancer,
that.
but it isn't. It's dormant. It's in remission. It's
Why you
dormant
say it's in remission?
because they're not sinning. They cannot sin when there's no law.
Okay. What I'm saying to you though is when they originally sinned, it already put them in a state of existence where they have
I
cancer now.
got that.
So
Okay,
they're living
cool.
with
They're
sin.
just living with cancer and it's in
Uh-huh.
remission. I already okay. So
But what I'm saying is,
hold on.
okay,
Listen,
I'm listening.
you want to hound on the fact that they're now a sinful nature. I already gave you that. Their sin is their flesh is inherently sinful, inherently wicked, except it's not wicked unless your God gives a law. So sin is in them. It is dormant, right? Without a law. They're
I do
in
not agree
sin
with
remission. But
I
then
don't.
tell me what sins did they commit?
No, what I'm saying to you is I've already given you but what
You
I'm not
haven't.
getting,
What sins did they commit?
I'm not. They
If it's
only.
not dormant, right? Then that means that they could commit sin while they're in this sinful nature. What sins did they commit during this time?
Okay. I don't know if they committed. They couldn't commit anything because he didn't give a law.
Thank
Right.
you. So it's
I,
dormant. They
I,
can't sin where
what?
there is no law.
But wait a minute. One second. I'm with you on that. But having cancer, I do not agree that it's in remission because without the shedding of blood, the scripture says,
It
God
doesn't
said,
matter if
one
you
second.
agree or not. That's what it is. If they
Okay.
cannot sin where there is no law, then the
Where?
sin is dormant. They're in sin remission. And it's
Okay.
not activated again until your God comes on the scene.
Can I add one thing? And that's this. Without the shedding of blood, there's no remission of sins.
That's not
So,
true.
so
That isn't true.
the
Your God forgave sins all the time. And in
I'm not
Mark 2,
right,
he
but that's
literally said, hey,
how
and
is it?
Mark, you
How is
can't
it
talk while
forgiven?
I'm talking,
Okay,
Pedro.
I'm listening. Go ahead, I'm listening.
And Mark 2, your God literally says that the reason he forgave sin in that scenario and said, your sins are forgiven you, is so that they would know that the Son of Man can forgive sins on earth. There was no shedding of blood there, and he forgave sin.
Okay, let me say this to you. Okay, again, the shedding of blood came in a period of time. Well, let me back up. The reason that Cain's Abel's gift was accepted because his sacrifice was an animal, which blood was shed, which
Wait, where does
covered.
it say that? Where does it say he sacrificed the animal?
Well, his was a lamb.
Where does it say he sacrificed it?
Well,
It says
okay,
he offered it to your
he
God. It was a
offered.
mincha. It was a
What?
mincha, which was
One
a
sec.
tribute. Pedro,
All right, I'm
the
good. I'm listening.
sacrifice, the offering that Abel brought to your God was a mincha sacrifice. That's a tribute offering, the same thing as a grain offering. Cain brought a grain offering too. It doesn't say they sacrificed that Abel
What?
sacrificed anything. You
Okay. Can
assuming
I
that.
respond to your question?
You can, and then also, like, please stop talking while I'm talking.
Sure. Sure. I apologize for that. Is it okay if I speak now to your point, to your question about the offering? Hello?
I've already said you can.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear you. I'm sorry. So, the offering of a lamb required shedding of blood, the lamb's blood. And it was a foreshadow of Christ, which is considered the Lamb of God. Okay. So in that, there was the shedding of blood and the offering of the lamb. So I'm going to leave sacrifice out. So that reverts back to without the shedding of blood, there's no remission of sin. And because sin would happen and was there, the wages of it or the result of it had not played out yet. It only played out in one aspect, and that was being spiritually dead and separated from God. As far as that koinonia, that fellowship that was experienced by Adam in the Garden of Eden, which made God come and say, where are you? Even though he's all knowing and omniscient, the answer asked the question, and it wasn't a question of geographically, where are you? But it was, where are you
You going in?
spiritually?
I literally forgot that I was on live right now. Like, you're not talking about what we're talking about. Okay.
Okay, so, well,
Now
let me just
I'm gonna
narrow
bring
it.
you back. I'm gonna bring you back.
Okay.
First off, it does not say Abel brought a lamb. It doesn't say that. Right? It says he brought the firstborn of his flock, the fattiest of his flock. He could have brought a goat. It does not say he brought a lamb. Okay.
Okay.
Second, the Hebrew word used there is mincha, which is a tribute offering. The same thing that's used in Exodus, the same thing that's used in Leviticus 2 when it talks about the tribute offering. The same thing in Judges when Samuel offers a goat and bread as a mincha, which is a tribute offering, an offering of thanksgiving. You are reading into it, but you see animal, right? And you automatically think that Abel sacrificed this offering to your God. It does not say that.
Okay, I conceded to that and said offering of an animal,
But you
whether it
also
was a
are saying
goat.
that it was a sacrifice, and
Oh,
it wasn't a sacrifice. Mincha is a tribute offering. They are not sacrificed.
I said I conceded that it's not a sacrifice. I'm eliminating that word. I'm using the same word you said, minka,
Then
which is
why
an
are we
offering.
talking about the shedding of blood
Well,
here?
the offering, whether it was a lamb or goat, a scapegoat, or whether it was a lamb offered. That's what I'm
Are
pointing
you are
out.
you like listen to what I'm saying? Abel brought a mincha. Abel and Cain brought a mincha to your Lord. That is not a sin offering. It is a tribute offering, and they are not sacrificed. There
Okay,
is no shedding of blood in a mincha. So why are we talking about the shedding of blood?
okay. The offering of the animal was accepted because it was a foreshadow of what was to come, and that was Christ offering himself.
Why are we talking about that? Why are we talking about that? We're literally talking about sin being. What are you doing? Are you peeing on my stage?
No, I'm washing my hands.
Oh, can you go on mute while you do that?
I'm sorry. I apologize. I was washing my hands. No, I'm not peeing on your live. And you owe me an apology. I would never do something like
I
that.
don't owe you an apology because I asked if you were doing that. I did not say you were. I don't owe
Oh,
you
you
an
did?
apology.
Okay. All right. Yeah, but no, heck no. Why would I do that? No, I would never do anything like that. No.
When you do stuff like that, you should go on mute.
No worries. Future reference.
There is no reason for us to be talking about your Jesus right now, right? What we are talking about is whether Adam and Eve could sin during this time. And the reality is that, as we have both acknowledged, that where there is no law, there is no sin. And so they could not sin. You don't like me saying that they were safe from sin because there was no law. They were spiritually disconnected from your God, and there was no law, so they could not sin.
And not okay. And the reason I'm saying that they weren't safe because they was living in and waiting for the judgment as a result of their
I
original
said they
sin.
were safe from sin. They could not sin.
And okay, and I'm saying I got you. I got you. They could not sin, and I'm saying I agree with that. Okay, but they were not safe from sin because the sin that they originally committed, they were waiting sentencing on.
Okay, cool.
That's
But
what
they
I'm
were
saying.
still safe from sin because they could not sin.
They were safe from committing any more sins until
They were
God spoke
safe
some
from
more
sin,
laws.
however you need to say it in your head. They
Got
were
it.
safe from sin
All
because they
right.
could not sin. The
Okay.
sin was in remission.
All right.
And then it was reactivated when your God comes back on the scene, right? He requires something from Cain and Abel, right? We don't see this conversation. We don't know how Cain and Abel knew to bring these mincha offerings to him, right? He tells Cain, the moment he says to Cain, sin is at the door. Your God reactivates the sin, right? The cancer, and then Cain commits murder. So your God was the reactivation. He brought the sin out of remission
Okay.
at this point and incited jealousy in Cain.
All right. Can I speak on what you just said?
Go ahead.
Okay. All right. So I'm not going to say I don't agree with. Well, I do not agree with God inciting sin. They were already living with and in sin. They were
I
born
said
into
he
sin.
incited jealousy. Don't put words in my mouth.
Oh, okay.
I said
I
he
got you.
reactivated
I'm
his
not.
sin.
I'm not going to say that he incited. I don't agree with he incited jealousy. I don't agree with that
Did
because
he cause
he,
jealousy between them?
no, no,
He didn't.
no. And you
Did he
said
regard? Hold on. Did he regard one gift over the other? One brother's gift over the other?
he accepted one and not the other.
Right. Was that
Yes,
the cause of jealousy?
that was a response of
Was
one
that the
brother.
cause of Cain being jealous of Abel? Yes or no?
No, I'm not going to say that was the
What was
cause
the
of it.
cause? What was the cause of Cain being jealous of Abel?
That was Cain's response.
What was the cause of him being jealous? Regard, y'all like to play these do these play on words. What
No,
was the cause?
that's not.
Regardless
I'm
of
an
you saying that,
individual.
hey, stop, Pedro.
Okay,
Regardless of you saying that was his response, what was the cause of his response?
sin nature.
No.
His sin
What
nature.
happened in the situation that made Cain be jealous of Abel?
His sin nature.
What activated his sin nature?
He activated it by he did. He
You know,
did.
I'm gonna walk this all the way down. You can keep playing with me if you want
I'm
to,
not
or you
playing.
can
What do you
have a
mean I'm
serious
playing?
conversation. So Cain activated his sin nature when what happened in Cain's day?
Okay. God accepted one offering, did not accept the other one.
And that's what activated Cain's sin nature. Your God accepting one offering over the other. What was it in Cain's nature that was activated? What feeling or emotion was activated in Cain when your God did that?
Envy,
And therefore envy, jealousy. Your God
pride.
caused that to happen when your God accepted one offering over the other.
I do not agree with that.
You
I'm gonna
don't agree
put
with
the
what?
responsibility
You
on
don't
me.
agree. You don't agree with what?
I don't agree with God causing him to sin. That's just like to
Did I
me.
say
That's
your God caused him to sin, or your God activated jealousy in him?
to me. What's the difference?
What do you mean? Activate. If I make you jealous, am I the reason why you go and kill somebody?
No.
Exactly. I didn't make you kill anybody. I just made you jealous. Like this game that y'all like to play to try to
Now,
make.
let's. Can I?
You're
Can I?
still talking while I'm talking.
Go ahead.
This game that y'all like to play to try to keep your God clean is dishonest as fuck, and I don't like it, and it makes me belligerent because it feels abusive. It feels like you want to mind fuck me, and I don't like that. So be honest with me in these conversations. Your God incited jealousy in Cain when he chose to honor one offering over the other, and Cain decided on his own to kill his brother out of that jealousy. That's what happened.
Okay. So we could say that God also incited temptation when he told them not to eat from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil.
Okay.
But yet, the
Did you think I was gonna?
responsibility.
Did you think I was going to like deny that?
No, no, no. But yet, no. But yet, I just want to make sure I'm clear. But yet, the responsibility of the sin. Congratulations again. I take it that that's something positive that happened for you just now with that sound. Is it?
Please stop, Gat. Please stop trying to. Don't do that, okay? So trust me. I know. I can see tricks. Don't fucking do it. Don't do it. Okay.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Say that
I
again.
don't like dishonesty. Okay. Don't do what you just did.
Why you say
Okay.
that?
But trust me. I know what you're doing. Don't fucking do it. Okay.
Oh
Stick to
my
the
goodness.
conversation. Stick to the conversation. Stick to the conversation, okay? That right there was unnecessary, okay? We already know that you said in the beginning, like you celebrate. Don't do it because it
I'm
makes it
I'm a
fake.
genuine
It makes
person.
it fake. Nope. What you
I'm a
just did was
genuine
fake.
person.
What you just did was fake, Pedro.
Oh
Like,
wow.
please just stick to the conversation, okay? Just stick to the conversation.
That's a great segue into what I wanted to say next, which was interpretation is a key point
We're not talking
here.
about interpretation.
But
Please stick to it.
okay,
No,
so
don't. We're on. No, we're on this topic of the fact that sin is dormant, right? They cannot sin. That your God comes in. Your God comes back on the scene, right? He incites jealousy in Cain, right? And then a sin is committed. That's what happens in the
okay.
story.
But we're not speaking of God being responsible for the sin. Cain is being
I never
responsible
said
for
that.
this. I'm
Like you
asking.
can't.
I
Nope.
want to
I've
make sure
already
I'm
told you
clear.
that. I've already said that. I've
Okay.
already said Cain is
Okay.
responsible for the decision that he made. Like you can't have a conversation with me because you're so busy trying to protect your God's image. Like you're trying to be 10 steps ahead to make sure your God doesn't take responsibility for somebody's action or that your God doesn't look bad, that you're being dishonest and you're
No.
not engaging authentically. Like
All right.
honestly, your God can defend himself.
All right. So you're right. But what I'm saying is, I want to make sure of what's man's responsibility and what can
Like
separate from
literally
man's and God's
engage in the
responsibility.
conversation with me. Stay with me in the conversation and stop trying to be 5 steps ahead to defend your God. And you'll see that I'm not saying that your God made Cain do that. Your God incited jealousy. I literally said Cain made the decision on his own to commit the murder. How he responded to the jealousy, that is Cain's responsibility. And your God told him as much. Your God said sin is at the door. It's up to you to control it. And honestly, what I see is your God reactivated the situation and sat back to see what Cain would do with it.
So we agree on that they could not sin without a law given, besides their original sin, which was not to eat from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. And what was the other part of the topic?
Why are we going backwards right now? Why are we going backwards in the conversation? Why are we going? Why are we going backwards?
I wanted to make sure I was right where you were on it.
Which is why, like, I'm asking, why are we going backwards? Why are we going back to that when we're literally talking about Cain, your God, inciting jealousy and Cain killing Abel?
Okay, we can move forward. I apologize if I
But why are
took
we
it
going
backwards.
backwards? Like, why do you
I
need to go
apologize if I
backwards?
took it backwards. It wasn't my intention.
You can't respond to the statement of your God incited jealousy, told Cain, sin is at the door. It's up to you to control it. Stepped back and watched Cain kill his brother, and that's when the we see sin reactivated. You can't respond to that.
Oh, yes, I can respond to that. When God gave when God gave authority to man, when he said, "Let us make man in our image and in our likeness," and he created man in the image of God, created he him, male and female created he them, and gave them dominion over the earth and all in it that was created. He gave that to man. And so it's like my father giving me a home, and someone comes and I sign that whole, I get swindled, deceived, no, swindled. And I voluntarily sign my house over to someone. And he has to come. He can't just take that home. He can't come in and exercise any type of authority over it. He gave it to me, and I signed it over to someone else. So in order to get that home back, the price would have to be paid to redeem that house. So in that him watching the brothers Cain kill Abel, murder Abel, watching that, he could not override his own word, and thus you had sin running rampant in the earth. And because I was born in sin, just like me doing a good deed, helping someone across the street, or any good deed I do, give to a charity or something like that, that doesn't make me righteous. No more than it would make bringing an offering would make someone else, would make them to Cain or Abel righteous, or alleviate that sin that's dormant in them or within them. So
The
him
crazy
watching,
thing
so
is
God,
that the grain offerings were not about sin. They were not bringing these mincha offerings for sin. It was an offering of thanksgiving, not sin.
right, complete.
And so I don't know why we keep talking about the offering pertaining to the sin nature. But also, I just want to make sure that I understand what you are saying. Your God, the reason why your God sat back and watched Cain kill Abel is because he made a promise to give the earth to man to dominate it, to have dominion over it. Is that what? And so he couldn't interfere because of that promise, that command for man to go out and have dominion over the earth. Is that what I'm understanding you're saying right now?
I'm saying that's why he chose not to interfere.
Right. That's what you're saying. That he chose not to interfere or could not interfere because he promised man to have dominion on the earth.
He gave it to man and woman.
Are there are
Yeah.
there times where your God interferes on earth in mankind's doings, prevents things from
Yes,
happening? Okay. So then that means that he will interfere, even though he in the beginning gave men the command to go forth and have dominion on earth. He will interfere. He will prevent things from happening.
and cause things to happen.
So then what you're saying right now makes no sense whatsoever. That as to say that that is the reason why he sat back and watched Cain kill his brother. That negates what you just said, right? Because he literally does interfere. He literally does prevent things from happening or causes things to happen despite him giving man dominion, right? It doesn't make sense for you to say that right now.
I just said that. I said
You
he
said,
caused
do
he
you
causes
hear?
things to happen.
Do you hear? Do you hear that you just sat and said the reason your God chose not to interfere with Cain killing his brother is because he gave dominion to mankind and he couldn't go back on that. Like he couldn't interfere with that. And now you are saying, yep, he does interfere.
Okay.
Do you hear the two different points, like the contradicting statements that you are making right now?
All right. Can I respond? Is that the question you just asked me?
Respond to the question I just asked about these contradicting statements.
Okay. So what I'm basically saying is, again, he gave man dominion over the earth. And even more than that, he gave man a free will, which man is a free man. When I say man, I mean mankind. I'm not denoting gender. I'm saying mankind, which is male and female. He gave mankind free moral. We're free moral agents. You have the right to choose. And he gave man dominion over the earth. Okay. And I didn't say he could not. Oh, I did say he does.
No, you say he chose to, and that's what I said you said.
Yes, he does. He does choose to at times
No,
intervene.
you said the reason why he chose not to interfere when Cain killed Abel was because he had given this promise to mankind
He
to
gave
have
dominion.
dominion over earth.
Yes, I said that. And I still stand by it.
That makes no sense when you later say he does interfere with mankind. He does stop mankind from doing things. He does prevent things from happening to mankind. He does cause things to happen to mankind, because like this promise that he made for men to have dominion on earth didn't matter in those times. Why should it matter in this one with Cain and Abel?
Okay.
They're
I,
contradicting.
I didn't say it doesn't matter.
No.
Okay.
You're saying he. Oh my goodness. I don't know any other way to help you see that you are saying two contradicting things. You're saying that the reason he chose not to prevent Abel from killing his brother was because he had given men dominion on earth, right? And he didn't want to go back on that promise to give man dominion. So he sat back and watched Abel kill his brother and didn't do anything because of that promise. But later in the story, we see him actually preventing men from harming their brothers or causing men to harm other humans, despite this promise of giving men dominion on earth. Do you see these two conflicting things? Here,
Yeah.
he let
Yeah.
man kill, and later on we see he don't let man kill.
Yes, I do. And yes, I do. In his sovereignty, he makes these choices. And yes, I do see that. Yes, I do see the confliction. Like him allowing his son to be brutalized
Oh God, no,
and be
no,
and
no, no,
not do
no,
anything about it.
no.
Or
That is
allowing a
not.
child to be
No, that
or
is
watching
not
a
what we
child
are
to be
talking
raped. What?
about. Pedro, stop.
Okay.
That's not what we are talking about. You said the reason he didn't do it was because he made this promise of dominion. You said that's the reason he didn't stop it. Although I never even asked you why he didn't stop it. You just offered this excuse because you needed to keep your God clean.
No,
And now we're sitting here talking about this contradicting statement. I not once said, why did your God let him do that? You just offered this excuse up because you try to be 10 steps ahead and keep your God clean and defend your God. And now we're at an impasse because you've said something contradicting.
I can't. That is contradicting. And I cannot answer that.
Nobody
I'm
even
being
asked you
honest.
to. You brought this up. You offered this contradicting point for no reason, because I never once asked you, why did your God let Cain kill Abel?
Okay, so
You
what
you
was your
you just
question?
assumed that I was going to ask that.
What was
And
your question?
I didn't even ask you a question. You brought this up. Like
No.
I tried to mitigate this, right? I tried to mitigate this from happening, and I said, stick with me in the conversation. Stop trying to be 10 steps ahead. Stop trying to defend your God's image, right? You try to think that you know what I'm gonna say, and then you end up bringing up a point that we're not even talking about. I even tried to warn you about this, and you did it anyway. All
What
right.
was the
Now,
question?
I didn't ask a question. I didn't ask you a question. Like, and then for some reason, it seems like you can't hear, and you don't hear what you're even saying, right? I don't. It confuses me how you guys can be a part of the conversation and be so confused in it.
Okay, so when you said God, it was a statement that you made, and it wasn't a question when you said God watched Cain kill Abel.
Exactly. And you felt some type of way about that, and you felt you needed to defend it. And what you heard in your head was, why did your God do that? I didn't ask that.
But
I made a
okay,
statement. I made a statement that your God told Cain, sin is at the door. It's up to you to control it. And then he sat back and watched what would happen. You felt some type of way, and you felt you needed to defend your God.
actually not.
Yes, you did. That's why we're here with these two contradicting statements that you have made. Because in your head, when you heard me recite the story exactly the way it went, in your head, you heard me say, why did your God do that? I didn't ask that question. You
What
just
question
started
did?
defending a question. I didn't ask one. I made a statement
All
that
right. So
your
you.
book, I made a statement that in the book, in the story, your God said to Cain, sin is at the door. It is
Mhm.
up to you to control it. And then your God sat back, right, and watched what would happen. That's all I said. And you heard in your head, why did your God let Cain sit and watch Cain kill Abel? And then you started defending something I never asked, right? And now we're at these two contradicting thoughts because of your explanation or reasoning for a question I never asked you. And I try to mitigate this. I tried to say 10 minutes ago, don't try to go ahead of me in the conversation. Participate with me. Stay with me in the conversation. Be active in the conversation, right? Stop trying to worry about your God's image and defending your God's image because it's going to make you engage dishonestly, right? I tried to mitigate that because I know from having conversations with believers, right? Y'all are so gung ho about this image of your God and your God being seen as good, not doing anything wrong. I know y'all get defensive, and it's hard for y'all to actually be active and engage. So I tried to mitigate that. Now let's go back to Cain. Let's go back to the story with Cain and Abel, right? Your God, you say that hold on, I can't move forward until we resolve this conflicting statement that you have introduced, because you're saying that he sat back and watched because he gave man dominion and he didn't want to interfere with that. Then you say, well, he does interfere.
What? It's my turn to respond.
Yeah, like
Okay.
you need
What
to
I.
resolve this conflicting statement here.
All right. When that, in essence, what I was saying was, although God gave man dominion over the earth, okay, and He gave man free will to choose, okay, right? He does still, and I'm not trying to defend his, I defend God who spoke all this into existence. He don't need, I can't defend him. So, what I in essence was saying was that he, although he's sovereign, I'm sorry, although he gave man free will and he gave man dominion over the earth to subdue it and have dominion over it, mankind, that is. In his sovereignty, he still prevents and causes things. That's what I, in essence, was saying.
What does that have to do with the Cain story?
In regards to why, in regards to him sitting there watching him kill his
Who
brother.
asked why? I didn't ask you why.
What was the question?
I didn't
Maybe I
ask.
missed it.
We right back here again. We
Okay.
right back here again.
All right. So you made a statement and there wasn't a question. But okay. All right. Well, I misunderstood you. I thought you had a question. And trust me, it was not, my intention was not to be ahead of you or to control the narrative of the conversation or questions you ask or defend God. I can't. And I'm
Yeah,
on record as saying I can't do
that's why
that.
you brought up his sovereignty like 5,000 times already.
Huh?
That's why you brought up his sovereignty like 5,000 times already. Right? Yeah. But so your God, right? Says to Cain, if you do well, you'll be accepted. Like why you mad? Like if you do well, you'll be accepted, right? Sin is at the door, you better control it. That's what he says to Cain. And then he sits back and Cain kills Abel. Your God being all knowing, right? He's all knowing, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So he knew that Cain was going to kill Abel. He knew Cain would not control the sin. Yet he says to Cain, it's up to you to control it. Now, just like how I tried to mitigate the risk of this conversation being taken down a path that did not need to go because of my experience in having conversations with believers who tend to see their God as sovereign and need to preserve that idea of him, being good and not doing, things that are illogical or things that don't make sense or that are seen as bad or unjust. I try to mitigate the risk, use my experience and mitigate that and say, hey, don't do this. Stay with me. I can see the path that you're going down so that we can
Yes.
have a good conversation, right? I want you to stay with me and be active, right? And even though you didn't listen to me, right? Even though you didn't listen to me, you still did what you felt your free will uh, or your will of your God wanted you to do, right? I attempting to be a good host, attempted to mitigate that risk. Your God didn't do that. Your God is all knowing. Your God knew that him accepting one brother over the other would incite this jealousy, right? He didn't think to himself, let me not approach this situation this way. Because if I accept Cain's offering, Abel's offering over Cain's without showing any type of regard for Cain's offering and then explaining to Cain exactly why I regard animal offering over agriculture, Cain is not going to fully understand and he's going to harm Abel. So let me try to mitigate it, right? To see if I can get Cain to go down a different path. Your God didn't do that. Your God incited the jealousy and sat back and watched this murder take place. And their sin was reactivated in mankind. And I would say that it was exacerbated. The cancer then started spreading.
Thinker, it seems like reading this book, it seems like every time God shows up, sin shows up.
Mm-hmm.
Things happen. It just seemed that way to me.
Can I respond?
Yeah.
Okay. Part of the statement, if you could repeat the part you said about, because I want to make sure I'm clear. For some clarification. You said, as a result of what God did, sin was reactivated. Is that correct? In Cain. Or no, I'm sorry, you said mankind. It was reactivated in mankind. Is that what you said? I want to make sure.
Yeah. Give me just a second, okay?
Okay.
All right. To the nerds, I want y'all to pay attention to where this conversation goes. Okay? Pay attention to where this conversation goes. Yeah, that's what I said.
Okay. I'm of the opinion, based on scripture, that sin, based on the actions of the choices the choice that Adam made, which caused the separation, the spiritual death, and therefore separation from God. God is a spirit. They that worship him must worship him in spirit and in truth. So the separation was caused by the sin on the spiritual level. And on the physical level, in the soul realm, as far as the body, the flesh nature, the sin nature, is there. It's there. And So I wouldn't say it was reactivated in mankind. It was in Cain. It was just in Cain, he committed a sin as far as murder was concerned, regardless of the circumstances. He committed it. And so my two things is it's already in mankind. And one. And number two, Cain, he didn't or activate it in mankind as a result of that nature. That's in him. He reactivated it in him.
Do
The
you realize that
individual.
you went back to being your God's lawyer? Like, did y'all notice that out of everything that I said, what he focused on was defending his God again, was being his God's PR rep or his lawyer again? Did y'all notice that?
I noticed it right off the top. Let me ask you this real quick, using the
Yes.
same scenario. Let's say, do you have children?
Yes.
Okay, great. Um, let's just say you have two sons, two girls, one boy, one girl. How do you have?
I have more than one boy and more than one girl.
Okay, look, we were just going to pick one of your boys or use two of your boys. We're going to use two of your boys.
Okay.
Now, let's just say you know each one of your boys. You know exactly what each one of them is capable of doing, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then both of them bring you a Father's Day gift. Now, you more fond the boy number one Father's Day gift because that's something that you wanted. And then your number two boy brings you something that you just did not want. But you know this number two boy has anger problems and he's very he can do something. You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying?
Hmm.
As a father, looking at these two boys, you at your two boys. Are you going to uh, pay more attention to the number one boy's gift and disregard the number two boy's gift, knowing that he is capable of getting angry and there's no telling what he may do? Would you do that?
I've experienced it. Let me recall one of the many times.
I mean, you don't have
I
to
did not.
recall the many times. I'm
Well,
just
I say
asking
one
you
of
in
them.
that scenario.
I said let me recall one of the many actual times
Just
of
use
my
that
60.
scenario. Just use that scenario. You don't
I'm
have to go
using.
off into something realistic. Just go into that scenario. Boy number one, boy number two. Boy number two, dangerous. Boy number one, not so dangerous at all. Would you do that? Would you totally disregard boy number two's presence, knowing
To
that
answer your
he would
question,
possibly
no,
do something?
no,
Okay,
no,
okay then. So now
no.
let's take it back to Cain and Abel. God is all knowing, right?
I'm aware of that. Listen,
Okay,
I'm
so
not an idiot. One second.
right,
I'm not an
I'm not
idiot.
trying to. I'm not
I'm
trying to. Am
well,
I not calling
no,
you no idiot?
no. One second. One second. I'm clear on. I'm very clear on it. All I'm saying is
What are you
I'm
clear
not.
on?
I'm clear on what you're saying as far as you using two different, three different, four different. You can use five different scenarios. I'm clear on it that God could have chose. Why would God choose to accept, handle the situation like he did? Why wouldn't he accept both of them or pull Cain to the side and talk to him about it? Or not just accept them both? They gave him from the heart or whatever. I don't know the answer to that. I don't
So
know that. One second. Can I finish?
yeah, yeah.
Number
Go ahead.
one, number one, I don't know the answer to why God wouldn't handle it like you, or didn't handle it like you would, or I would, or think of how you think he should have done
But
it.
you did give an answer before. You realize that?
Yes, I
Now,
gave an answer. I
yeah,
gave
but
an
now
answer,
you're saying you don't know.
but I remember saying in his sovereignty, I don't know why God he chooses to do both things.
No,
He
you
chooses
literally,
in
but
his
you gave an
sovereignty.
answer first,
Okay, okay,
and
but
now
we're
you're
past.
saying that you
Are you
can't.
now? You're going to take
That's
us back there,
gaslighting us. Stop gaslighting us. If you don't truly believe that you can't give an answer, right?
huh?
You gave an answer first, and now that you're being pushed to accept what the story actually says, right? And we're not allowing you to gaslight us. Now you're saying I can't give an answer after you have already given one.
No, I'm saying that I cannot answer for God, is what I'm saying. And my intentions the
Did,
first
but
time
you
was
did
not you.
already.
That's why I mentioned interpretation. You felt as though I was giving an answer for
You
God.
literally
I was
said
giving it one
God.
for
You literally
myself.
said that God chose to sit back and watch. Like when you thought that I was asking why he didn't do anything, you said God chose to sit back and watch
That's obvious.
because
Okay, let me finish. I'm sorry. Go
you
ahead.
said God chose to sit back and watch because he had given the promise of dominion on earth to mankind. That was you answering a why question that nobody ever asked for your God. And now you're trying to gaslight us and say, I can't answer. I can't answer for God when you had already done it. So,
Okay.
so in
Oh,
some situations, you do feel you can answer for your God, right? But the situations where it is what it is, right? That's when you can't answer for your God. And the reality is that that prior to your God making this decision to incite this jealousy in a human that he knows has murderous tendencies, sin was dormant. Now you have no answer.
okay. I was waiting for you to finish. I'm listening to you, number one. Number two, I'm waiting for you to finish because I definitely don't want to be seen as trying to
So
overtalk you or any of that. Or being
it's a yes or no question. Basically, did God incite jealousy in the camp?
that was answered already. That was answered already.
Did you say yes?
Yes, that was
Okay.
answered a while ago.
After a while, after being able
No,
to
no,
Okay.
say
no, 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 no.
you
Okay,
didn't. I can play it back. Don't gaslight us. You didn't, and you did not just be like, "Yep, he did." Don't
Okay.
don't gaslight
first
us.
I got clarity on what you were saying, and I said yes because I wanted to. My whole thing was who's the responsibility of man put up with there with the sovereignty of God.
Okay, well, back it up to this. Let's go back all the way to the garden.
Okay,
Since you said that God incited jealousy in the Cain, wouldn't it be fair to say that God incited the fallen man? Because
I said.
he's the
Wait a
one who
minute.
put the snake in the garden.
I made clarity and I agreed with, I never said God incited anything. Um, Thinker said that, and I said, she asked me that question, and I agree after me saying, well, because she made it clear that I'm not saying that it was Cain's, that it wasn't, that Cain didn't choose to do that on his own, but he was incited to jealousy, or what God did caused him to be jealous.
Okay, was
Accepting that. And so now your question in regards to the garden, I'm listening.
yes. That's my question. So then
What
if
was your
that's the
question?
case,
What was your
that's not,
question?
it's more of a statement. If that's the case, God incited the jealousy. So then that means God incited the fall of man because he's the one who put the snake in the garden and made the
No.
snake the most cut. Hold on. The Bible
Okay.
tells you, listen, the Bible tells you that God made the serpent and he made him the most cunning. That means the snake was smarter than Adam and Eve.
Okay, I didn't. When I said no, I didn't say no that God didn't. That it wasn't the serpent wasn't one of God's creation. I didn't say that,
Okay, then. So if he
and
put
I didn't
this,
say that as all the animals had access to the garden.
okay,
But
but he
the
put
Garden of
this
Eden.
certain one in there, the
No,
certain one in there that knew good and evil, that
no.
knew that had the knowledge.
Wait a minute.
That was only one of them.
No, none of them had the knowledge of good and evil. None of the
What?
animals that God created, the serpent included, had knowledge of good and evil.
Okay,
The
so if the
Bible says,
serpent didn't have the knowledge of good and evil, then how did he know what was going to happen?
okay, all right. You ready for me to answer that? Because I want to
Yep.
go back to your original one. The original one was I want to make sure that my stance and my opinion on the animals, the created beings, which I mean not beings, animals, because Satan is created being as well. But the animal, and speaking specifically of the serpent. The serpent had access to the garden just like all the other animals. What the Bible says about the serpent is he was more subtle than any beast of the field on earth. He was more subtle, cunning than any one of the other ones. Okay.
What does cunning mean?
Crafty,
So you,
wise.
okay, so what you're telling me, he's wise, he's crafty, but he has no knowledge of good and evil.
No, he didn't have the knowledge of good and evil. No.
If he
Nor did,
didn't have, but do you hear what you're
Actually,
saying?
in Hebrew, it means that he was wise and he had knowledge.
had knowledge.
The
All of them
word there
had
in
knowledge,
Romeo, it means that
but
he had knowledge. It means wise.
okay, so it's not. Thank you for breaking that down. So what I'm saying is that he did not have the knowledge of good and evil.
Well, then if he don't have the knowledge of good and evil, then how would he know what exactly, word, step by step, what was going to happen if she ate the fruit?
Okay, because when God gave Adam instructions, right? He gave the Bible doesn't depict when he gave Eve instructions. It
He
depicts
never did.
he gave Adam instructions and told
Right.
him not to eat of the fruit of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. For the day that you eat of it, you shall surely die. Okay.
Exactly.
Now, Satan, who used the serpent,
Okay,
okay,
stop right there. No, we're not going there because nowhere in that scripture does it say that Satan used the serpent. Now, if you can show me that, you can tell your story.
all right. Well, the reason why I say that is because when judgment was pronounced on everyone, which was the serpent, and I think I'm gonna give it an order of it. It was given to the serpent, right? Judgment was given to
Wait a minute, stop right there. What judgment was gave to the serpent?
that he would crawl all his days of his life. He would crawl on his belly,
Okay, so the serpent was judged to crawl on his belly. So the
which is
serpent was
now
walking.
snakes, which is
So
now snakes.
right, so the
Okay,
serpent was walking, and during that time, the serpent wasn't really
he
a
was
serpent.
upright. Exactly. He was. That's
He
what
was
I'm
walk.
saying.
He
His
was a
judgment.
talking, walking snake.
Yep. And he was talking. So therefore, the enemy chose to use him.
Hmm.
Okay, the enemy chose to talk through the serpent because he heard the instructions that God gave man. And there was your jealousy in mankind because Satan was cast out, right? He was cast out.
Was Satan cast out of the garden too?
Satan Satan is a spirit. So, and then he doesn't
Yeah,
have a natural
was the
form.
serpent and Satan, were they put out of the garden too, or did they stay in the garden?
From my understanding, they were put out of that. More specifically, Adam and Eve was put out of that particular portion of the garden. And the
I'm asking
reason,
about the serpent and Satan, not Adam and
oh, I'm
Eve.
sorry, I'm sorry. Satan is not a natural being. So
Was
no,
the serpent put out of the garden?
I do not recall. I just know that he was made to crawl on his belly, went from upright and talking to a snake and eating dust all the days of his life, their life, serpents.
Right. So it's possible that the serpent that was possessed by Satan was allowed to stay in the garden after Adam and Eve was put out
And that it's possible that they were in that the serpent was still in that area of the garden. But
in this holy place,
huh?
this perfect holy place. The serpent
Well,
that was possessed by Satan was allowed to
the
stay.
entire garden. The
No,
entire
the garden, right? The garden is an enclosed area of Eden.
right.
So, like, it's possible that this possessed serpent was allowed to stay in this holy place when the humans who are now possessed or infected with this serpent's sin were kicked out. But the thing that possessed them was allowed to stay in the holy place.
Okay. I'm not sure that I already conceded that's a possibility. It doesn't denote well one way or the other. But can
I
I?
mean, that like you don't find it interesting that would be a possibility
No,
for
I do not.
the sin to stay. Hold on.
Okay.
Dang, you don't find it interesting that it is a possibility that the sin, right? Then the serpent being possessed, even the spirit of Satan could not or was not blocked from being in this holy place?
No. And can I say why?
Yeah.
Okay, because the whole putting out the garden was because of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. I'm sorry, the tree of life. The whole reason why is because the tree of life was there. So he had to put two cherubims there with a flaming sword to go, or maybe it was one, I'm not sure, to guard the tree of life, to make sure that Adam and Eve didn't partake of the tree of life, which if they had after they had taken part of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, they would be eternally in that sin condition. Mankind would eternally be there. Everything that was born from them, our whole lineage, everything would have been internally in there. So them being put out of the garden, that was the reason, and for that. But going back to the
And so,
answer,
but I'm sorry.
gentlemen's, okay.
Hold on. I'm sorry. But so this garden was a perfect place where the humans had access to your God, correct? This is where they had spiritual life. Am I correct?
It wasn't necessarily just the garden. They had, because God is a spirit, then he's, wherever they went, they had access to him.
No, no,
But
no.
that was a place
Inside
where
the
he
garden,
met.
they didn't have access to him outside. Remember, you said that they didn't have access to him
No,
outside
I
the
didn't
garden.
say that. I never
You
said
didn't
they
say they
didn't have
lost
access.
direct. You didn't say they lost direct access to the
No, I
garden.
said they lost access to the tree of life.
No, no, no. When they had their spiritual death, right? When they sinned and they had their spiritual death, were they still connected to this God and had access to Him
No, they
while
had
they were spiritually dead?
they still have, they're spiritually dead, meaning they were separated spiritually as far as fellowshipping with him in that way.
Right. So,
Yes.
like, what does fellowship mean?
Fellowship, we could fellowship like we're fellowshipping right now.
Right. So you're saying when they spiritually died, they could no longer do this with your God.
And they could not, you couldn't communicate with them and no, let me scratch communication. I apologize. They could not fellowship with him in that way. No.
What is like if you're scratching the communicate? What do you mean they couldn't fellowship? Like they lost direct access to him, like where they could talk to him face to face and all that stuff outside the garden, right?
Right. Yeah. The communication process was completely different. The fellowship was different
Right. So
because
inside the
remember, he
garden,
can,
though, this is the holy place, right? Like this is the place where spiritual life is. right? Where you can have access. Like this is the holy place.
I wouldn't say that's where spiritual life is. I would
Yeah,
say that that's
I'm
where the
confused. They had spiritual life. They had
that's where
spiritual life in the garden, right?
they had spiritual life in the garden. No,
Yeah.
they had spiritual life in their fellowship with God.
No, while
But
they were
until
in
when
the garden,
it's not, it was
while they were in the garden, they had spiritual life,
okay. Can I
right?
give you an example of what I'm saying?
No, listen. Oh my goodness gracious. I don't know if you think the word in, I'm saying like that, that spiritual life was because of the garden. While they were inside of the garden, they had spiritual life, correct?
Yes, but they
Okay.
also had spiritual
All
life
right.
outside the garden.
So they had spiritual life outside of the garden, even though they had spiritually died. They had a spiritual
No,
death.
no, 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 no. I'm saying
Okay.
when they had spiritual life.
Wait, listen. When did their spirit come back alive?
I'm saying, no, I said before they sinned, when they had spiritual life. I'm saying that it wasn't a geographical location.
No.
That
Listen.
their fellowship and
Hold
their
on.
connection
Hold
with
on.
God was
Hold on.
spiritual.
No. They're in the garden. They have spiritual life. They eat the fruit and then they have a spiritual death. And then they get kicked out the garden. They're outside of the garden. And they're
Okay.
spiritually dead still. Right?
Yes.
Or do they so why are you saying outside the garden they still have spiritual life?
No, what I'm saying is that geographically they didn't have spiritual life because they were in the garden.
Didn't
That's
say
what I'm saying.
because this is why I said I don't know if you think that when I say they had spiritual life in the garden, you think that I'm saying that they were spiritually alive because of the garden. That's not what I'm saying, and that's
Okay.
why I use the word inside.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
when they were inside the garden,
Yes.
they had spiritual life.
Yes.
Outside the garden, they were spiritually dead.
And when do you mean outside the garden? Clarify.
You
You
need
mean
me to
after?
clarify that for real?
Yes. You mean, yes, I want you to clarify so there's no
What is it? What's
misunderstanding.
confusing about what I just said?
I didn't say it was confusing. I just want clarification
Why
so
do you
there's
need
no
clarification on that?
misunderstanding.
What could be misunderstood about inside outside?
Okay. When they were inside and outside could be misunderstood.
Am I talking about the wind here or the fact that they were inside outside?
I wanted to make sure that again, I wanted to make sure that the win of inside and out
Why
because
does that matter? I
let me
literally just said inside the garden spiritually alive, outside the garden spiritually dead.
okay, and can I tell you why that matters to me?
Yes, why does the wind matter?
Okay, the win matters is because before the fall, before they sinned, they had spiritual life, whether they was inside the garden or outside of the garden.
When were they ever outside of the garden before the fall?
I'm just saying that they had spiritual life no matter where they were on the earth
When
geographically.
were they outside of the garden for you to say this,
I
right?
don't know when they
When
were outside
so why
the
are
Bible
you saying it?
because I wanted it clear that they had
Why? You
that
don't
the
have any proof of that. There's nothing in this book that says it. This is what I mean when I say when y'all try to say you can't answer for your God, like you're literally asserting something that you cannot prove. This book doesn't say it. It's unnecessary to even say right now. Like there's no point in you saying, "Oh, they had spiritual life outside the garden too," when it never even says they were ever outside of the garden until they were driven out.
but they could have been outside of the
It's
garden
an
before that.
unnecessary point.
To me, again, to me, thinker, I wanted to make sure that that was clarified that
Why? You
being
can't
inside the
prove
garden,
that.
I wanted to make sure that that inside the garden was not the reason for them having spiritual life.
Who
It
said
wasn't a
that? I've already
geographical
told
location.
you nobody is saying that that's the reason.
I
Nobody is
know,
saying that.
I
I've
know you
already
weren't saying
this
that.
is going to be my third time saying the word in does not mean because here. The word in is talking about their physical location, which is why I changed it to inside so you would not be confused,
I'm
right?
not confused.
You are.
No,
And
I'm not.
there is no reason for us to be talking about that when they had spiritual life or trying to assert that they could also have spiritual life outside the garden when there's never a point in this book that they are outside of the garden prior to them being driven out.
Okay. I can validate that point.
It's unnecessary. It's unnecessary for you to bring it up. You can't prove it. It's unnecessary.
Okay. I can validate it.
You what?
I can validate that
Then
point.
validate it. Validate,
Okay.
prove with using this book, not your own opinion. I want you to prove to me that Adam and Eve had spiritual life outside of the garden.
Okay. Because when God said, let us make man in our image and in our likeness, when he said that, that means, and God is a spirit, that means that their connection, they're in his likeness. They are spirit. We are spirit beings. We have a soul. I'm sorry, it wasn't created in that order. Order that was created in was spirit first. Then the body was formed from the dust of the ground. The Bible says he formed man from the dust of the ground. After he created his spirit, he said, and let us make man in our image and in our likeness. And then he formed man from the dust of the ground. And then the third part of the triune being is that he breathed into him and he became a living soul. So we are spirit, body, and soul. So the
Are
spirit
you
life
still spirit, body, and soul?
yes, we are. We are
Is your
spirit
spirit
beings.
dead? Is your spirit dead?
Yes, but nonetheless, you have a spirit, which is when meaning dead is disconnected from God.
Like, do you realize that you can somebody like do not type in all caps in the comments, y'all. I have commented that in the comments. The mods are commenting that in the comments. The caps are for mods only and for people who have a vision impairment. Like, I don't want you to get muted, but you will be muted if you type in all caps. And you'll be mad about it and you'll think it's unfair when we are warning you. We're telling you that's the rule of the live. And that threw me off. Look, man, shit. Oh god, yeah. Like, do you realize that what you're doing is you're taking Genesis 1, right? You're taking part of Genesis 1 and then going to Genesis 2 and then going back to Genesis 1 and then going back to Genesis 2. Right? Do you realize that you're doing that?
I
And then
realize
in
that.
Genesis 2, your God, after it created man from the dust of the ground and breathed in it the breath of life, he put man in a garden, in a enclosed garden. In Genesis 1, the God does not do that. There
Okay.
is no garden created in Genesis 1.
Okay. Right. Denoting and validating that there was no geographical life as far as where they were. And I agree with you 100%. Now, in regards to man being created, we are a spirit. We have a soul, which is housed in our body. So we are spirit, soul, and body. In Genesis 1, it said, let us make man in our image and in our likeness. God is a spirit. We're in his image and in his likeness.
Does your God have a body?
We are spirit beings.
Does your God have a
Okay.
soul?
I'm sorry?
Does your God have a soul?
No, he's a spirit.
So then you're not really in his likeness. You have two things that your God doesn't have.
Well, but
Is your God spirit dead?
no.
Then you don't have anything that your God has.
Wait a
But
minute.
also,
One second.
hold on.
Okay.
But also, Genesis 1 is a different telling of your God creating this earth than Genesis 2. They're not the same story. They're not even in the same order.
You
They're
talking about as far
two
as creating man or earth?
as far as creating anything, there are two different accounts of the creation story told from the perspective of two different authors. They're not a like a once upon a time this happened and then next this happened. That's not what's happening with Genesis 1 and Genesis 2. And that's why you have to go back. That's why you have to start with Genesis 2, go to Genesis 1, go to Genesis 2, go to Genesis 1, and the explanation that you're giving.
Okay. All right. In the creation of man, all right, whether thinker, whether you use me to write your word, your message, it's your words. You dictate to me, I take the dictation, whether it's me and the rest of the people that are on your live taking the dictation, it's still your word and your message, no matter how many people you use to write it down. All right.
What I'm saying is these are two different accounts. Like for you to say that this is proof that they had spiritual life outside of the garden, it's not, because these are two different accounts. You're bouncing back between two different people's stories to say this is proof they had spiritual life outside of the garden. In the first story, there was no enclosed garden. There was no two humans. In Genesis 1, the God created mankind at the same time, multiple humans, not just one man, one woman. In Genesis 2,
Where's that?
in
Where's
Genesis
that at?
2, it's in the story in Genesis 1 when it uses the word Adamah, which means humankind, mankind. Genesis 1 is the only one Genesis 2 points to a proper, like using a proper noun to identify one human, one man. Genesis 1 uses the plural form of Adamah. It's talking about humanity.
Okay. Can I read that?
Read it in what? In Hebrew?
No, I'm not going to read it in Hebrew. I'm going to read
I'm
it in
talking about the Hebrew.
I
I'm talking
understand.
about the Hebrew words that are used there. The
Okay.
word that is used there implies humanity as a whole, not
Right.
just one human and one woman.
Okay.
And in Genesis 2, it talks about one man and one woman, and it uses the proper noun there. It's two different accounts.
Okay. In the Hebrew, in verse 27, and verse 28, it says, in the Hebrew, right, where it says that, and give me the interpretation, where it says that, verse 27, so God created man in his own image. In the image of God created he him, male and female created he them. And God,
That word there,
hold on,
ha Adam, that is the humans.
plural, right?
Yes,
Because he
yes.
created a male man and a female man, man
No,
with a
that
womb.
word there means humankind,
Okay,
humanity.
right, right. And he made humanity. I agree with you 100%. And and this is the spirit of humanity, right? And he made two. He made two.
Not in
And
Genesis 1. You're reading Genesis 2 back into Genesis 1.
no,
Because
okay,
Genesis 2 says he created one man first, then later on created a woman. You're
no, the
reading
spirit.
Genesis 2. There's nothing in Genesis 1 that says he only created two humans.
Okay, can I finish making this point? The point I'm making is this, thinker. The point I'm making is in verse 28, it says, and God blessed them, speaking plural, and said to them, and I'm in Genesis 1, and God said to them, be fruitful and multiply and replenish the earth and subdue it. Have dominion over the fish of the sea, over the fowl of the air, and over every living thing that creeps upon the face of the earth. Okay.
You realize he said that to the humans
No,
and to the animals.
I'm realizing that he, in this particular portion of the scripture, in this portion of the text, I'm realizing that he is saying this to mankind, male and female, And this is spirit because he made man in his image, and he is a spirit. That is 1/3 of man right there in account of the creation of man, which we are, our essence. We are spirit beings. And then in Genesis 2, it gives account of our bodies being made and then our soul being breathed into us.
Do you remember me saying that you are reading Genesis 2 back into Genesis 1? You're
Yes,
reading it as if they are consecutive stories, and they are not.
I'm
They're
not saying
stories
that.
told. Yes, you are.
One second. Okay.
There is one author writes the story as God creating all of creating humanity, multiple humans, right? And out of those humans, he creates some male and he creates some female.
I
And he
don't agree
tells
with
them to
that.
go forth and replenish. That's what it says in the Hebrew. And then in Genesis 2, that author says, your God created one male, and then he saw that the male needed a partner. Then he created animals. Then he saw that there was no partner. Then he created a woman. That's what it reads in Genesis 2. These are two different
Accounts.
stories.
I'm reading this two different accounts
But
of
you're not. You're trying to
the
read them as if they go hand in hand.
no, what I'm saying is they go hand in hand in the creation of mankind. Not they. I'm not saying that they happened. I'm not saying that they happened simultaneously. I'm not saying
What?
that because
I didn't. You can't possibly say that they happen simultaneously. What you are saying is that they go hand in hand. You are saying that Genesis 1 is a summary and Genesis 2 is a detailed account of how it's actually done.
what I'm saying is Genesis 2 give the account of the 2/3 of man, the other 2/3 of man. I'm saying Genesis 1 give an account of mankind, the essence of man, which is spirit, because we're made in his image and in his likeness.
Are the animals made in spirit too?
No, because
Well,
whenever
so when
God
the
wanted to make
animals were
something,
made the same day, the animals were made on the same day as mankind,
not
right?
not
And
way,
in Genesis 1 on day 6,
right? Whenever God
right?
wanted to make
Were
something,
they made up?
yes,
Were their bodies made that same day, or were they spirit too?
okay. Animals are not spirit beings.
So,
They're
but they were made
they
on
do
day
not
6 as
have
well,
souls.
right? They
I'm
were made
sorry.
on day 6 as well, right?
Yes. Now,
Okay.
yeah,
So that day your God made man in the flesh. I mean animals in the flesh, but only made humanity in the spirit,
right. And can I
and
bring a point to?
told these spirits to have dominion over these material fleshly animals.
Okay. Can I make a point?
Can you answer my question?
Okay. What was the
Is that what
question?
you're saying, that your God created everything in the physical realm? He created the trees, the stars, the
The
sun, the
moon.
moon,
Yeah.
the birds, the fish of the sea, and all the animals, right? And the flesh. They had physical bodies. But then when he got to mankind, they were only spirits. And then so he tells these spirits to go forth, be fruitful and multiply, and have dominion over all of this physical stuff. Is that correct?
No. What?
Well,
No.
well,
On the
that's what it
last part.
says in Genesis 1.
Wait. Okay. And but also, okay, it gives account of him making time, past, present, future. Him making space, height, width.
Can we talk about we're talking about the mankind.
Okay.
We
All
already
right.
went through all that.
When it
Listen,
gets up.
so hey, all of this is physical except for humans so far in Genesis 1, right? When Genesis 1 ends, he says, go hold on, verse everything that, let's see, God said, I give you every seed bearing plant that is upon the earth, seed bearing fruit, they shall be yours for food, and to all the animals on the land, to all the birds of the sky, and to everything that creeps on the earth, and which there is the breath of life, I give all the green plants for food. He's saying this to spirits, and it was so. And God saw, like there are still spirits at this point. Like we don't see in Genesis 1, we don't see him actually turn these humans, these spirits, into flesh. But everything else is flesh. Everything else is material. The animals have bodies, except for the humankind that he created, right? And
Uh,
so he's telling them, go forth, be fruitful, and multiply. And then he looks at all that he created, saw that it was good, and goes and takes a nap. At what point in Genesis 1 does he turn these spirits into flesh along with the animals?
it does not give that. And Genesis 1 and 2 doesn't mean that there was a separation of time. It doesn't mean that. Just like
God.
so what I'm saying is the depiction of how he created us doesn't necessarily give a depiction of time of created man. It
I
does
didn't
give
ask
it
about the
does it does
time. I'm not asking you about the time.
or when. When I say time, I mean
No.
when.
The
It it,
only
it
the only account of the creation that we see in Genesis 1 according to you is your God creating the spirit. And then he ends Genesis 1 with saying, "Man, I'm the shit." And then he goes off and takes a nap.
what I'm saying is, oh, I'm sorry. Well, I'll let you finish. Oh,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I
Go
don't
ahead.
see what you then are saying, that after he created all of this in the spirit, in the physical realm, right? Left the humans in the spirit, and then when it rested, then in Genesis 2 he comes back and he creates the body.
What I'm saying is, oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were finished. I apologize. Go ahead. I'm
I'm
sorry. I
confused. Did
apologize.
you hear me say anything else?
Yes, I did. I
What
heard
did I
you.
say?
You said he finished making all the physical things, and then he said to the spirit, have dominion over it, and then
I'm talking
he,
about after I just finished and there was silence, and then you
oh,
came back and said, "Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you were finished." You heard me say something else after during that silence?
no, 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 no. I was going to say what you said before the silence. About God taking a nap. He's saying he was he was that dude,
So,
and he took a nap.
so let me ask you this: are you saying that
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
the
Can I
first
answer? Can
creation
I answer thinking
story?
first? Because I didn't even get to your first question.
Well, you keep saying the same thing over and
Well,
over.
hold
I
on.
mean,
Well, I'm
Hold
not
on, I
saying.
do want him to answer my question though.
Let
go
me,
ahead.
and then I would love to get back to your previous question and the one you want to ask now. I would love to. Okay, so what I'm saying is that the depiction of man's creation, okay, because part of it is in one and part of it is in two, does not depict the timing of when it was made. That it wasn't made together. But I
No,
do want to
it
say
says day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, day 5, day 6. We have
that's
a time. Day
that's the
6, hold
time.
on, hold on. Day 6, he has created these spirits, right? And everything else is in the physical. Everything else has flesh. Everything else has bodies. On day 6, he creates the spirits of these humans according to you, right? When does he turn them into flesh? In
Okay.
Genesis 1 is my question. Before he looks at everything and says, I'm good. And when does he turn them into flesh? On day 6.
All right. In day 6, it doesn't say that. It said thus, and actually 2 verse 1 says, thus the heavens and the earth were finished, and all the host of them. And on the
It
seventh
says,
day he
and
rested
God
and ended
saw
his work of
all.
make.
It says, and God saw all that he had made, and found it very good. And
Right.
there was evening and there was morning the 6th day. On Genesis 1, this is
Right.
after he created the humans, after he created the animals, and after he tells them, go forth, be fruitful and multiply, subdue the earth and have dominion.
And
Right?
what I'm saying is it does not depict what the creation of man portion, how he did it, but not when, is what I'm
It
saying.
literally says on day 6. That's the win. Day
On day
6 is
six,
the
and
win.
God saw everything that he had made.
On
If you
day
look up
6,
that
he
word,
made man. Like,
oh,
what
wait a
the
minute. One,
fuck?
one, 1 minute. In the Hebrew, could you tell me if the Hebrew word in verse 31, the word made there, is the same word
I
that's
say.
in
It's I
126
say.
is created. Just
What the
created. I'm
fuck does
sorry, in
that have
verse
to do with
27.
anything? What
Because
is
it's
that?
two
No,
different.
better cheap bara. Bara is created. What does that have to do with anything?
What it does is it is again, I'm saying that is not depicting time when it comes to when he created man. The same way
It
when he
literally no, stop.
okay.
Okay. It literally says, okay, um, on in verse 27, okay, that your God created humankind in his image, okay? All of this happened on day 6. That's what chapter 1 says. That image you are saying is spirit,
And
right? Hold on. Hold
yes,
on. Okay,
yes.
so we have a win. Oh, the win.
No, 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 no. We have a
Stop,
how.
Pedro.
We have a how, not a when.
Pedro, stop.
All right.
God damn. The win is on day 6. You want us to ignore that?
No,
Yes, you do.
no, I don't.
It says in the evening and the morning were the 6th day. After he did all of this, and then it says the evening and the morning was the 6th day after he looked at all that he had done, and it was good. We
And
know on the 5th day, stop. We know on the 5th day, he created all the beasts. I'm sorry. He created the waters, the seas, right? The birds of the air on the 5th day, and he saw that, and it was good. After the 5th day, he then creates humankind. He then creates the animals. He sees it. He looks at everything, and he says, "That's good." The fact that you are trying to say that the 6th day isn't a win is crazy.
I'm not saying the 6th day wasn't a win.
You
What I'm
did say
saying
that
is
wasn't a win.
what I'm saying is that the creation, when he speaks of the creation of man, right? When he creates man's spirit, because he creates them in his image, when he creates the essence of man, right?
That was on the 6th day,
That
correct?
I'm saying, yeah, in verse, yes. I'm
All
saying that,
right.
wait a minute,
No, 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 no,
hold on
no.
a second.
Hold on. So he creates the essence of man on the 6th day. When does he create the physical body of man? Is that
The,
also on the 6th day?
no, the depiction of that
Okay.
is
All right.
depicted, and no, to answer your
Hold
question.
on, wait.
I'm leaving it
So
there. No,
wait,
no.
Pedro, wait. So he does. So he closes it out on day 6 with just the essence of man being created, and then Genesis 2 is a new day. So man didn't get their body until like day 8 because he rested on day 7. So are you saying he didn't make the body of man until after he rested? Is that what you're saying?
Okay. I'm saying that when he goes into verse 7, when it goes into verse 7 in chapter 2, right? Well, first verse 1 says, thus the heavens and the earth were finished, and all the host of them. The heavens and the earth and all the host of them was finished.
Yeah, the heavens and the
And
earth and everything in it. That's what it's saying.
God. And he goes into the 7th day, how he rested and he blessed it
Right?
and sanctified that day. These
Right.
are
But
the
according to
generations
you,
of the
only the
heavens.
spirits of men have been created so far.
Right. And these are the generations of the heavens and of the earth when they were created. Verse 4:24. In the day that the Lord had made the earth
No,
and
no.
heavens
Okay.
and every.
The earth and the heavens. So
Yes, I agree
are
with you.
you saying that he took a rest and then came back after he rested and then made the body of humans?
Okay. Let me just read it. And
What?
every plant of the field before it was in the earth. I mean, and every plant of the field before it was in the earth, and every herb of the field before it grew, for the Lord God had not caused it to rain upon the earth. There was not a man to till the ground. Verse 6. But there went a
Can you
mist.
answer? Stop. Logically, I need you to use some logic, okay?
Yes.
Because like this is just ridiculous. Logically, you are saying that on day 6, before your God rested, he only created the spirit of humans. And then when Genesis 2 starts, humans only have spirits. He comes back from his
Not
rest.
have are.
Okay, whatever.
Are.
Okay, whatever. He comes back from his rest, then he creates the flesh of humans. That's what you're saying.
Yes. And can I may I
Why did it
add?
take you forever to just say yes to that?
It wasn't.
It is.
Okay.
Like I've been asking this question. Like I've had to ask
I
it 4
said yes a
times.
couple times. I
No, you
thought I said
didn't. You
yes.
just no, you didn't, Pedro. You wanted to keep reading scriptures and let's look and the host of this and the host of that. It's a simple yes. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
You're
Okay,
saying
thinker.
that
Yes.
you're saying that your God only created the spirits of humans in Genesis 1, went off and took a rest. And then in Genesis 2, woke up and got back to work and then created the body of man. And when he created the body of man, the female humans were still spirits, right? And he's
Human.
like, hold on.
Human.
Oh my God.
I'm still of the opinion that it was only two.
Oh my God.
Male and
The
female
oh
created he
God.
them. Male and female created he them. Now,
This is
in
fucking
verse
ridiculous.
7,
Pedro, stop.
okay.
Stop.
Yes.
What you saying don't make sense, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because in Genesis 1, who was he telling to go out and be fruitful?
Okay. Whenever he spoke to something. I'm sorry, what's your name? I didn't get your name.
I swear,
Nelson.
y'all
Mr.
Nelson.
believers in the comments
Nelson.
agreeing with him,
Okay, so
y'all will agree if he told y'all God pissed on them. Like y'all will
no,
agree
no.
with anything a believer says on the stage. And the fact that y'all don't think for yourselves. Because it makes no fucking sense for him to be saying this when your God literally says it's not good for a man to be alone. Let me make him a helper. If he had already made the helper in the spirit. Shit don't make sense.
Because
And
a
then the
spirit
fact that
being
y'all
cannot
agree
till
with
the
dumb
ground,
shit
thinker.
pisses me off.
Thinker. A spirit is not legal in the earth.
Okay,
And
Duh,
then
that's why it don't make sense for
wait a
your
minute.
God to
And then,
say, Pedro, I agree. That's why it does not make sense. If your God created male and female in the spirit on day 6 and then comes and says, it's not good for man to be alone. Let me make him a helper. He had already made the helper in Genesis 1, according to you, and that helper was a spirit. Did he plan on leaving the female a spirit?
okay, before he says, he didn't say that it was not good for man to be alone in the garden until he completed making man, which is in
Duh.
verse. Yes.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm
Like
saying
it
that.
doesn't make listen to what you're saying. If he created male and female in spirit and told them to go forth, be fruitful, and multiply in Genesis 1,
Uh-huh.
but in Genesis 2, he creates only the man a body, and then he looks down and goes, ugh, that's not good enough. Man needs a partner, right? And then he goes and then makes the female a body. That makes no sense.
But some things took place before that, thinker. Some
What took
things.
place, Pedro?
Okay, let me tell you what took place. In verse 7, it says, and the Lord God formed man of the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostril the breath of life, body. And man became a living soul. And
Kimberly,
the,
get the fuck out, because I'm not going to be tone police by any white woman. If you don't like my tone, don't fucking bring your ass in here.
okay.
but do you realize?
Wait a minute. Can I finish, Nelson? And the Lord
Yeah,
God planted a garden in eastward in Eden. He
we know the
planted the
scripture.
garden.
You don't have to read it. We know that scripture.
Wait a minute,
We
one
know it
second.
by
But
heart.
I got you. But these things, and out of the ground, he made the Lord God. Okay, so these things after he made man, after he made Adam, right? His body and his soul, then the gardens, then the stuff he made, and he brought the animals. He did things prior to that.
Okay,
Before,
that's fine. Leave that alone. Go back to Genesis 1. Who the fuck?
was God talking to when he told them to go out and be fruitful? He was talking to some spirits to go out
Yes,
and be
yes.
fruitful.
He
So
yes.
so you're
He
telling me now, hold on, stop. You're telling me now that spirits can go out and fuck and make babies.
wait a
No,
minute.
but look, Nelly,
Wait a
it's
minute.
even
Wait a
worse
minute.
because he expected Adam to fuck a spirit because he didn't give Eve
No.
a body the same time he gave Adam one.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Okay, I'll let y'all
That's why I
finish it,
said, like,
man.
logically, this part of the conversation should have been over with.
But
Logically,
but 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 again, that's not about logic. And again, that's why I was saying to you when it comes to the creation of man, right? When it comes to the creation of man, it's depicted how it was done. For example, when you question about
No,
the animals having 1 second, when you
you're
question
making
about
my
the
head hurt with your bullshit.
whenever God wanted to make something, he spoke to what he wanted it made out of. That's a principle. And whenever God wanted to make something, he spoke to what he wanted it made out of. For example, when he wanted to make fish, he spoke to the sea. When he wanted to make plants, he spoke to the earth. And whatever he spoke came forth what he said. And then when he wanted to make man, he didn't speak to the earth. He spoke to himself because whenever, again, the principle, whenever God wanted to make something, let me lower my tone. Whenever God wanted to make something, he speaks to what he wanted it made out of.
And you are making
And so
absolute no
when he
sense.
wanted to make man, Nelson, when he wanted
You're
to
not
make
making
man,
no sense, man.
when he wanted to make man, thinker, he spoke to himself because he wanted it
You
made
are
out of him.
changing. Stop,
He
stop,
made it out of
stop,
him.
stop, 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 stop. You are changing scripture to fit your narrative. That
exactly,
is
I'm
because it
not
not
does not
changing.
say that. Like when your God talked to he said, "Let the earth bring forth every kind of living creature." Right?
Every creature
When
that
he
creeps
said, "Let
upon the
us
face of
make
the earth.
mankind in our image," he didn't say, "Let mankind come from us." He created mankind.
In his image and in his likeness.
Right? Created. He didn't speak mankind into existence.
He spoke the spirit. Yes, he did. He spoke
No,
his
he
spirit
didn't.
into existence.
No,
He
he didn't.
formed his
He
body.
spoke. He said, "Hey, this is what we need to do. Let us make man in our image." And then it says he created them. It doesn't say he spoke them into existence.
He created them what? In his image and in
It
his
doesn't say he
likeness.
spoke them into existence.
But he did. He
Doesn't say that
literally
though.
spoke it. He
It
literally
doesn't
said,
say it though.
let us make man in
Where
our
does it
image and our
say? Where
likeness.
does it say? The same way he said, and let the earth bring forth every kind, right, of living creature. He
Right.
says, let the waters bring forth
Yes.
swarms of living creatures.
Uh-huh.
He says, let's see, let there be light, right?
Yes.
When he says, let us make man, this is the idea. Let us make man. Then it says, and he created man. Doesn't say he didn't say, and man come forth out of me.
Nope.
It says he
Exactly.
created it.
He
He did
said, let
not
us make
speak
him in
man.
our image and in
That
our
he said
likeness.
that's the idea. But when he created them, he created them. He did not speak them into existence.
Okay. Okay. Again, it says, and God said, let us make man in our image and in our likeness,
That's
and
the
let
idea.
and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, fowl of
And
the
that's
air.
the where does he actually do the creation? Does he speak the creation into existence, or does it say he created them?
It says that he created them and he created
Exactly.
them in his image and in his likeness.
Exactly. He
And
did not
then
speak them into existence.
he said he created them in his image and in his likeness.
Exactly.
And
Yep.
what is his image and
But it does
likeness?
not it does not say he spoke them into existence.
Okay, cool. But his image and likeness is spirit.
It does
And
not
then
say that.
God is a spirit, and they that
It does
worship
not
him
say
must
that.
worship him in spirit and in
It
truth.
again, if you're claiming to be in your God's image and likeness, and you have a body and your God don't, you have a spirit and your spirit, I mean your God, you have a dead spirit and your God is alive. You have a soul and your God don't. You ain't in your God's image.
Well, originally, and we all are in his image, whether our spirit is dead or not. We're in
Your
So
his
God
what
ain't
you're
got
image
no
and
saying?
his
body
So
or
what?
no
likeness.
soul.
So dead doesn't make you walk around. I mean, dead doesn't mean you're expired. That
Do you want to hear the actual fact of what you actually read? I'm gonna give you the facts of it because Stinker has already told you. Those are two different writers. And to be honest with you, it's actually two different gods in Genesis 1 and Genesis 2.
There's more than 66. There's more than 66 writers.
You not hear
So
what I
I'm
said.
cool with
Stop,
that, Nelson.
stop,
I'm cool
stop,
with
stop.
that.
No, no, you're not cool with what I'm about to say. I just said there are two different gods we're talking about.
I'm talking about writers. I'm cool with more than 66
And I'm
writers.
talking about God.
All right. Well, you mentioned writers first, and then you mentioned gods. I'm not cool
Well,
with.
because the writers of Genesis 1 had one idea of creation. The writers of Genesis 2 had another idea of creation. And when the writers of Genesis 2 wrote, they created a whole new God for that creation.
Uh,
Now,
I,
now
I, I
if you don't believe me, go to Genesis 1 and tell me if you can see anything but capital G. And then go to Genesis 2, it starts out with a whole different God. It starts out with the Lord God. The first mention of the Lord God is in Genesis 2. In Genesis 1, you don't see the Lord God nowhere. It does not mention the Lord God until Genesis 2. And this
okay.
Lord God created man from dirt. He
Created
did.
man
It, it
two
it
different s.
also
And I'm
it also
listen.
never says your God blew to the person on YouTube that's saying this. It never says your God blew his spirit into you.
It does not.
It does
No, it
not
don't.
say
I
ruach.
agree.
No, it
It
doesn't.
does not.
It does not say that he blew the ruach into you. It doesn't say that.
No, it doesn't. It says he created man in his image and in his likeness, and he's a spirit. That's
I'm talking about in
self-explanatory.
Genesis 2. In
In
Genesis
Genesis,
2, when it talks about blowing the nostrils of the breath of life,
yes.
it literally does not say that. It says Nishma ha-yam vayehi Adam. That's what it says.
Uh
That is
huh.
not the ruach. There is
Right.
no ruach being blown into the human, which is your God spirit in Genesis 2.
Right. Yeah, I agree with you 100%. It does not. It was already created. That was not. It's three different.
Where does it say that you were created from his spirit in Genesis 1? Where does it say that in Genesis 1?
No, I said
If
image and likeness.
image and likeness is not spirit. Like
I didn't
this is what I'm asking is where are y'all getting this spirit from? That he
because
created the spirit. I need to see it in the text.
okay. In verse in verse 26. All right, and let me go to the Hebrew myself and get that word there.
It says Va Yomer Elohim Na'asa Adam Bat Le Menu Ki hold on Ki Damut Nu see Vayerdu Bad Gamat Hayam U Ubof Hashamaim no Ruach U Uv Vabahama Uv Kal Haaretz Uv Kal Harese I'm sorry Hare Mes Haro Mace Al Haretz. There's no Ruach in
Right.
that.
And I agree with you 1%. I'm looking at image, which is the Greek word.
Why are you going to the Greek for the Hebrew?
I'm sorry, Hebrew word. I misspoke. I'm sorry, Hebrew. I apologize. The the Hebrew word selim. Okay, selim
Where?
and
And which verse?
image. It's in verse 26.
Where do you see
In verse
Salim? Like
image.
I'm
The
looking
Hebrew
at
word
verse
is
26.
spelled TSELEM, image, and let us
So
make man
hold
in
on.
our image.
I
So the word image.
Vasala, this right here. This word right here. This is in our image. But salemenu. That's that
Salim.
word right there.
That's
It's
that word. Salim.
right.
Salim. That
That
word.
that doesn't mean spirit.
What it's image, which means what?
And
What does that mean?
likeness.
And likeness,
It
like
doesn't mean
him.
spirit.
Huh?
It
No,
doesn't mean spirit.
no, wait a minute. It means likeness.
It
Likeness
doesn't
is,
mean spirit
wait a minute,
though.
wait a minute. It means likeness. What is God? God
I
is a
don't know.
spirit.
It could be a tyrant. Like
No,
to be in somebody's likeness could be their attitude,
no, no,
like
no, 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 no.
their personality, their capabilities. It doesn't mean spirit.
And you know it says, okay, all right. It says both words in there. And God said, so it wouldn't be no mistaken of no mistaking it. It says, and God said, let us make man in our image and after our likeness. Okay, so we can look up both Hebrew words, not just image, not just salim.
You can actually stop right there, and I'm gonna tell you why you need to stop, because you first of all you're making yourself look ignorant, because, and I'm gonna tell you why. Read that one more time. It said, "Let us make man in our image." Let
And
us
after
make
our
stop,
likeness.
stop. Let us make man in our image.
Huh?
Are you listen to us part of it?
Yeah, you
Let
say, yes,
us.
yes, the us part
Who?
of it. The
Okay, who
us.
is us? Who is he talking to?
Okay. Again, I brought up the point. Whenever God wanted to make something, he spoke to what he wanted it made out of, right? When it came to man, who did he speak to? He spoke to himself, Father, Son,
So
Holy Spirit.
us? Wait a minute.
That's the
Wait a
us.
minute. Stop. Stop. No, that's not us. No,
Yes,
that's not
that's us.
us. No, that's not.
What is it then?
It's because he was talking to other gods that were there. Us. He said, "Let us make man in our
Exactly.
image."
He's talking Father, Son, and Holy Spirit.
He ain't talking to
And the
no
word,
Father, Son, Holy Spirit. And
yes,
even
he
if
is.
he,
He's talking to
okay,
Christ before he was manifest in the earth.
you know what? Okay,
Yes.
let's
And
run
the
with that.
Holy Spirit.
Listen
And
to me.
Holy
Let's
Spirit.
hold on.
Father, Son, and Holy
Hold
Spirit.
on. Stop for a second. Let's run with that. Let's run with that. So if it was just the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, and he said, "Let us make man in our image," so that would be three men, three women.
No, no. He said, let us make man in our image. They
Okay, then.
all three in spirit form, in their image and their likeness.
Okay, then. So if
That's
you're
not,
saying
it's
that,
not
okay,
denote
then
how many men they're going to make.
listen
It's
for a
denote,
second, man. I'm trying to save you face value, because
man,
believe me,
I'm good.
you
I'm good now. So
well,
I'm
you
good
need.
on,
Well, I
I
know
don't
you
need you to
think you
save
good,
my
but
face, brother.
you sound fucking ignorant,
Bro,
because
I don't
in
need you to
verse,
save my face, bro.
okay, well then I'll let you keep sounding ignorant.
Okay,
But
so what?
listen, in chapter one, mm, it wasn't one man and one woman that was made, according to the Bible, according to the Hebrew text. Thinker just explained that to you.
Okay. I read, I read us as in denoting God saying, let us make man in our image and in our likeness, not let
Okay,
us make men. It says, in the image of God created he him, male and female created he them.
damn, what the? Okay, never mind. I'm
Male and
not going to go
female
there with you.
created he them.
I'm not going to go there with you. But okay, can you ask? Okay,
He's going by the English translation
I
of
know.
man, and not taking into account that the Hebrew word for Adam is humanity or
Yes,
mankind, not one
yes,
man, and you are
All right.
ignoring
exactly.
that.
All right. Then I would venture to say this as well. Okay. When God creates things, right? When he created things, I would stick to man. Okay. The reason he told them to be fruitful and multiply, right? And that's the law first mentioned there, because he also told Abraham that from him, his seed,
But did Abraham have a body?
yes. And and
But
and, and
you're saying these humans right here didn't. And it
but
doesn't make sense for
but
you to be
before,
saying, it doesn't make sense for him to say to spirits who don't have a pudina or a stick
uh-huh.
to be fruitful and multiply unless he wanted 1,000 Caspers on earth. And then he goes and takes a nap. He goes to sleep and he wakes up, and then he decides, he looks down and he's like, man, this spirit can't actually do anything in the physical realm and till the ground. So I need to give the male spirit a body so he can till the ground.
And he did that
And then,
prior to
but hold
making.
on, hold on,
All
hold
right.
on.
Go ahead.
Now, he decides to give the male spirit a body so that he can engage in the physical realm, because the spirit can't do shit in the physical realm, while also have already told these spirits to go forth and multiply. So then he takes the spirit from the female spirit and puts it in the physical body. Now they can't fuck. They can't do anything because the female spirit is still a spirit. Now the male spirit is in a physical body and they can't engage. And then he looks down and he goes, wait, it's not good for the man to be alone in the physical world. And then he decides to create animals. Keep in mind, at this point in Genesis 2, there are no animals. So then he creates the animals. Remember, you already said that
Wait a
in
minute.
Genesis 1, hold on. You said in Genesis 1, the animals were already physical bodies. But here in Genesis 2, we see that he looks and he's like, the man is in a physical body and it's not good for man to be alone. So then he decides to create animals from the ground and bring those animals to the man who is now in a physical body and to see what the man would name them. Then he's like, wait, there's still not a partner for this man in this physical body because the female is still in the spirit. So then he puts the physical man to sleep and takes a piece of his body to create the physical body for the female, and takes the female spirit and put it in this physical body, and then brings that physical body to the man. But he doesn't then, when they're in these physical bodies, he doesn't tell them to be fruitful and multiply, because he already told them that when they were spirits. Am
That
I
let you.
understanding you correctly?
Now, that was close. That was close, but no cigar. No
But
cigar.
what?
Now, that was close, but no cigar. No, close, but
I'm confused. What part of it did I miss?
okay. I'm not saying you missed anything. You got it all right, but it was not in the correct order.
What? No, I literally stated it from the text.
I got you,
What's
but
wrong? What was incorrect from the text?
I'm not saying you were not
What was
correct.
incorrect from the text?
Okay. Again, I'm not disagreeing
What was
with.
incorrect about the order from the text, please?
Okay, got you. Now, the order is okay.
From the
If you go,
text.
okay, from the text in
Okay.
chapter 1, right?
I know we're in chapter 2 now.
I know
We're
we
at the
are.
point of him creating the body now.
I know we are. I know
Okay,
we
what
are.
was
But,
incorrect?
but you said that the animals and stuff weren't mentioned or created yet, right?
No, I didn't say that. I said you stated, um, y'all please don't type in all caps. You stated that the animals were created and they were physical on day 6, right? They were created on the same
Right.
day as
Okay.
humans. Okay, they were
I agree.
physical. But in
Yes.
Genesis 2, when your God put the man's spirit in flesh, he literally says, it is not good that man should be alone. I will make him a partner. And then he creates animals from the ground in Genesis 2.
Okay. Can I say to you that he gave Adam instructions in Genesis 1 about animals from the ground? He
I
gave.
don't care about that. You already stated that the animals in Genesis 1 were in the flesh. But here we have in Genesis 2, he creates animals from the ground and then brings those animals to Adam, who is now in the flesh, to name them.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Okay. Okay. I said that God created, in verse 6, Genesis 2, verse 7, and the Lord God formed man of the dust, text, going to text, and Lord God formed man from the dust of the ground and breathed into him his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living soul. Verse 8, and the Lord God planted a garden eastward in Eden, and there he put the man whom he had formed. And out of the ground made the Lord God to grow every tree that is pleasant to the sight and good for food, and the tree of life also in the midst of the garden, and the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. And a river, and he goes through about the river and all the good stuff, the gold and all the good things in the garden, and describes the garden and the rivers thereof. And the Lord
Please
God
stop,
took the
because this is
man, and
irritating
the
me.
Lord
Go to
God
verse
took the
go to
man.
verse 18, because we are talking about the animals. Go to
All right,
verse 18, please.
all right. Okay, can I go with 15? And the Lord God
For
took.
what? No. Because all you're going to do is derail. We're not talking about this damn commandment that he gave them not to eat from the tree. Go to verse 18, please.
No,
We're
I'm not.
talking about when he created these animals.
Okay. Okay. And the Lord God said, it is not good that man should be alone. I will make him and help meet for him, which is help suitable to help him till the garden. Okay. And out of the ground, the Lord God formed every beast of the field and every fowl of the air and brought them unto Adam to see what he would call them. And
Okay. Is
whatsoever
that
Adam
not what
called,
I said? Is that not what I said?
yes.
Okay. So, but you said in Genesis 1, the animals were already physical. They were not in the spirit. Like on day 6, when your God created the animals, the beasts of the field and the humans on that same day, he made the animals physical, but left the humans in the spirit. But here in Genesis 2, we see that he made the man physical, and then he's forming animals from the ground again.
No, no, you're absolutely correct. No, that's not the case.
What's
And if
happening
I
here?
and if I and if I indicated that, I misspoke, because what I was talking about was in when I was speaking of one and the man getting instructions. I was speaking of when he said and multiply for them to be fruitful and multiply and replenish the earth.
So the
Wait a minute,
animals
one
in
second.
Genesis 1 were also in the spirit.
No, animals
They
are
were
not
they
spirit
flesh?
beings.
In
They're not
Genesis 1,
spirit
when he
beings.
created the animals, were they made in the flesh?
No, they're the
Were they
animals.
spirit?
I'm saying the animals were not spirit beings.
Were they flesh? Were they physical? Did he create them in the physical realm on day 6 in Genesis 1?
No, but he gave Adam
Well, okay,
instructions
wait,
on
no,
day
you
6
no, no,
about him.
no,
He said
no,
the
no, no.
fish of the
Stop, stop,
sea and
stop, 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 stop. You are literally saying that when he created these animals in Genesis 1 on day 6, he didn't create them in the physical world, nor
oh
did he create
no,
them in the spirit world. How did he
no,
create? Where were
no,
they?
no, thinker. I'm
What were
saying
they?
that he created the animals were created for in the physical from the beginning.
Okay,
They were
okay.
never created
So
spirit. They never had
okay. Oh,
spirits.
all right. So that's what you said in the beginning. So on day 6 in Genesis 1, the animals were physical, but the humans were left in the spirit. But here we see in Genesis 2, he's creating animals from the ground, and then he brings them to the man to name them.
Creepeth upon the earth, wherein there is life. I've given the earth. Okay. All right. It depicts instructions about the animals in Genesis 1, but it depicts the creation of them in Genesis 2.
So they were not actually created in Genesis 1 when he said he created them. So he only created them in the spirit in Genesis 1?
No, where does it say he created them in Genesis 1?
What? In Genesis 1, they were created on the same day.
Okay.
Like
Where,
literally it says, let that was after the 5th day. God said, let the earth bring forth every kind of living creature,
Right, right, right,
cattle,
right,
creeping things, and wild beasts of every kind. And it was so. God
right,
made wild beasts of every kind and cattle of every kind and all kinds of creeping things of the earth. And God saw that it was good. Then
right,
God said, let us make humankind in our image. All of this is happening on the sixth day.
right.
This is why I asked you multiple times. Did your God create these animals and leave them in spirit form like he did humankind, or
No,
did he create these animals in the flesh
in the
and leave
flesh
humans in
only.
the spirit?
In
Okay,
the
so
flesh.
so okay, so on day 6, all the animals are created in the flesh. Okay? and
Right.
and and mankind are in the spirit, and your God is done. He looks at it, says everything is good, and he goes and rests. Then in Genesis 2, we see that he's creating animals again from the earth after he had given mankind a body.
Wait a minute. Where's that? What verse is that you're
We
speaking of
just
in
ran it
2?
in verse
Wait
18
a
and
minute.
19.
And the Lord God said, it is not good for man that should be alone. I will make him a helpmeet. And the Lord God formed every beast of the field and every fowl of the air, brought them to Adam. Okay. I'm thinking that this is speaking of Adam naming them, of course, right?
No,
And it's
we're not talking about
referring
Adam
to
naming
when
them.
he
We're talking about your
created.
God creating them.
Right.
It
And it's
says and
referring
and
to,
and it says and the Lord God formed out of the earth all the wild beasts and the birds of the sky.
right. That's saying how he did it.
It
Mhm.
literally says
And the Lord
right
God,
he
that's
looked
what he,
down. Oh my God. It literally says, and he looked down, right? And he says, it's not good for humans to be alone.
for
So that
man to be
means that the
alone.
animals did not exist while man was on the earth in Genesis 2. There were no animals. He says, it's not good for the human to be alone. I
I would-
will make a fitting counterpart for him.
Now listen, when it's the alone, when it's talking of alone, it's
It
not
doesn't
speaking of
matter. That
animals.
means that, oh my
It's not
fucking
speaking
gosh.
of, okay.
Well, do you realize what you're doing? You might as well be an apologetic because you are dancing all around this to make this Genesis 1 and Genesis 2 be the same damn story.
I'm
When it
saying, I'm
when it hold
saying
on,
this, Nelson. I'm saying
when
this,
it
Nelson.
plainly says it's two different damn stories. So you want us to believe there are two sets of fucking animals that
No,
made
no,
it,
I'm not
that
saying
God
that.
made it.
I'm not saying that it's two sets of animals. I'm not
Well, then
saying
what are
that.
you saying? Because you're sounding ignorant on this, my friend. I mean, you don't want to, because if you agree with it, you're going against your God. That's how you feel. So you're trying to
Nah,
make
nah.
sure that you
Ho,
don't go
bro, don't
against
tell
God.
me how I feel, bro. Come on, how you gonna tell me how I feel?
Well,
I'm not
then,
gonna tell you how you feel. I'm not gonna tell
okay.
you how you feel. I can't. I'm not gonna assume to
No,
be
no, no, no,
to, to
okay,
tell
that's
you how
fine, that's
you
fine.
feel.
Let's go back to the damn story. Genesis 1 and Genesis 2, are they the same story or are they two different stories?
Genesis 1 and Genesis 2 are the same depiction of the creation of man, the earth, and
That
all
is,
in it.
and
That's
that
what
right,
that's what it is. Genesis 1 and 2, and that's my answer. Genesis
oh
1 and
yeah, that's
2
your
is
answer, but it
depictions,
sounds like you do not have reading comprehension. You don't comprehend shit. You only see what you want to see.
bro. I'm
But
not, I'm not, I'm not, I'm sorry about calling you bro. Nelson, I am not, I'm not and reading myself into this or what I want. I'm just reading it where it's literally depictions of
okay,
how God created the heavens and the earth, the animals,
but if we go
and
off
man,
what you're saying,
and
you're
man.
telling me that God, basically, if we go off what you're saying, it plainly says in Genesis 1 that God created the animals and they were done, and then he rested. And then in Genesis 2, he comes back and creates man and woman and then creates animals again.
Does it say how it was done in one?
Oh my goodness. Yeah, it actually does.
It doesn't make sense to me how you're now asking, does it say how, when you have already stated that in Genesis 1 the animals were already in the flesh, and clearly it states in Genesis 2 that man was alone, and your God said that's not good, and then your God formed animals from the ground in Genesis 2. Genesis 1, the animals were created before man, before
Right.
these spirits. And Genesis 2, man was created, then the animals.
Man was formed, man's body and soul.
It
Again,
doesn't
man is a
matter. Like, y'all
trichotomy.
focus on the stupidest shit.
Hey, to me, that's the important thing.
It doesn't change what
Who
I
we are.
said.
Who we are is important.
It does not change what I said. Man was formed in Genesis 2, then the animals. I don't care if you think it was his spirit, his soul, his body. He was formed first. It says he was alone. Then your God created animals from the ground in Genesis 2. In
And,
Genesis 1, the animals were created first, then man.
and what I'm saying is, when in Genesis 2, when it speaks of alone, it's talking about because at this point he named all the animals, and every animal. And let me paint the picture I'm seeing. He brought forth the animals to him to see what he would call them, and he called them whatever he called them. That's what it was. Okay, lions, tigers, bears, giraffes, whatever. Okay, and the alone is when he said that man was alone. All the animals are mating, being fruitful and multiplying.
What's
Because
the
he
word for
created them with
alone? What's the
all
word
the
for
animals are
alone
being
here?
fruitful and multiplying.
Hold on. What's the Hebrew
And
word for alone
there
here?
was nobody. And he said,
I know you
man
hear
was,
me talking.
I'm sorry, go ahead. What you say?
What's the Hebrew word for alone here for you to say that it's not talking about him being alone, being isolated by himself? What's the word for
No,
alone?
I'm saying it doesn't depict, it depicts another human. That's what I'm
What?
saying. It speaks to him being alone as not a
What
helpmeet
does it
for him.
say? It's not good for humans to be alone. I will make him a fitting counterpart.
I will
Then
make
what
him.
did your God do after that statement?
I will make him a helpmeet for him.
What did he
And God,
do after that statement? What's the next verse?
it says, and out of the ground the Lord God formed every beast of the field and every fowl of the
Okay,
air
so
and
before
brought
he
them. Wait a
formed
minute.
every beast, hold on. Before he formed every beast of the field and the wild beast, did he say man was alone?
And the Lord God, I'm looking for it, making sure. I'm looking for it. Hold on. The Lord God took the man, put him in the garden. And the Lord God commanded the man. Okay. Where is it at? Why am I not seeing it? Help me out here.
This is it right here. This
Verse
word
what?
right
What
here.
verse is it? What
This
verse is
word.
it? Help
Hold
me
on.
out. 2 what? Man.
I hate when I
The Lord
hit the
God
thing and it
commanded
wants
the
to do
man,
that.
saying, of every tree of the garden thou mayest eat. But of the
This
tree
shouldn't
of
even
life.
be hard. This is crazy, man.
Oh, verse 18. I got verse
This
18.
this word right here.
And the Lord God said, it is not good that man should be alone. I will make him and a help meet for him. Okay.
But before he made the animals, did he say man was alone?
Obviously not.
You
The-
said obviously not. He didn't say that
no,
before he made the animals.
because the animals were
No, no,
made
no,
on day
no. I
6.
know. I didn't ask you for your interpretation, Pedro.
You
In
said
the
no.
text, Pedro. In this
My
text,
answer to that is no.
so he did not say man was alone before he formed every beast out of the field. Are you fucking serious right now?
Well, okay. So what are we talking about in Genesis 1
No, no,
on day
no,
6 when
no.
he
I
made
didn't.
the
No,
animals?
no,
What are we
Pedro.
talking
This
about in
is
day 6
why
when he made the
this is
animals?
why this text is a problem. Like you cannot even acknowledge that in Genesis 2 the text says what it says, and you need to bounce back to Genesis 1. right? Because you are trying to read this text as if it was written consecutively, and it was not. The authors of Genesis 1 were from the northern kingdom of Israel, and they were polytheistic. This is their version of how their God created mankind. Genesis 2 was written by the priestly source and the monotheistic Judites from the south. And this is their version of how their God created mankind. And because
And that
you can't see that and you refuse to acknowledge that Genesis 1 is saying that the animals were created first, then mankind, and Genesis 2 is saying no, mankind was created first, then the animals. You can't acknowledge that. And so you
Okay.
have to lie to yourself and
No,
say,
I'm not.
no, the text,
No.
hold on.
Okay.
Then you have to lie to yourself and say, no, the text doesn't say man was alone, because what about what Genesis 1 say? It literally says that your God looked down, or your God said, it is not good for man to be alone. He then formed animals from the ground. He then looked and said, there's still not a partner for a man, put the man to sleep, and then formed the woman. That's what Genesis 2 says. You are lying to us and lying to yourself when you say it does not say that.
I didn't say it doesn't say that.
Yes, you did say it didn't say that Adam was alone before he made
No,
the
I
beast of the
said
air.
no. I
The
didn't. I
beast of
did.
the ground in Genesis
I
2.
said. I said the alone speaks to him to that he doesn't have. I will make him because right. I will make
That's not
him
what you
a
said.
help meet
That's
for
not what you
him.
said, and I can play it back.
No, I'm
I
saying
asked you very specifically, did your God say Adam was alone prior to
yes.
making the beast? And you said no.
I'm saying okay. What I'm saying, thinker, is that when it's talking about Adam being alone, it's not in reference to animals. It's reference to him not
It's in
having
reference to
a
him
help
being
meet.
isolated. That word there, levato, means isolated, alone, by himself. It does not mean anything else. And your God is saying that the man was isolated, alone. And so he after he makes that statement, he forms animals
No,
and
there's
he
another.
brings them
That's
to Adam.
Can you read? Can you read in 18? It's something after he says alone. What does it say after that? Not verse 19. The
It
rest of verse
says,
18.
Esa lo, ezer, ki negedo. That's what it says. It
Okay.
says he made a helper. Negedo is like a equal.
Exactly. And so my point is, that's my point in what I was saying. That's all I was saying. I'm
But that,
saying that
but
that
after that, he made animals, and then
okay,
he
but I'm
says,
saying
"Hold
before
on,
that, and
wait,
again,
wait,
okay, go ahead.
wait, wait."
Yeah.
After he says, "I'm going to make him a equal," right? He makes animals, okay, and then he says, "There's still not a partner for him," right? He brings the animals to Adam. Adam names them. He steps back to see what Adam's gonna name them, right? And then so God is like, there's still not a fitting counterpart, a fitting equal for him amongst them. He said, no equal was found.
And that's what
Found
I'm speaking
where?
of.
Hold on, found where? After he brought the animals to him and Adam named them, and it says, but no equal was found amongst them. Who is the amongst them? Found where? No equal was found where?
Right. And on the earth, amongst
Amongst who?
his creation.
Which was what at that time?
Animals,
And
trees, birds, fish,
right.
plant, all of it.
Okay. So prior
Yes.
to these animals, was Adam alone?
Yes. And it says,
Okay.
I,
Stop.
I, I
Stop.
never denied that
Yes,
he
you did
wasn't.
say it doesn't mean you said alone isn't referring to him being by himself. That's saying he don't have a woman.
No. I said, okay, what I'm saying again is this, thinker. Okay, and I don't have a problem with saying, okay, if what I was saying was misconstrued or I and said the wrong thing, no problem with admitting that. But what I was speaking of and what I was thinking when my intention was talking about what immediately follows alone, and that is, and the Lord God said, it is not good that man should be alone. I will make him and help
You
meet
are
for
focused on
him.
who the helpmeet is, and we don't. That's not what we were talking about. We were talking about the order of creation. This is what I'm saying. Like, you don't pay attention to the words that's coming out of our mouths,
Yes, I do.
right?
Yes,
No,
I
you
do.
don't. Because
Yes,
nobody
I
was
do. Think I
fucking
beg to
talking
differ.
about who the Azer was.
We were speaking of him being alone
It,
and in the
and
order of
oh my
creation,
fucking
and I
god,
kept on
Pedro,
speaking of.
Pedro. This is why, like, I get so fucking frustrated with y'all, because I don't know what Jesus did to y'all's minds. Like, it's so hard.
Wait
I
a minute.
mean,
Is
yeah,
Jesus? Is
don't
he
call me
real?
baby, motherfucker. I'm
I
not
ain't
your
say, I
baby.
didn't call you that. I said, wait a minute. I'm married with children. I'm not going to call you baby. I'm not going to call
Well,
you
I
out your name.
apologize. It sounded like you said
It's
baby, baby,
okay.
baby.
And I respect that. I appreciate you apologizing because I darn sure didn't call you baby. And I'm, no, I didn't call you baby. I would not do that. That is just so unprofessional.
Okay,
And
all
so,
right, move
yeah.
forward. Yeah.
Thank you for apologizing. I appreciate that. But I was speaking of,
The next person, hold on for a second, to the mods. The next person that comments on me being angry or my tone, just block them. If y'all got a problem with my tone, don't fucking come in here. Okay? Don't come in here. Go ahead, Pedro.
okay. I was speaking of, and I was on another, I was in another lane. My lane I was in was on the creation of man, and I was stressing the depiction of it, that how it was done was not as important to me in stressing
No, I listen.
as
I
to
don't feel like
when, and
no,
you
no.
were,
I don't feel like being gaslit, Pedro. No, we
nah,
were
you were,
talking.
you,
No, because you've had to gaslight the fuck out of me, and I don't feel like that
nah,
shit.
I'm not.
Okay, no, no,
Why
no,
you say
no,
that?
no, Pedro. We
Why you
were
say that?
talking about the order of creation, as far as whether your God created y'all as spirits first. Like, please do not gaslight me. Okay, and the reason why we're talking about this is you said the animals were physical on day 6 and the humans were left spirits. And then in Genesis 2, your God created the human body, right? And so now we are trying to uh, uh, go with your logic, because Genesis 2 says that your God created animals after your God saw that it was not good for the human to be alone. And we are dealing with that.
Okay. And again, my point is with alone is that it's speaking of him not having a help suitable, his wife,
There we go
Eve.
again. There we go again. Alone means isolated by himself. It means that he was by himself.
Okay. All right. And when the animals were made, when he speaks of the animals in verse 19, right? In verse 19, when he speaks of the animals, and
Did
then
your
it goes,
God create those animals after he said it's not good for man to be alone? Did he create them animals?
I'm not sure if that is
Oh
depicting.
my God.
Okay. I tell
This
you
is why
what.
I get
I tell
so
you what.
fucking frustrated.
I tell
What
you
does it
what, for the
say?
sake of
No, no,
this,
no,
listen.
no, no, no,
It
no. What
says,
do the
we're gonna go
words? No.
literal. Let's
What
go
do the
literal.
words?
No,
No.
no, no,
What do
let's
the
go
words
literal.
and God formed out of the earth mean?
And out of the ground, let's stay literal too. And out of the ground, the Lord God formed every
What
beast
does
of the
that mean?
field.
Just those words right there. What do those words
He
mean?
formed them out of the field. He formed the
So
animals,
was he
every
doing?
one
Was
of
he
them.
creating?
It says he formed every one of
Was
them.
he creating there? Was he forming there
That's what it
from the
says.
ground?
That's what. Yes, that's what it
Okay.
says.
All right. Stop. So he created animals out of the ground on this day in Genesis 2. Correct? These animals. Correct?
It says he formed man right there.
Okay. So these animals that he is forming here, right, in this garden, are they physical? Like, does that then negate the animals that was created in Genesis 1 that were already physical? Are these different animals? Help me understand this.
Okay. Can I? Now, my opinion is he's referencing what he did.
No, because in Genesis 1, the animals were created first.
I know. And you asked me a question, and my answer is this. Again, you asked me what he says. It says, and God formed every beast of the field and every fowl of the air and brought them to Adam to see what he called them. And I'm saying, in my opinion, and in my interpretation, I'm interpreting that as he's referencing what he did in Genesis. And
Oh,
the animals
I
that he
hear you
wait a minute,
saying that.
wait a minute, let me
Hold on,
finish.
Pedro,
Let me
stop.
finish. Let
We've
me finish.
already been through this. I hear you saying that. If you're saying that Genesis 2 is just your God saying how he actually did things in Genesis 1, it
No.
doesn't match because in Genesis 1, the animals were created before the humans. And in Genesis 2, the human was created first, and your God said, oh, he can't be alone. Let me create animals. The order is backwards. Do you understand why we've already been through this?
I can understand, thinker. I can understand how you would interpret it that way. That you would
That's
read it
what it
that way.
says.
Yeah, and I'm saying to you, that is redundant. That is
What?
redundant. And
What's redundant?
I'm saying that is redundant. I'm saying that
If
is
it is my
redundant.
income token, then so what?
Huh?
Like, hold on. If it is my income token, so what? Like,
Oh,
why is that an issue? Like,
what?
y'all swear up and down that working a 9 to 5 and clocking in for somebody else to make money to pay your bills is the only way to do it.
You know what?
I'm not talking to you right now,
That's
Pedro. Hold
sickening.
on.
That's
Pedro, I'm not
sickening,
talking to
man.
you. Pedro, please
People.
stop. Pedro,
Mm.
stop. I'm not talking to you right now.
Yeah, I felt that
Like,
though.
y'all,
I
Pedro,
took
please
it.
stop.
Yeah,
Like, y'all
what?
will go and give money to a pastor and let a pastor make millions of dollars and not say shit about that pastor making millions of dollars to fucking lie to y'all. Nope, I'm going to talk to you, Toka, because you have been tagging my name, calling my name in the comments for the last 15 minutes. Like, you're so worried about whether I'm making money off of these lives, right? You'll go and pay to have some artist, like you'll go pay to watch a movie. You don't give a fuck about an artist making money to make your ass think. You'll go buy somebody's music, stream somebody's music. You'll go sit and listen to a comedian. Like, why the fuck you so worried about whether I'm making money, whether this is paying my bills? Like, what the fuck? Do you expect us to be up here giving y'all this shit for free? Because your ass, regardless if you think it's right or wrong, your motherfucking ass is sitting here listening to it. Y'all trip me the fuck out. And then y'all don't pocket watch anybody but a black woman. Y'all always want to make a black woman feel guilty for making money. A black woman feel guilty for sharing her knowledge with y'all and charging your motherfucking ass for it. Pocket watch your mama. Pocket watch your God. And ask your God why you still got to clock in. Because you damn sure praying and asking your God to help you pay a bill. You damn sure praying and asking your God to open the windows of heaven and pour out a blessing that there may not be meat in your house, but that there may be meat in your house that you don't have room enough to receive it, motherfucker. And you mad because I'm receiving, bitch, and you sitting here like you commenting and increasing my engagement, motherfucker. You helping it. Y'all think that it's some type of insult? And the reality is that you jealous because you can't do it. You're jealous because when you hit live, nobody comes. Nobody comes, and you can't even make one tenth of a penny. Nobody sends you one motherfucking rose, and you over here hating on me. And you serve a God that I don't. Hating ass motherfucker. Pedro, please stop gaslighting. Please stop gaslighting us, okay? At the end of the day, the book says what the book says. And the fact that you have to do all of this jumping around, this gymnastics, right, in order to get the interpretation that you want. Yeah, I'm defensive, motherfucker. That's why I called you about 10 motherfuckers. Y'all are crazy if y'all think y'all gonna come on here and defend your God and I'm not gonna defend myself. Y'all are fucking crazy.
Bottom
And then
line,
y'all, like, instead of praying to your God, asking your God to give you courage, uh, need to figure out why you sitting here looking at mine and hating on it. Go ahead, Nelly.
no, I was just gonna say, bottom line, you have explained this in so many different ways. I mean, I'm basically getting a headache behind it now because it's logic does not work for you. You don't want to use your brain. You don't want to, you don't even want to try to understand what the text is saying because it's not hard to understand what it's saying. The other thing is, it was a set of writers that wrote Genesis 1 versus a set of writers that wrote Genesis 2. The first set of writers said God, 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 God. And the second set of writers said Lord God, Lord God, Lord God, Lord. You don't even want to acknowledge that either. So I don't know what else to do. If you want to keep lying to yourself, then keep lying to yourself. It's not hurting me or hurting nobody on the panel, but you are lying to yourself. So I think you need to have a talk with Jesus. You know, hey, that's who you talk to. So talk to Jesus about it, man.
It hurts me. It irritates the fuck out of me that a person would sit there and try to, like, literally tell me that I need to not see what's in the book and believe that what's in the book isn't in the book. Like, literally, you are saying that I need to look at that and not see it there. That's the crazy thing. That you expect me, a human with a brain, to just believe that. This is why I say faith is fucking dangerous. And when a person says, when a person identifies as a believer, that person is saying, lie to me. I'm open to you lying to me. I will believe what you say. I'm open to believing nonsense. That, because that's what belief does. Can I draw you into the illusion? And if you say you're not a believer, then they get mad because they cannot gaslight you. They cannot draw you into the illusion. They cannot tell you that the text says your God said it is not good for man to be alone. And then he didn't create animals immediately after that.
You absolutely right. Honestly, I mean, I understand you, my friend. I understand you, you know, but at some point in time, believers are going to have to step into reality. You know, you can dance around the scripture all you want, but the scripture says what it says. Now, first of all, let me make something clear. We don't believe this shit. We're just going off your book, your text, and you are dancing around the text to try to make it fit what you've been told.
Because he's defending the image of his God. He's been doing that the whole time. He can't engage uh, authentically because he's too busy being God's PR team.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. That is true. I mean, I didn't just wake up this way, man.
I was once in your shoes. I believed that bullshit for a long, long, long time. For the most part of my life, I believed it until I actually sat down and read the book. Till I actually start researching this shit. But believers won't do that. Believers don't want to step outside of the book and research what the book even says. Y'all don't want to do that. And I don't understand how you can devote your whole entire life, mind, to something that you haven't even went and investigated yourself.
And the thing is, they think that we have a problem with the belief itself, like that, with the fact that they have a belief. For me, it's the fucking lying.
Exactly. That's for me too. It's the lying. I don't care that you believe in the God, but do you have to lie to yourself and lie to others to
I mean,
believe in
lie to
this
yourself.
God?
I don't give a damn. Don't fucking lie to me and then expect me to believe that shit, and then continue, like, try to condemn me for not believing your lies. Like, if you want to lie to yourself, lie to yourself. I ain't got shit to do with the lies you tell yourself. I would hope that you wouldn't. I ain't got shit to do with the lies you tell yourself. Just stop fucking lying to me. That shit is abusive as fuck. And I'm gonna cuss your ass out.
I agree. I agree.
Let me read some super chats right quick. Thank you, Brian. Uh, Hold on. Toka, I'm making money right now. JMR with the $5 super chat. She could have been an underwater hairstylist by now. That's got to be about the first guest, the Hebrew Israelite wife. Danky Bird Gang, $4.99. Don't you know questions are a sin? It says so in I made this shit up 666. I like that. Lucky Boy with the $1.99 super chat. I applaud you. Thank you, Lucky Boy. JMR with the $10 super chat. Pedro filled them Genesis margins up. P.S. W Tone. Thank you, JMR. I just made money, Toka. And anybody else who pocket watching. Pedro, do you have anything to say about what we said regarding the lying?
Oh,
Pedro, are you there?
I'm here. I'm here. I was muted for some reason. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I thought you had muted me. I really thought you had muted me. I was responding. I was trying to respond earlier, but I'm lying. To me, scriptures are open to interpretation, and so to introduce lying, I'm not trying to lie to you, deceive, or
Pedro, you
anything.
literally said it did not say that your God made animals after he said man was alone.
What
You're
I
allowed to
said.
lie to me and say you didn't say it. And I,
What
like I
I?
said, that's one of the reasons why I'm so glad that I stream to YouTube.
Huh?
Because this is one of the reasons why I'm glad that I stream to YouTube, because I can play back when y'all say I didn't say that.
No. What I'm saying is, I'm not saying that I didn't say something. That's not what I'm saying. Nor am I'm lying. Nor am I saying you guys are lying. I'm not accusing you of lying. I'm talking about interpretation of scripture.
Pedro,
And
when
what
I
I was,
ask, Pedro, I didn't ask you about an interpretation. When I say, does it say that your God created animals after he said it is not good for man to be alone, and you blatantly say, no, it doesn't say that,
it
that is a
says, I will
lie.
make him a help meet for
No,
him.
Pedro, no. No. And this is what I'm saying. When you do stuff like that, that's gaslighting, that's manipulation. Like, that's you trying not to make your lie look like a lie. You blatantly lied.
Again, I was talking about Okay. Not my intention. Sorry you feel that way. Not gaslighting.
You see how
That's
y'all do
not my
that?
thing. I'm not,
Sorry, I feel that way. Sorry, I feel that way about you lying to me and calling it
that's
a lie and
that's not my
not allowing
no.
you to
I'm
rename
saying
a lie to an interpretation.
that's not my intentions to
That's
lie,
what
as
you're
I
doing,
said.
though.
That's
But
not
that's
my
what you're
intention.
doing.
Okay.
Y'all always say
I,
it wasn't my intention to
I
abuse you.
apologize to you. I
No,
apologize
you
to you.
haven't.
I say I apologize to you.
Do you
Did you
realize
do it?
that?
Say it again.
Did you do what I'm saying you did? Did you lie to me?
No, I didn't lie to
Then
you.
why are you apologizing for some shit you don't even believe you did? You see
Because
what
you
I'm
feel a
saying?
certain kind of way. Because you
Huh?
feel a certain way.
No, like apology for what? You just gonna do it
Apology
again? You don't even
because,
believe you did it. It's a
okay,
waste.
I'm going to read this. It says, and out of the, well, no, and the Lord God said, it is not good that man should be alone. I will make him an help meet for him. Verse 19, and out of the ground the Lord God formed every beast of the field and every fowl of the air and brought them unto Adam to see what he would call them. And whatever Adam called every creature that was named thereof, and Adam called every living creature that, and whatsoever Adam called every living creature, that was the name thereof. And Adam gave names to all cattle, and to the fowl of the air, and to every beast of the field. But for Adam there was not found an help meet for him. And that again denotes to me right there that he's still alone. It still wasn't, it's still, and there was not found an help meet for Adam. Okay. And that's all I'm
But
saying
it
and
was,
was saying. Now,
that's,
I
man,
can see how a person.
stop. Shit. Stop. God damn, you're making my head hurt.
All right, but Nelson,
We,
what was your question? You had asked me a question earlier. You asked me two. One
No,
about
stop. Stop. What
no,
was you
it's
getting ready
okay.
to say?
The
What were
only
you getting
thing
ready to
I was
say?
going to say, man, is this, and I'm done talking to him. You are a grown ass man that still believes in walking, talking snakes that end up crawling, talking snakes and talking donkeys. Man,
no. Let
come
me
on.
correct you on something. I don't believe snakes talk.
Well, then, okay, was the serpent a snake?
I okay. The scripture interpret itself. Now,
Well,
and
let
and
me
and
get trick
and
that. Was the serpent an
and for the
animal? Was the
for the
serpent
for the
was it any
serpent,
type of animal?
because that's two different things. A serpent and a snake is two different things. Originally,
Okay,
it was a
fuck that.
serpent.
Okay, go back. Is the serpent a human being?
Is the serpent a human being? No.
Okay, then what is the serpent?
The serpent was a created being.
Created being. Was it an animal?
Yes, it was an animal.
Hey, so you believe in talking, walking animals that end up crawling, talking animals?
No, no, it didn't end up crawling, talking animals. No, I don't. But
Oh
I'm
my
not going to
God.
say you're lying on me because you're saying something that I didn't. I'm not going to. I'm not going to say that. I'm going to say that's not what I said,
Oh,
Did
get
the
out your
damn
fucking
and that's
feelings. You
not what I
serpent?
did
mean.
lie. You did lie.
He
You did
sure
lie.
did.
You did lie. I don't care how you try
Well,
to dress it
okay.
up. You
Well,
lied.
Nelson, let me put it like this, Nelson.
And you're lying right now.
You're
Because
lying, Nelson, when you
you do
say
believe that
I said
animals, you do believe that this animal talked. And then you do believe that the animal had to crawl after it talked and convinced humans to sin against your God.
okay. All right. Again,
You know, let me ask you
now,
one more
now,
question
one
for I
second,
do.
one second.
No,
Now,
we're not gonna go back to the animals, man. We're done with the animals.
now the serpent was more subtle than any
You
beast of the
don't need
field
to read
which
that
the
shit.
Lord God had
Stop,
made.
stop.
And he
Submit
said
this
unto the
motherfucker.
woman,
Submit this motherfucker. God damn. He act like we don't know what the fucking scripture says. It's a goddamn shame that a set of atheists on this panel knows the Bible better than you, and you believe the shit, and you don't even know what the motherfucker says. It's a goddamn shame. It's pitiful.
All right. You got any more questions for me, Nelson or Thinker?
Absolutely. Well, yeah, I got one more. I got one more for you. Why is it that do you talk to God?
Say it again.
Do you talk to God?
Yes.
Does God talk back to you?
Yes.
Okay. Why is it that when you talk to a God that's not there, can't see nothing, and it talks back to you, you're sane? But when a person that talks to a friend that they can't see, this, that, and the third, and they claim the friend talks back to them, they have a psycho condition. What is that?
Hold up. Say the last part again. You said, how come, when what, say it again?
I said, how come when you can talk to something that's not there and it talks back to you, you're sane? But when another person does talk to a friend or this, that, and the third that's not there and they claim that friend talks back to them, they're crazy.
Well, and explain to me when you're saying when a person talk to a friend or something.
Well, it
What do
makes
you
it
mean?
very easy. Go to the nearest psycho hospital. What's the word I'm trying to say? Somebody help me.
Uh,
It's the
a
um.
mental health place or whatever.
Yeah, go to a mental health
Psych ward.
place.
Psych
And then
ward.
go to the psych ward, and you will see many cases in there that people that they consider them to have a some type of psychological problem because they're talking to themselves and claiming somebody's talking to them that's not there. But they're psychologically fucked up. When
Okay.
you say you're talking to a God and the God's talking back to you and he's not there, then you're sane. Get the fuck out of here.
Well,
That's the
I
same
can't.
shit.
I can't speak for that now. Um, I can't speak for the standards of. I mean,
Yes,
that's
you can. That's
you're
another
grown.
damn
I
lie.
would say
Yes,
to
you
you.
can.
I
You
would
know
say
how
to
I know?
you.
Because another Christian can come to you and tell you that God told them this, that, and the third, and your motherfucking ass will believe it.
Say that again.
Because I
Hold on.
said
Say that
another
again.
Christian can come to you and say, God said this, God said
How
in
you
their
how you
mind,
how you know that?
and
How you know that?
y'all do it every day when
No, we're
you
not
go to
talking. You're
church.
not talking to y'all, Nelson. You're talking to me.
Because
And
Christians
that, and
do
to
it
me, that's
every
ignorant. And to
single
me,
day.
Nelson, and to me, that is
No,
ignorant. Not
no,
you,
that's
but
not
what you're
ignorant.
saying is ignorant. Yes,
That's
it is
not
because
ignorant.
you
You know
don't know
how I know?
how you know whether or not
Okay.
somebody can come to me and say that God says something and I believe it.
Let me make it
How you
real
gonna say
simple
that?
for you. Real simple. When you motherfuckers go to church and stand up and give a goddamn testimony on what God told you, God said, and this
Again,
attributed to God,
again, again, Nelson.
what?
You're assuming that I go to church. You're
I don't
assuming
give a
that I give
damn if
testimony.
you go to
You
church or
why
not.
and why you talking to me as y'all? I don't say y'all this or y'all that. I'm saying Nelson. I'm talking to Nelson.
You
So
should say
why
y'all
you
because
lumping me
y'all
within?
agrees on common
Nah.
sense.
Hold on, Nelson. Yeah,
What?
talk to me instead of saying y'all. Talk to me in a singular. You're talking to me as a man.
Okay, if I ask you
I would
right now,
think you
could you
would.
give me?
I would think you would have
Hey,
learned
stop,
that.
stop, stop.
You're a grown
If
man.
I asked you right now, as a grown ass man, could you give me a testimony about what God has done for you?
I could give you several testimonies about several things
Okay,
that was done for
stop.
me.
Now that's
Yeah.
my point. You just made my point. You can sit up here and give me a testimony on what God did for you, but yet you can't prove that it was a God that did it.
Okay.
And can
It
I
doesn't
interject?
matter whether or not.
Go ahead,
Do
Pete.
I
I'm
need to
done
prove
talking to
something
the.
to somebody?
No, you don't need to
Nelson.
prove shit,
Nelson,
man.
do
You
I
just
need to prove
know,
something? Hold up. Do I need to
stay in
do I need
your world, bro. Just
do
stay
I
in
need
your
to
world.
prove something to you?
No, you don't need to prove shit to me.
Okay
You need
then.
to,
All right,
you
so
could,
stay in your world.
all
I
right.
don't, what you mean? I gotta prove something. You
You
mistaking
know,
me for somebody or
I'm gonna
something.
tell you something. I'm gonna tell you something about people that look like me. We are so quick to accept ignorance because we believing in shit. You realize the same God you serve is the same God that was given to you by the same people who oppressed you? Are you fucking that dumb?
Okay, let me ask you something. Do
What?
you know, did you, in my research, the oldest Bibles and scripture was in Ethiopia before
That's
any
a
European,
goddamn
hold on,
lie.
excuse
No,
me,
it
excuse
wasn't.
me.
No, it wasn't.
Um,
No, it wasn't.
okay,
I'm not
okay.
gonna let
All
you
right.
spew that either.
You're
The
not going,
Ethiopian
hold on,
is not
hold on.
the
I ain't even,
fucking
I ain't even get to
gone with the
finish.
bullshit.
There you go with that line thing. Okay, all
No,
right.
we done heard it
I,
before.
you,
We have
listen,
heard this bullshit before.
listen.
Ethiopian Bible is not the oldest fucking Bible.
Say that again.
The Ethiopian Bible is not the oldest.
I didn't, I said what I said.
Hang on one quick second, Pedro.
Go
Nelson,
ahead, P.
no, yeah, I was just going to tell you, Mr. Nelson, your audio is chopping up a little bit, so your words are cutting in and out.
Okay, I apologize. I'm gonna let you go ahead and handle this from this Ethiopian shit because I don't want to hear that.
Oh, I wanted to touch back on something that Pedro said earlier, and good morning, everybody. I wanted to touch back on
Good
something that,
morning, Fee.
good morning. Pedro, I think Mr. Nelson had asked you if somebody said to you, God told them something, would you believe them? And your answer was no, correct?
My answer was how. Yeah, no, it depends on who it was talking to me or whatever.
What, what would
Because
that,
I'm of the, and let me tell you why. Because my personal relationship with God, He's not going to tell someone else something that He hasn't already mentioned to me already. You understand? So it's not going. It's going to be if somebody comes to me, it's going to be a confirmation of what He already spoke to me.
Hold on,
so
Yeah.
y'all. The likes is only at 177K, and we are 5 hours into the live. Can we get the likes to 220 within the next 20 minutes? Thank y'all. Go ahead.
So you're saying that God is not going to tell someone something that He hasn't already told you?
That He already spoken to me in some way, shape, or form. It's going to be a confirmation.
So how do you check for confirmation bias in that type of communication?
The fact that He's spoken to me and my personal relationship with Him. What they're saying is the confirmation, not for me to have to check anything else. It is the confirmation because the person wouldn't have no way of knowing what I communicated with me and my God and my spirit or my heart and my mind that hasn't been spoken.
Right, but do you know
So
what I'm
anybody else that hasn't been spoken to anyone. Now I mean I'm not spoken to anyone. So when if somebody comes to me telling me something that God said, okay, it's either going to be a confirmation or I'm not trying to hear it.
So when I say confirmation bias, do you know what I mean by that?
Yes, saying that when something is biased, excuse me. No, you know what? I'm not going to do that. What do you mean when you say confirmation bias? I'm not going to assume to know what you mean. You tell
So
me what you mean.
yeah, so I mean it's ultimately when you already hold a belief, therefore the things that you notice confirm that belief. So we all have bias as humans, right? And I mean I think our goal is to recognize where those biases lie so that we can balance them out to make sure that we're not just creating an echo chamber for ourselves. So when Mr. Nelson asked you about that question about if someone told you God said a thing, would you believe it? And you said no. The reality is that your entire faith system is based upon that very thing because you have to believe that God said these things to the people that wrote this book. You have to trust that. And I'm pretty sure that if a person came to you and said God said, you would maybe assess who they are, what is their connection, or where their walk with the God that you both believe in, and you would vet them on a certain level. Well, you can't do that with the stories in this book. You just have to trust that whoever wrote these words down truly did hear from a God. And I think for some of us, that's just a bridge too far because I don't know these people. Like trust in my world is earned, is not automatically given. And I think that when we're talking about something as important as you guys place the relationship with this deity, because y'all talk about it as though all of us need it. I would think that that would be one of the first places you would ensure that you're vetting the person who's giving you this message.
Okay. Let me say that. What's your name?
Fee. It's Fee.
I'm sorry?
Fee.
B. Okay.
Fee. Fee. F-E.
Oh, I'm
Yeah.
sorry. Fee. Okay. So
Hold on,
Fee.
Prophet, whatever your name is. I'm gonna go ahead and block you. Fit, B fit. I'm gonna go ahead and block you. Since you said a good Christian conversation only takes 15 minutes, you've been here for hours, and apparently you can't pull yourself away. So we're gonna go ahead and help you out. Okay. Have a good life. Go ahead, y'all.
Okay. All right. Fee, what I was going to say was, when I vet something, all right. For example, if I get a book on putting something together, I get a book with instructions on putting something together, right? I follow the instructions, I get the results that it say I'm going to get. So I go from believing that this stand or whatever that I put together, I get the or electronic device, iPhone or whatever. It gives me instructions on how to use it. I do those instructions and I get the results that it say I was going to get. I go from believing that when I purchased it to knowing it after the fact. For example, something simple as believing that a chair will hold me if I sit in it. I believe it, but then when I go and sit in that chair and that chair holds me, I know it'll hold me. Something as simple as I go in, not just the Bible, or let's take it to the Bible now, and I read it, and it gives me some instructions, and I put that instructions into practice. I follow those instructions, and I get the results that the instructions say I was going to get. Then I vetted that.
So
If I in my personal relationship, besides that,
hang on just a second. Hang on just a second, Pedro, before you go to too many examples, because I want to speak to the first thing that you just said, if you don't mind.
Sure.
So if you and I both go to IKEA and we buy the same piece of furniture and we follow the instructions to the letter, should we get the same piece of furniture at the end? Like, should they look exactly the same?
We should get the same results of the instructions. Each one of us should get the same results that the instructions gave us.
Okay. Do you think that that's that expectation applies to the Bible as well?
Yes. If you're vetting, if it gives you an instruction or said to do something, then this would happen. You should get the results that to the instructions that you follow.
Okay.
If it
Not
gives
if
you
you're
instructions,
interpreting the instructions to mean something that they don't.
Exactly. And
so
I think,
yeah.
hang on just a second, because we don't see that in Christianity. And I mean, I'm not telling you you're being dishonest with yourself, but I'll speak from my personal experience. When I was a Christian, I was absolutely dishonest with myself because I told myself that was what was happening with me. But in actuality, I was kind of retrofitting that success. When you look at the application of the Bible across the world, you don't see consistency. The piece of furniture that is there in the room after the instructions are followed is completely different. There's 45,000 different denominations of Christianity. Even listening to you talk through the scripture that you were talking through with Thinker, there's this need to revise as you go because you already have your conclusion in hand. And I think that's the problematic piece with looking at the Bible as an instruction manual when everybody who's reading it is interpreting it through their own theological lens. There's no consistency there. So if I follow those instructions, I may end up with a chair, and you're a Christian and you follow those instructions, you'll end up with an ottoman. Those are not the same. And I don't think that can be called instructions, because
I don't even
instructions
think they ended up with ottomans there because they got a lot of loose screws. They didn't end up with ottomans.
Yeah, a lot of believers have granted themselves some very, very liberal creative licenses because y'all come up with a whole lot of stuff that's just not in the book. And then when we point that out, it's almost like that's a conversation that does not go as smoothly as you would think it should go based on the words in the book and both of us speaking the same language.
Well, Fee, in my in
Hold
my
on, let me
in my case, in my
Joel.
personal.
Hold on, let me say this too. I think when y'all have to revise as you go, and you have to do this in reinterpretation thing, it what it says to me, and that I don't think that y'all realize that we realize this. You know, the text doesn't say what you need it to say in order for whatever version of this belief system you have created for yourself. So you revise as you go. The very fact that you see a need to do the revision, you know it doesn't say what you needed to say. And so when you try to convince us that it actually says that, that's where the lie comes in. Does that make sense? Because you wouldn't revise if it actually said what you say it say.
Okay, let me kind of clear up something for me. In my me personally, for me, this is a personal relationship. It's an individual thing and not a we thing. It's a personal relationship and not a religion. I don't subscribe to religion. I subscribe to a relationship, and a very personal one, with my God, with my Lord and my Savior. Okay? I subscribe to a very personal one, that does not try to impose it on anyone else. Okay? My interpretation, my beliefs, or anything. I don't try to impose it on no one else.
And
I
I
can
think that
share it. Once, can I finish? I can share it with people. I can share it with it, or I'll come on and talk. And this is my first time. I listened for a while, for a long time listener, first time calling or actually joining. But I'm not here to try to make you believe or persuade you or anything of that nature. Anybody on this live. I'm not here to do that. I was merely expressing my own personal
But I don't think
experience
that's what
and
Fee was saying
relationship.
that you were doing. But what you are doing is trying to make us believe that what you believe about this God in this story is in this text when it's not. So you have been toying with our understanding the whole time you've been on this stage.
Well, I apologize again because that's not my intention, and I apologize if I gaslit, if I lied, or did anything of the sort or contrary to
You're
what my
saying if
personal
you did
belief
this,
is.
if you did that. Like I told you before, your apology doesn't matter if you
I
don't believe in
apologize for
Jesus.
lying, for gaslighting, for anything of the sort. I apologize. And I do not have a problem with that. I do not have a problem with admitting that I was wrong about something. But again, in my own personal relationship with God, with the Lord, it's my personal one. And it's very personal, very personal. And I don't expect no one to know him like I know him
So
because
then why did you join
I'm an
this live?
individual person. Huh?
So why are you on the live tonight?
I'm on the live to express my relationship and my
Why?
feelings and attempt to answer the question
Why?
because I wanted to. I just chose to do
Why
that.
though? If it's personal,
I
like
chose to do.
do you do
I
you
chose to
do you do
my
you
to
go
share
and
my. I chose
do
to
you
share
go
my.
and share your marriage, your relationship with your marriage with other
No,
people?
but that's two different things.
No, it's not.
Yes, it
How?
is.
No,
My
how?
my my personal my marriage is not something I go and share. No,
Why?
because I
If
choose
it's
not
a, it's
to.
a part, your marriage is a personal
But I
relationship. So
choose not to.
if I was to put a topic up saying that marriage is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity, would you come up here and tell us all talk about your marriage and tell us all your
Or no,
relationship business?
I would talk about the institution of marriage. And if I needed to
Would you talk
use
about like your marriage?
I would talk about the institution of
Would you talk
marriage.
about your marriage,
And
Pedro?
maybe it depends on the subject because some points are mute when off it, like when it comes to my
Why would you
marriage.
do that? Why would you go on stage to talk about the institution of marriage and then talk about your marriage just because I
Because it's
said
not
marriage
just
is hold on.
okay. Mhm.
Why would you feel the need to go on stage and talk about the institution of marriage or in your marriage to defend me saying that marriage is the worst thing to ever happen to humanity? Like, why would you feel the need to do that?
No, I would share my opinion
Why?
because I just would want to share my opinion
There is a why behind it. Why would you want to?
to give people other options to
Other
share my
options of
opinion,
what?
another side, another opinion
Because you
besides.
think that people should get married.
No,
Because you
not
think marriage
necessarily.
is a good thing, and you think that
No, I
giving
would
people the
give
other
my
option, giving people a different picture of marriage would
exactly
make
a
people
different
consider getting married, right?
get to give people a different picture of
So that they could
marriage through
consider
my
getting
own
married.
experience, not
So that they
necessarily
could
for them.
consider getting married.
No,
So they
no,
so they wouldn't see marriage as bad, right?
no, nope.
Yeah.
Just
Why
to
are
answer
you
the
lying?
question.
So then what?
Just to,
What would it matter? What would be the purpose of giving people another option?
no, I say give my opinion and
To
my
give people, you
experiences
said to give your opinion, to give
and my
people another
experiences
option.
and my experiences. But some points of some of
For
it would be
what?
off limits, of course.
But what
Just to
does
share
it
my,
matter, Pedro?
just to give somebody
Pedro,
another
you
picture.
can't, like, honestly, you are saying stuff. I don't know what you're saying because I'm still talking.
Okay, go ahead.
You are still doing it, and this is why I say your apology does not matter, and you might as well keep it to yourself because you're
Okay,
not being honest. You literally said that the reason that you would come up here to defend me saying that marriage is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity is so that you could share your opinion and your experience to give people a different option. A different option of what? Of
okay.
marriage, right?
Can I answer your question?
Yeah, what's the
All
different
right.
option?
The first thing I wouldn't come on to defend it. I would come on and share my experiences.
For what? What
The
would be
reason
the
I
reason that you
the
hit
reason I would
request?
share to give another picture other than now
Listen,
or
Pedro.
listen
No, because you are doing it again.
or if I agree with the topic or if
You're
I
doing
agree with
it
what you
again. Will you
wait,
stop?
go ahead.
The reason for you to hit request and come on stage to talk about marriage is because you're married. And you would come on here to, like, as you stated, to give people a different option about marriage because you did not agree with the statement that I made about marriage. And you saying that's not you coming on stage to defend marriage is you
What if I
gaslighting.
agree with it?
And then you
Thank you.
you literally said to give people a different option. Now you trying to gaslight me talking about, but if I
No. I
agree with
said,
it, like, stop. And then
what
you
if the
talk while
question
I'm
was something
talking
I
because you
agreed
know
with?
damn well that I'm telling the truth. And this is why I get loud because y'all do that shit. There's no point in you apologizing when you're just going to continue to do it. The reason you are in here is because of what we were talking about this God. You came in here to share your opinion about the God, about his sovereignty, to defend. You've been defending your God the whole time you've been on stage. You didn't like me saying that the sin was in remission because you wanted to say there is no remission without the blood. Anything that I said that made you feel negative, that I was saying something negative about your God, you defended it and you focused on that. You've been defending your God the whole time. And then for you to now say, oh, it's a personal relationship. I keep it to myself. And that's not true. If that's the case, you wouldn't be in here.
Listen
You
to me.
wouldn't be on stage.
Can I say something? All right.
You've been waiting to say something. You've not listened to anything that I said. You've been waiting to respond. So you might as well. I'm going to get some coffee.
What I'm saying is, I might not agree with what you're saying. Agree and not liking it or whatever because I don't agree with something. Because I think it's blue when you say orange, or I say green and you say yellow. Because I disagree with it doesn't mean I don't like you or like you because you have a difference of opinion or I'm defending something because my opinion is different.
Well, because I think that I don't think you even mentioned liking her as a person, but
Or
to
not liking somebody else's opinion because I'm saying green or I don't agree with it doesn't mean I don't like your opinion.
I think the point was that she was bringing out is that you were defending your God, and that's okay, right? That's okay. Even if it's a personal relationship, that's fine. Like the reality is every Christian has a personal relationship with this God because they've created the God in their own mind. There's not a template for this God. You guys build it as you go. So what you're doing is you're saying, this is how I interact with my iteration, and these are the characteristics of my God. All Christians don't believe the same thing. And I think the thing that gets problematic for you guys is when we point out the inconsistencies in the text. And that's for you all to grapple with. But what normally happens is you all try to convince us that we're not seeing in the text what the text is actually saying.
All right, but see, you just said that all Christians don't believe the same thing or don't agree about their God, but you saying that all of us, that's not really, that's saying two, that's contradictory right there. You're saying all
Show
Christians
me,
don't
yeah,
believe the same thing.
yeah. Show me
All
where.
things,
Show me the contradiction if you don't mind, because if I said it, I can fix it. But can you point it out
you,
for me?
yeah, you said that all Christians don't believe the same thing.
No,
Don't,
you don't.
huh?
No, you
We
guys
all don't
definitely
believe the
don't.
same thing or the same God, but we all interpret scripture or defend it or something that you said, which is that's contradictory to me.
How is that
Now I'm
contradictory?
trying to keep it to well, you're saying all of them don't believe the same thing. Well, if we don't believe the same thing, how can we be defending the same thing?
I never
How
said you
can
were
we be
defending it.
defending?
I never said you were defending the same thing. You're defending your version of the God, your own particular version of the God. You guys are doing the same thing, but in defense of your own particular version of the God.
I felt as though I was expressing my belief, in some cases my interpretation, when things were subject to interpretation, such as scripture. I was expressing my belief and my interpretation.
Yeah, that's a defense, and that's okay. Like it may if the protection clarification, like it's those are still all actions of defending your position, and I would do the same thing if I held a position, and I do hold many, and I felt like someone was misinterpreting it, then I would defend it as well. But the problem is that you're defending it with something that's not in the book. And if ultimately what you're saying is this is my interpretation of it, then, like to Thinker's point, then keep your interpretation and keep it private, but don't. You're going to get pushback when you try to tell us that that's what the book says when we also read as well.
Well, and again, like for example, well, you know what? I'm not going to go any further into it. I'm not going to keep saying the same thing a different way. We'll just have to agree to disagree.
I wasn't here, so I'm not sure. I just
Yeah, that's fine. It's fine. We'll just have to agree to disagree. But it was nice coming on. I'll have a good morning
you
and
as well.
thanks.
You as well.
Have a good one, Pedro. Somebody said don't vote for Pedro. I haven't heard that.
What movie was that?
I couldn't say no more.
uh,
He gave me a
Napoleon
headache.
Dynamite. What you say, Nelly?
I said I couldn't say no more. Can y'all hear me?
But yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah, he was like you could he had good intentions, but the gaslighting was just a little bit much. Like it was too much, and then like he would try to like bulldoze a point, um, and that was frustrating. Like it was a frustrating conversation. It
I
was
felt
very
like I was
frustrating.
talking to Donald Trump. I mean, literally, that's how I felt when it reading the text. Uh, and it said it's blue. No, it don't say it's blue.
Yeah, yeah. OR woman.
Hi, how are you guys doing this morning?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you for letting me up, Thinker. I appreciate the time.
No
And I'm
problem. Can I
sorry
get your
you.
age, please?
I'm 44.
And are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
So that's what I was getting ready to touch on. So I do not believe in organized religion. I am not a Christian. I do believe in God. Um,
Is it the God that's in the Bible?
Yeah, it's the God that's in the Bible. I usually refer to him as the Most High.
Okay.
And I've been listening. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Did you have a question?
Yeah, I just need to know quickly, like if you, like, are you deconstructing from the God, or do you, are you a current follower?
I'm a current follower. I'm a current
Okay.
follower.
All right. So we can get into the topic. Do you subscribe to the original sin, fall of man, and spiritual death doctrine?
Um, yeah, I do. I
Okay.
think there's. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just needed to. I'm just qualifying you right now. This isn't a part of the discussion. I'm just qualifying you to see if you qualify to have the discussion.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
okay,
Okay. So now I'm going to tell you what the discussion is.
okay.
All right. So what we are discussing is the time period after Adam and Eve leaves the garden. So they have sinned by disobeying the command that the God gave them. They are now corrupted mankind with this sin, and Satan is on earth. They are outside of the garden. They're building their life outside of the garden, raising their kids, and up until the point where Cain kills Abel. So my question is, during this time from them leaving the garden, they're corrupted with sin, uh, and right before Cain kills Abel, sin and Satan is in the world. It appears that Adam and Eve are, you know, building their life, living in, peace. There's no further corruption of mankind, no further wickedness, nothing too terrible happening with mankind on earth, with these four humans on earth. And uh, like, if sin and Satan is so bad, so evil, like, what were they doing during this time while these four humans were, building life outside of the garden?
What was who doing? I'm sorry.
Satan and sin, like sin
Oh,
and the Satan.
I mean, well, obviously, I mean, it says that Cain slew Abel or whatever. So
I'll talk
to
about right before that. Like, remember, they get thrown out the garden. They start having children. Like, the children are babies. They become toddlers. They become adolescents. They become teenagers, and they become young adults. So there's
so
a
so
period
what
of
are
time.
Cain and Abel doing? Is that what
No, no,
you're
no,
asking?
no. There's four humans on Earth, right? Adam and Eve. Then
Well,
they
see,
start
I
having.
don't
I'm
believe.
sorry.
I
Can I?
don't.
I'm trying
Yeah,
to give
no,
you the scenario.
I know, but I want to tell
Can
you,
you?
I don't
I'm trying to
believe
get.
that there were just
Uh,
four on Earth though at that time. That's all.
okay. Well, this is why I asked if you subscribe to the fall of man. Like, if you have a different belief, or different doctrine that you subscribe to, other than the traditional Christian doctrine, then we can revert to the other topic. Are you there?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was on mute, so I got muted. I don't know how. I didn't do that.
Yeah, the original sin concept is that there are two humans on earth that sinned, right? And if you're saying that, you don't believe that Adam and Eve are the only two humans on earth, then you don't subscribe to the doctrine that we're questioning right now. So you don't fit that conversation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we can revert to the other topic, which is Jesus Christ being the worst thing that ever happened to humanity, and we can talk about that one with you. And Jesus Christ includes Yahweh, like the God of the Old Testament, and Jesus as the God in the New Testament. So it's the God in the book. But you can talk about that. Do you agree, disagree, and why?
Um. So I don't think that Jesus Christ is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity. However, um I do believe the way Christians have taken Jesus and has based everything solely on Jesus. Whereas I believe like Jesus is gone, like we're living with the Holy Ghost right now. He's been gone, but I know that's what Christianity has been basing their stuff on. Um, I, the way I look at things, I grew up in the church. My family was originally Catholic. My dad was a Pentecostal minister. I thought that was crazy, people speaking in tongues and things like that. And some of the things that my dad would, say to me when I was a kid, I just didn't believe it. It was just so far off. It was just weird to me. So when I got older, um, I took a humanities class and then I started researching different religions. And
I'm
so
sorry,
I
I do have to cut you off because I don't want this to go into like a personal story because we're talking about
okay, no, that's
Jesus's.
fine. That's
Yeah, we're
fine.
talking about the God's effect on humanity.
Well, that's the thing. Like, I just believe the way the Christians have taken Jesus Christ and they have distorted everything. Plus, with the indoctrination, I just think it's wrong. Which is why people are in a place now where they really don't believe or they have a problem with believing. I think that's why it's there. The way the preachers preach, the way how they, get steal money from people and they come out and they do have all these lies that they talk about and and they have no receipts. They have no receipts of of Jesus helping them at all. Some people don't, and it's because they've been lied to by the church.
Does
So that's
anybody
where
have
I'm at with
receipts?
that.
Does anybody on earth that believes in this God have receipts of Jesus actually doing something?
Um, I personally know some people, and I personally had some experiences myself.
Not
Um,
experiences, receipts.
well, define what your receipts would be.
What do you mean? Like a receipt is like
Well, I'm
empirical
just saying, like
evidence, right? Like
what people have maybe
uh,
like.
I'm
Go
sorry.
ahead.
Like when I talk, for some reason you talk when I talk, and then when you talk, I'm quiet.
Okay, I'll be quiet.
Thank you. Um, you said that the people who are claiming to know this Jesus don't have any receipts. And then you turn around and say that you have receipts, but they're experiences, which are the same thing that, people who believe in Jesus say. A receipt for me would that Jesus is actually doing something is evidence that Jesus did it, not that another human did it. And then, you're just attributing it to a Jesus.
Yeah, because that would be you printing your own Jesus receipt. The receipt would need to come from the person who provided the service, or who that's not how receipts work. Like, you guys are confirming it yourself. The thing happens, you attributed it to Jesus and then wrote the receipt with that attribution.
I'm sorry. Can I talk? Is it okay if I talk now?
Let me ask you a question. Why do y'all all do that? Like when I
Wait, who
bring up
is
the fact that
y'all?
there you go again,
Yeah, because who is y'all? I need to know
y'all.
who is y'all.
If you wouldn't have cut me off, I would have told you. Y'all includes the same people who constantly talk while we're talking, the same people that we have to instruct on how to have a conversation, the same people who, once we say, hey, you're talking while I'm talking, or you've interrupted me multiple times, will come. The next thing that they say is it okay if I talk now? Can I talk now? I just don't want to be rude. Like, instead of, acknowledging that the correct way to have a conversation is to wait until there's no one speaking and then speak. You shouldn't have to wait for somebody to tell you to speak. And you should automatically know that the proper time to speak is not when someone else is speaking. And then y'all includes the same people who then gets victimized or start victimizing themselves when I start cursing and yelling and screaming because the y'all I'm talking to won't stop interrupting other people while they're talking. That's the y'all that I'm talking about.
Okay, well, I don't think I fit in that category because, like, when you were done talking, someone else jumped in. So, and I gave them the space to do that. And when she was done talking, I was trying to make sure that nobody else wanted to jump in and say anything because that's what just happened.
And you came and said, "Can I talk now?"
Right,
The same
right.
way y'all do that.
Okay, well,
That's
I
what the
did that
y'all
for a
do.
reason.
I know you did it. Yeah, right. I know that, and I in my explanation, I stated that the y'all always gives that reason for why they do it.
Well, no, they don't always state the reason because they're letting somebody else come because she actually did come in. I didn't know she was coming in to speak, but I was quiet and I gave that space for someone else to make sure I wasn't interrupting anyone. And so I did say that to make sure nobody else wanted to say anything.
It's interesting, though, right? That you didn't feel that you needed to give anyone that space for you to say, "Can I speak?" Right? There was enough space for you to say, "Can I speak?" Where you could have just spoke, because that's how conversations work. And then when you stop talking, right? I don't need to say, "Can I speak now?"
No, because you obviously you're running the thing, but even when I'm talking, you jump in and say things as well. So yes, it's a mutual respect thing that goes both ways. When
Actually,
you
I have
ask me,
not jumped in and talked while you were talking, other than telling you that you didn't qualify for the conversation that I wanted to have about Adam and Eve. Because when I originally asked you if you believed in the original sin and the fall of man, you said yes. And
because I
then
do.
and then there you go again. And then as I was giving you the topic scenario, you interrupted me and said, "No, I don't believe that there were only two humans on Earth." And then I changed it and said, "Okay, you don't fit that." Right. And then I started to give you that scenario. You interrupted again. Right. And so the only time that you have been interrupted is for me to tell you that you don't fit the topic and to tell you that I'm not here to listen to your personal story. The topic is about humanity. So the interruptions that you had was me being a host, not me being rude.
Okay, received.
So back to the receipts.
Back to the receipt. So basically, what you guys are saying is experiences that I've had is just me writing my own receipts. Is am I clear on that? Fee, what you said?
Do you see it differently?
I do see it differently.
Okay, can you tell me how?
Well, just for the simple fact that I've had some things happen to me that since I was a child that I know it wasn't me.
Oh,
And it had to be something else there. It wasn't just me. And it was just spiritual things that have happened to me ever since I was a kid, even growing up until now.
okay. So when you determined the source of that spiritual thing, you had to put the name of the God on that. You had to assign it to the brand of deity or spirit that you felt did those things or was there with you. If you had been born in another country, that attribution would have been given to a different deity. So that's what I mean by you write the receipts. I can't tell you didn't have that experience. I wasn't there with you. I didn't witness it, and I wouldn't, even begin to do that. But you are determining the source of that experience. You're giving that experience meaning, and you're determining where it came from. So that's what I mean by you writing the receipt.
Okay. Well, I don't think it's the worst thing that has ever happened to humanity. I think the people that took the Bible and created indoctrination is the worst thing that's happened to humanity.
Well, I
But
think the
everything that you
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, you can go ahead, Mr. Ransom.
No, I was just going to say, but everything you know about this Jesus and everything you know about your God and everything you know about heaven and everything comes out of that book. That book was written by men who told you it was inspired by God.
I'm
So
sorry, you're cutting out. I can barely hear what you're saying.
I'm sorry. Well, it's probably my connection. It's
Yeah.
probably where I'm at.
Yeah, it's still
So
choppy like it was with the last guest with Pedro.
yeah, well, I think you try. Fee, I think you understand what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I think I agree with you on that. And my response was going to be the the reality is they wouldn't have been able to use it without the idea of Jesus being in it, right? So when we talk about the prompt of Jesus Christ being the worst thing to happen to humanity, if it were not a tool that could have been used in this way, then we wouldn't see the things that we see in humanity. And we're non-believers, so I hold a position that everything that we're seeing is the result of man, but it's the result of man using this idea to subjugate other human beings. So, when you talk about, I don't know that you can say this all the time, I don't think you can separate the salt from the stew. If this deity in this book, Jesus, Yahweh in the Old Testament, is omniscient, then his omniscience included the misuse, as you say, of this word. And he still chose to have it written in the way that it was written so that people can interpret it 25,000 different ways to do horrific things to other human beings. So I don't know that I don't agree with separating that accountability from the person who has the authority.
Well, I believe that whoever, I don't know about the first book that was ever there. I don't know any of that, from what I was taught, and from what I kind of, research and know now is that, it's been taken out of context to fit. I would call them the enemy. It's been taken out of context and to fit their narrative. And I think it's mostly, and I'm just gonna say this, I could be wrong, but mostly to fit white people's narrative in the way how they deal with us and deal with things. And I feel that they have done that with the Bible, and I think it's wrong. I think, like I said, I'm not a Christian. So, I don't believe in organized religion. I think it's a way to control people. Any type of religion is a way to control people. But I do believe that there is a way to read the Bible and decipher it. And there's hidden things in there that actually show you the way, or might be good things for people to know. But just the way this indoctrination has gone, I can see why people just don't believe anymore. I can understand that.
How are you separating? You said that you follow Christ and you believe in the Bible, right?
Yes, I believe in the Bible. I'm not a Christian. I do believe there's God, there's his son, which I don't call him Jesus. I call him Yahushai. And then I believe in the Holy Ghost. So I do believe in those three things. And I, like I said before, like Jesus left a long time ago and left the Holy Ghost in charge. From my understanding, from what I've been reading, and my understanding, the Holy Ghost is now here with us, and it is no longer Jesus.
So that's just like generic Christianity. So it's like Fruit Loops or Fruity O's. Like it's ultimately the same players. It's the same flavors. It's the same texture. It's the same crunch. You're just calling it something different. I'm not really.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm not really sure where and I get that Christianity is pretty fucked up. So I see why people would want to create distance from it because the believers behave in such deplorable ways. So I understand that.
Yeah.
What I don't understand is Why worship a God who you believe is capable of absolutely anything? And instead of writing or creating guidance that could not be misused, that could not be misinterpreted, he decided to put ultimately a salvation escape room in a book that was written by men thousands of years ago at a time and a culture that does not match what we're living in right now. And having people knowing and with full knowledge that this would happen, by the way. How was that godly?
Knowing that everything has happened.
No,
Like, what do you mean? Do you mean like the things that that are happening right now?
like you believe God is omniscient, right? Your Bible says He knows the end from the beginning. So you subscribe to God being the omni properties of God.
I believe that. So I don't like within the Bible. I don't think that the Bible is supposed to be PG. I think a lot of things that have happened in the Bible are, and they've been prophesied, and I've seen. I mean, I think we've all seen a lot of things that have happened, like chattel slavery, and how it talks about chattel slavery in the Bible. That to me, that's real.
No, it doesn't talk about chattel slavery. It tells you your God told you how to do it. And
Well,
my question was about the omniscience of God. Do you believe God is omniscient?
I do believe he's omniscient, but I don't believe he's just going to be. I just don't. I think. Let me see. How can I put this? I believe he's true and just, but I also believe he's not a person that takes shit. From from anyone. I'll just say that.
So
Um,
how is he just when there's so much injustice that he admits to doing in his Bible? Now, he doesn't call it injustice, but David did deplorable things, and the punishment for David didn't hurt David. It hurt everybody else. He killed David's baby after the baby was sick for a week. And then his punishment was to have his sons grape his wives in public. How is that just? Substitutional atonement is not justice. Justice is giving to a person what they deserve, not letting someone else pay for their sins. The way that Christianity and this Bible completely inverts things that we know in real life what they mean. We know what love is. We know what it means to be just. We know what it means to be fair. We know what it means to be kind. But because this God tells you it is all those things in this book and then proceeds to do the polar opposite of these things in this book, that's why there are 45,000 different denominations, because you're trying to square a circle. We know full well that it makes no sense for God, who is all knowing, to create humans, whether it was 2 or 20, depending on the creation story that you subscribe to allow temptation to be presented to people who don't know good from bad. Like, the story falls apart at the very beginning. The God tells you, you eat this fruit, you're going to die. And then they eat a snake comes and says, no, you're not going to die. You're just going to know good from bad. And then the God says, they now know good from bad. And now you're supposed to believe that the snake lied. Like, you're gaslighting yourself from the beginning of the story, because in order to make it make sense, you got to go to, well, this is what it meant. It was a day meant 1,000 years, or the church fathers said this, or you twist yourself up into pretzels and then try to tell everybody else that your particular understanding of it is correct. And the 45,000 different denominations of Christianity is probably going to triple, because so many people are realizing these inconsistencies and kind of branching off to themselves, not calling themselves Christians, adding a couple of syllables to your hula hoop's name, and then calling their belief system something completely different. This is just illogical from the start. And those of us who want to believe true things have questions.
okay. So I'm not going to sit up here and say I'm the one that has all the answers and this is why this happened and this is why that happened. Because like I said, I'm still learning and I'm still researching and doing things myself. However, I do know people that do have a lot of these answers that I hear you guys asking to some of these questions. That are asking some of these questions about why did this happen or why did that happen. I'm not going to sit up here and be like, oh, I'm not about to be sitting up here looking like Pedro. Okay. So, in saying that, um, all I can do is like, if you really want to know answers to questions like that, all I can really do is invite you. But I'm not here to twist nobody's arm about what I believe in.
Yeah,
I'm
just to clarify, there is no answer for me that would justify an omniscient God allowing any of this. It's just not. I mean, the omniproperties of the God is illogical to begin with.
Well,
I
I
have a
also think
question.
that like he
Can y'all
gave
hear
us
me?
I
Is my
also feel
microphone working?
I'm sorry, am I interrupting somebody?
Did you? Yeah. Can y'all hear me? Because
You
I've been
was
saying I have a question for a second.
Yeah, you were super low. I
Oh.
couldn't hear you.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I
Sorry,
turned
go
it
ahead.
down. I turned it down earlier, but my quick question for you is, do you like? I don't quite understand this. Um, like the ability for you to say that the same God that you are saying Christians use to do bad things to the black community is the same God that you believe in. Like that God was able to be used. Your God was able to be used as a weapon against you or to do bad things against your people. Like I don't
Well,
quite understand the
no, and
logic behind
that's
that.
not. I'm sorry. Let me kind of explain how I see things, and so I don't believe that he's allowed. I mean that he's done these bad things himself.
No,
I
I didn't say
do.
that. I said that the God was able to be used against you. Not that the
Well,
God did
I'm gonna
them.
go into that because I did hear. Yeah, I heard that part, but
Yeah,
I
I don't
just
want you
want
to
to
talk
talk
about something
about.
I didn't say. Like I'm very neurodivergent, so I don't want you to talk about something that I didn't say. To me, it's a waste of time. I didn't say you
Well,
said the
no,
God did them.
I just want to get to that. I want to start with something so I can get to that point so you can understand where I'm coming.
It's going to I'm telling you, like that's like if you could just talk about what I actually said, like answer the question I actually asked.
Okay. Go ahead, ask it again. I'll start
I
there.
shouldn't have to ask it again, though, right?
I don't so he didn't I don't believe that he used anything
I
against
didn't say
us.
he did. That like I think like if you what I said was I don't understand the ability, right, to claim a God as your God that you are also saying was able to be used against you to do harm, right? Against your people. Not your God did it, right? You're saying Christianity used this same God, this same text to do harm against the black community, yet you are claiming this same God as your God. I don't quite understand that.
Well, yes, I do believe that with indoctrination that it was used, the Bible has been used to inflict harm on not just the black community, but on every community as a way to control people through religion. Um, I also believe that within the black community that we have brought a lot of this stuff on ourselves due to um, basically what happened in the Bible when he told Abraham that his people would suffer. And I do believe that that's us. I do believe it's the black community because look at how we're suffering so bad. And we have been suffering since for a long time.
The crazy thing here is that you are saying two conflicting things. You're saying that you think the Christians misused this text and this God to do harm, but then at the same time, you're saying it was prophecy that
And I don't think
I'm
that's
sorry, hello,
conflicting.
like god damn.
I'm sorry. I just be ready to talk. I'm sorry. I apologize. You're going to have to excuse me. I
I'm
apologize.
not going to excuse you. Like if what you can do though is put yourself on mute.
Okay. How do I
Thank
do
you.
that?
Can't. Oh goodness. What I don't understand is you're using two different conflicting ideas. Christians did bad with the text, they misinterpreted it and did bad. And then at the same time, we brought it on ourselves because the text says that we were going to suffer because we disobeyed. It's basically, if it either it's prophecy and the Christians did what your God wanted them to do, right? And you should be high fiving them because they're following the will of your God, or this isn't the same God and they didn't misuse the text. They did exactly what the God wanted them to do. And you're just claiming this God as yours and you're ignoring that. You have to take yourself off mute now.
Okay. Sorry about that. Um, okay. Yes. No. So that's exactly what I'm saying. And I believe that it was meant for that to happen, for how everything is going now in this world was meant to happen that way. But I believe that it's also Satan, or the enemy, as I like to call him, um, who is orchestrating everything, just because of the fact that he's in everything. He was given authority over this realm that we're in. So I do believe that was part of the way the Christians have taken the Bible on all the indoctrination. Yes. I do believe that was part of the prophecy as well. And again, like I said, which is why things are happening the way they are happening. And I do believe that Satan has control over a lot of this stuff. And it's supposed to happen. It just is.
So
I see it
either it was
unfolding that way.
Satan. I'm sorry, what did you say?
Which
The
part?
last thing that you said.
I said I do think it was supposed to happen this way because the Bible talks about it.
Yeah, either it was Satan that's doing this or it was your God's prophecy. Which was it?
Well, no, it is prophesied in the book that he would give Satan control over everything.
No, I'm saying the suffering that you're saying that your people went through. Was it your God's prophecy for you to go through this suffering and for the Christians to use the text to do that, or did Satan do it?
No, that's why I'm saying it was prophecy. It's prophesied in the Bible that we would
Which
go through this,
I know what
but
you're
I'm
saying.
also saying
Who did
that.
it?
What do you
Is
mean?
it prophecy? Did your God prophesy? Right,
No,
that
I'm
this would
saying
happen
that's
as a
what I'm saying.
punishment,
I'm
or
saying
did
my
Satan do it?
God, yes, that's what I'm saying. My God prophesied that this would happen to our people
As a punishment,
as a punishment.
right?
Absolutely.
So
As a
he had
punishment.
Satan punish you.
Yes.
So Satan was doing the will of your God.
He was doing the will of himself.
No, not if it was your God's punishment. If this is what your God prophesied and your God said you're going to go through this as a punishment, and then Satan fulfilled your God's prophecy and punished you, he is doing the will of your God. And that's the same thing I said about the Christians. Like if you're saying that the Christians took your God and used it against you, right? And did exactly what the God said do in the book, they're just following the will of your God. I don't quite understand this ability of you to say that, oh, the Christians did a bad thing. This is why I don't identify as Christian, or I'm not Christian. But then at the same time say, oh, they did it because God said it was going to happen and this was our punishment. They're following the will of your God. And to follow the will of your God, right? To follow it to the T and follow his law and do what he says, that's righteousness. And honestly, y'all should be thanking the white supremacists for following the will of your God. You should be thanking Satan for doing exactly what your God wanted him to do. I'm confused about this.
Well, I'm not confused because this is what he's supposed to be doing. That's what he does. Just like
If he
he
follows the
makes
will of your God, is that not righteousness? Is it not righteousness to follow your God's law?
it is righteousness to follow my God's law. It is.
Right. Okay.
It
So
is,
if the
but and
Christians followed the
it's
law,
more of
so if the Christians followed your God's law, right, and punished y'all for your God, or did bad things to y'all which your God prophesied as a punishment, then the Christians are righteous. And if Satan is the one who was guiding the Christians to do that, then Satan is righteous because they did exactly what your God wanted them to do.
but people have choices. They have the choice not to do this.
Who? Satan and they have a choice not
No, if the
to
people
fulfill
have a
your God's
choice
pro.
not, no,
Hello, you and I cannot talk at the same time.
I know we cannot.
Why are you keep doing it then?
It is
This is
my
funny to
bad.
you.
It's not funny, but it is funny.
What's
Because
funny about it?
I'm really not trying to talk over you. I'm trying to have a conversation just like you
Why
are,
do y'all
but you
think
keep
that?
talking when I want to talk and I'm talking when you want
I'm
to
not
talk.
talking when you want to talk. Like I literally sit there and listen to you talk, right? Every time I open my mouth, you feel like you need to open yours. And for some odd reason, when believers get on this stage, y'all think that a conversation is two voices happening at the same time. This is why I don't believe that there's no any way in hell that y'all are listening to a still small voice. Like y'all can't, because you can't even listen to the voices that are in the room with you. You can't even stay silent enough to hear what someone else has to say before you cut in or state what you have to say. And then you think it's funny. And then when y'all do shit like that, and then I get belligerent because I'm telling you, I will get belligerent, then you want to victimize yourself.
Trust me, I'm not going to victimize myself. I know what I do.
So you're doing this shit on purpose.
I'm not doing it on purpose. When I'm trying to say something, you're trying to say something too.
No, that's not what has happened.
That's what has happened.
No, it's not. And I'm recording this. I could play it back and show you that that's not what has happened.
You can play it back.
Sure.
Because I know I'm wrong, but you could play, you can play it back.
Did you say you know you're wrong?
Yes, I keep
Then
telling
why
you
the
that.
fuck would
Like
I play it back? Like
I
I don't
keep
listen. I
telling
don't want to
you.
play games with you, right? Like you're too fucking grown for this shit. I play games with my grandkids. I'm not gonna fucking play games with a grown ass adult. I'm not gonna do it. And I'm here to have conversations with grown ass people, with mature people. And if you're up here acting like the fucking 21-year-olds that I don't let on my stage, then you can hop the fuck down. It's your choice.
Oh, go ahead. I apologize again. Trust me, I'm not doing this on purpose. This is just, we're having a conversation. And I don't mean to interrupt you. It is something that I do. It's been notorious all my life that I've done that. So I'm really going to try. And it's something that I work on. But I'm just going to go ahead and be quiet and you can go ahead and finish talking.
Fee, it's interesting to me that believers use the excuse it's something that I've done my whole entire life, but will say that they live by the Holy Ghost and they're supposed to have this fruit of the spirit of self-control, and that a whole ass atheist can practice self-control without their fucking God and not need to make the excuse of that. Like, I find that really, really interesting, don't you?
Yeah, I do too. And I also find like there's a through line because my son does the same thing. Like, and he recognizes it. So now when we have conversations, he gets a piece of paper, and when I say something that triggers a thought, he writes it down so that he doesn't continue to interrupt. So there are strategies that can be utilized, but when you're relying on the Holy Spirit, which clearly does not help, I don't know that you're going to see much progress.
Movers for God, anybody in here that is praying for other people's to come to your God without their permission, you will be muted the entire fucking life. The entire life.
Are y'all able to hear me or am I cutting out?
We can hear you now. I don't know if you've been talking.
No, I haven't talked. I was just going to say, I mean, I've said this several times on this stage, but do you realize that the God that you serving is the same God that was presented to you by the same people who oppressed you? Do
Yeah, that's
you?
what we're talking about right now. That's what I'm asking her about.
Yeah,
Yeah, I don't quite understand the ability to hold to say that this God was used against you. That's the conversation we're in the middle of right now. She's saying that they were doing the will of her God, and I'm saying like if they were doing the will of her God because he prophesied it and it was his punishment, they're righteous.
right. They would be righteous. They followed, as you say, white people. The white supremacists followed the book to the letter of how slavery is supposed to be. They followed it to the letter.
I don't know. I'm irritated with this one. Yeah, good. Okay, she left.
That's infuriating. Like, I get that in these conversations, like your brain is going, thoughts, pop up, but you gotta be able to exercise some level of self-control, especially when people are trying to engage in conversation with you and hear you out.
Good morning, Goodwin. She was doing that shit on purpose. She was in the comments all night. She was one of the ones that was like, "Why is Thinker so angry? Ain't Thinker, you're angry. Thinker, why you're yelling?" She wanted me to yell at her. That's why
Really?
she laughed. Yeah, she wanted me to cuss her out.
Wow. That's very manipulative.
They're childish as fuck.
Yeah, if y'all are coming up here representing the fruits of y'all's God, that shit is rotten AF.
Harfy, Harfy.
Hello. Sorry. Hello.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing good. Can I get your age, please, for TikTok purposes, and let me know if you're a believer, deconstructing, or an atheist.
35. 35. I'm an agnostic. Sorry.
Okay, so I'm looking to
I
talk
just
to
ate a
believers of
ton
the
of
God of the
fruit.
Bible. Okay, atheists or people deconstructing. All right,
I'm
so
sorry.
I'm
Can
gonna
you
go
repeat
ahead
that?
and I'm only talking to current believers of the God of the Bible, people who are deconstructing their belief in that God, or atheists. So I'm gonna go ahead and drop you
Agnostic
down.
and
Okay,
atheist is a similar, right?
they're
Right.
not.
The same.
Most agnostics believe that a God exists. You just don't
No,
know
no, they do not believe in a
when.
God.
You don't make a claim in a belief in a God.
No,
Okay, so you are atheist then.
no, agnostic. That.
Okay, I'm gonna drop you down.
Okay,
Have
that's
a good
fine.
one. Okay.
But no.
Ted Washington.
Yes.
Hi, how are you?
I'm fine, but I can't hardly hear you.
I don't know what's going on with my microphone. Is this better? I've tried not to have it so loud in
Yeah, I
case
can
I
hear.
get loud. Is this better?
Yes.
Okay, to the chat. Is the mic low for y'all? It's good. Okay. Can I get your age, please, and let me know if you are a believer, deconstructing, or an atheist?
Yeah, I'm 45. I don't believe in it, the book at all, and I'm a listener. I don't know what to say and stuff. I'm gathering so much information from you guys. I love it. I listen to you
Thank
every
you.
night.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Are
Yeah.
you deconstructing or are you an atheist?
I don't know what I am. I just don't believe the Bible. I don't believe nothing in that book at all.
Do you
Like you
believe in a
said,
God?
I think it's a slate. I
Do you
kind of
believe in
think
a
I
Do you
think
believe
there
in a
might be
God, Ted?
I think there's a higher power or something, you
Okay.
know? I may
Okay.
be wrong. I don't know.
Okay.
It's like I want to believe in something that created us or something.
Are you deconstructing from the belief in this God?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And did you want to talk about the topic that we're discussing tonight, or the one on the prompt?
No, I just want to listen.
Oh, okay. I'll move you back down to the comments, and you can listen from the comments. Okay.
I appreciate that, and I
You're so
love you
welcome.
guys. I love
Thank you.
it.
Thank you. I appreciate your support. I hope you have a great rest of the morning. Okay.
Okay, and you too. Thank you.
All right. You're welcome.
All right.
Jimmy.
Yes.
Hi. How are you?
Pretty good. Pretty good.
That's good. Can I get your age, please? And let me know if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist, please.
Yes, I theist, Christian, 39. Was that
And do
it?
you subscribe to the original sin concept, fall of man, spiritual death doctrine?
Yes.
All right. So here's the conversation. We are outside of the garden. They just got kicked out, right? Adam and Eve has sinned against the God by disobeying. They are now corrupted, mankind. They are outside of the garden, attempting to build their life outside of the garden. They start having children. Those children grow up over a period of time. During this whole time where they're learning to live outside of the garden, they're having children, they're learning to take care of their children. Satan is on earth and mankind is corrupted. The four humans on earth are infected with sin, right? Their flesh is sinful. Yet we don't necessarily see any further corruption of mankind. We don't see the effects of this sin and Satan on mankind during this time until Cain gets incited with jealousy and murders his brother Abel. And so my question is, if sin is so bad, if evil and Satan and sin is so evil, and it just corrupts mankind, why don't we see the effects of that corruption with these four humans on earth during this time while they're raising their kids? It to me it seems like the more humans are on earth is when sin is the most dangerous, I guess. If it's not a lot of humans, and this corrupted sin doesn't really do much. And then because there was no law, I can't imagine for the life of me what other sins they could have been committing during that time. Does that make sense?
I'm trying to follow you so far. I mean, in a sense, we could see a corrupted world today on the brink of World War III. And
I'm not talking about today, sir. The conversation is about Adam and Eve during the time that they left the garden, like right after they left the garden, right before Cain kills Abel. Yeah. What was sin doing? Like, what was Satan and this sin doing to mankind during that time? What sins could they have possibly committed during that time? Like, if sin is so bad that your God had to kick them out the garden and curse all of mankind, why does it appear that this sin had no effect on the humans at that time?
Well, it's kind of hard to answer that question because in a way, it's a loaded question in that you're kind of assuming a literal interpretation of Genesis there. And, I'm not
this
too
is why
sure.
I asked if you subscribe to this doctrine. If you don't,
I do, but
we
not.
can change it. We can change the topic.
Yeah,
this is the
no,
second.
I do.
I'm sorry, 1 second. This is the second believer that's got up here and done this. When I ask, do you subscribe to the original sin, fall of man, spiritual death concept, you say yes. Then when I start talking about it, you go, oh, that's a literal translation. That's literally what the original sin, fall of man concept is. It takes it as a literal doctrine. If you don't subscribe to that, the best thing would be to say, no, I don't subscribe to that. And then we can fall back to the topic that's on the post.
Well, I mean, because I do subscribe to it, but just not in a literal sense. Like, I do believe in original sin, but I do have a particular interpretation of it. Are you familiar with Joseph Campbell?
No, I'm not, and you don't subscribe to the one that we're questioning today. So let's fall back to the post of Jesus Christ is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity, and Jesus includes the God in the Old Testament. Okay, so let's tell me what you think about that.
Well, I think, because I've been listening to a lot of the content on your channel lately, and I think a lot of the atheists here are kind of pouring their attention in the wrong direction. And, there's these literal
I'm
interpretations when
sorry.
they
The
come to.
topic is Jesus Christ is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity. What are your thoughts on that? The topic is not what you think about atheists, not what you think about what we, how we interpret scripture or whatever. That's the topic. If you
Well,
want to talk
yes,
about something else, you're gonna have to do it on another live.
no, I'm not trying to talk about. I am trying to get to the topic, and when it comes to Christ, there is a lot of neuroscience today that shows that there is such things as spiritual experiences, and there's a lot of evidence today that shows that it.
I'm sorry. Nope. When you come up here, okay, the topic, there's two topics. One about the time period outside of the garden, or Jesus Christ is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity. Whatever else you have on your mind, you need to go live on your own page or go to someone else's live that is talking about that thing. You understand? Like, don't come in here and do that. All right? Okay, this person is not connecting. Oh, Sherry, I was trying to hit connect. If your name is Sherry and you have a green PFP and you requested on purpose, can you request again? I was trying to hit accept and I accidentally hit decline. If your name is Sherry something, I didn't get to see the full name. I'm giving it a second to see if you request again. Okay, I guess not. Maybe they were in the box on accident.
Yay, I'm here.
Hi, little lamb. How are you?
I'm good. How are you, my love?
I'm doing good. Can I get your
Can I
age,
just
please?
please say
And
first, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I just want to say that I think you've been doing a fantastic job on trying to stick on topic. You've been very respectful and calm. And I just want to first say that I appreciate that. And I think you've been doing an awesome job. It's very refreshing to see you guys just argue your points without being hostile. And so I just want to give you guys kudos for that.
don't give me kudos because I will get hostile if I need to. So, I don't want anybody to get the idea that I'm just like this sweet person because I'm not. That's why I have in the middle of the screen, I'm not nice. And I don't think I owe anyone niceness. So I match energy. If I get disrespected, I will disrespect back. So, but I appreciate, the compliment, but I don't want you to get shocked if I do get hostile. Can you get your age, please? And then let me know if you are a believer, if you are deconstructing, or if you are an atheist.
I'm 36. I am a Christian.
All right. Do you subscribe to the original sin, fall of men, spiritual death concept as it is in Christian doctrine?
Yes.
Okay. The topic is the time period when they are kicked out of the garden and right before Cain kills Abel. That time period is what I'm focused on. Mankind is infected with sin. Satan is on earth. Adam and Eve are outside of the garden building their life. They start having children. They're raising their children from toddler to adolescence to teen to young adult. And during this time, we don't see any further corruption of mankind. We don't see the effects of sin on mankind if it's, this thing like being born in sin and you're all of a sudden wicked and you can't live a life without like committing sin and murdering somebody. But we see Adam and Eve able to, live outside of the garden, raise their children, and not sin. And honestly, like, I don't think that they were able to because there was not a law for them to sin. So it's almost as if sin was dormant, like in remission, until your God incited the jealousy in Cain. And then we see another sin committed. And then Satan is on earth at this time, and we don't see Satan messing with the humans as they are raising their children. So it appears like Satan was, obeying himself during this time. And like, I just want to know, like, if sin is such a bad thing, and Satan just wants to like destroy humans, like what were they doing during this time where Adam and Eve are building their life outside of the garden, raising their children?
Right. I would just say that I don't know if I don't think we're not talking about a very long period of time though, because we're talking about Cain and Abel, who are the children of Adam and Eve.
We
So
are talking about, think about the fact that they're kicked out of the garden. Eve has to get pregnant, right? So there's 9 months there. Then the baby is an infant, right? It grows up to be at least 6, 7 years old. Then, Cain is born. There's time there. Then they go from being like 6 or 7 to teenagers, right? You're at least talking about two decades, 2 to 3 decades.
right. I don't know exactly what biblical scholars would say would be the age of Cain and Abel when he actually committed, this murder against his brother. But I would say that, if we're saying like, where is sin? I would say, well, it's festering in my mind because if I get to an age of, I don't know, let's just say he's a ballpark, let's say he's 20. But I'm now 20 years old and I'm in a mind state where it's okay to kill my brother. So I would say sin is in my mind because I am having this idea or this understanding of God and, what our relationship is about, so that now I kill my brother. So I would say, where is sin? It's in the mind of Cain.
I mean, and being in the
Growing in the
mind
mind of
and not
Cain.
being in the mind and being dormant is, that's like having cancer that's in remission. I mean, I think I've already addressed the fact that, we don't see it again until your God activates that with jealousy inside of Cain, right? And your God tells Cain as much sin is at the door. It's up to you to control it. Like, that's not my question, right? If sin is so bad, to the point to where, humans just are going to sin, we see a period of time where humans didn't sin.
Right. I always, well, just recently, I've been studying this parallel to parasites and evil. So, in this conversation that we're having, I would say to you, if you got a parasite, you went to a foreign country and got a parasite, you don't even have to go to a foreign country to get a parasite. That's a lie. A lot of Americans have parasites. But the parasite is in you and it's living off of you and it's feeding off of you. And its goal is to not give symptoms because it wants to stay alive in you. And so you may think I'm totally fine, but I could have a 12-inch tapeworm in me and you might not see it until years later. So I start giving these diseases. So my question to you is, am I okay because I'm not showing symptoms that are awful, or is it still bad that I have a parasite? Yes, parasites absolutely have goals. They are very intellectual. Parasites have goals. They know how to move between hosts. They know how to release chemicals in your body to feed them. Parasites absolutely have goals. I'm sorry, I was responding to a
Please
commenter.
don't do that while you're on stage. Like, that's like if you're
No
talking
problem.
to, yeah.
No problem. So yeah, that would be my standpoint that you could have a seed of something that's not, showing symptoms automatically, but then I pop out and cause you to kill your brother, which I think is
I think you're
awful.
just reiterating exactly what I've already said, though. Like, your God activated the sin in Cain with the jealousy, right? And so without that activation, Adam and Eve, Cain and Abel, appeared to be living in peace. And it wasn't the Satan. Satan was on earth. It wasn't him that activated that parasite. It was your God. Like, you're
Okay,
just
and you
reiterating what
say,
I've already said.
gotcha. What, and when you say activate, what do you mean by that?
Well, the jealousy would be what moved Cain to murder his brother, right? And again, your God said as such, sin is at the door. It's up to you to control it, right? So when your God showed more reverence for Abel's offering over Cain's, that made Cain jealous, right? And
Right.
that moved him, right, to murder his brother. So that would have been the activation.
So we believe in Christianity that we have a God that gave free will. We believe that's a part of the design. Because let's say I get married, I don't want to marry a robot. I don't want somebody that
Why are
loves
we
me
talking
because,
about free will right now?
oh, because I'm going to get back to your activation.
But why are we talking about free will? I'm not
Because,
saying
oh,
your
I'm
God.
sorry. It's going to get
I'm
back
not.
to
I'm
my
sorry.
point. I'm
Hello.
sorry.
No,
Bear
no,
with
no. I
me.
don't. No, 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 no. I don't want to talk about free will. It's unnecessary. I'm not saying your God made Cain kill Abel. I understand that Cain used his own free will. I've already addressed that your God told Cain it's up to him to control the sin that was at the door. So
Oh,
there's no
I'm
point in
sorry.
us
I'm
talking
just
about free
disagreeing with
will.
you that God activated it. You don't want to hear that
Well,
point.
no, I didn't. I said your God activated the jealousy.
Right.
Your God is the one who made Cain jealous. That has nothing to do with free will.
You don't think Cain had a choice to not be jealous, or that if I'm in a, that's just like you allow me on this post, right? And I'm talking, and then you tell me, wait a minute, Kiana, I'm sorry, Little Lamb, it's time for somebody else to speak. And then because you justfully have the right to do that, it's your live, and then I get jealous. You activated that in me,
Yeah,
or do
is
I
it,
have an
I
immature
influenced it.
understanding of
Yes,
life?
absolutely. If I curse you out, right, and I call you all kind of names, and you get angry, did I do that?
No, I didn't. I didn't. In
Did
my
I
scenario, I
activate your
didn't say you
anger?
cussed me out. I just say you just said, "Hey, it's not your
No,
turn. It's somebody
I
else's
said
turn."
if I curse you out, right? Let me give it that. Like, if you continue like to cut me off when I'm talking, that's going to piss me off, and that's going to make me start yelling and get belligerent. And then the compliment that you gave me in the beginning of the live, you're going to want to take back, right? And it's going to be because you kept cutting me off, right? Not saying that that's what you're doing right now. What I'm saying is, like, that action, right, influenced, right, my the way that I feel, right? And then how I react to that is my free will. But you cannot negate the fact that you did a thing, right, to influence that. And your God
Right.
reverencing Abel's offering over Abel's offering, right, made Cain jealous, and then Cain made the decision to respond to his jealousy and not control that. But your God knew that Cain would get jealous, and in fact, your God is jealous. His name is jealous, right? So he knew that that jealousy was there, and he knew that's why he said, like, why are you looking like that? Like, if you do well, don't you want you to be received? Want you to be accepted if you do well? Right? And then he's like, sin is at the door. You better control it. Like, he knew it. So, like, I don't know why we are focusing on Cain when I'm asking about, you know, the effects of sin.
Okay. Are you? I'm sorry. Are you finished? I don't want to interrupt you. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm trying to remember all your points. Oh, we were talking about he made him jealous. So just going back to the story, it says that Cain made a offering, Abel made an offering. So in what we understand is that at this point, atonement had already been given to the people for a way now to to apologize for their sins. So because you sin, death is the answer, but you don't have to die. We're going to take an animal and we're going to kill that. And so Abel is offering an animal. He's offering death for his sin, and Cain is offering fruit, which that's just literally just not what God put in place for sin. And so I think like in your example, when I said, like, if you told me that, hey, be quiet, it's my life, it's somebody else's turn, and I get jealous, is that is that a plausible way for me to feel? You was like, yeah, if I cuss you out and tell you that, yeah, if you cuss me out, I might have a valid reason to feel a certain way. But in the story, God doesn't cuss him out. He just says, hey, this is not, what this is better for what we're trying to do here. What he's doing, do that. So he had the option to just say, okay, next time I'll bring a lamb. He gave you an example of how to do things. So for Cain to feel a certain way, again, I would go back to, because there is sin planted in the mind. Sin, I want people to start understanding, it's more of an idea. Remember, the serpent went and put it in your head that things are not okay. God is keeping information from you. And if you just knew it, you could be like God. And so what we see in Cain is this understanding of things are not okay. And I don't know about y'all, but I see that in my life where I have this unrealistic, like feeling that things are not okay. And when I'm always feeling like that, that's when I'm doing something that's off, because I'm acting on this inner idea of things are not okay. So you even said the point of, he even told him, like, well, it's not that serious, bro. Yeah, I liked his more, but you gonna be all right. So I just feel like, to put the blame on God, when, again, I'm sorry that you feel like free will is off topic, but I only brought that up as to say, he didn't make robots. He gave us the decision to love, to choose, because he
You gonna
wants.
talk about free will even though I asked you not to? This has nothing to do with free will. Nothing at all. And I didn't say anything about your God said it's not that serious. That didn't come out of my mouth. I didn't say that. But also, like, atonement is not a part of the story. Your God had not given them instructions on how to atone for sin. In fact, the offerings that they gave were mincha offerings, and they were offerings of thanksgiving. They were not offerings for sin atonement. And then you said God keeps that Satan instills an idea of sin in you to tell you that God keeps information from you. He in fact did keep information from Cain, because he did not tell Cain why he regarded uh, Abel's offering, not sin sacrifice, over over Cain's. And then sin is actually a transgression against the law. It's not just an idea in your head. When in the Leviticus 2, a mincha offering can either be an animal or a grain offering. And it's just an offering to tell your God how thankful you are for all the blessings that he's given you. Cain was an agriculturalist. Cain gave him fruit of the soil. Abel was a sheep herder. Abel gave him the firstborn of his flock. The God just preferred animal offerings over grain offerings. In fact, later in the law, we see that he says, if you cannot afford an animal offering, you can bring me a grain offering, but you have to turn it into choice flour. You have to bake it. You have to add salt to it. Like he just wasn't too keen on the grain offering because it wasn't that valuable, but the animal offerings made more money. And so he regarded Abel's offering more than Cain's, but he didn't explain to Cain why, right? Um, and there was no law at this time for them to even follow to sin, for them to be offering up atonement offerings. So when you have a parent who gets two different gifts from a child, and those children want to show their parent that they appreciate them, and then one parent shows regard for one kid's gift and no regard for the other, I mean, it's quite logical that that kid's going to feel some way, especially if they don't understand why the parent did that. And they're going to, feel a little jealous of the other child and feel like the parent favors the other child. Like, that's just common sense. Fee, were you getting ready to say something?
Oh, I just wanted to clarify something that she said earlier. Parasites don't have conscious goals. Like there aren't intentions. I just thought that was weird. Like they operate off of biochemical reactions. So to say that they have a goal is an equivocation, because that's biologically untrue.
I would agree with you that they don't have consciousness, but just like bacteria doesn't have a conscience, all living things have a goal to survive. I don't know if you just don't like the word goal, but as a parasite, I have a goal to remain in your gut. I have a goal to lay my larvae in your intestines. That's why I know to lay my eggs when you go to sleep, because you're going to create a more sustainable environment. I know how to release chemicals to get you to eat the things that are going to be more sustainable for my children. And so, yes, they don't have a conscience, but in a different parallel, they know how to get them. They know how to get their host to commit suicide, so that now they're in water. They know how. So they have goals. I don't know if you don't like the wording, but I think you would agree with me there that they have a goal to survive.
Yeah, I just think it's an equivocation because when we use goals as humans, we're talking about a conscious decision, a desire, awareness, intention. These are biological functions. I don't disagree with you, but these are evolutionary traits that have evolved for the purpose of replication. And I agree with you. Yeah, but I think it's an equivocation because when we talk about a goal from a human perspective, and that's where the conversation started. So I didn't want to.
Sure, maybe somebody could misunderstand that I'm saying this is a conscious being with like a goal as to be successful. But again, they have ways to be successful. So I agree with you. Maybe that's there's a better term than goal. I want to respond to what she was saying earlier. And you're right. The Levitical law for atonement didn't come until way after that. But I was referring to, we know that after in the Bible where they had committed the original sin of eating eating the apple, and they were hiding from God, it says that God killed a lamb and covered them in the skins of the lamb. And so I was just referring to that God is showing them that this is what I'm going to put in place to cover sin. But you're right, the Levitical law didn't come into place for the actual atonement.
I
And
think
you
you
were
are
referring
reading
to the
into that.
Minka
It
law.
doesn't say he sacrificed the lamb for sin. It
No, it
just
just
says
says
he
he
made
killed it.
them clothes, right? And
Yeah.
you would have to be asserting that your God made the sin offering to himself. Like your God sacrificed the sin. Like he sacrificed a lamb and offered up atonement to himself on behalf of Adam and Eve. You would have to be
Well,
asserting
what
that,
I'm
right?
saying
And
is
then it
that
also states that in order, like for a sin atonement offering, the sin has to be transferred onto the lamb, right?
yes.
And then that means that as Adam and Eve were to touch the head of the lamb and transfer their sin onto the lamb, your God is then touching the sin. But
Wait, I'm sorry, I missed
he
the last
couldn't touch
one.
sin.
You went out a
Like,
little
like
bit. I'm sorry. The last one.
you would have to be saying that Adam and your God is like, doing the sacrifice himself, and he has Adam and Eve touch the head of the lamb, right, or the head of the goat, and and then once the sin leaves Adam and Eve, it's on the goat, and then your God sacrifices the goat. Like that would make your God unclean to touch sin when he requires even the priests to cleanse themselves after they were to do that. And they could not come into the Holy of Holies until they've done that because your God couldn't be around the sin.
I mean, I don't think that I can tell. I mean, this is a whole like performance that he created. So I can't really tell him, what not to do. If
No, I
he,
didn't say that you're telling him what not to do. It doesn't say that this was a sin offering. You're assuming that it is
no, no,
because
no.
he killed
And
an
I agree
animal.
with you. I'm not saying that it was,
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
I'm
I'm
sorry.
sorry.
Hello,
I didn't mean to
little
make it
lamb.
sound like
Please
that.
don't do that again. Okay, please don't do that again. I'm not. What I'm saying is you are assuming in Genesis 3 when he killed a lamb to make them clothes, you are saying that that is a him showing them how to offer up a sin offering, and he that's not, it doesn't state that in the text. And then on top of that, if we look at his rules for sin atonement offerings, they had to discard the skin, not wear it. They had to burn it. You're saying that the God had them transfer the sin onto the animal. He then sacrificed the animal to himself as an atonement, and then he turned around and put the sin back on Adam and Eve to wear as clothes.
What I was saying was that this killing of this animal and covering them in the fur of the animal was a precursor to the atonement. Also, even when Cain and Abel are bringing their offerings, they're not, the Bible doesn't say that they're doing that as a covering for sin. It just says that
Right. I
they're
said
bringing
that.
offerings, and that
Right. I said that.
that
It says
God
it's a.
preferred that one.
I already said that. It says it's a mincha offering, which is a tribute offering. It's an offering of thanksgiving. A katat offering is a sin
Right.
offering. That they weren't bringing him a katat offering. They were bringing him a mincha offering. I
Right.
already said that.
Right. So I'm sorry. I really don't mean to cut you off. I'm really not trying to do that. I'm sorry. I'm gonna just wait till you get quiet until.
But I'm saying, like, when you say that I said something that I didn't say, I'm going to correct you, right?
Oh no, I don't think you said anything. I don't think you said anything wrong.
No, when you say you said such and such, and then you say that I said something that I didn't say, I'm going to stop you and say, I did not say that, right? Because then
Yeah.
what that says to me is that you didn't hear what I actually said. So I'm going to repeat what I said so that you can respond to what I actually said.
Yes, ma'am. What did I say that you didn't say? I didn't mean to say that you said it. I don't know. What did you think that I said that you did not say?
That regarding the sin atonement offerings.
Okay. I'm sorry. I don't think I actually any disagreed on anything you said yet, really. I think we were just expounding upon different points. But was there another point that we wanted to discuss? Because
regarding
I
the
think
sin
there's just
atonement
a
regarding the sin
disagreement of
atonement
belief.
offerings regarding the sin atonement offerings, you stated that the God in the Genesis 2 killed the lamb, right, to offer it up as uh, a way to show Adam and Eve how to atone for sin. Do you
No,
remember
I
saying that?
didn't say that.
You didn't
I
say
said that
that
it was
that was
I
him's
said
way
it
of
was
showing that. Okay,
a precursor for the Levitical law, and that, in my opinion, again, we none of us are there, and so just like you're talking about these years of what was going on in those years, we don't know. It is my belief when I'm reading this scripture that God is showing a preference and a precursor to what is going to be the way to cover sins. That's what I meant to say, and I'm sorry if it sounded any different. But you're right. There was no law in place for that, and that the offerings that they gave at that time were not for atonement. What I meant to say was a precursor, I believe, and that's just my belief, and I don't have anything else to go on.
yeah. Give me just a second because
I would
I
agree with
I
you
want to
that
make
it
sure.
required a more sustainable level to survive. Yeah, I agree. From a human perspective, and termed in gold. I want to
Leviticus 2.
and so Abel is offering an animal. He's offering death for his sin, and Cain is offering fruit. It had already been given. We were talking about he made him jealous. So I was just going back to the story. It says that Cain made a offering, Abel made an offering. So in what we understand is that at this point atonement had already been given to the people for a way now to to apologize for their sin. So because you sinned, death is the answer, but you don't have to die. We're going to take an animal and we're going to kill that. And so Abel is offering an animal. He's offering death for his sin, and Cain is offering fruit, which that's just literally just fruit, which that's just literally just not what God put in place for for sin. And so I think, like in your example, when I said, like, if you told me that, hey, be quiet, it's my life, it's somebody else's turn, and I get jealous, is that a plausible way for me to feel? You're like, yeah, if I cuss you out and tell you that, yeah, if you cuss me out, I might have a valid reason to feel a certain way. But in the story, God doesn't cuss him out. He just says, hey, this is not, what this is better for what we're trying to do here. What he's doing, do that. So he had the option to just say, okay, next time I'll bring a lamb. He gave you an example of how to do things. So for Cain to feel a certain way, again, I would go back to because there is sin planted in the mind. Sin, I want people to start understanding, it's more of an idea. Remember, the serpent went and put it in your head that things are not okay.
God is keeping information from you, and if you just knew it, you could be like God. And so what we see in Cain is this understanding of things are not okay. And I don't know about y'all, but I see that in my life where I have this unrealistic, like feeling that things are not okay. And when I'm all on it, feel like it's all free will, even though I have a lot of instructions on how to instills that keep overcame. Like either being Abel was a sheep herder. Abel law we see Cain on, and there wasn't those children wanted to what and child parasites don't err. I have a goal to relate for parallel. They know how to get them. They know how to. Humans are talking about thoughts of replicating our goal as to be. The Levitical law for atonement didn't come until way after that. But I was referring to, we know that after in the Bible where they had committed the original sin of eating eating the apple, and they were hiding from God, it says that God killed a lamb and covered them in the skins of the lamb. And so I was just referring to that God is showing them that this is what I'm going to put in place to cover sin. But you're right, the Levitical. Okay, so do you remember saying that they had already had an example for atonement, and then you referred and said, I'm referring to when God killed a lamb, and he was showing them this is what I'm going to put in place for sin. So that's what I was responding to. Right. And listening to it, I said, this is what I'm going to put in place. So for the sin. Other word was right. Precursor. And you said that they already had an example. Do you remember? That's why I went back that far. You said they already had an example for atonement. And then you said I was referring to Genesis 2 when I said that. Do you remember? Like I just played it. Yes. And I said, so if they had an example, because I just don't want you to start gaslighting. If you say that Cain and Abel already had an example for atonement, right, which is sin, a sin offering, and then say I was referring to Genesis 2 when God killed a lamb and said this is what I'm going to put in place for sin, you are saying that your God, right, showed them in Genesis 2 that he wants animals killed for sin, right? That's what you're saying. Like I said, I just don't want you to try to like gaslight me. A precursor, and an example. You didn't say that. You just said precursor way later, right? I said, you said example. To show them this is what I'm going to put in place. We just heard what you said. I said, this is what I'm going to put in place. What I'm going to. What I'm going to. I have not done it yet. What I'm going to. You said that was their example for the sin offering, for the atonement. You said that was Cain and Abel's example, right? For the sin offering. Of what I'm going to put in place. Right, but you said that him killing that lamb was the example, correct? That's what you said? Yes. Okay, except he did not do that. That's what I'm responding to. When he killed the lamb, right, he did not show them how to offer up a sin offering, because the lamb, like the process for that would have been for them to transfer the sin onto the animal, and then to burn the skin of that animal, not wear it. He did not. That wasn't an example for a sin atonement or a sin offering. That's what I was responding to.
How can he show that? I'm lost on this one. How can that killing of the lamb and clothing Adam and Eve be for Cain and Abel when they wasn't even born yet?
So did you learn anything about life that you weren't born to see? Were there already practices and rituals in place that you weren't born when they were put in place? Listen, I'm not saying, and I don't even think that all Christians believe in what I'm saying. I only inserted that to say it is my personal belief that at this time
there was examples of what offering should look like. That is debatable, and I don't think a million Christians would stand behind me on that. That's a personal thing. That I believe that there was already killings, there were the sacrificing of animals, that they had examples of what to do. At the end of the day, their God, I agree with the sister. God did not give them a clear and concise law. And so him saying, "Hey, I prefer this one." A lot of people would agree. Yeah, that's unfair. Why you didn't give me a clear, concise thing to do, but you just like his more? I don't like that. But it's up to, but I would say, like, as you, if you have children and they're in the house and you come home, both of them are trying to clean up. But one of them is using Ajax on like plates where we have to eat off of, and the other one is mopping. And you come home, you say both of you guys are doing a good job. But hey, Betty, next time we don't use Ajax on the floor. What Sarah is doing, that's a little bit better. So I'm just telling you, hey, moving forward, this is how we're gonna do things. And the other child says, "I don't like that you didn't like what I was doing. I'm sorry, but we gotta move forward. I'm
Except
sorry I
your
wasn't
God didn't
clear,
do that.
but this is
That
what we
your
need to do."
hold on, but your God didn't do that, right? Requiring that of humans and not requiring that of this God, I don't quite understand, and that's the whole point of me even bringing that up. Your God did not do that, and your God is all knowing, and your God knew that Cain was going to be jealous, right? And that Cain had the capability of murdering Abel, yet he did it anyway that way instead of mitigating the risk, right? And again, like we're talking about the fact that they were able to live on earth and this sin, right, be in their flesh, Satan also be roaming the earth, and there not be any issues until your God incites the jealousy and reactivates the sin, right, reactivates the power of the sin.
We believe that God has knowledge of all things from the beginning of the end, from beginning of time into the end of time. And so things that we may view as wrong or shouldn't have happened, we believe that he knew was going to happen, and is a part of a perfect plan. Um,
I think I
I
just said he
don't,
knew it was going to happen. And are you saying that him reactivating the power of sin in Cain was a part of your God's perfect plan? Because
I have,
from my understanding, he doesn't want sin. He doesn't want humans to sin. But it sounds like he does, right? He put the serpent, or allowed the serpent to be in the garden in the first place, right? Y'all say that was his way of testing humans, although he knew the humans were going to fail that test because he's all knowing. Yet he did it anyway. Then he kicks them out of the garden. They're living in peace. Sin ain't bothering them. Satan ain't bothering them. Then he comes along and cites jealousy and Cain. Cain then kills his brother. He knew that was going to happen. That was his perfect plan. He exacerbates sin. So he wanted sin to get bad.
in this argument, I would have to, if I were to agree with you that he excited Cain to be jealous, and I would just have to disagree with you. Nobody excites you to do
Insight.
nobody
Insight.
incites you, excites you, forces you to have an emotion.
Is he
So
And when
then
he
your
listening?
had that
God lied
emotion,
when he said Satan incited him.
I feel like you talked over me.
I can't. I'm the host.
Oh.
Like, yeah, because you
So that's
tend to
kind
go
of
off
what
like
God does. So
you
that's kind
tend.
of what God does. He
Okay,
can do what he
cool.
wants because this is his
All right.
world.
All right, cool. So you tend to, like, I think you are an evangelist and you preach and you tend to go off,
No, I
right?
don't.
So I can't let you just like talk because you tend to go off of topic, right? And you just
I've been
like, so I
quiet
have
the
to
majority of
you
the time.
yeah, no, like I don't know how many times I've had to like bring you back, right? You've said I said things that I didn't say. You've said that you didn't say things that you actually said, and then you kept trying to talk about free will when I asked you not to, right? So
None
when
of that is
you
true.
like you just said, literally, you tried to
You
talk
are
about
you
free
are
will
someone who
once.
has to bully the
You try,
conversation to
okay,
be right.
okay, all right.
So
You talked about
I
free
already know
will
you're gonna
once,
put me off
okay.
because you have to bully the
I'm not
conversation
gonna.
to be right.
I don't. I'm not gonna drop you. You want me to drop you, but I'm not.
No,
You've talked about free will once. I said there's no need to talk about free will. Then you tried to
because
sneak
I
it
felt
in,
like it was valid
and
to
then
my
I
point, and I
said,
have a right to do
"Okay,
that. I
there
can
you
talk
go,
about whatever I want
there
to
you
talk about.
go.
It's free
Look,
will.
okay, here
That
we
was
go.
to my point,
Here's
which you
God's.
you
Here's
refused to
God's.
hear my
Then
point.
are you being
You
incited
refused
to
to
do all
hear
this
my
now?
point.
Are you being
Free
incited
will
to
goes
act
back to
belligerent right
jealousy,
now?
which is
Are
your
you being
point about
incited
him
to behave?
inciting it.
Okay. Are you being incited to behave the way you're behaving right now?
Yes, because you keep
Okay.
talking over me.
Didn't you just say that no
You
one
keep
can
talking
incite
over
you?
me.
Okay, cool.
And
Didn't you
so
just
you're
say,
creating a
okay,
world. In this
did it?
world where we live
Okay.
in, we talk
All
over
right.
people. So
Okay,
you
great.
can't be the host and think you're going
Okay.
to have a rule and then I not
Okay.
follow that rule.
Okay. Think that I'm going to have a rule and you not follow the rule. That makes no sense. But didn't you just say that no one can incite, excite, oversight you, and yet you just admitted to being incited by me? And then also your God stated that Satan incited him. So I think you are so used to just like saying things, right? Or maybe you want to be an evangelist and you haven't quite made it there yet because people keep catching you up on your shit, right? But you have this like habit of saying things and getting upset when I call you out on that shit. The rule is when I'm quiet now you can talk. Unless you want to drop, because I'm not going to drop you.
What happened to the civil conversation?
I told her that's why I warned her in the beginning. Like in a minute, you're not going to think I'm civil. Like,
Yeah, I mean the reality is I think that what most believers are not accustomed to is pushback on the things that y'all say that are not in this book,
We
or
absolutely are used to it. We get it every day.
the the highlights of the things that are illogical in the positions that you hold, and I get how that can be uncomfortable because dissonance is uncomfortable. There have been many times that I've realized that I was holding a cognitively dissonant position, and it was uncomfortable. So I understand that, but the way to push through it is not to get mad at the people who are highlighting it, like engage in it and kind of be honest with yourself about it. You have misspoken or you've been double speaking repeatedly in this conversation, and thankfully Thinker has that playback, so that was pretty obvious. But where is your point of contention at this point with this particular sacrifice? Because it wasn't for atonement of sins. The Bible doesn't say that. Your God is omniscient, so he knew full well when he responded in the way that he did, that it would cause Cain to do what he did. So you can't say that and if he didn't know, then he's not omniscient. You just got to drop that omni property. So which one is it? Did he know or did he not know?
He did know. I never said that he didn't. I never said that it was Levitical law. I said I believe that there was an example. I have not changed on that position. I believe that God, because he created the laws, just like she created this live, has a right to instill whatever laws that she wants to. She can change them. She can tell you, hey, we're doing it this way. And God has that right to, because he is the creator of everything. So just like you have the right to change rules, he has the right to. You guys try to put a characteristics that you believe God should be. Just like you don't have to be nice, God doesn't have to be nice. He doesn't have to feel anything that you want him to feel. He can say, I prefer that offering. Sorry, I don't like that one. I like this one. Just like you can go into a shop and say, I want this bag, not that bag. And if the cashier chooses to feel a way about it, good, sorry about it. This is the bag that I like. He
So
has
you're
that
that's
right.
really interesting because your God has to use human lips to do all that shit. But Fee, if I make a rule for my life, do you know that I made that rule?
Yeah,
Like I can communicate my rules. But if somebody comes to you and say Thinker has a rule in her life that you haven't heard me communicate, would you automatically believe them?
absolutely not.
Absolutely not. Because your God doesn't have the power that I actually have, and that is for you to know for a fact when I said a thing. You have to go by another human telling you that a God said or wanted a thing. That's the difference between me and your God.
I don't go by what men say. But I'm
You
not
just
gonna I'm
did.
not gonna go down a religious route. I'm not gonna tell you
But you
that I
just
believe
did.
that I receive revelation from God daily. I get
But you just
information that I
did.
don't know
Let's stop
about,
for a
and then
second
I
because you're
go
not being
and then I
honest.
research it. So I
Did a
don't
man
only
write this
just go
book?
by man.
Did a man write this book? Did a man write Genesis 4
No,
that you believe? A
no.
woman wrote it?
The
A
Holy
woman wrote
Spirit
it?
wrote it.
The Holy Spirit wrote it with what? What did they
Men
use to write
inspired
it?
by the Holy Spirit.
Oh, so they used a man. The Holy Spirit used a man to write Genesis 4. And when the Holy Spirit uses a man, do you see the Holy Spirit there standing next to that man saying, write this down? Or is that Holy Spirit in that man's head or in that man's heart inspiring that man to write?
Okay, you don't believe that the Holy Spirit can invoke people and inspire people.
I mean, do
Got
you
it.
just
That's
trust
not.
every
We
man
don't
that
need to
says the
stay
Holy
there. We
Spirit
understand
inspired
that you
them?
don't believe that. That's
Do
fine.
you just trust every man that they say that says the Holy Spirit inspired them?
Absolutely not.
Okay, so how do you know that the Holy Spirit inspired this man to write Genesis 4?
I can study the scripture and I can search it in my heart. That's all we can do with any information that we have here on this planet.
Exactly.
Just like I can
Exactly.
listen to you and search it in my heart,
Uh-huh.
and then I can make a
Yeah.
choice off of that. That's all
Exactly.
we can
But
do here as
you
humans.
were asserting that your God can do whatever your God wants to do and nobody can question that, and he's sovereign when your
You can
God has to
question it.
use
You're
the lip
questioning it
when
right
your God
now.
has to use the lips of a human being to even do or say anything.
You can question it. You're doing it right now. Nobody
Yeah,
stop. You have that
but your
free
whole little
will.
rant that you just gave, that whole little rant that you just gave, he can do whatever he wants.
Yes,
If
he
he don't
can.
want this, if he don't, and he can't do it unless a human opens their mouth. He can't do it unless a human picks up a pen and writes the fuck whatever the God wants to say. So no, he cannot.
Well, when people uh drop dead, and when natural disasters happen, when babies are born, when design itself is playing out in front of you, what human is doing that? When plants grow
I
from
never
the
said a human
ground,
does.
when trees
Can
grow
hold on?
from the ground, what human is
Can you
doing
get
that?
a message? Can you get a message from the natural a natural disaster? Like if a storm happens, can you hear your God giving you instructions from a storm? Can you hear your
No,
God
I
saying,
never
I like
heard of
this, I
that.
don't like that from a storm?
I don't get how that applies.
You don't. When you literally say your God can say, I like this offering, but I don't like that offering. He can do whatever he want. And I say your God can't do whatever he want because he has to use the human lips to communicate that. He has to use human hands to write that shit
That's
down.
what he
What
wants
the
to
hell
do.
does a natural disaster have
That's
to do
what
with
he
that?
wants to do.
How do you know that without a
Because
human?
he's doing it.
With a human's lips, a human's brain.
Yes, because he created them. So he
What
can do
the
what he
fuck
wants
does
with
a
them.
natural disaster have to
Yes.
do with that?
I am spirit. And it
What?
says in the Bible that
Unless you
I'm
are
not,
trying to
that I
say,
don't
unless
have.
you are trying to say that your God speaks Thunderican and you can hear, you can translate that shit. Natural disasters ain't got shit to do with what we are talking about.
We're talking about the hand of God. And you're saying that are you saying that things only happen if humans do them? Your assertion that it's
When we're talking
impossible,
about your
it's
God being able to
impossible for
communicate
a
with
human
you,
to be invoked by a spirit,
when we are talking about when we are talking
to use flesh
like
to do what it wants it to do is impossible.
when we are talking about your God being able to communicate with you, then natural disasters have nothing to do with that. We are talking about what's written in this book and you stating that your God can do whatever he wants to do. Your God cannot, because your God needs humans to do. For you to even be able to say, God did a thing, God said this, God wants this, that comes from another human. Unless you are telling me that you can understand a natural disaster and your God is talking to you through that. You're on mute. You're on mute.
I was on mute that whole time.
Yep.
What I brought up natural disasters, I also brought up trees and plants because I said there are things happening on this in this dimension that are outside of the manipulation of the human hands. And so you're saying that that's the only way God can do things, and I'm saying there's lots of things going on outside of the hand of man. That's what I
And
said.
what communication do you get from that? What communication do you get that your God wants a thing when a natural disaster happens?
Oh, you're saying that's the only way he can communicate.
I've
Oh, I
been
get what
said
you're
that
saying.
shit. You didn't
Yeah.
understand what I meant when I said thunder
No,
fucking Ricken.
I didn't. You're gonna be okay. You're gonna be able to breathe
You
through this.
know,
You're
like you
gonna
are
make
not
it.
okay.
You're gonna
You
make
are
it.
not. You are not
I'm the
okay.
one breathing. You're the one who hasn't taken in oxygen for some seconds now. But listen,
Are you okay? Like
you're
like
gonna be
the
all right.
very fact, like
You're
y'all are
going
so
to be
fucking
okay.
fake. Y'all are so fucking fake, and this is why I didn't accept that
Ooh.
fake ass compliment you gave when you came on the stage. Your fake ass. Like you
Ooh.
do realize that you were the one who was yelling at who started yelling first. Like point the finger at your own motherfucking self. At least I told your ass I cut your motherfucking ass out. Like I don't have a problem
I
being
never
who I
said I
am.
didn't
Like
yell.
I
I never
know
added that
exactly
to
who
my
the fuck I
resume.
am. Like I'm not up here trying to wear a motherfucking mask and pretend like I got a fucking Jesus ghost living in me. I will tell your ass that if you disrespect me, I'm gonna turn into a whole motherfucking demon.
You feel disrespected? That's crazy. I don't know why you feel disrespected.
Yes, the fuck you do.
No, and I never said that I wouldn't yell. I will not curse though. I'm not gonna do that.
Shut up. Like you came up here fake as hell. I like the honest discourse. No yelling, no hostility.
Time
And you knew
it was
exactly what
calm.
the
It has
fuck you was gonna
changed.
do when you got on the stage. That's why I don't trust none of
What
y'all
have I
motherfuckers.
done?
Y'all fake as fuck. Y'all fake it dangerous as fuck. Like a lot of y'all believers, y'all women believers in church, y'all be the ones that'll get a bitch sum the fuck up. Y'all be the ones talking about each
Man,
other behind each other's back, wanting what each other got, wanting to fuck each other's man. Like y'all motherfuckers are dangerous as fuck. Ain't no fucking way I trust y'all asses.
I'm sorry that you feel that way. Is it another point that we can discuss, or is there another point we can talk about without cussing? I don't want to
Oh,
argue with it.
I can just sit here and say fuckity fuckity
Yes, you
fuck.
can. Can we talk to Mr. Nelson? I wanted to talk about some of the
You
points
don't
he was
control shit
talking
up
about.
here. Like if you can't
You're
handle
right
the
about
conversation,
that.
then you can get down. You know how to exit.
I mean, right now, just the cussing back and forth. I
But
don't
then
take
if you
pleasure in
don't
that.
fucking like it, you do know what you could do, right? Like didn't your God give you free will or some power or some shit? Like didn't your God tell you that you don't wrestle against flesh and blood? Like you know how to leave, don't you?
That's why I'm not wrestling with you. I'm
Then
listening to you.
fucking leave. The fuck you in here
Nope,
like begging
I
me to
leave it.
change the way I talk.
You
All
don't
you
put
gotta
me
do is
not
leave.
leaving. We're together. We're
Like
together.
this
We're
is this is
all in
like
this.
fucking ridiculous. Like goddamn.
We
How,
together,
how do
sis.
y'all be letting the devil dismantle y'all asses every time y'all come in here? Like y'all come in here on one, like y'all come in here all holy and God said this, and then before y'all leave, y'all act just like me. How the fuck do y'all be getting dismantled every
You
fucking
will
time
never
y'all
see
come in
me act
here?
like you, beloved.
You already did. You already did. Like you literally just started
I never
singing on
curse.
stage. That's some shit that I would do.
I'm still
Like
trying to
you
get
do
back to
realize
an
that,
adult
right? Like you have
conversation. You don't
lost
want
your
to.
whole ass composure. You have lost your whole ass composure. You
Well,
are
I
not the
raised my
same.
voice
You
because
are
you
not
did.
the
I
same
don't
since you
lose my
came in here.
composure.
You already fucking did. You already fucking did with your gaslighting ass.
I'm sorry you feel that way.
All right. Oh well. You don't have to apologize. Like and then the fact that you are still here, like this isn't fruitful for you. This is
Yes,
not fruitful for you, and yet you still are here. Like you are messy as fuck. I bet you stay after church just to talk about motherfuckers. Y'all probably got a gossip club. Y'all probably go
well,
to
we
Shoney's
have
after church
ministry.
just to sit and say, you see what Sister Kaka Lois had on? You see that fucking dress, that tight dress that she had on? And then gonna go up there and try to shout, talking about God blessed her and had her titties showing all up in past her face, honey. I saw that's why I ran over there with the sheet and I put that sheet over her because she ain't slick. She know what she doing, and then stuff in your mouth with a fucking Shoney's buffet. Y'all whole ass holy gossip club.
I don't go to church. especially not those type of churches. If you went to that type of church, I will understand why
What's
you
that? What's that?
behave the
What's
way
that
you
book you own
behave.
in your
You,
PFP? Is
you
that a
said you don't
Bible?
go to church.
No, not
If you
those
don't
type,
go to
not
church,
those types of churches she
if you
talking
don't go
about.
to church, how
No.
do you know what type of church she talking about?
Oh,
You the
cause
main motherfucker with the sheet. That's
I
why, cause you the
currently
bitch they,
don't go
cause
to
you the
church.
bitch they go put the
I
sheet
did grow
on.
up in
You
black
the
church
bitch they
as a
go put the
youngster,
sheet
so I
on.
know
That's
what she's
why you the
talking about.
motherfucker they go put the sheet on. That's why you the bitch they go put the sheet on. Ho.
No, I know what type of
Yeah,
church she's talking about. I have
yeah.
attended
You
some of
the
those
you
churches.
the
I don't
bitch
go
they
to
go put
those
the sheet
now.
on. That's why you know what she talking about. Cause you the
No,
motherfucker
I
that
grew
go
up
put the
in those
sheet
types of
on.
churches, but I don't
That's
attend
why
them
you
now.
don't go to them type of churches. Cause you go in there tearing every fucking thing up, bitch. That's why.
Oh my, I'm a bitch. This is so
Oh yeah,
dark.
bitch. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Ooh, child.
Oh yeah, bitch.
But yeah, I don't like those types of churches either.
Yeah,
Those are
cause you
all.
go in there and tear them motherfuckers up, fucking the pastor and shit, having babies for him and shit.
Ooh,
You the
no,
bitch.
no, no,
Mm-hmm.
no. You wouldn't do
Mm-hmm.
anything
You could,
like that.
ooh Lord, all you
Is there
want,
any
motherfucker.
productive conversation wanting to be had
Oh
here
no,
tonight?
bitch. I don't do productive. I don't do productive. You want to do passive aggressive, bitch? I'm on demon time, ho.
I
You
don't
want a
have no
demon? You got
demons.
one, bitch. I'm on demon time, right with you.
I also think it's going to be very
How do you
difficult.
experience joy?
I
Where do
think
I'm
it's
you
going
on
to
have?
be.
Do you
demon. No,
experience
no.
joy
This
throughout
is
your
my
I'm
day?
sorry.
joy.
Fee is trying to talk.
This my joy. Cussing dead pussy hoes like you out. This my joy.
I think it's going to be difficult to have a actual fruitful conversation if we can't be honest, right? Like you came up to Thinker's Point, and Thinker always clocks the shit. Like you came up with the compliments, but then you said things that were categorically untrue. Then you denied those things, and then we played back for you the fact that you said those things and you continued to deny them. So until you're ready to step into the realm of reality where we're holding ourselves accountable for the words that come out of our mouths, we are not going to be able to have a fruitful conversation. Like you're ultimately, I said this yesterday, you're backfilling holes in the story with your particular belief system, and then looking at us and wondering why we don't see what you don't see, but you believe. That's not the foundation for a fruitful conversation.
Having a conversation. There's nothing wrong with that. I never said you were wrong, that you were dumb, that you're a bad person. I just said, okay, let's go there. What about these years? It's just a conversation. It don't have to be like this.
It's not like anything. I don't know what you think it's like based on what I just said. It's just dishonest. It's dishonest. That was not a sin sacrifice. That God did not model for Cain and Abel how
You
to do
may
it.
have a good point. I'm willing to listen to you. I might even be like, you know what? I need to go back and rethink about this shit.
And that's another reason that productive conversations can't happen
So
because
ugly. How can anybody hear and learn?
another reason a productive conversation can't happen is because you keep cutting me off while I'm speaking. Like that's so
I'm supposed to let you
unnecessary.
talk and call me bitches and hoes. You done lost your
She didn't
mind,
call
beloved.
you a
It
bitch
don't
in a
work
hole.
like
I
that.
did, bitch.
It
She didn't
doesn't
call
work.
you a bitch in a hole. I did, bitch. I did. She didn't
She
do it.
did too.
I
She
did,
did
hoe.
too. She
No,
I
I
did
did
didn't.
not
too.
call you no
She did
bitch or
not.
no hoe. If
She
and I
didn't
have
call
no
you a
problem.
bitch.
If I'm gonna call you a bitch, I'm gonna call you a bitch. I have no problem calling you a
Do
bitch,
we
but
have
don't
that
fucking lie
playback?
on me.
Let's get
I
the
have
playback.
not called you a bitch or a hoe. Don't fucking lie
Can we
on
get the
me.
playback?
You don't need to play back. The bitch calling you a bitch is right here, bitch.
Yes, you're there, and she's there too. She's
Okay,
also
the bitch
talking
calling
about
you
it.
a bitch is right here, bitch. You don't need playback for that, bitch. I can call you a bitch anytime. I could call you a
It's
bitch in
not.
real
It
time. You
don't
don't need
look.
no
It don't
playback for
hold
that
the
whole
sting
bitch.
that you think it hold. I'm from the hood. I've been called many bitches. It's gonna be all right.
Okay, no, well,
It
listen,
don't hold the type of sting that you want it to,
I
beloved.
know it's
It's
gonna be all
good.
right for me. Listen, it
You
must, it must.
are
You the
probably. I
motherfucker
don't know
keep
what you
bringing
look
it
like, but
up,
I
ho.
think you're
You,
beautiful, and I think it's going to be okay.
you the bitch keep bringing it up. It must hold
Why?
some
I
shit.
want to know
You the
why am
hoe
I a
keep
bitch?
bringing it up. You the bitch keep bringing it up.
Okay. Is there anywhere else to go besides bitch? Or is that the only thing that your intellect can gather?
Nah, bitch. Mm-hmm. That's
That's
the
all you
only
got
thing.
is bitch?
That's all I
You
got
gotta have
for a
read one
funky
book.
bitch
Can you
like
call
you.
me anything
That's
else?
all I got for a funky bitch like you. That's all I got. That's all I'm gonna ever have.
That's
That's
sad.
all, because that's all hoes like you
I think you
deserve,
should be
bitch.
friends with
That's
Thinker.
all.
She seems
That's
to have
all.
some intellect.
That's
You
all
are like
gutter snipe.
just
That's all
out here.
gutter snipe bitches like you deserve. That's
Okay.
all gutter snipe holes like you deserve, bitch.
I think you should keep
That's
hanging with
all
Thinker.
gutter
She at
snipe
least has
holes
some
like you
intellectual
deserve,
capacity,
bitch.
which you
Bitch, you listen. I got more intellectual capacity than your whole motherfucking family,
awesome. Say
bitch.
something
Your
besides
mama,
bitch.
your missing daddy, bitch. I got more intellectual capacity than all them hoes.
My dad sent me money today. He's not missing.
Listen, bitch. He must be. He gotta be. What you
My
need
dad
money for,
called
you
me
broke
today
hoe?
for no reason. He just said,
What
"Love
you
you,
need
baby
money for,
girl."
you broke bitch?
No, he sent it for no reason because he
What
just
you need
loves
money?
me.
Oh no, he sent it for a reason, bitch. What you
Because
need
he
money
has an
for, you
abundance
broke
of
bitch?
wealth and he just likes to bless his kids. It's
What you
nice.
need money for, you broke hoe?
Anyway, is there any other topics we could talk about tonight? I thank you ladies for this platform and this time. It is good to be chastened and to be conversation is always good.
I don't think we've actually been engaging in conversation, though. I think, oh, she's gone.
She came up here fake as fuck. The moment she realized that she couldn't refute anything that we were saying, she became belligerent. That fake ass shit. Y'all do not use all caps in the comments, please. I don't want to have to mute y'all. Like, the caps are for mods only and for people who have a vision impairment. That's it. Eric Williams. You gonna snore again, Eric? You gonna do it again? All right. I'm gonna put you back in the box. I mean, in the comments. Mm. All right, y'all. We have 1,021 people watching the live right now. The guest box is open with no wait. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are someone deconstructing, if you are an atheist, and you are 25 and up, the guest box is open. If you come up here, just know if you come respectful, the conversation will remain respectful as long as you are. If you disrespect us, we're going to disrespect you back. So just don't get disrespectful and it'll be a good conversation. That's simple. John Gar, how are you?
Yeah, I'm all right.
That's good. Can I get your age, please?
55.
And are you a believer in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing or are you an atheist?
I believe in God.
Are you an atheist?
No, that's a negative.
You say you don't believe in God or you do?
I do.
Oh, okay. Is it the God in the Bible?
Uh, I believe in the God that created this world.
Is it the God in the Bible?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you subscribe to the original sin doctrine where Adam and Eve
Nah.
sinned in the garden or
Yeah.
okay. So the conversation today is about the time period outside of the garden. When they like after they get kicked out, okay?
Yeah.
All right. So they get kicked out. Sin is now a part of their nature. Satan is on earth with them. And they start having children. They're building their life on earth while Satan is on earth. But we don't see the effects of this sin nature affecting mankind in such a negative way. They're able to live and, have children and, build a life without sin further corrupting mankind or without Satan further, harming humans until the God comes back on the scene in Genesis 4 and incites jealousy and Cain ends up killing Abel. So my question is, like, if sin is so bad that man just inherently sin, and they're just inherently wicked, why do we see a period of years, like decades, where sin appears to not have any effect on mankind or Satan?
When you're talking back then, right after Adam and Eve, or
Yeah,
through the whole
like right.
deal?
Yeah, right after Adam and Eve gets kicked out, they're now infected humans with sin, right?
Right.
Because they, and so God's creation is now, infected. Why don't we see this effects of this infection, messing up the mankind? Like, you would think, like, if Satan was on earth, right, and he wanted to destroy the humans that this God created,
Yeah.
he could have, he could have just continued to mess with them even more, moved on Adam to kill Eve, and then your God's creation would have ended right then and there. Or he could have moved on Eve to kill Adam, right? Like, why does it seem like Satan just, like,
No,
obeys himself?
I thought sin began shortly after that when they had kids.
You don't think sin started in the garden when they
Yes,
disobeyed?
yes. I sure do. But there was never a period of time after the garden that there was no sin on the people. They committed sin as soon as they left the garden and had youngins. They brother killed his brother.
How old would you say Cain was when he killed Abel? What age do you think he was?
I'd say they were probably 20 years old,
So then
15, 20 years
that means
old.
that there was 20 years, 15 to 20 years where there's no sin, right?
It could have been, I guess. I guess
I'm
it could have
asking
been.
about that time. I'm
Yeah,
asking about
yeah,
that time
that
period.
sounds about right. Yeah, but then it
Yeah,
began to become rapid,
I'm
about
asking,
after that. Yeah.
John, I'm
I'm listening.
asking about the 15 years that Cain and Abel are growing up from baby to whatever age you think Cain was when he killed Abel. During that 15 years, Adam and Eve is raising their kids.
Right.
Satan is on earth. Satan could have, like,
Wiped
destroyed.
them out. Yeah, he could have
Yeah,
wiped
during
them
that
out.
time. Okay, why
You
are you
want
talking while I'm talking, John?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Satan could have destroyed them during that 15 years. Like, we see that there is at least 15 years on earth where humans can live with this sin on in them, with Satan on earth, and it not, destroy humankind. It was your God is the one who came back on the scene, engaged with Cain and Abel, and then we see Cain go and do something horrible and sin. So, like, when they were spiritually disconnected from your God and they didn't have a law to allow them to sin, it seemed like they were in peace.
It does, huh? It's. I guess so. I don't know why would it be that way?
Well, if it says, like, without a law, then there's no sin, right? So
Oh,
saying that they are sinful, that their flesh is sinful, but they couldn't sin because there was no law, and then saying that they were spiritually disconnected. The God was, they could no longer commune with the God because they had severed ties with him. There's no peace. But then when he starts, like, messing with their kids, this sin comes back and it's, like, worse. It seems like the God is like, that sin got something to do with this God. Without the God, they lived in peace.
yeah. I never thought of it that way. That's something to think about. Yeah. No law, so there was no sin at the time. That makes sense too. So what do you think?
I mean, I think that they were lived in peace. Like, if we're being told that we are wretched, we're born sinners and we're wretched, and we can't help but to sin. I think those that do bad shit made that up, to excuse, the shit that they do, to say I can't help it, but they really can, right? That humans aren't inherently bad or inherently evil.
Right. We
I
got
also think that Genesis 4, uh, is a good example of what we would call a rising incident. Like, for authors that write stories, like a rising incident is something that is a part of a story, an incident that happens in a story that um, moves the story forward, right? Like it creates drama and moves the story forward and gets you to the next point. I think Genesis 4 is just a rising incident, and it's not something that like literally happened, because these stories are just like mythologies. I think Genesis 4 is a good example of that.
Yeah. Well, I don't. I don't know. I don't know much more than what you have said to me. I really didn't ever think of it that way. So I don't really know what could have caused it, but you feel like the devil God thing had something to do with it, huh?
Yeah, because we don't see sin again, and like the effects of sin again, until he incites jealousy in Cain, and then Cain uses his free will that y'all believe humans have, and reacts to that jealous emotion and kills his brother.
Yeah. Yeah. By the time Sodom and Gomorrah came along, it was really rapid by then, wasn't it? I don't know what happened, but they was going crazy.
Well, the more humans on Earth, right? Think about it. Like if we talk about like history, right? There's four. It goes from 4 humans, and then there's no murder, right? No thievery. Like who's going to steal from their own? It's just 4 humans, 2 adults and 2 babies, right? But as more humans got on Earth and they start building communities around each other, right? And they're living on top of each other. The communities are like very close together. This person claims this land with these animals and say, these are mine, right? They start building houses, they start putting up stores and, creating laws. Then you see sin, right?
Right.
And or what people call sin, like breaking laws, because more humans are on Earth. Humans have claimed property. Humans have claimed animals. They're building families, right? They've built governments, right? Then you have like in Sodom. In the story, it says that they were destroyed because they wouldn't share their wealth, right? They wouldn't give to the poor and stuff like that. Like, yeah, like a lot of people, I don't know, they don't think about the fact that where there's not a lot of people, bad things are less likely to happen. Where there's a lot of people, like if you look at low income neighborhoods, they put people on top of each other, and then they say crime is high in these places. Well, it's because you've packed a lot of humans into one place. You don't share resources with them, right? People are hurting for food. They're hurting for healthcare. They're hurting for clean air, right? You put them all in one place, and then you pollute the air, right? You
Right.
pollute the water, right? They're fighting for what little resources that people those in power make available. So crime's going to be high, and they fucking know that, right? But if you space people out, right, and the resources are not scarce, then the crime's going to be low, and that's what we see in affluent neighborhoods, right? That's what we see like in the suburbs, right, where you gotta drive to your next neighbor's house. It's And then
I
you
can
tell
understand what
people,
you're saying there.
the reason why crime is high is because it's inherent in you, because you were born sin, and on top of that, you're black. We create these stupid lies and you know
Yeah.
theories about why shit happened instead of actually looking at the fact that it's systemic.
Yeah. Well, that makes sense. Yeah, it does.
I
I
think
don't know.
too, like we don't look at the the things that the book isn't saying. They say that the Holy Spirit give you revelation, right? And they
Yeah.
say you're supposed to like read what the Holy Spirit wants you to know is in between the white spaces on the page. But I think too, is this right? The thinking about this 15-year period or 20-year period that Adam and Eve are raising their sons, and saying, what does this mean that Satan was on earth? They were sinful, but yet we don't see a manifestation of sin. What exactly does that mean? Right.
Well, I don't know what do you think happened to Satan? I don't know. He was the one that caused it to begin with. What did he do? Go away? Did God move him out the way for a little while and see what they were going to do? I don't know.
I don't think there actually is a Satan.
Maybe not.
There is a Satan or a God. But if we look at the rest of this book, in the book, the Satan actually worked for the God. Like, he did things that the God wanted him to do. There's in this book, the Satan isn't doing really much to try to harm mankind. Like, we don't get this story about Satan wanting to harm mankind until Rome gets involved.
Yeah. Oh, I've never actually thought of things that way. I mean, I don't know. I know that Satan can't do anything without his permission. So he has to have permission from God to kill anybody or do any kind of harm to anybody. According to Job,
Which in and of itself makes absolutely no sense.
It's kind of crazy.
Yeah,
because if he's the God of this world, he ought to be able to do whatever he wants to do.
And why would a loving God give permission for a devil to hurt human beings if that's not what he wants to happen? That doesn't make any sense.
They sure don't. There's a lot of things that I'm wondering about nowadays. I used to go to church on Sunday nights, and Wednesday nights. I've studied the Bible a whole lot, and I think some of the things that may have happened in the Bible has already happened, and the New Testament that's going on today is not even for us. It's for people in the past. That's what I think. That's what I'm starting to feel like anyway. Because if there was a real Holy Spirit here and a real God here, and we were full of the Holy Spirit, we could heal people. We could, and you don't see none of that going on today. All you do is hear about it. It ain't nothing but a bunch of lies. I've never in my life seen nobody heal nobody. I've seen some fake stuff on TV where a man waves his hand and 40 people fall into the ground. That's so stupid. So,
Yeah, but I agree with you that the text was written for a different audience, right? Of people who lived during the late Bronze Age and then like early first century Rome. And the fact that people have to reinterpret the scripture for different time periods is why we have like a lot of the issues that we have today, and why we have about 45,000 different denominations with just this God alone.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. Yeah, and it seemed to me like, from what I've seen, when Acts was going on and the Holy Spirit was there, that everybody knew the truth. Everybody knew what was going on. They followed one another, and they done what they claimed the Holy Spirit was doing for them. If that was true today, we'd have a bunch of people around here following the truth. That's what I think.
So let me ask you, John, why do you believe in this God? If you if you're holding these thoughts, what's keeping you believing in the God?
Well, I believe that there's a God that created this universe. I mean, it's got to be something that's beyond human capability. The firmament, which is the sky, I believe God put that maybe in order. I don't think it just blew up and landed like that. I don't believe that. Somebody had to do it.
Yeah, but do you believe that, let's say there was a God that, created the earth. Do you believe that God told a human what he did?
Do I believe he did? Say it again, please.
Like, let's say there was a God that created the earth, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And put the firmament in the sky and all of that stuff. Like, do you think that God would actually tell a human, like, step by step what he did?
Mm-hmm. No, well, he may. For I gather, he's told him some things, that he did, but there's some things that we don't know.
But
You
why?
know,
Like, what would be the benefit of this God telling a human what he did step by step and then just disappearing? Like, for what?
yeah, I know. Yeah, yeah. I don't know what. See, that's why sometimes I be thinking the way I do. You know, because for the reason I had thought of God and Jesus, because I've been taught that since I was 12 years old. You know, I mean, I don't claim no denomination at all. I try if I when I did go to church, I went to a non-denominational church that read out of the Bible, and if they read it out of the Bible, I tried to have faith in that to believe it. You know, and I'm just now, within the last few months, starting to have these thoughts and feelings, and it's made me a little nervous. A time or two, it's made me a nervous wreck. Really, I was really shaking one day, but I'm just trying to find the truth, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And I ain't seen no Holy Spirit around here nowhere. Tell you that. So
Yeah, it is kind of scary, right? When you've held this belief since you were a child. I definitely understand the, feeling nervous. Fee and I talk about that. Like, I describe it as like walking a tightrope was what it felt like for me. I think Fee said she got paralyzed a little bit when she started questioning and researching.
It
But
was
yeah, like,
terrifying, honestly.
but when you have that moment, you realize that the things that you've been told to believe in, which is, like you said, this manifestation of the power of this Holy Spirit, and you're like deciding to be honest with yourself and say, I have never seen the manifestation of this Holy Spirit, and the miracles that people keep telling me that I need to believe are true. I know in my heart and my mind and logically that shit ain't true, right?
yeah, yeah, it ain't true. That's right, it ain't true.
Yeah.
Hell no, it ain't true. Yeah. I mean, we done been through a lot. I done been through a lot, and it's just not there. It's just not there because I ain't saying a child or a person can't be born with an ailment and suffer and stuff like that, but there ought to be somebody to come along and have compassion on that person and heal them. According to the Bible, Jesus was healing people that wasn't even in his sight. So it wouldn't be going on. It wouldn't be going on like that. That's what I really stand firm on now. It seems like more and more, it's just not there. So but I'm willing to learn something, and I think that you got to be good. You got to try to do what's right. You got to try to treat your people right around you. You can't go around just doing what you think you're gonna do to somebody, and ain't nothing gonna happen to you. I think if you do good things will come back to you until you go wherever you got to go.
Absolutely. Yeah. And that should be easy, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Well, I hope that you continue to stay around listening to the lives. I know, as I stated, questioning, it can be scary.
yeah,
But I definitely thank you for coming up. I think, you have a sweet, a sweetheart.
yes.
So
I
I
do feel that way.
appreciate you.
I thank you. I think you have one too. So
Well, thank
you
you.
know that's just the way I feel. So
I
I
appreciate you, and I hope you have a good. Did you have anything else?
no, no. I might just listen now.
Okay. I'm gonna move you back to the comments. We're gonna bring up another guest, and I hope you
That's
have a
cool.
good rest of the morning. Okay.
All right, you too, huh?
All right. Bye bye.
Boy, I tell you, I was laughing so hard the way he said that. He said, "I'm sure they'll tell you, wasn't no damn Holy Spirit around here. That's for sure."
He's adorable.
I just cracked up laughing how he said that.
uh, let's see.
And we don't like John because it seems that some parts we agree with John.
Oh,
John is respectful. That's it. Like
Yep.
some people just are, whether they're believers or not. Some people just are respectful. It has nothing to do with whether you're a believer or not. Some people, that's just how they are.
Yep, absolutely. Joanna. Joanna. Okay. Sharp Edge.
I think, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
All right, I'm 68 years old. I used to be, I used to be in the scriptures because that's what my parents brought me up on. I'm more bending on the line like where you are at in the sense of how you speak logically. But with my story, it's that, okay, I do believe in a creator, and it also has to do with me because every image on the in this realm that we're in, every atom has to come from a source. That source is logical, like yourself, but maybe you don't see it that way. But I don't know how I would be able to tell my story to you because you have to understand what deja vu is. Once you can comprehend that, then you probably could know what the whole story is.
Okay. I usually don't get involved in like people's personal stories. The only thing I talk about in here are like the biblical concepts and the beliefs that go along with them that actually like affect mankind. Um, so like when you come on stage, I do ask that either you are a believer in the God of the Bible, someone who is deconstructing, which it sounds like you might be in that process of like deconstructing from your beliefs that you were raised on. And then we can get into the topic. If you want to talk about Jesus being the worst thing that ever happened to humanity, we can do that. But I don't really get into like personal stories unless it's like a community member who they subscribed right to like go through the deconstruction journey with us as a community. But do you want to talk about the topic or?
I understand. I'm not really that great. I didn't go too far into the Bible. I went into like Leviticus, and I don't know why I went to that particular place but most of the things that they say in there to eat, when I eat them, I'm allergic to to those things like crabs and um, all of them fishes and some of them fishes and stuff like that. So, but that was something that made me even want to believe in the Bible more. But as I deconstructed and find out more information from looking within,
Okay.
yeah,
And so you said you don't want to talk about the topic because you don't know much about the Bible. Is that what you're
that's
saying?
right. That's right.
Okay. Well, I thank you for coming up. And if you if you're looking for like a deconstruction community, this would be a good one to join. Just hitting the gold star at the bottom of the screen. And once you become a community member, if you want to come up and share your story after your 30-day wait period, you can definitely do that. Okay.
All right.
All right. Thank you so much for coming up. I hope you have a great morning.
You too. Thank you.
Okay. You're welcome.
Mika, did you see Auntie Charlene's comment?
What'd she say?
She said she's in urgent care. She's not feeling well. I told her to
What?
keep us posted. Yeah.
Yeah. I tell you, I'm gonna call you after the live.
Yeah, I didn't see that either.
I'm looking for it. Um, no, I don't. Uh,
I just text her too.
yeah, I was gonna say tell her to text me. If you can, Auntie, text me and let me know what's going on. Let's see. Open. The box won't open. Can either of you get the guest box to open?
Let
It
me
won't
see.
open for me.
Yeah, I got it. You got two folks in here. You want me to just pick one?
Yeah, thank you. Cranberries. Cranberries. Okay, they're not there. Are you able to bring the other one up? If
Which
you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are someone deconstructing your belief in that God, or if you are an atheist and you are 25 and up, the guest box is open.
it doesn't look like they're connecting.
Okay. See, somebody just requested. Okay, that person popped out. Y'all don't start getting shy. We got to go to 11 o'clock until Rio go live. Don't start getting shy on us. We still got 3 hours to go. Why is it not letting me bring I'm hitting accept on Ty and it won't accept them. There we go. Goodness gracious.
Oh,
Ty?
hey. Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Hey, how are you?
I'm doing good. How's everybody on the panel?
Doing good.
Good.
Doing good.
So I don't want to be up here too long. I just wanted to come up here and share with y'all. About 2 weeks ago, I was helping a family friend out. She needed to replace her ID, so we took a trip. And I was listening to your live while we were on the trip, and she was like, "What's deconstruction?" So of course, was telling her, and we were listening to it. And she was like, "I didn't know you were into this because I'm kind of into it too." She was like, "All these times where I've been saying, where's the God? Where's the God?" I mean, that's something she just generally says. um, she was like, these things are making sense. But I think it was like like I said, 2 Mondays ago, and y'all had someone on the panel. I think his name was like Sour something. And
Oh
Lords was
yeah, I
up here
remember that
arguing with
sour
him.
guy. Mm-hmm.
And oh my gosh, y'all were going back and forth, and it was so funny. Lords was like, "You sour pussy hoe, your mama sour." And she was like, wait a minute, because she's like 60, 67 at this point. She was like, wait a minute. Now I cuss, but this right here, this is exquisite. But yeah, y'all were going back and forth, and she was like, "What's up?" Calling his mama an autistic something bitch, and I was like, "Oh my god!" She was just staring at like the radio, like I can't believe this is coming out of the radio right now. Uh,
I think Loris called him that because he called me an autistic
he
bitch.
did, he
So
Yes,
did,
he
yeah,
yeah,
did.
yes, yes.
yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I'm a snake. I mind my business, but I'm a strike. If you strike first, if you try to touch me,
Yeah, it was so funny. And she called me the other day. She goes, Tyra, I'm still practicing my sour pussy hoe. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to get it just right. Like I ain't gonna be able to get that. But I just had to come up and say that, y'all. It was so entertaining to listen to that. It just like y'all go back, and I know that's not the goal of the live or anything like that, but just that we had that
Oh,
moment
you
and
were a
y'all were
nerd
going
though. You can
off.
come. You can do it.
But y'all were just going off, and I always enjoy the conversation and things like that. And y'all have definitely opened my eyes to some things that are in the Bible. Like I said, I have my little Bible Gateway account now, and I go through and I highlight and so that I can quick pull up something. Somebody asks me a question, why do I think that, or why do I believe in that? so that way I can get back to it. But
I
I
love
just wanted
it.
to, I just wanted to come up and share that with you guys. Keep doing what you're doing because I tell you, we laughed all day about that. But yeah, so
Thank
we
you, Ty.
no problem. Y'all have a great day.
Thank you. You too. I love it that I got my Bible Gateway account, and I highlight stuff. Yeah. When an atheist says that I can take you to the Bible and tell you why I don't believe what I don't believe, but a believer says I don't really read the Bible, but I can't really tell you why I believe what I believe, but I just believe it. That's interesting. Lawrence, were you in Christina's live yesterday when that pastor was on the live, and he said that he questions the validity of the transatlantic slave trade, but he don't question
You know
Jesus
what?
because the Bible says it.
I was. I was.
That shit was crazy.
Like, but do you know how deep your cognitive dissonance has to be
Mm.
to question documented things, to question documented people, right? We have people alive that were related to these people, right? They have the history. We have photographs of some of these people, right? You question that, but you don't question the Bible, something we have no evidence of at all.
And his
That's
reasoning was because it's Bible. That
but that's what I'm saying. Like, do you know the atrocities you can be convinced of when you think like that?
and then like to hear him call the American Revolution history and say he don't question that because it's history, but like the way he um put cast doubt on the history of black people, it's crazy. It's like a built-in degradation of themselves. Like what anything that has to do with black history or blackness, it's always demonized. Even our fucking history.
I know, but listen. I am going to say, to be fair, I understand why Black people would want to get away from that history. I understand. But to pretend that it didn't happen,
That's what I'm saying. Like it's demonizing it. It's not even showing
yes,
respect.
that's what I'm
Like
saying. To pretend that I can understand someone saying, well, how come every story has to be of slaves? I understand that. I can understand that type of fatigue, right? But to sit up here and deny 4 centuries, more than 4 centuries of history, but in the same breath, something that was inside of that history, something that was inside of that, something that was inside of that time, like the Revolutionary War, you don't deny it. But the whole thing around it, you do. You you don't. Slaves fought in the Revolutionary War.
yeah,
You don't
I
deny that, but you
yeah,
deny slavery. It makes no sense.
and I like it's almost like I don't know. Like it just feels like everybody else's history they have respect for, or everybody else's word they have respect for. But if it comes from the black community or if it's about the black community, they don't realize that they participate in actively demonizing themselves. I don't think they notice
No,
that.
they don't. They don't, because if I can get you to say, right, that didn't happen, or it's not real, or it's made up, then all of the negative things associated with that you do associated with that, like redlining, like Jim Crow, like the 13th
Yep.
Amendment, then I can get you to ignore that also.
Yep. And I can get you to say that everything that you are experiencing as a black person is your fault
It's your fault.
because be,
Exactly.
because you are lazy, right? Like let's say whatever they say, you're lazy, you're not smart, you're not talented. I can get you to you're being punished by your God. I can get you to say you deserve it.
We were on Ty's live last night with this guy named New Jersey and his twin sister. They were both on there, both Christian. They were basically saying the exact same thing. When I talked to her, I think her name was Tati or TT. I think it was Tati. I think I talked to her. I said, "Well, what about the 25,000 people per day that die of starvation? We have to assume that the majority of them are believers. What about them?" She just basically said they were lazy.
Yep, I'm not
Basically,
surprised. That's what we had one up here tonight saying that it was their God's will. I mean, well, this morning, early this morning, it was prophecy. Give me just a second. Happy birthday, Miasha. Unbaptized and unbothered. No, I know your name is Misha. Happy birthday, Misha. I hope you have a beautiful day today. W to Misha in the chat. Mealy?
Hi,
Hi, how are you?
I'm good, thank you.
That's good. Can I get your age, please?
29. My birthday, December 16th, 1995.
Thank you. Are you a believer in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing or are you an
I'm
atheist?
deconstructing for sure.
Okay. And did you want to talk about the Adam and Eve topic that we were talking about or the topic on the post?
The post, we good, yeah.
Okay.
Jesus Christ is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity.
All right. And what are your thoughts on that?
My thoughts on it is definitely so. I believe I know that is the worst thing that happened. It has caused a lot of division, fear, and I'm fresh into this deconstructing. I actually a year ago I tried it, and then I went back to church this year, and I ended up going back to church because of the community. I think got pulled back in, and then I just recently left, maybe about 2 months ago. Pentecostal, grew up religious. It's not good. It's just horrible. I'm sorry. Like, I'm just nervous right now talking about it. But I'm definitely deconstructing, and just listening to your live, you have definitely helped me. So I appreciate that.
You're very welcome. And like the journey to deconstructing is really, really tough sometimes. So I hope that you stay around the community and connect with people that, can share experiences with you. I know a lot of times when we first start deconstructing too, we start researching and we see all different types of information. And so it's best that, while you are researching and asking yourself asking yourself questions and researching the answers to those questions, that you be really picky about the resources that um, accept as fact and truth. And research it from both sides, right? Like, don't stop reading what apologists say or what believers say. You want to try to approach it from an unbiased place so that you can actually get like as much of the historical facts and information as you can. Does that make sense?
That makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense. And just from experience too, like, it's just crazy. Like, I have stories for centuries of the things that I personally have went through with, Christianity, and, you know, just being big in it myself, and how I was when I was in it as well. So yeah, just from that alone too. But no, I hear what you're saying.
I
Yeah.
think one of the best ways to do that too is to make sure that one of the things that I try to do is when a claim is presented to me, I look for the best information for it and against it because there are perspectives all around. So I think we owe it to ourselves to take a 360-degree view at anything that we're considering, especially something this pivotal and important in our lives. And when you talk about you just said something a minute ago. What was the last thing you said?
Oh, me? The
Hmm.
last thing I said.
Yeah.
I said that I have stories that I can. Was it that? I'm sorry.
I
No,
think
it's
you were talking
probably.
about the being bigoted against or
Oh,
something.
yeah, thank you,
Oh,
Tigger. Yeah, I think one of the things that I've noticed as a through line with deconstruction is we find ourselves to be more tolerant, empathetic, and kind people outside of this religion as opposed to inside of it. And what
yes,
religious
that is so
people,
true.
yeah, and what religious people hear when we say that is, oh, well, you just, you accept sin, you have no standards. No, that's not it. I think I moved from a place of trying to tell people what and who they needed to be in order to be acceptable because I am not the standard for that. And the reality is when you shift from a horizontal to a vertical system of morality as well as just society as a whole, you see how your actions and your beliefs impact people around you. Those who are religious only look up to see what God is telling them or what they think God is telling them,
That's true.
and they
Yes.
completely ignore the collateral damage that's done in that looking up. And I think that the deconstruction process doesn't lead to no God for everybody. It sometimes doesn't even lead to no religion for some people. But I
Right.
think what it does lead to is a more authentic holding of your belief system. You're guaranteeing that it is yours and it is reflective of who you are as a person.
Yes, I completely agree with that, and it's definitely damaging in that way. As far as like it's when you're Christian, it's like me personally, I was very judgmental, and just because of the things that I was brought up into, like what I learned was just very judgmental of everything. Anything I didn't understand, it was just demonic to me. I was afraid of anything, to just even think out of the box, just to even think for myself was scary to me. I thought I was going to go to hell. I've always had a lot of questions since being a very young child, and I just think being in and out of foster care too, growing up. I lived in different homes where people had different beliefs and stuff. I think too that made me question a lot too, just hearing different people's belief systems and things like that too. But yeah, no, I hear where you're coming from.
Well, did you have anything else that you wanted to share? And I
Um,
appreciate you for coming up.
no, that's it. Thank you. Just thank you, everyone. Have a beautiful day.
You're so welcome. Thank you for coming up. I hope you stay around,
Oh,
Nikki.
most definitely.
All right. Bye.
So I know how to get off. I'm sorry.
I got you.
Okay, thanks.
You know, I was. I don't think I ever told y'all this. I mentioned uh, Dr. Ray Hagan. I've mentioned him because he's the one who actually started me on my journey. But I remember a conversation that I had with him, and he said to me, and this is what I'm strongly believing. Now, this is how warped a Christian's mind can be. He said, and this is crazy. He said, now, of course, now, Nelson, he said, now you know how the devil went in there and he's killing through all out the Bible and how he killed all the kids and how he did this, that, and the third, this, that, and that. And I was like, yeah, I know, yeah, I'm agreeing. I'm agreeing with him. And when he told me, he said, I just made that up, right? And my mouth was like stuck. I'm like, I said, no, the devil did do it. He said, no. He said, actually, your God did it. And he gave me 5 scriptures. He said, I want you to go home and read this. He said, read it out of your Bible. He said, I don't want to take my Bible because you think I wrote the Bible. So I want you to take your Bible, look up these 5 scriptures, and tell me what you see. But my point to my story is that because it sounded good and the devil was so bad and God was so good, to find out that was God, I looked like an idiot. I really did. But I thought that was funny because I was thinking about it, listening to different people that came up here tonight, this morning. Uh, I just thought that was hilarious. And every time I hear people that talk stuff that's not in the Bible, I reflect back to when Dr. Ray Hagan did that to me.
We still do it all the time. Terry, have you started deconstructing your racism?
Well, I wanted to. We talked about the racism thing last time.
Yeah, I know. I just asked, like, have you started looking into deconstructing that?
Oh, deconstructing racism.
Yeah.
You have. Yeah.
You
well,
did?
I mean, I was supposed to watch the 13th Amendment, but I hadn't gotten around to watching it yet.
What did you do to start deconstructing?
Well, I've been in other lives.
You went to other lives?
And was talking to people. And made a lot of progress, actually. But
you came in here to talk about the Adam and Eve thing, didn't you?
No. I got one solid thing. It won't take me 5 minutes. You can verify this. This is the first.
That's not how this live works. If you come on stage, you have to talk about the topic. Like, you're not a community member.
Okay.
So you don't get to come on stage and just talk about what you want to talk about.
So
like, if you're
I was on a live. Okay, so
no.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. I got you.
No, if you're not here to talk about the topic, right,
yes,
then I have to take you down.
Yes. So, and I was on a live with a group earlier, and they were proposing.
No,
it's very relevant. It's very relevant.
No, it's not. What somebody else is talking about in their live is not relevant to my life. The topic is about Adam and Eve. No, I just wanted to know if you had started deconstructing racism per our last conversation with you.
Yeah.
The topic today is the Adam and Eve after they leave the garden. That's what we're talking about today. Yeah.
So if you're
I
have an answer for that. I do have an answer for that. So
what's my question, Terry?
Yes, ma'am.
What's the question? What's my question about that?
So if Adam and Eve, Eve committed sin once, and then there was no sin until what's his name? Cain killed Abel. Then, like, where's all the sin in between, right? Doesn't seem
and then Satan.
Right. So to commit sin, you have to really commit sin by and large against other people. Right?
What?
Thou shalt not steal. There has to be, you have to commit sin like thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not steal, covenant and all that. It's against someone else.
Not according to your Jesus. He said if you look at a woman with lust, then you've already committed adultery in your heart. That doesn't necessarily
Exactly. So that's very good point. Very good point. So yes, but that's still another person is being around. You're being tempted, and that's where the sin comes in.
You don't have to commit sin around. No, because according to your God, a sin was eating shrimp.
Yeah, entrapment. That's another one. You have to have somebody entrap you.
She didn't say entrapment. She said eating shrimp.
Oh, she's eating shrimp. What? That's what's in.
Yeah, Terry.
I thought we was going by the thou shalt not and this and that, man.
What?
Yeah, I thought that was the Ten Commandments. I really thought we was going by the basic
no,
sins.
The sins in the book was the law. There were 613 laws. One of them was not to eat shellfish, not to eat any unclean food, not to
That's Muslim,
wear.
isn't
Huh?
it? I thought that was Muslim. I thought it was Muslim
No,
tradition.
that's in your book, Terry.
That's crazy. To eat shrimp is a sin. That is crazy. Well, I got to tell you, I got nothing for that. But I was gonna say what I was gonna say was the sins that I thought you were talking about was the, thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not steal. You would have to have other people to even have a chance to commit sin against, and there wasn't a whole lot of temptation going on with the minimum amount of people that was around at the time. It seems like there was an opportunity that presented itself with jealousy, and the first real chance at sin or temptation at sin.
Who took that opportunity?
Well, that was Cain.
No, who took the opportunity to use jealousy to reactivate sin or to get
So,
sin?
I mean, do we have free will?
Why do y'all always do that?
Well, because
No. I asked. You said that it seems that sin has to have an opportunity, right? And there was no opportunity until the whole Cain situation, like with jealousy. But while Cain and Abel are being raised by their mom and dad, like nothing's happening until somebody uses jealousy to activate the sin. Who did that? Who used the jealousy? Who took the opportunity?
Well, as far as I'm aware, that was the natural. It happens. I mean, is it different than like when someone gets jealous today?
Who in the story?
Right. So it was Cain, right?
Opportunity that you're saying needed to exist in order for sin to happen. Who took the opportunity to use jealousy to do that?
Are you trying to blame God for
Who
that?
caused jealousy?
Well, jealousy. What do you mean caused jealousy?
Who created the opportunity for jealousy to exist?
So jealousy. I have a different view. I believe jealousy is an innate. We're born with it.
Who created the opportunity? Who created the situation for jealousy to manifest?
Well, God did.
Right. Like why? Like y'all be like trying to take up for your God. Like
I don't.
Man, good grief. Like the way y'all be trying to take up for your God. Like you would expect to see your God try to take up for y'all that way, but you don't.
Well, see, I don't really. I've mentioned this before. Is I don't trust that God. I trust Jesus. I do
It's
think
the same God.
It's not. It's not the same God.
It is
that God is very, very, very.
And even if it ain't the same God, it's his daddy.
What I think it is it sounds so much like what the Roman Empire at the time would want to use to get across their rule and law of fear. They would put that on the face of God. And
but the Roman Empire is during the time of Jesus. The Romans would have had more influence on writing the stories of your Jesus than the God in the Old Testament. Like, why are y'all putting that on Rome?
Okay, that's fair. That's a good point. But it's somebody somewhere corrupted that, because that is not the same God.
Corrupted what?
The God of the Bible. It's the only one in existence where he seems to be the evil one. Where it,
what do you mean?
Overshadows.
Hold on. How would they have corrupted the Hebrew scriptures?
Well, because the original writings about God really come from Hinduism, and he's a loving God.
What?
Yeah.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Are you trying to say Vishnu is the God in the Hebrew scriptures?
No, I think there's just everybody's got different names for them. Krishna.
That's the Hindu God.
Yeah, right. Everybody's got different names.
Right. So you're trying to say that Vishnu is the God of the Hebrew scriptures?
And I think so can you imagine all these different cultures discovering these things, and then trying to piece it together? And that's what we're getting.
Where do you see the connection between the stories about Vishnu and the stories about
I'm glad you asked,
Yahweh?
because this is pretty crazy. So if you look at the scriptures in what's the name of that book? The Hindu book. It starts with a V. If you look at
the Vedas.
Yes, that one. So if you look at the scriptures pertaining to the things that Jesus taught, the Trinity,
no, we're not talking about Jesus. We're talking about Yahweh. You're trying to say the Hebrew scriptures are about the Hindu God. Jesus ain't in the Hebrew scriptures.
Right, but okay, I'm saying though that's my point. That's my point. So in the original findings of this, whatever the source is matching what Jesus said to a T. Somewhere along the way, this new God who is ruling with an iron fist.
What new God? Jesus is newer than Yahweh. I'm confused.
Yes. Okay. So again, the original findings of this source that Jesus talks about, that was written 2,000 years before Jesus, about the spiritual enlightenment. I'm talking about these verses are almost word for word. The Trinity, the Father, Son, blah blah blah. So these original stories 2,000 years before it was reiterated and rediscovered, did not have this kind of God in it. That was introduced later. You know what I mean? It just seems to be like it was used to, since religion was a thing anyway, they hijacked it. It's they used what was already happening, and they turned the face of God into someone who wanted to enforce their law, the way they wanted to rule. That's the way they wanted to enforce their law, and they used God, the new version, past the old version. This new version of God they used to do it. And I don't see it any other way. When you look at
Terry, no, I don't even know what we're talking about right now. Like none of that makes any sense.
I know that is probably new information, but
you're not providing any new information. No, you're not. What scriptures are word for word in the Vedas that are word for word in the Hebrew scriptures?
Oh, I'd have to pull them up. I can't even remember how to begin to recall the names of the. Google will tell you that. It'll lay out a list outside Christian and then Hinduism, and it talks about the mustard seed. It talks about the faith and belief Jesus and how we can create and manifest.
That stuff.
Yes.
You're trying to say
before Jesus.
God. You're trying to say that the Hebrew God is the God of Hinduism. Why do you keep talking about what Jesus said? Jesus is not in the Hebrew scriptures.
What's that? Well, I keep going back to Jesus for 35 years. I just discovered manifesting, and I did it under Christ. That's a whole different thing. So I always resort back to Christ, because I feel like He is the one. Like if we was to follow Christ instead of this corruption that we've allowed to overtake the teachings of Christ through this God in the Bible, that's where we're at today. It says that Satan will rule.
Hold on. Fee, did you?
It's what it's,
no, you're off topic, and what you're saying doesn't make any sense. Fee, did you have something that you was getting ready to ask Terry?
No, I just told Terry I didn't think he knew what was in the Bible enough to be able to say if it was word for word from the Vedas. Like this is a Jesus 2.0 that you're talking about, Terry. Jesus told you to stone your children. So I don't know that if everybody followed those words, the world would be better.
So I didn't even know.
What?
Jesus.
Terry, your connection is bad.
I am fairly new to this, but I can hear it. Dang it. I may have to drop and come back.
But come back for what? Because you were not talking about the topic that we're talking
about.
There
we
go. Yeah, just do the first part, Terry.
There we go. Okay, so the sin. So yeah, with the sin thing, you have to sin against, by and large, to commit a sin. It has to be against another, and with the lack of people, there was way less chance of a chance to sin to arise.
You already
The moment
said.
it did,
You already.
well, it
Yeah,
did.
you already said that.
That would explain. But that's my answer. Does that not help
I don't
explain?
think your God wants you on stage right now because your bars are not like we can't understand anything that you're saying, Terry. You gonna have to drop, okay?
Okay,
All right. Have a good one.
I'll be back.
For what? You ain't talking about what we talking about.
Oh my goodness.
Goodness. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you're deconstructing, if you're an atheist, the guest box is open. Please make sure you are 25 and up. Latan Robert. Okay, right there. All right, y'all. The guest box is empty. There is no wait. Yeah, you got to be 25 and up. Did that name say bitch W666?
I couldn't see it, but it was something like that. Did they comment at all in the chat? Because I was scrolling to find it.
I think they asked. It said 666. Yeah.
I think it's
It says
Lilith. Is it
it's
Lilith
Lilith.
W?
Oh, is that Lilith? Oh, Lilith W. I thought that said bitch.
I can see that too.
I came in the. Oh, okay. I was gonna say W name. I thought it was. I thought it said bitch W. I thought it meant bitch witch 666. Yeah. All right, y'all. Oh, that's two people in the guest box. Hold on. The picture book lady. Oh, the Paleo Hebrew lady. Y'all missed that one. Oh my gosh.
Oh, what Paleo Hebrew lady?
There was a lady that she was Hebrew Israelite. Her husband was Hebrew Israelite. She claims that she was Asiatic, but not Asian. And she claims she was Asiatic, which that made her a Hebrew. But the Black Americans in America are Asiatic, but she don't know how and what part of Asia Black Americans are from. She's learning Paleo Hebrew script so she can talk to the Most High. But the only thing she can recite are 3 letters of the alphabet, and she's been learning for 6 months. She don't know what book she gonna be able to read with Paleo Hebrew script because she hadn't checked to see if there's any books written in Paleo Hebrew script. The conversation was a hot ass mess. It was a hot ass
Oh
mess.
my goodness.
Yeah. Chicago, what's up, love bug?
Nothing beats having a platinum blackened trust card. If you are subscribed to Tinker and her Thinker crew, you can have your Dragon Plus card for anything occasion. If there's a God in your way, you take your Dragon Plus card and you slap him right in the face. Say, not today, God. Not today. All you Satanists out there, none of that stuff really matters. But all the thing that matters is going ahead and subscribe to Thinker for a whole year so you can have an opportunity and come up here and just spout some nonsense for about maybe 30 to 40 seconds or two until somebody don't like it and then they start complaining. Then you don't even care. Because then you just email them back and just say, look, come and fight me in the street. You know where I be. I will travel to wherever you are. So don't you challenge me. If you want to challenge me, that's fine. I want to say. But anyway, We just exciting for the Dragon Plus cards. You can be a Dragon Plus card member as well too. So if you want to be one of those people, go ahead, subscribe, enjoy it, and only come in the morning because she don't like you at night because she said you're sleepy. But that's fine. You know what? God forbid that you gotta, just have all the energy to deal with the mess of people. So woo! Y'all enjoy the rest of your day.
Oh my
Why you?
God! Not a anything occasion.
Why is he like that?
Oh no! He said, "Not today, God." Oh my gosh. Donnie Lynn, Donnie Lynn, are you there? Okay, this is the second time they've come in the guest box. I think TikTok is throwing you in there. They must think you got something to say now. Y'all need to be listening to the Holy Spirit when you get thrown in that box and their requests. Damn, I'm trying to take you down, Donnie, and they won't take you down. There you go. Nothing beats a Jet2 holiday.
They trying to run
VKB,
skin cancer. I swear.
VKB Sports.
They go outside and then they be talking about.
That sounds like a kid. Was it a kid?
Sounded like it to me.
Terry, why are you back in the box? Clyer? Kyer?
Clyer? Kyer?
Yeah, that's me, Kyer.
Kyer. How are you?
Good morning.
Kyer. How are you?
I'm well. How you?
I'm doing good. There is an echo or some feedback.
I'm
Like,
doing
am I
good.
on your
There is
Bluetooth?
an echo or some feedback. Like, am I on your Bluetooth?
Yeah, you in my truck.
Is it possible to
I'll
take me off
disconnect
the
it.
Bluetooth or turn it down?
Is it possible to take me off the Bluetooth or turn it down?
Shit. Hello? They got that
Yes.
sexy. Hold on. Hello?
Yes. Okay, there we go. That's
Is that
better.
better?
Yep. Can I get your age,
Okay.
please? And then let me know if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist.
I'm 45. I'm an atheist, but I'm not as versed as you guys are. So I'm just wondering, like, what Bible should I get to study to be able to discuss this with my minister brother, first wife, first lady, mother, and other family members.
I would say, and Justin Deconstruction is in the comments too. And I don't know if you follow Justin, but he has a video on his page with a list of study Bibles. But the Bible that I use is the NRSVUE
That's a whole lot
Bible.
of letters.
It's the New Revised Standard Updated Edition. It's the closest to the actual Hebrew scriptures and the Greek text, the closest translation, with less variations from the oldest copies of the text that we have. But it's called the New Revised Standard Updated Edition.
NRS. Okay.
NRSVUE.
All right, I got you.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much for coming up. Is that all you needed to know?
Yeah, pretty much, because I agree with the prompt. So I don't want to talk about that. I don't want to be on the opposite side of that.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for coming up. I hope you have a great rest of the day, okay?
I will. You do the same.
All right. I don't know. I think does Justin have that video pinned? Um, does anybody know? Because he has like a list of like a couple of Bibles.
Yeah, I've seen the video. I just don't know if it's pinned or not.
Mhm. Justin Deconstruction. He's another deconstructor. Um, his page is called deconstruction.zone for his TikTok and his YouTube. He also has a Discord. His Discord is public if you are a believer and a atheist, so anybody can join that Discord where he has a lot of resources too. Let's see. Donnie Lynn, are you trying to come on stage on purpose because you're back in the box again? Justin said I'm a triple threat. Oh wow, that's a compliment. Nitram? Nitram, are you there?
Oh, I'm sorry. I came up on accident.
No worries. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Uh-huh. Terry, what are you if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing, if you are an atheist, the guest box is open, y'all. It is 7:47 a.m. We have until 11 a.m. Central to try to keep this live going, keep good conversations happening. There's 784 people on TikTok with another 150 on YouTube, so we should be having people pop in and out of this box. Have some conversations going, y'all. DJ Prince.
Yes.
Hi, how are you?
I'm great. How are you guys doing?
I'm doing good. Trying not to get sleepy. Are you? Can I get your age and then let me know if you are a believer, if you are deconstructing, or if you are an atheist, please.
57. I'm not a believer. Deconstruction, I think I passed that already, but I'm just here listening and enjoying the conversation and learning as I go, and I do appreciate you guys. And
Well, thank you. Did you come up on accident?
no, I wanted to just I've been trying to, and I just got the courage to just come up and just say something to you guys. That's all. And wanted to share some stories if that's okay.
Unfortunately, I don't allow that unless you are a member of the community.
And I was trying to join. Sorry to cut you off, but I was trying to join. I didn't know how to.
There's a star, an orange star in the bottom, I think left corner.
Okay.
You would subscribe there, and then there's a 30-day wait period.
Okay.
Before you can come on stage and like use your benefits, and once you get to the second month as a nerd, then you can come up and share your stories. But other than that, if you come on stage without being a community member, you do have to participate in the topic, or I can put you back in the comments if you like.
As in, I'm sorry, as in me and participate in the topic, as in just discuss what the topic is. That's it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Well, yes, I do agree with with yes, I do agree with that, and I agree with the topic of what you said. How Jesus happened to humanity or worsen. Yeah, I agree with that topic because from Jamaica, and also I've seen what and how they introduce this religion thing into the school system, and how it starts from kids, from the babies, and up to, we have morning prayer, class prayer. So this is what introduced into, the way of thinking of this type of thing. And I kind of want to say from an education level, I'm listening to your live, and a lot of people, sometimes I wonder, just by being, like, my opinion, under educate don't are not educated, and they rely on this deity to do stuff for them. So I think that in that manner, I think it's worse for humanity. So that's all I have to say.
I agree. I think you're the second person since we've put this this topic up who've brought up the fact that it's a a bad thing that happened to humanity because of how children are indoctrinated with it, and like it starts with the kids and it gets ingrained really early and takes away like their critical thinking. Like Fee and I talk about it a lot, but you're probably the second person from the chat who's come up and talked about how it affects the children. I agree.
Yes, that's all I got to say, and I appreciate you guys, and thank you very much. I've been a listener from and got introduced to your live, and as I said, I was always trying to, but I didn't go out of my way to, I guess, to find out how to do it. But since I'm here, I do appreciate that, and I will try to become a part of the society.
Oh, don't call it the society. It's a
Oh,
community.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I don't
we're
mean it that
a
way.
For
community, an
real.
online community.
I don't mean it that way. I don't mean it that way. It's just,
They
But
already swear we're starting another religion. Like, no.
exactly.
Mm-mm.
Yeah. But no,
yeah,
I know what you meant. But I look forward to being able to, hear your deconstruction stories and get
yeah,
to, learn about you more. And I hope you have a great rest of the day.
absolutely. You guys too. Thank you very much.
You're
Have a good
welcome.
one.
Bye
Okay.
bye.
Bye bye.
If Terry's gonna keep coming back up here all the time, he needs to be his admission needs to be a oral report of a chapter in white fragility. Cause like you gotta do some work first, friend.
Jarian, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? Okay. Hey, Jarian.
Good morning, my lovely people. I just want to say two things. First, if you are not giving a damn master class in how to read the fucking room, I don't know who else is. I love that. That's the first thing. Let me stop running and walk. The second thing was the connection between it wasn't no sin with Cain and Abel and them. That was just brilliant. Whose class do I need to sit in to get that kind of wisdom? Yours, right? I need to come to this community today. That was I was like, that thought was so profound to me. Like, why the fuck didn't I ever think that? Because I was in it so deeply. But I just wanted to say, thinker, you thought the shit out of that, or whoever came up with that. That's some goddamn thinking. So I'm going to continue my run. Y'all have a happy day. I am about to get hit by a damn car. Okay, y'all have a good
Don't get hit by a
today.
car. Have a
Bye.
good run.
Be
Bye.
careful out there.
Elisha?
Yes, hey, good morning, everybody. It's me again. And
Good
I
morning.
have come up here because I know you had told me how to get to where I could get a free subscription or something to your panel at the evenings. But I'm not good with TikTok. I used to be more on Facebook. So can you just tell me one more time how I can get it? I want to pay for it, how I can join to get in so I can learn more.
Yes, ma'am. At the very bottom where it says shop, where the comment where you can comment.
I see stars. I see uh,
Yeah, that
Mike,
star.
Guess, Rose.
You
Then
see
it's
that
like
star?
Look on the left side of where you would type a comment. It looks like a little gold badge.
And it's got a star. Yes, I see that.
That's
I
Okay,
that's
to
think,
just the
say
top.
yeah,
when I
I
says
think
got it, I
Gaga,
can hit got it.
Gaga just sent you a 30-day subscription.
Okay, now
Um,
how do I use it? I'm sorry for cutting you off. I'm sorry.
that's okay. So for the first 30 days, it's just a wait period. Just continue to engage in the community. Let us get to know you. And then your second month, you get access to the Discord,
Okay,
where to the online community. And then your second month, you can come up and ask questions like research based questions or sharing your deconstruction journey, things like that.
okay,
So yeah,
okay. So I
there's a
just
30-day wait period when you're
oh,
gifted the subscription for free.
okay. So just coming in here and engaging and asking questions and
Hmm.
okay, okay. All right. Well, thank you. And you all have a great day. I will continue listening and thank her and read all of y'all. The one that sounds just like you, Fee, all of y'all. Y'all are great. Everybody, the color lady, the bitches, we can't go back, but thank y'all so much. And I'm growing and learning, y'all. I'm growing and learning. So
Oh,
thank
I
you all
love
so
it.
much. Thank
You're
you.
so welcome.
All right.
You're
Have a good
so
day.
Thank you. You too.
Bye bye.
Bye bye. Thank you, Goodwin on YouTube with the $1.99 super chat that says, "Love your live. Keep doing what you're doing. Appreciate you so much." Let's see. Toka hadn't been back since I had to cuss Toka out for pocket watching all fucking night. Um, let's see. Where did they go? All right, y'all. The guest box is empty. If you are someone who believes in the God of the Bible, or someone who is deconstructing your belief or thinking about deconstructing your belief, or if you are an atheist and you have a different perspective to add or some research to add to the topics that we are discussing, and you are 25 and up and your name is not Terry, the guest box is open. Terry, you've been up here already once. You've already answered the topic that we're talking about, right? um there's not We've already gone over the topic with you. You want to talk about Vishnu and no, you're not talking about the topic.
Yesterday, Terry wanted to talk about the Shroud of Turin. Like Terry out here windmilling for his life in these religious streets. Like, put it in reverse, Terry. Just pump your brakes, friend.
Exactly. Thank you, Marduk, for the 9.99 super chat. Said keep cooking these stank hoes. Marduk is a trip. Jason McKinley, how are you?
I'm doing all right. How are you?
I am doing good. Your age, please, and are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I'm 45, and I'm not sure exactly where I stand. I just was hoping to learn a little bit more about what the panel was discussing today. I don't get a
Well,
lot of
I
time to
need to know.
discuss.
I need to qualify
Sorry,
you
go ahead.
for. I need to qualify you for the conversation. So, like, as of today, do you believe in the God that's in the Bible, or are you thinking about deconstructing from that God, or have you started deconstructing, or?
I think I've started to deconstruct because of a lot of anger and offense over certain topics about it.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. You've been watching a lot of the deconstruction lives lately. Is that what it is? Like the topics that we discuss and.
Yeah, I listen to yours, as well as a variety of other producers' content. I just I'd already read through the Bible, or at least most of it once, and upon rereading it, some bits for the fifth or sixth time, I realized there were parts of it that I was hearing for both the churches that I used to go to and my own studies that I found obnoxious or ridiculous or offensive.
Okay,
And I was
that makes
hoping,
sense. What would help you, like, as far as like with your deconstruction, to discuss the Jesus Christ is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity, or the Adam and Eve conversation that we're having right now? Which one
I
would
was
you want to
mostly
participate in?
curious because I just tuned into you when I stepped out of my house for a walk. I picked up on your discussion, and I was reading the prompt that I have on the screen here, and so I was wondering if you could like elaborate on what is about it exactly. Like, if you like elaborated the details about your opinion. I don't want to backtrack. If
No, there. So you wouldn't be backtracking because I start each conversation from a brand new place with each guest that comes on stage. I don't carry over from the last guest.
okay,
So if you could tell me what your thoughts are on that topic with Jesus or God being the worst thing that ever happened to humanity, like, do you agree, disagree, and why?
well, I don't necessarily think that any particular religious figure, certainly Jesus, regardless of divinity, is necessarily the worst thing. That is, like, it's certainly not the worst person who has ever rolled across the world stage and had any influence. I know some of the things that he said are highly questionable, and the implications of him as a divine authority figure or a deified authority figure definitely have some even traumatic or potentially traumatic implications. But not to cherry pick, I think that he definitely had some kind things to say, and I was
Would you
just curious
say
as. Go ahead.
would you say that there are any other deities? Well, let me ask this question first. Would you um, say that a belief in a deity or religions have affected humanity as a whole in either a positive way or a negative way? Just don't tell me if it's positive or negative yet. But would you say that a belief in a god or a religion has affected humanity in either of those ways, positive or negative?
Um, yes, I'd say multiple religions have had differing effects on humanity. Yes.
Multiple religions. Do those multiple religions include different gods having an effect on humanity as a whole, positive or negative?
Well, that's difficult to say, and that's part of the reason why I'm deconstructing or thinking about deconstructing, is
Well,
because
hold on,
since everybody can.
hold on before
Go
you go
ahead.
further. So when you say multiple religions have, my question is, those multiple religions that you are saying has had an effect on humanity, are those religions, do those religions include that different gods have had an effect on humanity, or are those religions from the same god, just different religions with the belief in the same god? Which one are you saying?
Well, that's the part that's difficult to say. One of the things that has caused me the most frustration is trying to argue with friends regarding faith, which I think is silly, versus knowledge, because I think if there was going to be a deity that would have us know him, her, them, whatever it be,
I must stop you
would
right quick because I don't think you're understanding the question that I'm asking.
that's
And
likely
there's
true.
a
Sometimes I have
reason.
difficulty with abstracts.
That's
I
okay.
am trying.
That's okay. And there's a reason that I'm asking it this way, and I don't want you to jump ahead. Okay. Um.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what I'm asking is, you're saying religion has had an effect on humanity as a whole, multiple religions. So there are, you have the religion of like Islam, uh, Judaism, Christianity, who all believe in the same God, just different ways, right? So
Hmm.
that's the Abrahamic God. Then you have Hinduism, who believes in Vishnu, and you have Buddhism that believes in Buddha, Sikhism. Like, so you have different religions that all believe in a different God. So are you saying that these religions, multiple religions, have had an effect on humanity, positive or negative, and also all of these gods have? Or what do you see that a specific God has had more of an impact on humanity? That's what I'm asking.
Okay, I think I understand your question now, but it's difficult for me to answer that question with where I stand in terms of my faith or what I have left. And if I could try and describe what I mean by that, it's that I used to believe in one Trinitarian God for like close to 20 years. Now I'm thinking, how would I know, just based on my own experience, right, whether my faith in that deity is any more legitimate than anybody's faith in their deity? And if they're sure down to the bottom of their heart, like I was, what makes my experience more valid than theirs? And if nothing does, then what makes my faith more valid? Like what makes the idea more probable? And if the answer to that is also nothing, then I'm not sure necessarily what God or gods there are or aren't. That's sort of where I find myself. I find myself drawn to. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Yeah, so I'm not asking if there is a God, right? I'm not asking who has the right religion, right? I'm asking about the effects of these ideas on humanity. For example, we know that a thing that has affected humanity as a whole is war, right? And we know that religions have affected this, have influenced wars, and the religions that we see in large numbers that have affected war have been the Abrahamic religions,
That
on a
follows.
large scale, right? So
Yeah.
when I say that Jesus or God, right, in this Bible is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity, one of the reasons I say that is because of the influence or effect that it has on its believers, who then carry out the actions based on what they believe a God has said in some sacred text, or what they believe a God is saying to them today. And so, although I do recognize that there are other religions in the world, like Hinduism, Buddhism, Sikhism, I don't necessarily see that large of an impact on humanity from these other gods. Like, I don't see that their followers are affecting humanity on a large scale.
Oh,
Does
okay.
that does
So
that make
if I might
sense?
ask a question to try and encapsulate that in terms of the prompt, it's not necessarily that you think the individual teachings of one figure in the Bible throughout history, namely Christ, has had a horrible impact as much as the all-encompassing teachings surrounding all the dogma around Christ as a whole has influenced its followers to perpetrate upon the world.
So a little bit of both.
Okay.
Yeah. So I do think that Christ, even Christ as the God in the Old Testament, does teach some harmful ideologies to mankind. For example, slavery being one of them. The God in the Old Testament and Jesus both condone the practice of owning other human beings as property, as money. They both condone making the decision on who should be a slave and who should not, using a form of hierarchy amongst the humans. One being ethnicity, one being race.
Yeah.
So I do think that the God in the Bible teaches fear and narcissistic tendencies. I so like so it isn't just the dogma that surrounded these teachings, it's also the teachings of the deity and the deity's prophets in the text that I think affects humanity and what we see happening around the world.
A very good point. Very good point. Um, yeah, I don't know how to respond to that in a way that is a good segue into anything else. It gives me a better insight into what the panel was talking about, and now I can listen to the rest of the conversation with like a better understanding of what you. Because I like people and what they think and getting to know them, and so this has given me an experience beyond just listening to the conversation and the comment thread. So I don't know. This has given me an insight into how people are really feeling. So I'll thank you, and I'll be on my way.
Thank you, very welcome. Thank you for coming up. I hope you have a great rest of the day, okay?
Have a good day, Thinker.
All right. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. Let's see. Donnie Lynn, you're back in the guest box. I'm not going to add you unless I see a comment from you that you are trying to join on purpose. This is the fourth time TikTok has put you in the guest box. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you're deconstructive, if you're an atheist, the guest box is open. Please make sure you are 25 and up. We have slowed down a lot. We still have to go to 11 a.m. and it is 8 a.m. So please make this easier on us to provide conversations and to stay live for you by requesting and participating in the discussions. We have 7:45 on TikTok and another 1:40 on YouTube.
I don't think that, I'm not sure Terry knows how this live runs or what the topic is because you see him in the comments.
What did he say?
I made his ass spin a block already. He wants to spend it one more time.
What did he say?
He's talking about anybody interested in finding the first evidence that there is a higher power or something that, talking about stuff that's not on the actual topic.
That's why he ain't coming on
He said
stage.
that you was suppressing him
He's
also.
suppressing himself. Miss Rita? Miss Rita, are you there? Okay. I feel like TikTok put 4 people in the guest request box. I feel like TikTok was like, nope, you ain't about to shut down early. Zoomed? All right, they're not connecting. The potato brand? Hello, the potato brand? I'm sorry, I wouldn't have been able to keep you up anyway. Goodness. Uh, Gregory, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? Okay, Kenny is on teacup. Hey, Hannah. All right, we'll take Kenny down. All right, y'all. The guest box is empty. Everybody that was in the box, TikTok threw in there. We'll give it to 8:30 and see if we can get some conversations going. 15 more minutes. No, Terry ain't got nothing to talk about.
Then your auntie Charlene just said she's headed to the emergency room for some more tests.
She's headed to the emergency room for some more tests.
Okay.
Okay.
Lego.
Lego? Hi, Thinker. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. How are you? I'm very well. Thanks for asking.
Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Are you an
Are you a
atheist? Can I
believer? Are
get
you
your
deconstructing?
age?
Are
And
you
then
an
there's an
atheist? Can
echo.
I get your age? And then there's an echo. Okay, hold on a second. I'm gonna have to put you off the speaker.
Like fortunate ascension.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm 40 years old and I'm deconstructing.
Okay. And did you come up to talk about the Adam and Eve discussion we're having or the prompt?
Basically, I just requested it so that I can get some insight. So I do follow you. I appreciate the work that you have done, and through listening to your talks, I've learned quite a lot. And I'm caught up in a predicament. So through my deconstruction process, and as a result, that's why I thought I should come up.
Right. So, as a non-member of the community, when you come on stage, you have to participate in either of the discussions that we're having. And so, if did you come up to talk about the prompt or the Adam and Eve conversation we're having?
Uh, Actually, on my end, it wasn't actually about any of that. Maybe perhaps I need to become a member as well, because I'm just caught up in a predicament about my personal life as far as this religion is concerned. So I just wanted some insight from you how to deal with certain situations.
Yeah. So to in order to do that, you would have to become a nerd. I don't typically go into like personal situations. I definitely don't give advice or anything like that, even if it is a nerd. But I do, share like experiences and stuff with community members, just like as a benefit of the community. But if you subscribe, you just click the star at the bottom left hand corner, and that will start your 30-day wait period. And then you can come back up after that and share your deconstruction journey.
Will do. Thank you so much, Thinker.
You're so welcome. I hope you have a great day.
Thank you. Cheers. Bye.
All right. Original people, how are you? Okay. All right, y'all. We got like 10 minutes. If we can't get a conversation going, we gonna be done early. I try to keep y'all up here until Rhea go live. All Ryan? All Ryan, are you there? All right. All right, y'all. The guest box is empty. Are we done for the day? Says some Ryan.
I saw that.
Quan, are you requesting on purpose or on accident?
Good morning, friends.
Good morning. How are you?
Hey, Quan.
Oh, Mars says hi. Why he gonna bark as soon as I get up there? Mars, he hating. Well, he want all the shine. Listen, I just wanted to say good morning. I know y'all slow here. You know, pick it up, people. I know y'all been up all night. What are you doing, friends? You got this conversation up here, which is actually a great conversation. It wouldn't have been no drama had he not did the little inciting the jealousy. I've been listening to this and I've been tracking this and I love this conversation so much. He seems to always be the catalyst for the drama, right?
Yeah.
Ew. So, like, I guess, like, being saved is kind of boring. Like, being holy is mad boring. And you need to, like, spice it up. So, I don't think that at any point they're ever going to get peace. Like, when you make it into glory, you're never going to get peace. God's going to be running around picking with y'all just to make you fight. It's going to be like Survivor. Who's going to get booted off the island? And then you can't get back because the chasm is so great between heaven and hell. I don't know. Good luck to y'all. Y'all never gonna get peace. But I just wanted to say good morning to everybody. Shout out to you. And
I got two questions for you before you go.
sure.
Okay. Well, one is a request and then one is a question. So, the
Let me get my
request
pen
is
out. Give me Jesus. Okay, go ahead.
a commercial for holy parking or holy valet parking. You know how they say Jesus helped them get parking spot? Like the holy valet parking commercial. And then the second question I have is what the fuck you do to Nicole?
Who?
Nikki.
Tux?
Yeah.
Oh, why she mad at me?
She kept saying your name when she was on the live
You
last
know
week.
why? Oh, you know what? I didn't do anything to her. I told her that she's more than Christianity and that she's a whole person and that she's lost herself in her belief system. And so I want to talk to the real her and I don't want to talk to the Christian her. And I refuse to talk to her about God. Because the way that she is reminds me of my sister who has completely and totally lost her identity. Right? So
Yeah.
yeah, I'm like, I see you. You get enough debates with, non-believers all day. I've seen you even tussling with believers. You can have more experiences than that, and you're a total person. So I want to talk to you about, like, how's your day going? What'd you eat? Have you been anywhere exciting? What are you learning? That type of stuff. I'm not going to talk to you about God. So maybe, and she stopped coming around. So maybe, that got her in her little emotions. But, I don't know what to tell her.
Yeah, she kept calling your name, saying your name last week when she was on stage, and then you popped up on stage, so we thought you were going to say something about it, and I think you were asleep. But it was so crazy
I
how it
was
happened.
definitely
Like it happened as soon as we blocked her, you popped up on stage, and I was like, "What?" I was like, "What you do to Nicole?" And then you didn't say anything, but Lala was like, "Damn, that's just crazy how that just happened."
Yeah, TikTok put me in the box. Let me tell you, I was cuddled
Was
up with
God.
my little stuffy and knocked out. What's up, Oso?
What's up, Quan?
Yeah, I don't
Leaving.
know.
I
Y'all
didn't see
blocked me?
Oso down at the bottom. I was like, who is this man with Quan? What do we not know? I'm like,
That's
who's in the
crazy.
background?
Papa, who
Um,
this man?
Hey, Oso.
Love people, man. On there, bro.
Morning. All right, so I got you, but I don't know. Me and Nicole ain't got no beef. She came up on my live one day saying like, "Oh, I just love Quan. You're so kind. You're so kind." And you just got a heart. And she kept trying to, like, interject her God into my heart, and I'm like, your God has nothing to do with who I am as an individual. I've experienced things in life, and I've decided what is helpful and harmful to people, and I don't engage in harmful things, right? I would rather just remove myself from a space if I feel like, it's going to be, contentions. I'm not seeking out to intentionally harm people. Like, I just don't roll like that, and that doesn't have anything to do with a God. Because if I was, if I went after this guy, if the whole world were Christian, if the whole world followed the Bible front to back, we screwed. Do you hear me?
Yeah.
We were screwed. And they don't realize that. They think it's good and love and peace, and it's not.
I heard
It's
somebody on
bigotry. Go ahead.
I heard somebody on Ty's live yesterday who was saying all it is if you just follow the book is just about love and peace and that's it. Just follow the book. And I'm like, for you to even say that, you haven't read the book. Like, there's no way.
Yep.
The
But you
specific
know what?
scriptures
They
that
know
I
that.
had.
I think that's just a grift that they give. Yeah, this one scripture. That's just a grift that they do to try to get people to follow them, because there was a young lady that came up, 2 days ago on Fox's Live, and she was saying it's love and peace and all this, and she was never taught like the meaty parts of the Bible, and how she had a good family, and she tried to convince us that a BOMB entered into a basement where her parents were and hit a painting of the Last Supper and diffused, and nobody in that room was hurt. And
What?
yeah,
Won't he do it?
no, he won't. And so Fun came up on the stage and was like, now, isn't this interesting? Because, I have personal experience, and you got to, the way that they extrapolate is intriguing, because there's going to be shrapnel everywhere, and that's going to unalive a lot of people. So your dad lied to you, and this love and peace, and believe me, guys, and Jesus wants to hold you in the cradle of his arm, told Fun, well, you're an uneducated dog and you need to go to school. What happened to the peace and kind and loving Jesus?
Well, he also flipped tables, didn't he? I can say that.
I mean,
And whipped
well,
people with a cord.
Ah,
he
we don't like to talk about
was
that part.
calling people dogs, so it's in line. But I mean, dag, I thought you was coming up here to say peace and love. Yeah, so they know it's just a ruse, and they know it, because the moment that you don't agree with them, there's going to be that visceral reaction, and there's going to be, some little nasty backlash behind it. That they'll later on blame Satan for. The devil enticed me to sin. So
I
I don't
think
know.
it's
I
funny
can't
that
stand when they come up with those compliments like you're so nice, you're so sweet, you're so civil, and then the moment you don't agree with them, you become like the worst person in the world. Like,
they're trying to train you to like need their approval, and it's like, bro, I don't care.
Mhm.
right.
They try to disarm you. Like if I say all this nice stuff to you, then of course you're going to align with me because I was nice to you. Nobody ever told you that you're intelligent. This is the first time you've heard it, right?
Mm,
Exactly.
mm.
First time you've heard, oh my God, you have such a nice voice, or you're such a pretty girl. Like, okay,
hmm
and we're talking about the topic. What about this Jesus, though, calling this woman a dog?
What about
Yeah,
it?
I've
Yeah.
been pretty since '94. That's not nothing new.
And in 94,
Yeah,
you were born in 94? Or
uh,
that's when you just got cute in 94? I don't
my
know.
my corporeal form appeared in '94.
Oh, okay. Okay. You had to grow into your final form. Oh, your body had to catch up to your head. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Um, hey, big head. I've been bone fine since the 70s, baby. I came out crying pretty like, other babies come
mm.
out like this.
Mm-hmm.
You
That's
like,
true.
I don't know. I'm being silly now. All right, I'm gonna drop. I'm getting my day started. I got my coffee. I'm listening. Y'all get up here and have these conversations with these brilliant people. What are you waiting for? Good grief. Love y'all.
We
Love you
fine.
too.
Love you, Quan.
I think it's funny that Nicole loves Quan, but every time she talks to me, she says, "Do you have my dog?"
Oh, that's who Nicole is. I was sitting here
Yeah,
trying to
Hmm.
figure out who y'all were talking about. Oh my goodness, that day was so hilarious.
man, talks. And she does do that. Like when Quan was like, "I want to meet the real Nicole," that she gives off that. I'm only gonna show you the Christian Nicole, the Jesus Nicole, the curated Nicole.
I think a lot of Christians do that. I mean, I think that's a part of Christianity. I can remember reading the scriptures about, stripping off well, I don't know if it's in everybody else's Bible, but stripping off the old personality, putting on the new personality. It's ultimately in giving you instructions to completely wash yourself of who you are as a person and step into this suit of Christianity and be this person, which doesn't make sense to me, because where is there time to develop the characteristics that person is supposed to be walking out? I think it's just so performative, and that's why these conversations go the way that they do, and their true colors eventually come out.
Yep. This person is not connecting. Linda Way, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? D, if you are trying to connect, please retry. It's not letting you connect. But also, I did see 18 in your bio. I don't know if that means you are 18 years old. But if you are too young to be up here.
Yeah, I need some help.
Huh?
I need some help.
Help with what?
Bail money. Pressure got popped last night.
Wait a minute, what happened?
He
Oh,
got
He
poor
got caught by the
pressure.
Pressure.
boys.
Poor Pressure.
Look at that
We'll
dog.
get you out, man. We're gonna get you out,
I
brother.
pet that dog.
I want to
He's
pet
so
the dog too.
sweet.
Hello, dog.
Authority, how are you?
I'm well. Hold on one second. Sometimes I throw you up on my TV. I'll watch you on YouTube, and then I'll have my phone so I can comment, and it gets confusing. I just want to touch on the topic. Jesus Christ is the worst thing to happen to humanity. Would that be all right?
Yeah, I do see that you are a new nerd in your 30-day wait period. But are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I am an atheist.
Okay. Go ahead. What are your thoughts on
The
that
reason
topic?
why I think Jesus Christ is the worst thing to happen to humanity is how humans are in general, right? Do you know who Dietrich Bonhoeffer was?
No.
He was a Lutheran pastor during Nazi Germany. So he came up with the idea of a paradox of stupidity, that it is a social phenomenon. He argues that stupidity arises not from lack of intelligence, but from social conditions, particularly when individuals surrender independent thought to a movement or a leader, right? So that can be political or religious. He also noted that once people succumb to this kind of collective stupidity, they become impervious to reason. He highlighted how these people, those in power, can also encourage the stupidity to maintain control, but also it works with leaders in general too, like those who like surround leaders and stuff. Like let's go say like their cabinet or stuff, or their, their cardinals, their et cetera, so forth. Where's the other one? He implies that when individuals prioritize devotion to a leader over independent thought or a belief, they become easier to manipulate, and they are. It's like a social contagion that happens to people. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, and then we can go a little bit further with this. So, anyways, he was the Bonhoeffer executed by the Yazis. And then you have trying to the name of the author really quick. Haddon Arnett. She wrote a book about totalitarianism and how these people can commit these like awful things, right? But it's not evil or even committed with hatred. It's the thoughtlessness in their actions because of this like kind of this brainwashing that happens. That it's stupidity is a more dangerous enemy of the good than actual malice.
I agree with that, and I think you just put it into words what I've been trying to say. When I say to Fee that I think that's where violence lies in the stupidity. Like people who have a lack of knowledge tend to advocate for or champion or turn a blind eye to violence, and therefore it increases it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think this puts a good term on what I've been trying to say, and it's definitely something that I'm interested in reading more about because that's exactly what I feel, and it's scary to me, right?
Yeah.
Because the conversations that we have on this stage, it shows me where the mindset of humanity is, and it makes me wonder if we are anywhere close or can be close to this violence stopping, like this type of suffering of humanity to stop, if the majority of the people are okay with being in this place of ignorance. Does that make sense? Like the violence is, the malice is going to continue to fester because they're
Yeah.
able to use this paradox,
Yeah, absolutely. The paradox of stupidity, and the one by Ardat is the banality of evil. The banality of evil is how ordinary people, through systems of obedience, can participate in atrocities without even having malicious intent. Because if you've ever seen like social experiments, there's one. What is the name of it? I got it written down here. 2 seconds. The Milgram experiment. It's an experiment where they sit this person down. It's like someone who volunteers, and he has these series of buttons, and it's electric shocks, and it goes all the way up. And there's a person on the other side that they can't see, so he starts shocking this person, and there's like a person in the room like facilitating. And so as he goes up, the person like on the other side, it's just a recording, but the person's like, "Oh my God, you're hurting me, you're hurting me." And so long as the facilitator in the room, it's like 90% of people continue and go all the way to where it would have actually X'd the person.
Wow.
Yeah, it's really.
Wait, you said that the facilitator is in the room and that
Yeah,
causes.
with the person, you can look it up. It's called the Milgram experiment. That's Milgram, Milgram experiment.
Okay.
There's a few others too. Some people would point to the Zimbardo's, the Stanford prison experiment, but I think that one kind of falls over on itself because of just how it was conducted and stuff. But the Milgram experiment is fascinating, and yeah, I had some other things about how religion and like religion and nationalism can also like expedite this process of like stupidity or the banality of evil. But yeah, that's what I've been reading about, and it's terrifying stuff. It's really terrifying stuff, and you see it here on your stage all the time. That people have succumbed to a authority figure, and it's not even like they don't. Some of these people aren't even doing it with malice. They're just like, well, that's just how it is. And as we move through the next 4 years, I am really, really fucking concerned about what this is going to look like here in America.
Y'all remember that? I think it's a scene in Finding Nemo where that big ass school of fish is moving, like they're all swimming in the same direction, right? That's what the mass delusion of believers in religious mindset reminds me of. It's like each fish is just following the one in front, and there is just an assumption that they know where they're going, but they don't realize it until they, swam right into a net. And it's the same thing with like this mass delusion because people have they consider it social proof of being right because everybody else believes it, which is not how truth is established. There's a fear of dissent because they feel like, oh, if I speak out then I'm going to be punished or shunned. Y'all hear that helicopter?
Oh, I thought you had a pet tiger.
No, I don't. Like I think there's a military person, military pilot in my neighborhood that flies over the neighborhood for the kids in the summer. But I promise y'all, it sounds like a battalion is about to land in my front yard. I also think that there's an aspect of like validation from authority. So if leaders such as, celebrities or pastors tell you that it's true, then that makes it true. And then I think that just leads to what we talk about here all the time, confirmation bias. You already believe a thing, so you're only willing to engage in information that supports what you already believe, and it just keeps this mass delusion rolling. And it's to the benefit of no one but those in power.
It also creates a moral binary to where it's good versus evil, us versus them. When people think in these kind of terms of black and white, just like very simple choices, it can be pretty easy to be like, well, that's what the idea that like this is what I believe, and I'm just doing what I'm told. It's terrifying stuff, and also you get rewards for being obedient, right? Dissent is normally punished, so. Yeah. I just wanted to share that with y'all, and I hope you have a good morning after that, isn't it? Yeah, it's terrifying stuff.
I appreciate it. I'm gonna look into these. This is the type of information I love for atheists to come up and share with us. So thank you so much.
Yeah, you're welcome. So I also drank a lot of coffee. I'm kind of like, my hand's almost shaking at this point. That's why I'm like taking these like short, like panicked breaths. I'm like reading this, and at the same time, I'm like, oh. Anyways, have a good morning.
Well, thank you so much. Drink some water. Get the way you get the panic out. Searching for truth. Searching for truth.
Hey, good morning. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to request up.
That's okay. I'll take you down. Have a good one. Okay.
You as well.
All right. Y'all, to try to prevent accidental requests, if you are liking the live, try to like the live on the prompt. Like just tap Jesus in the face. Just smack Jesus in the face while you're liking the live, and that'll prevent you from accidentally requesting up. FTS. FTS, are you there? All right. Joshua.
Yes.
Hi, how are you?
Okay.
Did you come up on purpose or accident, Joshua?
What?
Did you come up on purpose or on accident?
Accident.
Okay, I'm gonna take you down. Have a good day, okay?
Okay.
All right. I could tell by the way he said yes. That he said what? Like, why am I up here?
Why did you summon me?
VM. I don't know if you're. I don't know. You're not connecting, so try again if you're still there. Zaytoven.
Hey, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Every day is made for love. We've spoken once before, and I just want to say thank you for your lives. I really do appreciate it because I first of all, I've learned by listening to you how to have a conversation. Not that I didn't know how to have one, but I just really do appreciate how you govern and navigate your life to whereas I feel like you're fair across the board when it comes to talking with panelists that come up because when you ask a specific question, Most of the times people want to soapbox and get off track, whereas you try to keep people actually on track and on subject. And I really do appreciate that. I just don't understand the anger behind that, you know?
I
And
agree. I try my best to, show everybody the same opportunities, like be an equal opportunity host. So I appreciate you for recognizing that.
and the one last thing before I go is when I was in college, I couldn't get past the first page of the Bible when it said King James Version. And for me that was my argument. Like if we're gonna take an individual who has a horrible reputation as him, well, why does he have a version? You know, and I couldn't get past why even go through the book. You know, why even go through the pages and the scriptures when on the very first page, King James Version. So in my mind, I'm like, why wasn't the first version good enough? You know, so but anyway, I just wanted to say thank you. I do appreciate your live. I do appreciate the subject matter because I have yet to hear a quote unquote um, Christian come up here and be able to articulate without getting angry, without deviating from the subject. Sell me your product if it's actually sellable. And if you can't, then you might need to reevaluate the product, is how I look at it. But thank you.
Yeah, I agree, and you're very welcome. And I will say, like, um, for me, like, I never questioned the King James thing because I didn't know much about him. But when I saw that message at the bottom of the digital Bible app, like the online Bible app that said uh, patented by the crown of the UK government, by the UK crown, I was like, patented. And then I researched it and I read the process that the crown had to go through to patent it. I was like, holy shit.
Right,
Yeah.
right. And like I didn't get that deep with it, but my subject matter was when I would argue in my world religion classes was what sense does it make for me to go through this book when on the very first page you're highlighting a specific person, which is King James, and he has a version, and you want me to adopt this version and run with it as if, but first of all, it's how you presented it. It wasn't presented benevolently saying, hey, you might want to read this. It was forced upon. So if you gotta force it, like I remember a famous quote that Dr. John Henry Clark said, and he stated that if your product is that good, you don't even have to sell it the way that you're selling it, it will sell itself. With this product, there is no in between, there is no middle ground, and there is certainly no open arms with it. It's either you do it or we will unalive you for not participating. And it's just very interesting because there's so much of a focus to try to make people bow down to this religion as opposed to questioning it. And I'm lost with that part of the equation. Why do you have to feel like you got to manipulate or force it upon me if it's quote unquote the truth? I thought truth stood on its own.
Yeah, exactly. I agree. And even that's still true. Like, today, if it's, they claim that we're running away from love and peace and, you know, happiness and protection. Like, who the fuck runs away from that? That doesn't make any damn sense.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
If it
But
was
thank you.
that, then they shouldn't have to force it. If it was that,
That's my whole point. And I never understood the forced upon situation of it. Like even with other lives, you hear this mantra that you got to do it or you're gonna go to hell, and I'm like, you're trying to force it down my throat. First of all, nobody on the planet can prove heaven or hell. It's a concept that we think exists after we pass on, but no one has passed on and came back and told us for real. So it's speculation in my mind. The only thing that I can say with certainty is that I really want to thank my biology professor in college when she stated that energy can neither be created nor destroyed. It can only change. For me, that erased the concept of death out the waters for me. And it made me look at religion totally different. And that was my journey on the questioning of this religion, especially the book that it operates from. And I think more people ought to question it. And you ought to start with the authorship. Where did it come from? Like, what was his motivation? As evil as he was, what was your motivation to sign your name to something attached to the word holy? And why is it you're forcing it in order to make it work? If somebody, behind me could come in and explain that, I'll be very happy. But I don't think nobody can, because they're too entrenched in the emotionalism of it that they can't look at it logically and still sleep at night. I sleep good knowing that I ain't got to deal with that no more. But
So do I.
thank you so very much, and I'm going to sit back and listen some more.
You're very welcome. Thank you for coming up, and I hope you have a good rest of the day.
You as well, and the rest of your panel.
All right, thank you.
Have a
Thank
good
you.
one.
Have a good one.
All right, y'all. It is 8:52. I think we've been asking for discussion since 8:19. And so I do appreciate the people that have come up to show appreciation for the live. But I am assuming that we are done for the day. And there's no one else that wants to come up and discuss the topics at hand.
I saw a comment in the chat from, I think it was Jeremiah, said he's a Christian and they can come up.
I think they just requested. Jeremiah.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. How old are you?
Hey, I'm 21. How are you?
Doing good. Jeremiah, you have to be 25 to
I have to be
participate.
25?
Yeah.
Oh,
See
okay.
that at the bottom.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. Well, God bless you all.
Have a good day.
All right, you too.
Jeremiah, let me ask you a question. Do you not consider saying God bless you to people who don't believe in your God, that it might be offensive? Have you ever allowed yourself to think about that?
No, I haven't actually.
That might be
Sorry, I
something
wasn't
to
trying to.
consider. No, I know you weren't trying to. That might be something to consider. Going forward.
I understand.
Thank you so much for understanding it, and I hope you have a great rest of the day. Okay.
Okay, you too. See you later.
All right.
At least he was
It was a
respectful.
respectful 21-year-old.
Mm-hmm.
That must be JK alter ego.
Who is?
JK. Joke.
Who is JK?
JK Jeremiah, aka 850 credit score, aka show me 5 million.
Oh.
Zion, his twin brother, that's a year older. That dude.
Yeah. Flamigo?
Yes. Hi.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing good. What you got?
All right. I don't know if you remember me, but I'm deconstructing, and I've shared some of my journey with you guys, but I wanted to ask you a question about something that's been bothering me in my personal life, like about prayer. So when I was a Christian, I Like, prayer was my favorite thing to do, okay? Even though I left Christianity because God didn't answer those prayers, I still really enjoyed praying. And I'm like really struggling because I miss praying and I don't know what to replace it with. Like, and I raised my daughter, like she's 9 and we've had a lot of issues. So like while I was still a Christian, like we would pray together, like as a comforting thing. And then like recently she was really worried about something and she's like, but mommy, will you pray with me? And I knew it would make her feel better, but I'm struggling with, I can't pray to God. And I thought for like a couple minutes, and then I did like say a very generic prayer out loud to soothe my child, but not to Jesus. But I just wondering if you guys like had that problem. Like, did you pray when you were Christians? And then like, what did you do? Because I think it's really like a fallacy to know that God didn't answer my prayers, but to still be like wanting to pray. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. So for me, like, I don't call it prayer. Like, I just talk, to myself. But I was always taught that prayer was a sincere desire of the heart, right? And so, like, I think I talked about this before, the things that I say to myself before every live to, make sure that I'm in my best mind to have the best live, to be the best host, the best thinker that I can be for each live. And so before every live, I, say, I am this and I'm going to do this and the live is going to be this. And that's just the desire that I have for the live. Some call that prayer, right? And I just, call it talking to myself to make sure that, my mindset is right. My attitude is right. That I'm in the best me possible, right? My son is Christian. He knows that I'm atheist. But if he's at a spot where he's like, Mom, can you just hold my hand? And, as I pray, I'm going to hold his hand. I'm not going to be like, I'm not praying with you. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm going to be there and let him say whatever prayer it is that he needs to say and let him feel my love, my support. Let him know that, I'm hoping that whatever it is that he needs in his life at that moment, that I'm also hoping the same thing, that he gets that.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter to me if he credits that to a God. Right. So like, it's the main important thing to me is what my child needs in that moment and not asserting that, fighting over a belief.
Right. Yeah. Cause that's why I guess I've been having, like when you said what you said, like the pep talk you give yourself before you're live, I like consider that self or, affirmation. And I'll do that like at work. Like, I love this job. I need money. I come here. I rock. But, I don't know.
Yeah, but it's not. I'm not like stating affirmations. I'm literally talking to myself and having a conversation with myself, the same way as if somebody was praying and talking to God. So I'm not sitting there saying I'm a great communicator. Like, no, I'm talking to myself. Okay, thinker. But I'll actually call my name. Right. We're about to go live. I'm grateful for all that you are. Right, all that you have been in the past, all that you are in this very moment. Right, talking to myself and having a conversation with myself and saying, this is, what we want tonight. Here's what we're about to do. It's a conversation the same way as if, I was talking to this guy when I was a Christian, except I'm talking to myself.
And when you think about it, like deconstruction kind of, depending on where you land, it kind of makes you realize you were talking to yourself all along. Like you were encouraging yourself all along. So prayer doesn't necessarily have to be about asking a deity anything. It could be about setting intentions or showing gratitude or finding clarity. And like thinker, like my son's not religious, but if somebody I cared about, wanted to or needed me in that moment, absolutely, that because it's about the comfort. And I think that's one of the most damaging things that religion does is that it takes the part of us as humans that need that connection, that need that comfort, and it kind of hijacks it and tells you if it's not this, then it's nothing. And that's just simply not true. So if prayer brings you comfort, pray. My sister tells me when she prays now, she pictures like Angela Bassett in like this long flow. She pictures a powerful black woman when she
Aw.
says her prayers. So it's not even about, this external figure that someone has crafted for you. You're not doing anything wrong. And I think also, deconstruction is a process. Sometimes we look at it when we're going through it, and it sometimes feels like a betrayal because of the reactions that our family and our friends have. But sometimes it makes sense to carry those habits that brought us comfort. We can reframe them. They don't get to tell us what they mean. Like, we can reframe that meaning. For me, I've never really found a whole lot of comfort in prayer because I'm a writer. So for me, it just became like journaling. Those things that thinker says to herself in her mind, I'll journal them in the morning when I wake up, just to, get my mindset right, and make sure that I'm aware of the way that I'm thinking and I'm moving with intention. Religion doesn't own that. They tell you that they do, but they don't. So when we learn how to craft that in ourselves, I think that's the most powerful thing. And you can teach that to your daughter as well and model that for her as you shift. I always say that the evolution that a parent goes through is the biggest, the single, I think it's the largest impact on a child, because it shows them that growth is good. It shows them that we can be wrong and we can pivot and we can get better. And that's, to me, what life is all about.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's what I was trying to do, is reframe it, because I think one day I like prayed. I was like, and I'm so used to, praying to God, that I was like, right now I'm praying to whoever's listening that's not the God of the Christian Bible. Like, having to put all these disclaimers in front of it. And so I've like haven't, I mean, I still like praying. That's what it comes down to. I still like praying. It is a comforting thing for me. But I was like, but why? Why am I doing it now? And I just feel like I haven't figured out how to reframe it in a way to like be comfortable. But you're right. Since I wasn't praying to God anyway, I was praying to myself. That doesn't mean I still can't do it. So,
And
I
there's
thought
nothing
about it.
wrong with you putting a stipulation on that either. Like, if you are like still believe that maybe there are other gods out there or higher spirits, and you're like, hey, I'm putting this out there. If you're out there and you can hear me, this is who I want. This is the type of entity that I want, that I'm talking to, that I want to hear my prayer. Right? Like, put stipulations on who the message is for and who the message is not for. Right? Like, there's nothing wrong with that.
yeah.
Not
If
at
that's
all.
what
And
you
I
believe.
I think I had to look at it as a conversation with the part of me that was still healing and the part of me that was evolving. I think religion separates us from us so thoroughly that the idea of being who we are feels foreign. It feels wrong. It feels like we're looking for someone else to tell us how I'm looking for somebody to tell me how to do fee. Nobody knows that but me. Nobody
Mm-hmm.
knows how to do flip. Is it filming? Nobody knows how to do that but you. So you get to become the author of what that means for you. And there is no right. There is no wrong. At the beginning of my deconstruction, I did go to the whole universe piece, and I prayed to the universe for a while. And then I did, some additional studying and research, and it just didn't fit me. I wanted something that was authentic to who and what I am as an individual. And for me, that's journaling. That thing is internal. And that's perfectly fine, because I don't need to look outside for that, because the answers to what moves me and what soothes me is from me.
Okay. That makes sense. It's like, I like talking to trees and to my pet spider. Like, what would happen if I prayed to my pet spider?
The same
Oh,
thing as if you was yeah.
for real?
Yeah.
Okay, that's helpful. And then, Fia, are you the one who's talking about like a critical thinking book for children?
Yes.
Is there a specific one, or could it be anyone that says critical thinking for children? Because I
There,
looked and there were so many.
yeah, I mean, I think I can't even remember the one that I used with my son. If I have to go to my basement and try to find it, but any of the ones I think on Amazon that are age appropriate are really good, because it teaches them how to question. It teaches them, the power of questions, and how to self reflect, and how to, realize that your first thought is not the only thought. So I think any of the ones that they have on Amazon that are about critical thinking skills for kids is really good. Also, I don't know how old your child is, but the ones about logical fallacies, they have those for children as well.
Okay. Yeah, she's 9. She's pretty smart. I've been open about my deconstruction journey with her a little bit. Like, I haven't called it that, a lot more simpler terms. And she's asked me questions about that. And I know she's thinking, like, and I might have said this up here before, like, she's like, Mommy, if you go to heaven and then you're only happy, like, God takes away all your sad memories, and I want my sad memories. I was like,
oh, she's a smart one there.
Yeah, she's like,
yeah, that's very
leave my memories alone, I think is what she said to me. And I was like, yeah, that's what they say. I was like, I never liked it either. And, I don't know, like, in the end, she's going to decide what she decides. But, yeah, I don't know. So that's all. That's just something I've been thinking about. And I think I'm just in a whole, outside of the deconstruction, I'm in a completely transition space in my life anyway. Like, I'm just redefining everything and figuring out what I believe, because I've believed so many things for so long. But, I was in a constant state of, like, fight or flight and survival. So I don't really know, who I am now that I'm, like, safe. So it's just a really long journey. But
it sounds like you're doing good, even being able to, like, notice that you still like to pray and you're not trying to, like, suppress it and be something that you're not. I think one of the biggest things that I've learned through my deconstruction journey is getting to that point of realizing that I am who I am, and in that moment in time, right? And I say that, and I know it sounds like something that comes from this fucking book, but I'm not quoting the book. I swear I'm not. I just realized that, like, people say, like, if you don't like me, oh, the fuck well. I can only be who I am, right? And in that moment in time, I just am, right? And so, like, that was the biggest thing for me. And that includes all of my flaws and the things that I'm confused about, right? The things that I'm angry about, the things that I'm happy about, the things that I'm sad about, and me not having to be something that I'm not in order to appease other people or to fit in some fucking idea. And it's okay if at a moment in time that, I think that this is, what I want. I'm okay with growing and learning and pivoting and changing and evolving.
Yeah.
Because all I can do is just be, that's all I really can do. And I feel like there's just so much work to have to worry about. Should I do this? Should I do that? Is this right? Is this wrong? Like, are they gonna think this? Are they gonna think that? Like, at the end of the day, nobody really knows, right? Like, the only thing we can do is just do our best, and learn and grow.
Right.
And I think finding joy and learning to enjoy that process is where true contentment comes from. You'll never know who you are unless you get rid of who you've been told you should be. And I think to Thinker's point, that's where true peace, for me, true peace comes from. I think having this concept of acceptability, goodness, kindness, loving being prescribed for you as opposed to being prescribed by you is is so very damaging. And so many in the world think that, like, they have to look outside of themselves for this external validation. And part of the deconstruction process for me has been this, I won't even say a returning to self. It's really a discovering, or maybe an excavation of self, because what I knew to be me was completely layered in all of this religious dogma, all of this pressure to conform, when I'm not a bad person. And no matter what any book tells me, like, I don't wish ill on anybody, even for, like, the religious people who work my last damn nerve. Like, I don't think that, I don't want anything bad to happen to them. I want them to realize that what they're spouting is harmful and why it's harmful. So I think there's power in that. And unfortunately for the society that we live in, individualism doesn't help societies move forward. It's this groupthink that controls the masses. But I do think that there are a lot of people who are realizing that that doesn't work for us. That doesn't lead to a society. You can't tell me at 18 or at 22, I'm going to know what I want when I'm 72. That doesn't make any sense, but that's what religion tells you. You make a dedication to God and you follow it through for the rest of your life. I don't even know what I'm doing tomorrow. None of that even makes any logical sense. So I think we've got to peel back all those layers of indoctrination and figure out who we are.
Right, I agree.
You so much better than me. So much better than me.
What'd you
She said,
say,
I don't wish
SJ?
harm. You're so much better than me. I don't wish harm on any of them. You don't know how many times I be wishing I was in the room to harm.
I'm gonna
That's
lie.
how
I'm
I know
not
I
gonna
ain't got
lie.
no powers.
It gets hard though. Like, so it's only certain topics. Like, I don't give a shit what they say about me. I don't care about that. But when they're targeting, like, being just insensitive and rude to someone's lived
Hmm.
experience, or members of a marginalized community, that does boil my blood, and I gotta pull in every resource I have to just kind of keep it together. But it's hard when I see when they punch down. That's very difficult for me.
Yeah.
But yeah, but I think that's the piece that is really hard for religious people to understand, because they think that they're standing in the position of the right because God is on my side. But if God is doing fucked up shit, then you're not on the right side.
I think we're dealing with like a whole bunch of adult bullies too. And I was talking about this with a teacher at my daughter's show. She came to the show and we were sitting outside talking. She's a fifth grade teacher, and she was talking about how the parents that she deal with and a lot of the adults at her school, which are like the administrator and
Hmm.
the other teachers, and how they click up, and she can't get along with the administrator because of like the cliques, and she's dealing with adult bullies who she worked with, and then she's dealing with adult bullies who are the parents. And she said that, like, in all her years of teaching, she's 50 years old. She said this group of parents block the teachers, so they don't want the schools calling them about their kids. So now the parents have gotten to the point where they're blocking the school, and so the board of education had to give each teacher their own number, and the parents are now blocking the individual numbers of the teachers. And I'm like, that is fucking ridiculous. But she was like, it's the
What?
caliber of adults. Yeah, she's like, it's the caliber of adults that we're dealing with. She's like, we're dealing with a bunch of adults who are still in high school in their mind,
Yep.
and they've become bullies as adults. And I told her, I was like, I see that every single fucking day, right? And like in the chat, like these same adults who are the parents of these kids today, who are blocking their kids' teachers, who are bullying other adults at work, come into this chat and they bully other adults online over this belief.
I have to go to a doctor's appointment, but I really appreciate the conversation.
You're so welcome, Flamingo. Hope you have a great rest of the day, okay?
Thanks, you too.
Have a good one.
Bye.
Yeah, I was shocked when she said the parents are blocking the teachers now. I'm like, what the fuck?
Maybe I missed something. Why are they blocking them?
Because they don't want the teacher calling them saying your son or your daughter is doing this in class. Like they're getting tired of the schools calling.
Oh wow.
You know,
Never have I ever.
that's what I said. I said that is
If there's an
crazy.
emergency or, a school
Right.
pew pew.
Yeah.
Right. And then y'all gonna be mad at them. Like, that's just dumb.
She said it's this generation of parents. Like they're younger, they're fresh out of high school still. Like, mm. She said she had one kid threaten to like punch her. And she said she told the kid, I'm gonna give you one shot. And if I'm not down there
Ain't
on
no
that
shit.
ground, I'm gonna fuck you up. And then
Yeah, yeah.
she said, and she told him that she was gonna call his mama, and he said, call my mama. She got you blocked anyway.
Wow.
Yep.
Mm.
She gonna unblock me when she find out what happened to your ass. Try it.
Mm-hmm. Limit.
Hi guys.
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing good, thanks. How are you guys doing?
Doing good. Can I get your age? And then let me know if you're a believer, if you're deconstructing, or if you're an atheist, please.
I'm 38 and I'm deconstructing. I've been deconstructing for I think since 2020.
Okay. And did you come up to talk about the prompt or the Adam and Eve conversation?
Yeah, I can touch up on the prompt a bit because of I do think Jesus Christ is worst thing that ever happened to humanity. I'm gonna reference that from my family because we all, just like everybody else, I was raised a Christian, and then like later on in stage in life, I decided it's like there doesn't seem like there's a God there, because of most of my family members have fallen in and out of like church cults. So I have this one auntie specifically. She's been churching all her life, but like there was this one church that she joined, and then it was a cult. I could tell. I was in my teenage years then, but I could tell that that was a cult. But like she didn't see it. But the thing is, she went to this place looking for Jesus, and then she never find it. And like at the end of the day, all they did was rob her all of the money. Like she would work. She used to work. She had a great job. She still has a great job, and like they would take all her money away, like you have to pay tithe, and then on top of paying tithe you have to pay for like the upkeep of the church, or like they'll tell them to pay for like a pastor, like their preacher needs knew something from their home. I don't know why they were doing that, but she would do that. So she's done that all her life, and the sad part about her is like she left that church to go to a different one that was similar to the same one, which was also, I think it was like a very cultishly ways, and all they do is like request for tithe, and then she will always pay for tithe, and she would pay the church before she does anything for herself. She's been in the working force for 30 plus years. She has nothing to show for it because she's been giving all her money to church. And like now, the other day, I was talking to her, and then she keeps on sending me all these verses and videos of these prophets that you can clearly see that they're not prophets, but like she'll send me all the videos of the prophets. So I decided that I'm sick and tired of her doing all of that to me. And then I told her, like, you know what, I really don't think your Jesus exists or your God exists. So like, actually what happened is I sent her this, I shared her your TikTok because I wanted her to see the other side of people that are not talking about God all the time. And then she sent me this long ass message to tell me, it's like, do not send me anything that's not about God. I will never listen to that or whatsoever. So for me to retaliate back, I told her, I was like, okay, well, like if you think so, you don't send me anything about your verses or your YouTube videos about your prophets because I don't believe in this God. So she got a shock of her life when I told her that, because I'm always scared because like if you told your Christian family that you don't believe in God, they think you're the worst thing ever. So I wouldn't tell them most of the time. So then I decided, because her message was very intense, so I was like, okay, like it's time for me to speak up for myself. So I did that. And then, and like now, she still keeps on sending me videos. And then I tell her, I was like, I'm not a believer. I don't know why you're doing that. And then she tells me how it's so bad for me not to believe because I'm going to burn in hell and it's the worst thing ever. I don't know what I'm doing to myself. I was like, well, like my life is progressing and you've been on the standstill, like trying to satisfy this God that's not even there. Like, look at you. You've been working all these years, but you have nothing to show. You have nothing to show for it, and you take all your money to church and all of that. So yeah, that's the reason why I believe like Jesus is the worst into humanity. And like most of my family members, they like that. They fall in and out of this church cult. So it's been crazy. But yeah, I just wanted to share that with you guys.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that. And I agree. The right to comfort, the default of this belief system where they think that it's okay for them to push, their ideas or their belief on you, and then they push back, when you respond to it or share your perspective about the God, and they find that offensive. Like, don't do it to me, but you're a demon and you're going to burn in hell if you don't let me do it to you. That's crazy. And then for her to say, don't send me anything that's not about God, when literally the videos on my page or this live is about the God. It's just you don't agree with what we're saying about the God. um and like when you're afraid to even approach or hear someone's different perspective about it, don't come to me and tell me that you believe that you have what will help me, because that tells me that you don't have any experience with dealing with what's hard. You run from what's hard. You know what I'm saying? And your God hasn't prepared you to deal with what's hard, because you can't even defend when someone says something negative about your God and it makes you shake in your fucking boots. So there's no way in hell you're going to tell me that you have the intellect, the knowledge, the power to help me get through the hard things in life, when words fucking shake your whole entire foundation.
Yeah, yeah, like that was your live, and like you get like I like your lives because you guys bring on Christians so that they can explain themselves. But she didn't want to do that, and then so she hasn't stopped. Still, she's still sending me videos of So I'm from Africa, like South Africa, but I live in America now. So she keeps on sending me this stuff, but like I just don't reply to her, or like I just let it be. But also like now what I started doing with her is like, because what I've realized is when you're in this religion, they don't understand the book. They don't read the Bible. I don't know why. I was the same, so I don't blame them. When I was in it, like I didn't know most of the verses, because when I started listening to you guys, um, I like you would bring up verses, and I was like, I've been to church 30 plus years, but I've never had this verse one time in my life in church, so I just didn't understand where they were coming from. So anyway, so but like she still does the same thing, and what I do is send her like the problematic verses that I see in the Bible, and then she always like, do not question that. Like she doesn't even want to reply to them. She's like, do not question that. Like God is good for you. Like she'll type in all caps just to tell me that God is the best thing ever that has happened to her. I was like, then show me this, because she's miserable, and like she's forever fighting with everyone, and like now she feels like the outcast of the family. So sometimes I do really feel bad for her, because she doesn't have anyone, and I feel like I'm one of those family members that kind of like in between, like I get along with everyone, so I just try to make everyone feel welcome, but like she doesn't have anyone, and she's just miserable in life. But that doesn't stop her though. And she's still sending me that. So I did, like yesterday she sent me a whole like big ass message about how I need to listen to God. I shouldn't question all this thing, and the verses that I send her, I'm not translating them correctly, but she still doesn't want to translate them too correctly. So I just told her, I was like, if you're gonna keep on doing that, then I'm gonna have to stop talking to you. So she hasn't said anything so far.
Well, kudos to you for setting your boundaries and enforcing them. Like, it's crazy that she feels that she can continue to cross those the boundaries that you set. But I'm proud of you for enforcing them.
Thank you so much, and thank you guys. Like, yeah, I do love listening to you guys. I don't sleep. I stay on your chat most of the time. You and Christina and everybody else, V, and also Lala. I love you guys.
You're so welcome. Thank you, and I hope you have a
Love
great
you.
rest of the day.
Thank you so
Much love,
much.
Megan. Thank you.
You're welcome. Bye bye.
Ooh, I don't know how to get down.
It's okay. I got you.
Thank you.
Let her down.
Saying that I don't
Keep playing on.
sleep when you don't know me is kind of a, a bold claim.
I sleep like fish sleep,
Like
half
who?
my brain at a time.
They don't mean, just because you follow me don't mean you know me. Like, you don't know. my sleep schedule. No, I'm joking. I do sleep. I sleep during the day. I sleep 4 hours on, 4 hours off. Paul?
Hello guys, how you doing?
I'm sorry. But Hazel, can people only sleep at night? Like you do realize that I'm live when everybody else is asleep. And then there are 12 hours during the day. People can sleep during the day, right? Don't lie on me, Cherish. I never said that shit. I do sleep. I sleep 4 hours on, 4 hours off. No, it depends on what my schedule is. Some days I only get maybe 3 hours, but I do sleep. I fucking love sleep when it's time. Paul, are you a believer? Or are you just deconstructing or an atheist?
No, I'm a believer. I'm a Christian, a
How
proud
old are you?
Christian.
How old are you?
35.
Okay. The topic. Do you believe in the fall of man, spiritual death concept?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Okay. I have a question. I need to understand exactly what spiritual death, spiritual life is. Okay.
Uh,
Okay. This is my question. So when they were in the garden, they were spiritually alive, correct?
well, yeah, they were in communion with God, so they were communicating with God. So
That's what spiritual alive means, to be able to communicate
yeah, it's
with God.
basically what it means is you're with good standing with God.
Okay.
Drama hasn't begun. Yeah,
Okay. And so when they spiritually died, they could no longer communicate with him.
perfectly. Yeah, they couldn't communicate with him
So
in a
hold on for a
sense
second. Wait, because you just
freely.
introduced a new word. Hold on.
Yeah.
You just introduced a new word.
Mm.
Okay. So we're gonna go back just a second.
Yeah.
Spiritually alive. You originally said that spiritual alive meant that you could communicate with the God. Now you're saying spiritually dead means that you can no longer perfectly communicate. So does spiritually alive mean that you can perfectly communicate with the God? Paul,
Come back to the app, Paul.
My bad, guys. Yeah.
does spiritually alive mean that you can perfectly communicate with the God?
Yeah, to be spiritually alive in God, when it comes to relationship, basically that's what it means.
What's
To
a
be.
perfect communication with him versus an imperfect communication?
Well, perfect that means that you recognize the voice of God and you obey the voice of God within your life. That's perfect. And I assume imperfect will be the opposite.
So when Adam and Eve were in the garden
Yeah,
and they were spiritually alive and
yeah,
they could perfectly communicate with the God,
yeah.
how is it that they disobeyed his commands if they could perfectly communicate? If,
Well,
if perfect communication means that
yeah.
you recognize the voice of your God, you obey his commands, right? If spiritually, I'm sorry, hold on.
Yeah.
Spiritually alive, that's what spiritually alive means. Then they shouldn't have been able to disobey it because they were perfectly alive, right? It wasn't until
Yeah, but
they,
there was a command involved, so there was
yeah, but
a.
they, hold on. But you said to be spiritually alive means that you can uh, perfectly communicate with your God. And you described perfect communication was to be able to recognize the voice of your God and obey his commands.
Yeah,
So
just.
if they were spiritually alive, they should have never ever been able to disobey his commands. Correct?
Yeah, just give me a sec, please. No problem. Yeah. Yes, thinker. Yeah, I mean, it had to do with recognizing the voice of God and disobeying the command of God.
What has to do with that? Because we're still trying to figure out what your definition of perfect communication is. I mean, with the spiritual
Well,
life.
yeah, basically, before disobeying God, they had a perfect communication with God.
But what? But you're saying perfect communication with
So they
God.
were in communion. God
Paul,
was.
Paul, Paul. Don't
Yeah.
cut me off, okay?
Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm listening.
Okay. You're saying that perfect communication with your God meant that you
Hmm.
could recognize the voice of your God,
Yeah.
and it meant that you do not. I mean, meant that you follow the commands of your God. What's up?
Yeah, we're talking about the Adam and Eve. Yeah, the beginning of the story.
I'm sorry. Say that again.
We're talking about the beginning of the story about Adam and Eve. Is that what we're
Yeah,
talking about?
I'm trying. Yes, I'm trying to understand what spiritual alive means versus spiritual death.
Mm.
Right.
Yeah, yeah.
So when Adam and Eve were spiritually alive, right? What did this spiritual alive allow them to do?
Mm. Well, it allowed them to basically recognize who they are and who God is, and the situation that they were in, the condition that they were in, and to recognize the relationship that was taking place, okay, with their creator, with their maker.
So when they were
So clarity,
so when they were spiritually alive,
yeah,
they could recognize who they were, but they
of
couldn't
course.
recognize that they were naked. They could recognize the situation they were in, but they didn't know that they were talking to the devil. They didn't have
Mhm.
the knowledge of good and evil. What exactly is it that you're saying that they could recognize while they were spiritually alive? If they didn't know, Eve didn't know her own name. She didn't know she was naked. She didn't know she was talking to the devil, and she didn't know good from evil. What is it that she actually could recognize while she was spiritually alive?
That she was made good, that she was happy.
How do you know she was happy? Where did she state that? Where does Eve? Are you chewing in my
He
ear,
was
sir?
naked, so I
Are you chewing?
mean,
Hey, Paul, please don't chew in my ear. That sounds nasty.
my
And I
bad.
have earphones on. Like, um, where does Eve say that she was happy?
Um, it doesn't say, but I just assumed, it's.
Yeah, so you can't say that that
Sometimes we
is a
read,
part of being spiritually alive,
yeah,
right? So what is it that you're saying this spiritual alive allow them to recognize about themselves?
yeah. Well, I mean, in the garden, to now we recognize what it means to be spiritually alive. You know,
No, we don't. That's why I'm asking these questions. I don't recognize what it means, and I'm not sure that you recognize what it means.
well, no, I trust me. I've been spiritually dead and I've been spiritually alive, so I know the difference.
I'm talking about Adam and Eve, not
Now we're
you.
talking about Adam and Eve, yeah,
Yeah, prior to them eating from the tree and having this spiritual death,
yeah.
how were they spiritually alive versus when they spiritually died? What was different about them when they were spiritually alive?
Oh, okay, no, I got it now. Well, before disobeying, they had no health problems, so there was no sickness and there was no confusion within their state of mind. And once they disobeyed, confusion and obviously all the other things that came within this ball of disobeying God, there was a lot of things in it that came to them. So the
How do you know they
disease,
had no health problems?
huh?
Like, How do you know they had no health problems? Like your God literally did surgery on Adam.
Yeah, he did. Well, yeah, yeah. He was the
So how do
first
you know he
surgeon in
had
the world.
right? So how do you know he had no health problems?
Well, he created them good. I mean, there's the
He
animals
he
were.
couldn't have created him good if he had to do surgery on him to
Yeah.
create the woman.
Well, I think probably it has to do with they were all vegetarians, so they were eating healthy. Do you know? You want to hear a fun fact? Are you a vegetarian?
No, I don't want to hear a fun fact. I want to know what spiritual
Well,
death is versus
eventually, we're
spiritual
all going
life.
back to being vegetarian.
You
Like
just gonna tell me anyway. Why you ask me if you're gonna just do it anyway? I said no, and you did it anyway.
yeah,
Why
okay.
did you ask permission if you were gonna do it anyway?
I'm listening. Go ahead, my dear.
I'm asking you a question.
I tried. I don't have all the answer. What do you want
No,
me
you
to
do. You
do?
can answer for your own actions. I'm asking, why did you ask me if I want to hear a fun fact? And when I said no, you gonna do it anyway. Why did you do that?
Oh, you don't like that? Like you don't like people oversharing, giving you information?
Why did you ask permission? And when I denied permission, you did it anyway.
It's just a bad habit. I'm used to it. Sometimes you ask and then you just go ahead with it. You know what I mean?
Why?
I don't know. It's just one of those things, We all have imperfections, and this is one of them for me.
You remember me saying earlier, Fee, that when we were talking about the fact that during that time period of Adam and Eve raising their kids, sin uh, was in remission and they were like living in peace, separated from the God and no law. And I think that when that like it shows that humans can actually live without all this stuff that they say is wicked, right? And that the person that says you can't help but to sin was probably the person that does the fucked up shit, and just like we can't help it. You remember me saying that earlier?
Absolutely.
That's exactly what Paul just did.
Mm-hmm. And excused it at the same time.
Well, I apologize if
I
it
gotta go
came
to the
off
bathroom. Can one of y'all take
as
over?
negative, but I came because of the prompt. My question to you, you asked me already 10 questions. I tried to answer them to the best of my
I didn't ask
ability.
you 10 questions. We're on the same damn topic, and you've not been
Yeah.
able to answer them.
Yeah.
Can one of y'all take over so I can go to the bathroom right quick?
Yeah, you're good.
Thank you. All right.
Yeah, to the panel here, to all of you, the prompt says Christ is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity. My question to you, respectfully, who or what is the best thing that ever happened to humanity? That's my question to you guys. Thank you.
I don't know that there's an answer to that, and that's not even the prompt. Like the prompt is about the
I
worst.
know. I've changed
That's not how
the
this works,
prompt.
Paul.
Yeah, and I changed the prompt, but that's my question.
That's not how this works. You can talk about the prompt.
No, but if you're respectfully, sir, if you're asking a question type as this one here, it's always good to ask the opposite of the question that you're asking to bring
That would
clarity.
not be
To
the
bring
opposite of
clarity
the
to the
question.
conversation.
It doesn't bring any clarity to the conversation.
Being
You can address the
atheist,
prompt, or you
because
can
being atheist is boring. You
Hey
know what I mean?
Paul, you can address the prompt, or we can move on to the next person.
Oh, you want me to answer the prompt?
Correct. Do you agree or disagree?
I totally disagree, my friend. The reason why I disagree, he is the best thing that happened to humanity.
Based on?
Based on let's go with the basics, okay? Let's go with the basics, okay? The Ten Commandments, okay? Let's go with the basics. The foundation of the society that we know of now, the society that you enjoy. If you don't cherish the Ten Commandments now, and you cherish it with all your heart, Sharia law will come to your door, my friend. Do you know Sharia law?
What does this have to do with Jesus?
It has to do because if you find no goodness in Christ, that means you're delusional.
You do know that commandment number 10 tells you not to covet your neighbor's slave, right? Like, I'm not sure what goodness you can find in that. And I don't think it's delusional to ask questions about the validity of a man that people say walked on water
He
and
did, yeah.
and came from a virgin, right? Like, so when we talk about delusion, I think one of those seems to be delusional, but I'm not sure you're seeing that.
Yeah, but respectfully, Miss, from my personal experience, all those who reject Christ and the teaching of Christ, usually, most of the, well, actually, let me just say, most of the time, they have their personal interests and they reject Christ. There's always that in the middle of the situation. So, what's your situation? Why are you rejecting Christ?
What in the
Well,
fuck did you even say?
Is it a community?
yeah, I don't even know what he's.
Is
You
it a
cut out.
condition?
Paul, are you well? Your sound cut out in the middle of your question.
My bad, I apologize. Go ahead, I'm listening.
I don't think you are, but your sound cut out in the middle of your question, so I didn't hear it.
Oh shit, I think my battery is dying, that's one. Okay. Okay,
I
can you
take
hear
that
me
back. Is
clearly
he
now?
cutting up?
What about now? Hello? 1 2 1 2 1 2
Is he cutting up?
1 2 3.
His low battery thing popped up and it cut, like halfway cut through a sentence.
What about now? Christ loves you. Christ loves you. Christ loves you.
You're being fucking weird, Paul.
I'm just being real with you, bro. Go ahead, man.
Dude, that said he was cutting up.
Bro, you keep saying you're listening and demonstrating that you do not listen. What was the last thing he said to you?
He's gone. Micro floof seal. Hello, are you there? Who's in the box for real? Who's in the box on purpose? Because I don't feel like going through all these accidental requests. Who's in there? Who's in there on purpose trying to come up on the stage? No, none of y'all that's in the box are in there on purpose.
Surf said.
Surf.
Yeah,
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How about yourself?
I'm good. Are you a believer, deconstructing, or an atheist? In your age, please.
I am 53. I didn't have to deconstruct. I was raised Catholic and absolutely loved being raised Catholic and wanted to raise my kids Catholic, but I couldn't because I was no longer a believer
Are
at
you a
that time.
believer? Are you a
No,
believer?
I'm not.
Are you an atheist now, or
I am, yeah.
okay? And did you come up to talk about the topic?
I would talk about, I guess as an atheist, I don't know. I can play the devil's advocate. I can
I don't
talk,
like devil's
however,
advocate. I don't
you
like devil's advocate.
there. Okay, that's cool.
Did you come up to talk about the topic?
I did because I don't think that Jesus Christ is the worst thing to ever happen to humanity. I disagree with that.
Okay, and why?
Even though I'm not a believer, I do think that Jesus Christ probably walked the face of the earth. I don't think he was God. I don't believe in the Bible. I don't believe in divinity. I don't believe in any of that. But I don't think. I guess as an atheist, I disagree with the statement of your. But that's just a catch. I get that. So maybe
Well,
I'm not
it's
right.
not just a catch. It's not just a catch. That's
Oh,
exactly how I feel. Can you talk
okay.
about your own feelings? Like, why do you disagree?
Well, I guess because I have from what I've seen on TikTok, I have a unique experience of having a great time in in a Christian religion, and I saw an entire community that was actually able to focus on love and charity and lack of judgment. And I enjoyed my religious upbringing so much that I wanted, and I still,
You saw that, like your religious upbringing affected humanity? The
no,
topic
it
is
affected, no.
humanity.
Well, but you can't, but
Humanity.
when you
The
talk
topic
about,
is humanity.
when you talk about humanity,
Yes, humanity.
humanity is made of individual people.
But
And I
we're
don't think
talking
that Jesus
about
Christ is the worst thing to
then
happen to
why
all of
don't you think he
humanity.
is the worst thing that happened to humanity?
What do I think the worst thing that's ever happened to
No,
humanity
why
is?
don't you think? Oh my goodness gracious! The topic is Jesus Christ is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity. You don't agree.
That's correct.
Why don't you agree that Jesus is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity? You telling me about your personal religious upbringing?
Because I
It's
think
not the
that,
topic. It's not the
okay,
topic.
I was just,
I
Don't
don't
talk
want
while
to
she's
hear your
talking.
personal stories about your personal upbringing when we're talking about the topic. So tie whatever your disagreement is to the topic of humanity. You're on mute. Are you able to come off mute? Maddie, yeah. Do you want me to like show you what I mean by tying it to humanity?
sure.
So if you say that he's not the worst thing that ever happened to humanity, then you would say Jesus has affected humanity in this way, or the belief in Jesus has affected humanity in this way. We see the positive in this on humanity, not just you personally. Did you get a phone call? Are you back on mute or?
Oh, maybe, I don't think I'm on mute. But over the years, many scientists have been Christians. So Christianity and people who practice that faith have contributed greatly to societies over the centuries.
A scientist being a Christian has absolutely no impact on its scientific work. Those two things are completely separate.
I can see how you would say that they are separate, but the human being isn't separate. Like science is just separate from religion, but a thought process. Well, you're right. I mean, you're right. I can't argue that. Sorry. I guess I might agree with you too much. I don't know. I just don't think Jesus is the worst. So
Then you don't agree. You do not agree. Saying that you agree and then say you don't agree doesn't make sense.
well, I don't agree. I think that there's worse things, but I guess I can't.
What are those
For
worst things?
humanity, okay. I think that any country that's ran by theology is worse than just Jesus Christ as a figure in society.
You are not talking about the topic. You're not talking about the
Jesus
topic.
Christ in society is not part of humanity.
You literally said any country ran by theology is just the worst thing, is worse for that society. You're talking about one individual society.
I'm talking about any society. I'm talking about
Sure. Tell me how Iraq is the worst thing. Iraq being ran by theology is the worst thing that ever happened for humanity. Please tell me that.
Well, it's part of humanity. So over the years,
not the part. I literally said that you are
humanity is made up of many people over many decades.
God damn it! You know what? Go. I don't care if you're atheist or not. This is fucking ridiculous. This is ridiculous. The fuck TikTok won't let me disconnect the fucking atheist.
I told everybody in the comments to buckle up. I knew she was gonna be a particular way. She wanted to defend her upbringing, but like doesn't think any of it's real. Like, nah, you like the comforts of home. That's what that is.
That's ridiculous.
I think it just shows a very narrow and self-centered perspective because, the prompt is about its impact on humanity. And for that, you have to look at like a very broad historical and social impact that Christianity has had. And that includes all of the suffering, all of the violence, all of the oppression, all of that has been justified in the name of Jesus. So just because your story is, rainbows and butterflies, that doesn't erase the actual impact of this belief system on the collective that is humanity. And one person or even a group of people does not reflect the impact of the whole.
Like, it doesn't, like, and then she tried to, she was gunning from Islam. As soon as I said, tell me how the theology of Iraq affects humanity. Okay. She was gunning for Islam. I don't even know why she was claiming to be atheist. I don't understand it. Hey, Maddie.
Hi, good morning, everybody.
Morning, Maddie.
Hey, Lala. Hey, Faye. Hey, Oso. Okay, so to add on to the topic, I promise I won't get on y'all nerves like the other fetuses. So, me and my mom, we were talking about the topic of free will. My mom is so brainwashed, it kills me. Like, I cannot listen to this woman talk about Jesus or anything because it lacks so much logical sense. And my mom is like one of the smartest people I know. So I just can't believe that she would think like this. But I asked her, why should we have to suffer because of free will? Like, why would God let his other children attack innocent children because of free will? And she couldn't give me an answer and she got mad. But I think it doesn't make sense that if he does love us, in quotation marks, that he would let his kids go around terrorizing his other kids and not do anything. And then I brought up how there are starving kids in the world, that people are sick. And she told me that that's because of free will. I was like, what does free will have to do with homeless people on the street and kids that have been starving for like months? Like, what does that have to do with anything? And she couldn't give me an answer. And I just think that's total BS. And I told her that I feel like if God is real, he's a weirdo and he has a praise kink because all he wants you to do is sit up here and pray and beg to him, and he doesn't answer you sometimes. And some of his most loyal followers will get sick on their deathbeds and will pray and pray and pray, and he will not answer. So it's almost like he created all of us to just pray to him and beg him and praise him all the time. And it honestly just this is a toxic relationship. Like, and nobody wants to deal with that. I don't know if that makes sense or not. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that does make sense. Let me address something in the comments. Maddie has the power that you don't have, Surfiana. Okay? Maddie is a nerd. Maddie can come up here and talk about the conversations that she has with her mom because Maddie is a nerd. You got booted because your ass wouldn't stick to the topic. You are not a nerd. I don't give a fuck if you are an atheist. You're not a nerd. You can't come up here and talk about your personal experience. I don't know you. It makes perfect sense, Maddie, and I don't understand how they can say that starving kids is free will. Like, they use the free will to defend their God, or like create this gap between the suffering. And actually, the concept of free will was even created for that, I think, by Augustine, to create this gap between the suffering or the problem of evil. Like because how can an all good God watch humanity suffer, right? And
Yeah.
so I think it was Augustine or Thomas Aquinas who created the concept of free will, and so they use it exactly for what it was in that concept was intended for, and that's to create that gap between their God, so they can hang on to this idea that they have this God that loves them, and it's not that God's fault that there are children on the earth suffering. Children are choosing this, or their parents are choosing their children to suffer because their parents are wretched and their parents sin, and God still loves them. It's just that their parents aren't choosing the right path for their God.
All right. And I think
Yeah.
that's such bullshit, because if he's all powerful, he can literally snap his fingers and fix everything, which again just makes me think, if he is real, he created us to praise him. And isn't the ultimate sin worshiping another God? Isn't that one of the most unforgivable ones, if I'm not mistaken?
Well, no, it's not. Well, for Yahweh, it's unforgivable because you die.
Mm-hmm.
But for Jesus, it's forgivable with Jesus
Mm-hmm.
because of I guess the second. Well, before Jesus even died, he was willing to forgive that. But Yahweh, it was unforgivable. Yeah, you died with him.
Yeah, I think that's such BS, because so people can go around harming and unaliving other innocent people, and they can ask for your forgiveness. But God forbid, literally, that I believe in something else and all of a sudden I'm unsavable. Like, it just gives you're jealous. It's like a toxic relationship that will never make sense to me. It's sick. I don't know. And it kills me that my mom is under this impression, and she's like so gone in the head. I literally just looked at her. I was like, you're upsetting me so hard, and it's not even because we're disagreeing. It's because you don't realize you don't make any logical sense. And she was like, how am I not making any logical sense, Madison? I'm like, I don't know. Maybe you need to write it down or ask God to explain it better to you, what I'm trying to say, because I don't I don't even know how to break it down more than what I broke it down.
How does your hold on? I need to ask this question. Surfiana, you didn't get booted for your accent, but you getting blocked for your fucking fragility. I don't give a damn about all that fucking whining that you're doing in my comments.
And what
Trying to
accent?
be racist. That's what she's trying to do.
Exactly. Get the hell out of here.
Wow.
How does your mom feel about your deconstruction? Like,
Oh,
like
she she hates it actually, but she doesn't talk to me about it because she knows as soon as she brings it up, I literally destroy her, because all I do is sit up all night and listen to you, and she knows that. So there's nothing that she can say to me that I can't combat 1,000 times. Like, I love to argue. My mom knows this, so you can't beat me. She gets mad because she can't beat me in the argument, because I listen to you and I go and I look up and I research and I watch a bunch of videos like all throughout the day talking about it, and she thinks I'm getting brainwashed. I'm like, girl, you're literally in a worldwide cult that makes you throw away all logical sense. I don't think I'm the one being brainwashed, Bookie.
like I'm sorry. Whose name is God holds my dick?
That was from Christina's live yesterday,
Yeah,
was
we was having a time yesterday.
Who is that? Who does your name is that?
It's two of
Who
them
did
out
that?
there.
Huh?
It's two of them out there. Slow Q5 did it, and oh yeah, Tasia did it. It's a few of them out there.
what were we talking about? Oh, so it was what
It's
were we
because Queen Lamar came up, or not Queen. What's his name? Fucking whatever his name was. He came up and was sitting there like trying to discourage everybody else that was on panel from being up there. Um, so then we was talking about him holding it in, or him holding it for somebody. No,
Oh
wait.
my god.
It was because that dude kept saying that he had kids, but he couldn't have kids. And I asked him if God was helping him
That's right.
Oh my
Right.
gosh,
make
that
the.
shocked the shit out of me when it popped up like in the guest request, and then the screen just changed to God holds my dick, and I was like, "What?" Like I'm trying to answer, I couldn't even like ignore it. Like what? But Maddie, um,
Mhm.
yeah, so I think it's crazy that your mom is saying you asking questions is brainwashing because it's not like you're picking a new belief. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
you're not saying I believe this or I believe that. You're saying, Mom, why do you believe this? And that's brainwashing, and that's interesting to me. Um
I
like does she
literally
believe that you can question God, or does she believe that you're not supposed to question?
She thinks I'm questioning it as a form of a new arc for me. Look, my mom is super odd. She's like the same person when I came out to her and I told her that I liked that I was pansexual. She was like, "Oh, this is just a phase." Girl, I'm pretty sure what I've been feeling since I was in like first grade isn't a phase, but sure. She's one of those type of moms that tries to push stuff
Okay.
off like, "Oh, you'll get over it." Well, no, I'm not over it. Like now she thinks because I have a boyfriend that I'm straight. I'm sorry, that's not how sexuality works.
Right.
But
Yeah. Yeah.
she thinks that. So when she asks me questions, she was like, "Okay, so what do you believe is going to happen to you when you die?" I was like, "Well, I don't know. I'm definitely not going to go to heaven." And then she was like, "Which is why you should repent and da da da." No, no, thank you. I don't want to be in heaven with what we've grew up to believe because, again, it doesn't make any logical sense. And I'm pretty sure I'm a Gentile, so why would I want to go to heaven? Oh my God! And then she argued one day that the African Americans in America are Hebrew Israelites.
Did you show her Deuteronomy 26? I remember you messaged me about that. Did you
Yes.
show her what she say?
She had nothing to say. She just stared at me and she was like, "Maddie, get out, not right now." I was like, "Really? You have nothing to say now?" She was like, she
What?
was like, "No, I don't want to talk." I was like, "Okay, well, don't come talk to me later about it." So I just think it's so silly because I was like, "Why do you think that African Americans in America are Hebrew Israelites?" And then we got into this whole big thing. I was like, "Well, if we came on the slave boats, we would not be, if that's our ancestors, we would not be Hebrew Israelites." And she told me, I repeat, Black people were everywhere. I said, "Mom, what are you talking about?" I'm sorry. I'm laughing now because the conversation was so funny. She tells me that Black people are the original Native Americans. I was like, "Oh my God, Mom,
Oh
not you too.
no.
Not you too." I'm
Oh
like, "Mama,
no.
please." I'm like,
Where
"Please,
is she
Mom."
getting it from?
We Native
She
European,
says
Native
that she
Chinese.
watches scholars
What scholar?
online. I'm like, "What scholar you watch?" Because the lady that I watch was in religion for a very, very long time. Her dad was a pastor, her mom was an evangelicist, and she was a minister. So, what are you watching? And then she was like, "Well, they've been studying for years." I'm like, "Mom, what are you talking about and what are you looking at?" And she's like, "I'm just saying because people of dark skin were everywhere." I said, "Just because their skin is dark does not mean they're like me and you. That does not make any sense." And that's where the whole Jesus is black like us. I'm like, "No, Jesus was dark skinned. He's not like us." And I swear, she tried to argue me down. She swear to God, the Native Americans were black, and that's who we really were. I'm like, "You're not making any sense." And she's like, "No, but they were whitewashed because the colonizers were over there." Da, da, da. I'm like, "Mom, like actually slow down and realize what you're saying." I never thought there would be a day where I looked at my mom like she needs to be in a psych ward. But I was
Have you ever asked her how does she propose that the natives that are um what is it what is their oh my God, I can't think of their
Reservation.
Pacific Islanders. Like, have you asked her how the natives that have the Pacific Islander phenotype got in America? Like, did she think they were the ones brought over here on ship? If it was black people that was here, if it was,
I honestly don't know. When I asked her why does she feel like that the Native Americans in America was actually Africans, her answer was Africans traveled everywhere. Well, duh, everybody traveled everywhere, but they're clearly not. And I had to explain to her that once you're a certain race and you go to an area and you breed in that area, you're not that race anymore. Like, your features and stuff starts to adapt to the area you're in. And she completely was just looking at me like I was speaking Latin. I'm like, girl, what? Like, why?
the only thing you can do, like in these types of situations, right, is ask them like logical questions. And like for me, my question would be, how did people who are have the phenotype of natives that are Pacific Islanders or Latino, right, get in America if it was really black people in America? Like, were they the ones brought over here on ships? Like, what? Like, make her explain that logic
That's
to
what
you?
she was saying, that they were dark skinned, but because the colonizers came over here and the colonizers started mating with them, that's why their skin became lighter. I was like, girl,
Well,
if
then they would just
we're
look biracial. They wouldn't look Native American.
it doesn't make sense, because we would have the features of them. If that's who we came from, we would have their features still. We
Right.
don't have those features. Like, that's why I'm so lost. And I really can't talk to anybody about it. Like, I have my boyfriend, but my boyfriend's Catholic, but he's also pushing away from Christianity. And I feel like he has for a long time. But when we were talking last night, he told me that he wants to believe in something because he doesn't want to believe there's nothing when he dies. I was like, okay, well, you could just be agnostic. But he even thinks it's BS, because I brought up the talking point of God just wanting us to praise him because he has a super huge praise kink and he gets off on that. And he thought it was the funniest thing in the world. And he was like, I agree. That's all he wants us to do. So I can't talk to my mom because, as we see, she's she needs help because she is throwing away logic. So whenever I get on live here, I feel y'all answer some of the questions that I already have in my mind. So again, thank y'all for being a community. I'm happy I found y'all. Honestly, I'm happy that I ended up coming back to y'all and realizing that Christianity is full of shit, and I actually do need to listen to somebody else's opinion outside of it. Because since I'm not gonna lie, look, the world been sunshine and rainbows, because I like, my whole life I've been growing up thinking like I need to move and live a certain way. And I've always been a good person without I don't have to look at the Bible to be a good person. I feel like the whole talking stem that you need the Bible to be a good person is bullshit. You don't need anything. You know what's right and wrong. You don't need to look at a book that's has so many contradictions. You don't need to look at a book like that to see if you're a good person or be a good person. It literally does not make sense. So I'm so happy that I woke up and I walked out of the herd and literally opened my eyes. Because again, my life's been so much better. And it makes sense to me because, again, I used to call out to God and ask God for help, but I realized God's not gonna do shit. Like, I have to do this. I've never felt no divine presence behind me. The only thing that I have felt is dread. Actually, I've never felt anything other than something negative from this belief. So when I step out, you realize that your life is literally, more oftentimes than not, if your hands. If you don't get up and do it, God's not gonna do it. He's not gonna do shit. He doesn't do shit. Like, so much shit going on, he doesn't do anything. He's just sitting back in his big divine chair, listening to everybody praise him. It's already getting on my nerves just even going into it. Like, I think it's so stupid. Again, I imagine him sitting in a chair with headphones on, tuning into everything we say and just listening to, oh, Jesus, we love you so much. Yes, thank you, thank you, thank you. Just save us all. Like, it honestly kills me.
There's a show on Netflix where it's about Zeus, and I forgot the name of the show, but the Hera has a walk-in closet with a whole bunch of drawers where she can go and sit in that walk-in closet. Is it Chaos? Like, yeah, she goes in, she sits in that walk-in closet, and she picks which drawer she wants to open to hear the cries or the prayers of the humans, and she feeds, like, she gets energy off of that. And when I saw that, I was like, I wonder if this is how believers think, their God is. Like, he just like opens a door and he hears a specific prayer and he gets what he needs. Like, that's what I picture when they are praying to their God. Have you ever seen that show, Maddie?
Yes, I've seen it. My little sister was watching it the other day. That's exactly what I think he's doing. Like, he's not doing anything at this point. I think he's up there dancing around with all of his with all of his little Christian warriors that carried out his belief to the fullest and colonized everybody. And that's another thing. I asked my mom, does she really want to be in heaven with the same people that hurt our ancestors like they did? This lady gonna tell me, if God forgives them, so does I. What are you talking about? Like, nothing has changed in their minds if they're in heaven and they did that to us. What? Why would you want to be up there next to them? Like, I don't understand that. And I asked her, who does she think God was answering the prayers of? The people who were enslaved or the people who was enslaving us? She said, well, she was answering both. I said, well, God loves all his children. Why would he be answering both if he clearly realizes one is wrong? And then she was like, well, God didn't agree with slavery. Okay, pulled out the exact scripture where he does. No, that's miswrote. I said, Mom, this isn't miswrote. This is a direct quote from the book. She sat there and tried to argue me down. That's not what he meant. That's not what he said. I'm like, okay, so tell me what he meant. She's like, I don't know, but it's not that. I said, Mom, that's exactly what he meant. And if we were praying to him, he did not help us because he believed it. Like, God already told him that was okay. So he didn't help us. This woman said he gave us Harriet Tubman. Girl, Harriet Tubman was not freeing thousands of slaves. At most, she probably freed at least a couple. I don't even think a couple hundred, like at least like 100 something. Like, Harriet was not a big. Harriet was
like
not
somewhere around 300, wasn't it? Like 300.
Yeah, Harriet was not going to all these plantations free. All of us, you very much still had people still suffering there.
It
So
didn't offset the millions. Yeah,
there were
it didn't offset
millions
the millions.
enslaved. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what. Oh my! She said that it wasn't even a lot of us enslaved. I said, Mom, how was there not a lot of us enslaved when you had plantations with over 100 of us on them? Like, I just couldn't do it. Every time I talk to her, I feel like, and I love my mom so much, I feel like I be losing brain cells because I feel like my mom would get on this show, well, like she would get on here and y'all would destroy her and she would not talk for a week. I really just need somebody to dig hard into my mom because I feel like me being nice to her, and I have to be nice to my mom because, we might bump heads, but that's still my mom. I need somebody else to really dig into her because it's like she's not getting it and she's not listening to what I said. This woman told me, well, you have a lot of more years to live and I've lived more than you. Right. I've lived more. You've lived more than me, but I've realized the religion we've grew up is bullshit and you're still stuck here. So I really just need I need somebody to help my mom because she's clearly not going to listen to me. I don't.
Is she open to having a conversation with other people?
Honestly, I would trust her. I wouldn't trust her to get on here because she's so combative. Like, even normal conversations with my mom become an argument. And she gets really defensive when you're proving her wrong. And she's just like, well, I don't want to talk about it anymore. I'm not going to argue with you about something I know. And it's just like, and she'll start the conversation. I'll be like, why are you getting like this? And we're having a normal conversation. So
they can't help it when it's about the guy. And then I think like they know, right? Like,
yeah, I one time I asked my mom, was she a Christian or not? And she said, well, I'm not really into it. I said, okay, so because we stopped going to church. My mom stopped going to church. So I asked her, does she still believe? Right before I told her I don't. And she was like, well, it's kind of iffy. I still believe there's a God out there, but I don't really follow Christian. But she's homophobic and she uses the scripture from the Bible. I also told her that was BS. Didn't believe me. Like, she's so strongly rooted in it that she doesn't realize every time I ask her a logical question or I give her a logical reason, she's just like, well, you got to have faith. Faith in something that doesn't logically make sense. Do you hear yourself? Why? I could have faith that the sky is pink forever. It's not pink though. Like, it's right there in your face. So, I don't know.
yeah, that's a lot. But and you know how me and my mom's relationship. I just stopped talking to my mom about it. Like, I don't think that she will ever deconstruct. So, but it is a lot, and I get wanting to maintain the relationship with your mom, but I also get wanting to help her get out of this indoctrination, especially like you wouldn't be touching like her faith if you like deconstruct that idea that black people are the Native Americans. Like, start with like the critical thinking processes in there, and like just like constantly asking her. Well, you said you've been asking her logical questions and she just doesn't engage.
It will just shut down.
Like history doesn't matter.
No, I was even pulling up history and she was like, well, they've been wrong about history before. Girl, what are you talking? Like, I was like, so let me get this straight. You won't believe this, that is coming from a historical text, but you believe that a talking snake existed? Like, you won't believe logical things, but you will believe illogical things like a talking snake. Do the snakes outside talk to us? Has the devil ever talked to y'all in a snake? I don't.
Like, I still can't figure out like what is it that they expect to happen by them claiming to be the Native Americans, like and claiming to be the Israelites. Like, are they expecting to get land back as the original people?
I don't know. I told my mom we're not the original people of that religion, and I swear she thinks we are. I'm like, no, we're not. We're not. You can't claim to be from West Africa and brought over here on the slave ships and also claim that the religion was over there to us first when our ancestors clearly did not believe in that when they came here. Like, to the point where they basically started banning the things that we were doing that went back to our old things. So we had to turn to things like blues and other things to still express ourselves. Like, there's no way that can be our religion, but our ancestors came over here believing a whole nother thing and was forced into this religion that is still funneling us in, even though it wasn't our real religion. So I guess she's just going to always have that she's going to always have that disconnect. So, and she literally told me the other day, she was crying. She was like, I don't want you to go to hell. I was like, well, good thing it doesn't exist. I don't. And she was like, Madison, I'm being serious. I'm like, I am too. It doesn't exist and I'm not going. And
ask her, like, does it make sense for her to say that her God loves her, and if he's all knowing, he gave her a child that he knew was gonna go to hell, and she knew about it. You know what I'm saying? So she could be here crying, and like, where's the happiness and peace in that? Like, he knew that he was giving her a child that was gonna go to hell, and she was gonna know about it and cry about it every damn day. How is that
I
loving?
I caught her one day talking to my grandmother, saying that she doesn't understand why God would give her someone that would challenge her so much, especially when it came to faith. Newsflash, girly, God didn't give me to you. So you just birthed a daughter that you raised to be strong-minded and always listen to all points of view to create your own opinion. That's literally what I've done. And you can't handle it, but that's who you've raised me to be. You raised me to always think for myself. So I peeked my head in the door while she was having the conversation, and I was like, really? And she was like, I'm serious. I don't know why he would give me to you. I was like, I don't know, then maybe listen to what I'm saying, you know? She was like, no, if anybody gave me to you, it was the devil. I said, right.
What? Was she
Right.
joking when she said that?
No, I believe she was dead serious. I was like, sure, the devil gave me to you, but I help you with everything around the house and you brag on me. I was like, you're bragging on a child the devil gave to you? And she was like,
Why did she believe that the devil can create? I thought only the God created humans. It's like she believed the devil has the power to create
I
humans.
don't know. I guess she believed the devil put me in her, and or I just came out evil. I guess I just came out evil, but I don't think I'm evil. I believe I'm very argumentative, and if you
That
don't
doesn't
make
make you
sense,
evil.
yeah, if you don't make sense, I'm gonna combat what you say. But she was like, yeah, but something just gave me to you. I was like, Mom,
Also, don't let her put that characteristic on you either
she,
of you being argumentative. Like you're inquisitive. You also speak up. That doesn't make you argumentative.
yeah,
They try to use those type of words to, put a negative uh, connotation on your pushback to their nonsense. That doesn't make you argumentative. That means that you're not going to let them, just force you to believe anything, right? You're
yeah.
inquisitive.
She's like that though. Like, she believes that she's one of those weird people. My mom's like for women, but she's not for women. She believes you shouldn't argue too much. You shouldn't speak out about what you believe, that you should just be quiet. Girl, being quiet has never gotten us anywhere.
Didn't
Like,
she say your God gave them Harriet Tubman? Now, if Harriet Tubman hadn't spoken out, then what?
what,
Like, how does that make sense?
that's what I'm saying. It's literally it's no it's a disconnect. Like, and she told me, she was like, well, what are you going to say to God when you meet him? I was like, well, I'm going to give him a middle finger for one if he exists, because he
You
let
said
you
that to
struggle. Yes, I did. I actually said the cuss word to her and I watched her mouth open and I was like, but I'm serious. Like, um, I'm not gonna, I don't know if my mom thinks if I see him, that would make me bow down. Honestly, I'm gonna give him two birds and spin in a circle, like, because I have so many friends that I know pray to him that are struggling so hard right now. My mom used to struggle really hard. So what do I have to say to you? Do you think I'm gonna bow down because you're right there in front of my face? You might as well strike me with lightning right now, because as soon as I open your mouth, you're gonna wish you did not appear in front of me. So I don't know. My mom's she's odd, and she always thought that I speak up too much. But girl, honestly, if you heard what I really think, you would really be scared. I would probably have my mom trembling in a closet, because I disagree with so much of the stuff that she says with logical facts behind it. I would have that woman shaking and quaking in a closet. So
Well, I think you've come a long way. For those of you that don't know, Maddie is our one of our young ones. Maddie is one of two teenagers that we allow to come on stage and join the community. She's 18 years old, and she's very mature in her thinking, and you know, not saying that she's figured everything out, but she knows how to have a conversation. She knows how to question, right? She knows how to acknowledge when there's something that doesn't quite feel right, and she's respectful. So I think you've come a long way since you first, came in here, and I know there's people probably listening saying, "Oh, they done like what your mama probably think that we brainwashed you." Maddie came in here and deconstructed on her own. Maddie was already in that
Right.
in
I
that
was already
mindset.
like,
Like, yeah.
look, God ain't helping me right now. So again, when I first saw you, I immediately clicked off of you because you was making too much sense. And then I came back after I was in college and I was on my own, and I was seeing so much crazy stuff and going through a lot of things that I didn't believe if God was real, he would let me go through. So then I was just like, it's probably because he doesn't exist. So I went back and I found your live and I sat in there the whole night. And I had class the next morning, but I wasn't even tired because you had made so much sense. And I remember walking to class and I just felt like a weight was off my shoulders. So I was like, wow, I was right. He really doesn't exist. It's just a bunch of BS. So I'm really happy that I found this community. Like, look, if God is real, Lord, I hate saying that. If he is real, I'm happy that this community was pushed to me. Or if the devil is real, I'm happy the devil pushed this community to me because I really needed this community. And that's probably the only thing that I would give him or the devil if they are real. Like, thank you for doing that, but fuck you for everything else.
Exactly. And then I think you said something that was so powerful earlier when you said, I never felt anything while I was, believing in this God. And then you said, no, I take that back. The feeling that I actually did feel was dread.
Yeah, I felt it was always negative. Like, even from believers themselves, I don't think they realize how negative they come off. The last thing you want to do, and I even right when I was listening to you, it was some Christians that came on my campus telling us that we were going to hell, and I walked up to them. I said, "Do you think telling people that they're going to go to hell is going to make them believe, like, switch over and fully be a Christian?" He was like, "Well, yeah, you're opening your eyes." I was like, "But look at the response you're getting. They're literally chasing you off campus. You have to be escorted with the police because somebody just punched one of your men in the face for saying God condoned slavery," which he did, and a lot of the black community does not realize he did, but he got punched in the face. So I was like, "You getting this response? Why do you think you're getting this response?" He was like, "Because I'm invoking the devil in them." I'm like,
Who
"First of
punched
all,
him in the
shut up."
face, though?
Oh, I was having a conversation with him. He thought what he was saying to me, because I was beating him at his conversation. Like I said, I'm really good at arguing. I'm never going to go up to a person and start arguing and not know I can beat you. My whole thing is I want to beat you and I want to prove to you what you're saying is wrong so you can go and think about it. So we were having the conversation, and it was originally about abortion. So I don't know why he spewed that randomly. So I was beating him at that conversation, and he was like, "Well, God condone slavery, so you better be lucky you could talk right now." So I I laughed because it was funny, but my friend and a bunch of other people behind me that knows me on campus for arguing with them, because they've live streamed me arguing with Mormons. I was on the news twice for arguing with combative groups like this.
Are
So
you serious, Maddie?
yes,
Maddie ain't playing.
I'm really like, I've gotten recorded. I know I'm on a couple of their live streams that they have on their own Christian channels. They hate me on there. Like, I'm really good at it and I love doing it. If I'm free, you best believe I'm the worst thing you want to see coming out that dorm room, because I'm going to get you. Like, I'm going to get
We
you.
might add the 18 and up corner for Maddie. Let Maddie come
Like,
up and talk to the
I
18 and
want, I
21.
want,
Absolutely.
I want all the
Yeah.
smoke and I want all the beef. So when he said that, the people that always come to me with the rallies were like, "Oh, hell no." So they like, for one, somebody grabbed me and pushed me to the back of the crowd. I was like, wait, don't react. All I saw was a brown hand go up and clock him right upside the head. And honestly,
Oh my
I was like,
gosh.
well, I'm not gonna say you deserved it, but what was the reaction you thought you were gonna get in a mostly black crowd? and even the other races of kids out here are agreeing with the black crowd. Like, what did you think you were going to get? So he got punched in the face, and the police like had to come and break it up. And it was me and another person in charge of the little protest we had going on against them, and we were trying to get them to calm down. It was not working. Like, they chased them off campus. They were throwing their equipment at them, and we were just like, we're gonna have to go talk to the dean. Like, the dean is gonna call us in the office. We're gonna be getting the email real soon because our campus is open, so they're allowed to come on our campus and spew stuff like this, which is the exact reason I always go out and combat them, because I figured out if I argue with almost everybody in there and beat them at least one time, they eventually wrap it up and go back inside. That's what I had to do from the for the Mormons. I sat out there for 3 hours, I kid you not, and I just argued with each and every one of them. Eventually made them come to a stop when they realized there was no winning, because there's nothing that you could say to me that would change my point of view. And they was like, okay, we're wrapping it up. Don't talk to Maddie no more. Don't talk to her no more. I was like, why y'all? I thought we were besties. Y'all don't want to talk to me anymore? And they were like, no, we don't want to talk to you anymore. I'm like, oh, I'm sorry. Well, they were like, God bless you. I said, right. He didn't bless you to win this conversation, so you have a nice day.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I think let me know the times that you be in the live, because I think doing it on like maybe on Tuesday nights we'll have like Maddie's hour. So like during that time that you're in the live, that's when we'll allow 18 to 24 on stage, and then we'll let you lead that conversation. We'll be there to support you. But I think that'd be a good idea to get the younger generation in these conversations.
Oh, that would be so fun.
Yeah.
I want them to be like, I don't want them to be immature though, because I feel like everybody that comes up here that's under 25, and even the people that are over 25 are super childish. I cannot tell you how much they get on my nerves interrupting you. Like, I remember one time I literally went to somebody's inbox. I said, do you know how to shut up? Like, he just kept on interrupting. I'm like, oh my God, it's like you actually don't know how to have a conversation in real life. Like, shut up, let them get their point across so you can understand. And that's a lot of times how they lose the conversation with you, because they try to assume where you're going and they interrupt you, and that's not the point you're making. So they just end up looking stupid. Like, just shut up for 2 seconds.
Exactly. Yeah. But you don't have to talk to anybody that you don't want to. Like, if you can tell, like when they come up and you can tell that they're going to be childish, like I'll just drop them. Just be like, nope, I don't want to talk to this person, and we'll drop them. But I think it is a good way to let the young ones, 18 to 24, that want to participate in these conversations, participate in it. Because like I said, I don't want to be responsible for talking to somebody else's child about faith, unless they're mentally there, right? Like, they have to show me that, they're mature enough mentally, like you and Theo. Even though Theo be tripping me the fuck out, but Theo is mentally mature enough to have these conversations. But I think that's a good. No, Theo is mentally mature.
I mean, Theo just rambles. That's all. Like, Theo just rambles. That's all. Like, he doesn't yell or start crying and throwing a tantrum on stage. Like, he just rambles.
Yeah, but I'm not giving Theo no Theo hour. Like, Theo not doing it. Like, I love when Theo can come up and he gets 5 minutes when he comes in. But yeah, I think that's a good idea. If you want to do that, just let me know.
I'll be down.
Cool. Let me know what days you're in the live and the time frame that you're in the live, so we can schedule it. And then the only thing that I do ask is that when we do schedule it, that we are consistent with it, so we can get it going. You know what I'm saying? Like, it might start off kind of slow until people know that this is what it is and they know to show up, right? So, but yeah, just let me know the times that you're in the live.
I'll definitely be over and get them together, because I'm quick. I'm quick with getting somebody together.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'll be definitely down. I'm actually so happy that you're giving me this opportunity. Like, girl, I'm over here blushing. I'm about to start crying. Like, hold up. 'Cause you're like the only person I feel like is my, like, that I look up to, my role model. And I don't have role models because I think everybody is, they got a negative outpoint to them. But you, girl, you're T. Let me tell you. I don't know
Oh, thank
if
you.
you understand that. You're T. I literally love you down.
Oh, thank you. I love you too. Like I love young people that think and that use their mind, that have confidence, and that you can be a role model for other young people. In any way that I can help more young people see you, I want to be able to do that. So, yeah,
Okay.
I'm glad that you're a part of the community too.
I'm glad y'all let me be a part of the community as a fetus. I'm so happy. Okay. Thank y'all. I'm gonna drop down. I love y'all so much. I don't wanna run over into anybody else's live time frame. So I'm gonna go ahead and chop down. I love y'all so much. Thank y'all for
I
being
love you
live
too.
and
Love you
losing
too,
sleep.
Maddie.
Thank y'all for being live and being up to combat these dumb ass Christians that don't make sense. Thank y'all. I love y'all so
You're
much.
welcome. I love you too.
Much love,
Okay.
Maddie.
Bye
Have a good
bye.
day.
Later, Maddie.
Bye.
Okay, let me down.
I got you. Oh my goodness. Yeah, she is. She is powerful. She's gonna be a powerhouse.
Yes.
Let's see. We got 30 minutes before Ria goes live.
His golf game.
May.
It's not to attack another country. So
I'm sorry.
May, are you there? Oh, okay. No worries.
I'm
I
sorry.
saw the
That's a
page down.
mistake.
Okay. Have a good one.
and then
Ria, what are you talking about? Oh, right. Are you going live at 11? At 9 Pacific? You still Ria talking about, oh, right. Oh, okay. I'm like,
They're trying to play with your mind.
mm-hmm. This person is not connecting. Mm. Oppo, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? The real talk.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Can I get your age, please?
65. 65 age. Is there something wrong?
You are not 65.
Well, whether you believe it or not, I am.
You're not 65.
Trust me, I am.
No, you're not.
How can you confirm or not? I told you my age. I'm not lying.
Mm-hmm.
But can I discuss? I have a question for you.
Yeah, no. Tell me about the year you were born and what it was like growing up.
I was born in 2007.
Get the fuck off my stage. How in the fuck does he get up
Man,
here and say he was 65, born in 2007?
Because it don't make
dumbass.
sense if you don't think about it.
This is the type. Are you a believer? Yes, I was born in 65, and I was 65 and I was born in 2007. That's
You
the
don't
type
have
of
to
shit.
believe me. I do.
That's spiritual math for you.
Exactly. Like what? And I came up here to defend Jesus with a whole ass lie. And the crazy thing is, had he said he was 18, I would have been like, Maddie, come up here, let's do a trial run. But your ass got up here and fucking lied. If you'd have been like, oh, I'm 18, I would have said, hey, Maddie, come up here, let's do a trial run. Y'all just be lying for no fucking reason, bro. You didn't lie? Look at look at that. I did not lie.
You just said that you were 65, born in 2007. If that's not a lie, shit, reality isn't real.
I think the reason why he had to say his like 2007 because he don't know what the fuck it was like for a 65-year-old growing up.
Right.
Hey, Oppo.
Hello, hello. I saw someone in the comments say 65 in pet years.
Yeah, 65 in pet years.
But yeah, I know you're about ready to get off, but I just wanted to quickly ask, as I'm delving deeper into the Old Testament, I'm finding myself wanting Hebrew translations of particular words that are used just to get like the real context and definition of stuff. And I know that you are studying Hebrew with Dr. Josh Bowen. And I was just going to ask you right quick if you had, like, if you could share information on like how to sign up for the class or like, anything to point me in that direction, if you wouldn't mind.
Yeah. So in the Thinker live chat on the Discord,
Hmm.
if you search pinned messages, like go to the search bar, just type in pinned messages. The link to the class is under the pinned messages in the Thinker live chat.
Oh, okay. Gotcha, gotcha. And how's that been going for you so far? It seems as though that's something that's really helped you quite a lot with these
Yeah.
deconstruction chats.
Yeah. Learning the syntax of the words, like whether it's a like a I don't want to use the terminology because you ain't gonna know what I'm saying right now, but like
Hmm.
learning to see like because Hebrew is an intentional language, so one word could just be, for example, run could just be somebody uh run, like it's just saying that uh did he run or he will run, right?
Hmm.
And then to know the intensity of that verb run, there is a symbol like a dagish that's in the second letter of the word to let you
Is
know
that kind of like the
that
apostrophe
it's like a
looking one?
period in the
I
middle of the
see.
letter.
Okay.
But it lets you know that that word doesn't just mean like run. It's like, oh, he will you will be running, like you're gonna be running, like
Right.
it's the
It kind of gives you the
intensity of
tense
it.
of the verb.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay,
So
I see.
yeah, like it's
Because I find myself like on Bible Gateway, like there is this feature that you can use if you like subscribe to the services or whatever, and they will have the Hebrew translation specific, but only for the NIV version of the Bible. And that's not something I necessarily want to utilize, but that's like the closest thing I have right now. And then like it'll give you the word, but I've learned other languages before, and so I am familiar with if you just take the word that's highlighted and look at what the like definition of it by itself, it doesn't give you the full breadth of how the word is used. That's very dependent on, like you just said, kind of symbols as well as how it's used in a sentence, like what words come before it and the situation. It's all dependent on that. Like you can't just take it as is. And so I was just wondering if, yeah, if the classes were going well, because I am interested in starting those just for obviously learning more about what's in the Old Testament and not having to rely on a service like that, so I can kind of delve deeper and be able to tell like the accurate usage of the words, for myself.
yeah, because like you don't have to even when they translate some of these words on these websites, they put their biased spin on it, and they'll add like theological definitions to the Hebrew. And so one thing that I love about being able to read the Hebrew for myself is that I don't have to feel abused by their apologetics on what the Hebrew word actually means. I can take the
Right.
actual Hebrew, right? And it helps me in my critical thinking as I approach the text, right? I can read it from the as is, as the text says. I can also read it from the Jewish theological perspective and see how the Jewish people approach the text, and see it from the Christian perspective. So it helps me come up with like so many different questions and different perspectives on how to view the text. And it's fun finding things that the King James Bible changed.
Right, and that's what I'm really interested in kind of exploring myself as as I start to learn Hebrew, because I mean, I hear you guys talk about it all the time about, the bad translations of, King James Version and NIV and stuff like that. And, I obviously don't speak Hebrew, but I trust you guys enough to believe in that. And now I'm like, all right, I really need to take some effort into kind of learning it myself so I can really understand what it is that they're meaning. So have you thought
Yeah.
about maybe studying Greek at some point,
Mm-hmm.
for the New Testament?
Yeah. Yeah. Once I get a good handle on Hebrew, our third semester of Hebrew starts in August, and this will be the class where Dr. Bia have us reading and speaking it to each other. So
Mm-hmm.
I'm excited about that. But once I get a good handle on the Hebrew, I do plan on learning Korean Greek, and then Dr. B also teaches Akkadian,
Oh,
Sumerian
right.
languages. Yeah, so I do want to learn the Akkadian too, so I can read the cuneiform tablets and um, you know,
Really
and
stump the Christians.
yeah,
All right, well, thank you so much. And you said it's in the pin messages on
uh-huh,
the live chat
yeah,
tab. Okay,
on Thinkers Live Chat. Yeah,
Thinker's live chat. All right, thank you so much, Thinker. I appreciate it.
you're welcome. Have
Y'all
a
have a
good one.
good morning.
You
Bye,
too.
You
y'all.
too.
Have a good morning, Opo.
Yeah.
Now it's time to say goodbye to all my company. And I see. Let's see. I'm trying to get the box open, y'all. I'm sorry. Uh, y'all know what I'm thinking about. Oh, so was you in here when I told that lady her God speak thunder Rick?
Mm-hmm. Thunder Reeves. Mm-hmm.
No, I told her God speak thunder Rick today. I
Oh
said,
no, I wasn't here for that.
I said, what did I say? And then in my head, all I heard was that just Puerto Rican, like that sound on TikTok. I feel Puerto
Mm-hmm.
Rican. And I said, your God speak thunder Rican.
Oh my goodness. Did she take it well?
I don't even know if she heard me. Did she hear me when I said that? Did she respond? Because I was going in on her ass.
No,
So I don't even know. Did she
It
respond
was
to that?
she completely
quiet.
missed it. Yeah.
That shit
Dang,
was
that's tough.
funny. She came up. She's one of the ones that came up here pretending to be uh nice. Like,
I
oh,
know
you
this
have such
hard.
a nice attitude, and I
Oh,
appreciate these conversations. And yeah. Batty, are you in the box on purpose or on accident?
She said she wanted to come up.
Who Batty did?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, hold on. Oh, I'm so hungry. Goodness gracious. Who made the somebody made an emote of a cat. Like I think it's Garfield. It's like I forgot. I don't know. It's like Thinker when she gets her food. Somebody it's a emote. Yeah, it's Garfield. With Garfield eyes real big and their mouth wide open, and it says "Thinker" when Thinker's food arrives.
That's funny.
Hey, Betty, how are you?
Hi, I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing good. Um, can I get your age? I see you're a new nerd. Can I get your age and then let me know if you're deconstructing, if you're an atheist, or if you are a believer.
Yes, ma'am. I'm 29. I am an atheist. I didn't want to take up a lot of your time. I had a thought the other day about Christianity, and I wanted to share it if that's okay.
Okay, go ahead.
I appreciate it. A friend and I were talking. Um, you know how
You're going in and out. We can't
I
hear you.
oh, I apologize. Testing 1, 2, 3.
You were there and then you went away.
1, 2, 3.
I can hear you a little bit. Try. Yeah. Is try again. Try to drop down and come back up and see if that fixes it. Tell Ja I said to block my motherfucking number and stop trying to call me because I don't want his ass. And tell him I said stop
Oop.
fucking begging, soul man. That shit don't look good. Batty?
Yes, ma'am. Testing 1, 2, 3.
Yep, that's better.
Okay. Sorry about that. Okay, yeah, again, 29, atheist. Just had a thought. Um, when Christians try to evangelize, I feel like it feels gross because the consent is not there. Like they're already starting from the point where they decided they know what's best for you and they get to decide what your future should look like and they remove the choice, right? So it's like being objectified, only in a religious sense. Does that make sense?
I think like can you clarify like the how you're comparing it to the objectification? Like
Yeah. So like if for example, if a guy objectifies a woman, like he says something that isn't welcome, or she wants to be left alone and he doesn't care and wants to be like, "Hey, baby, how you doing?" and follow her around, right? It feels the exact same, at least to me, as
okay.
when Christians try to evangelize and they don't want to take no for an answer.
Yeah.
If that makes more sense.
That makes a lot of
It's like
sense.
it leaves that same. Yeah, I don't know. That was mind blowing for me. I didn't want to take like
You're cutting out again.
let you go. Thank you very much for letting me come up for just a moment. I hope everybody has a good day.
You're welcome. Thank you for coming up. I hope you have a good day as well.
Yes, bye.
Have a good one.
Yeah, she sounds sweet. But yeah, I agree. And what I was gonna say is, it falls in line with like the spiritual graping that we usually say that they are doing when
Hmm.
they don't, take no for an answer.
Like that dude earlier when you asked him, why would you ask me if I want to hear something if you just gonna say it anyway? I'm just used to it. Like, yeah, you should examine that, fucker. Like, you
Mm-hmm.
realize the logical entailment of that, right?
And they don't care. They're just so gross with it. All right, y'all. We got 6 minutes before Rhea goes live. Good, Stark. Teaching her about boundaries young. Like that, did y'all see, like, there was a guy that came in here earlier. He be commenting on my videos, talking about how pretty I am and how I need to come back to God. And then he came in here, yeah. He came in here tonight and did the same thing.
Hey, that's icky.
Very icky.
But you know, it really does speak to like what they look to find in people, right? Like they want to find people that need that validation that, would hang on those words, so that they could further victimize them, you know?
I don't think that, these people think that they want me to stop talking about their God because I make their God look really, really bad. They don't care if I go to heaven or hell. They just want me to shut the fuck up.
Yeah, I can see that.
That's what they'll come in here and they'll be like, all you do is talk about God. Think you need to go back to God. You really love God. They just want me to shut the fuck up.
If they were smart, they tried to win you over to their side.
That's what they call themselves trying to do. Yeah.
That was their idea of trying. It's crazy.
Telling me that I'm pretty. It's saying that God wants me to come back, that I'm too pretty to be with Satan or chase after Satan and stuff like that. Like, yeah, I wish I would see the comments that he made. So man, what the fuck are you doing? And like, you're one of them that just came in here and did that shit. Like, you're the one who just commented, Thinker Jaw wants you to come back or something you just said. Like, do y'all realize that like y'all just be crossing boundaries? And then y'all will get up here and say nobody's forcing God on you, nobody's forcing our beliefs on you. Do you realize that?
Sister, you're talking about God. I
It don't
want to
matter.
know.
Like, it don't matter. That doesn't give you the right to try to force your God on me,
Ask you a
and
question,
come in here
please.
and say, Thinker, Jaw is calling you back. You're too something to be going after whatever your comment said. You're come back to knowledge. You're too pretty to be going after Satan or some shit you said. Like, don't y'all realize the boundaries that y'all cross when y'all do that?
Can I ask you a question when you get time?
What?
Can I ask you a question, please?
What?
Who is the God you talking about? But I have many gods.
What, you literally, it's on the fucking post.
You know the God you talking about? Describe him for me, please.
I'm not describing shit for you. Like, what? I don't owe you that.
Because you
And
know
I
who
don't
you're
have to
talking
answer to
about.
you.
You're just
I
talking.
don't have to answer to you. I don't have
You
to
know why
answer
you
to you,
can't
and
answer?
I
Because
don't
you're
have to
just
answer to you.
talking.
I don't have to answer to you.
Because you're just talking. You ain't have no knowledge of your...
Okay, and then I'm just talking. So then, what does that have to do with you? You're not gonna stop it. You're not gonna change it. It don't have shit to do with
Trying
you.
to come
That's what I'm
back.
saying. Like, you come in here and you try to force your God on me.
No, sister, you're not vexed with you because you don't know God. So that is why you're not vexed with
Okay,
you.
and so what?
You need to get to know him
There you go. Look,
because he's a living man.
I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn.
The Bible say that the Almighty God is a living man. These
Oh
people
my
who coming up
gosh.
here talking to you and telling you about God, them and
Then
all
go
those
talk to
evil
them. Go talk to the people that you think want to
them and
want
all
to
those
want to
evil
know your
know.
God. I don't give a fuck about your God. I don't give a fuck about your God.
Father forgive you, you know.
Fuck your God.
Cause you're real dance for a woman do.
I don't care. And then you are the one who invited this disrespect of your God, right? By forcing it. You are crossing a boundary.
Sister, I hear you
I'm not
talking
your sister. I'm not your sister.
well, my lady, I hear you
I'm not
talking
your lady either.
well, Satanist, I hear you talking
I'm
about
not.
God.
I'm not. That ain't my name either, motherfucker. Like, can you read? Do you know whose
No,
live you're on? Like, what is your issue with saying my name?
I'm illiterate.
Because you just move like a Satanist, so that's what I just said
Then
so.
what's your issue with saying my name? Do you not see the name?
You is not a thinker. You is a dance.
That
Better you
did you
change it.
not type? Did you not type my name and say that Jah wants you to come back? Like
I did
just a
type your
minute
name.
ago, your God was begging for me to come back. Just a minute ago, you was
I try
begging
to
me
take
to
a
get to
little
know your
wise, but you
God.
ain't
Now
listen.
you
That's
can't
all I
even
can
call
do.
my damn name.
Yeah, but
Like
you
y'all are
ain't
hypocritical as fuck. You're
letting
hypocritical,
me talk,
man.
sister. So
Like
that's
I don't
what
have to let you do shit. I'm just passing time until Rhea go live.
but it's only a
I don't have
fool,
to let you do
only a
shit.
fool that's at a place won't understand, you know.
Well, that's you're the fool for even coming in here trying to make me understand.
Stop getting all that kind of
That makes you an
Satanist
even
talking.
bigger fool. Rhea is live. If y'all want more deconstruction content, go to life with underscore Rhea. I will see y'all tonight at 11 o'clock. I love y'all so much. Thank y'all for all the likes, the shares, the comments, for the gifts. Maddie, don't forget to
Change
message
your name
me.
from Tinker
Y'all have
and
a
put it
good one.
as
Thank you to
Consia.
the YouTube fam, to all the new nerds. JMR, appreciate you. Marduk, Brian, Ethereal, Shelly Billy. I
Name from
appreciate
Tinker
y'all so much.
and
I will
Consia.
see y'all tonight at 11. Good night. Good
Night.
Yes,
morning.
More
nah.
what you got me
Bye,
saying
y'all.
night.
Tinker, Consia.
Bye, y'all.
Yeah.
Later.
Exercising. You put your hands up if you the baddest in the club.